an ancient celestial serpent, having cultivated for 100,000 years, found itself reduced to but a wisp of residual soul after a failed tribulation. By a twist of fate, Gucheng inherited its extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, through a serendipitous encounter, he acquired a divine spatial ring, harboring a miniature world capable of containing all manner of existence. He engaged in treasure appraisal, stumbled upon hidden gems, gambled on stones, and even dabbled in feng shui. Imperial green jade, extraterrestrial meteorites, dimensional spaces. Suddenly, wealth descended upon him like a gift from the heavens, rendering him capable of anything. Yet, all he desired was to amass his fortune discreetly, aspiring to live as an unremarkable millionaire. Chapter 1. The Serpent's Tribulation. In the depth of night, at the Jinling fishing grounds, Gucheng concealed his vehicle by the roadside before retrieving a fishing rod, line, and a bucket of bait from the trunk. Under the cloak of darkness, he quietly approached a shallow area of the fishing grounds to cast his line. The weather was dismal. Heavy clouds loomed ominously, and the rumble of thunder portended an impending storm. Unwilling to return empty-handed, Gucheng was determined to catch a large fish to satisfy his culinary cravings. As the thunder intensified, so too did the winds and waves, the murky skies seemingly on the verge of collapse. A shiver ran through Gucheng, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart, prompting him to conclude his fishing expedition and return home to wash up and rest, lest he find himself drenched like a drowned rat. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of thunder erupted, and a violent tempest transformed the once tranquil river into a maelstrom. A colossal serpent, its scales shimmering with iridescent colors, soared into the sky. Countless bolts of lightning struck the great serpent, causing it to writhe in agony amidst the deafening roars of thunder, its body twisting violently and stirring the waters into a frenzy, raising the water level by several feet. The deluge quickly enveloped the shallow banks, submerging Gucheng halfway. This tumult persisted for over a minute until the serpent could no longer endure the onslaught, its form obliterated by the relentless strikes. In a state of sheer terror, Gucheng beheld the scene, his soul nearly fleeing his body as he forgot to gather his fishing gear, turning on his heel and fleeing in a panic. At that moment, a radiant burst of multicolored light swiftly traversed the river surface, unexpectedly penetrating Gucheng's body. He felt as though he had been fiercely jabbed by an electric prod from behind. What an exhilarating sensation. It was a thrill that allowed him to finally grasp the joy some wealthy individuals might experience. Then, darkness enveloped him. Upon regaining consciousness, Gucheng found himself in a vast, white expanse, eerily silent. As he gazed ahead, he spotted the serpent that had failed its tribulation, now coiled upon the ground. Yet, it was not entirely a failure. The serpent had transformed into a woman with serpentine features, her form indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. Summoning his courage, Gucheng approached and gently tapped the woman's shoulder. "Excuse me, fair maiden, are you all right? Do you require assistance in summoning a physician?" The beautiful serpent, hearing his call, weakly rose and replied, "Master, thank you for saving me. Henceforth, you shall be my master." As she stood, she dazzled Gucheng, who could hardly believe his eyes. Draped in a gown reminiscent of the Tang dynasty, her figure was breathtakingly alluring. Her enchanting visage, with long, flowing black hair cascading past her waist and a complexion akin to a ripe peach, stirred an impulsive desire to take a bite. Hearing her address him as master, Gucheng felt an overwhelming sense of joy, surpassing even the thrill of winning a lottery. This enchanting serpent was simply too captivating. Wiping the rain from the corner of his mouth, he found himself in a daze. This was utterly surreal. What kind of imagination could conjure such a scenario? Had his prolonged singlehood led to hallucinations? He pinched his arm forcefully. Ouch. This was no dream, it was utterly real. Noticing Gucheng's bewildered expression, the serpent inquired, "Master, my name is Kalen. May I ask what yours is?" "Kalen?" he mused, finding the name both melodious and memorable. "I am Gucheng." Rubbing the back of his neck, he ventured, "Did you by any chance fail your tribulation?" With a hint of melancholy, Kalen replied, "Indeed, I did. I had not anticipated the ferocity of the tribulation's lightning, which shattered my body, leaving me as but a remnant of my soul. Fortunately, I managed to protect my golden core and, through a secret method, fuse my essence with yours, allowing me to survive. Now we share one body." Gucheng gasped. "What? We share one body. Will you seize control of me and usurp my existence? Kalen regarded him with disdain. Though I'm a spirit, I understand gratitude. You saved me, why would I harm you in return? As she spoke, a slender serpent tail emerged from beneath her flowing gown, subtly swaying, seemingly expressing her displeasure at Yi Gucheng's distrust. He quickly apologized. My apologies. I didn't mean to offend. Please don't be angry, Kalen pouted, falling silent. As she had not fully transformed into a human, standing on her serpent tail grew tiresome. She coiled around Yi Gucheng, resting her head on his shoulder, imparting a cool, slippery sensation. Why? Yi Gucheng shivered involuntarily and quickly asked, Fair maiden, where are your kin? I can help you return home. Kalen replied, I have no family, nor siblings. Since the day I was born, I have never seen my parents. Moreover, our ancient celestial serpent lineage has a woefully inadequate reproductive capacity, nearing extinction. I have lived for 100,000 years without encountering a single kin. I simply wish to find them to propagate our kind, yet I have had no opportunity. 100,000 years? Are you serious? Yi Gucheng questioned, astonished. Kalen nodded affirmatively. Of course, why would I deceive you? Yi Gucheng gasped in disbelief. If she spoke the truth, then during her infancy, humanity's ancestors were still running about in the wilderness, completely unrefined. Feeling a sense of frustration, he asked, So, are you planning to stay? Will you remain in my body indefinitely? That doesn't seem right. From your tone, it appears you find me undesirable. Do you not realize the magnitude of my abilities? I can assist you in achieving feats beyond your wildest dreams, she responded, her tongue flicking playfully, emitting a hissing sound as it caressed his cheek, revealing her pearly fangs. Yi Gucheng, unnerved yet defiant, countered, You claim to possess great abilities? Very well. Can you help me become wealthy? He spoke casually, not genuinely expecting her assistance, merely hoping she would not harm him. Kalen smiled radiantly. Oh, master, you wish to become wealthy? That is hardly a challenge. I could transform you into a rich man in no time. Is that true? Yi Gucheng questioned, still skeptical. With a wave of her hand, Kalen urged, I won't reveal the details just yet. You must leave quickly. The security at this fishing ground is approaching. Pack your belongings swiftly and depart. If they catch you, you may find yourself spending at least 3 months in detention. Once the words were spoken, Kai Lin vanished without a trace, and soon the entire space began to collapse with alarming rapidity. When Yi Gucheng opened his eyes once more, the rain had ceased, and the thunder had dissipated, as though nothing had transpired at all. He found himself sprawled in the grass like a wretched toad, his garments thoroughly drenched. At that moment, a beam of bright light from a flashlight gradually swept over from the other side of the fishing grounds, likely belonging to the security personnel conducting their patrol. Yi Gucheng realized that this place was no longer safe for him to linger, and he hastily gathered his belongings, fleeing with urgency while clutching his bucket. Chapter 2. Salvaging the Sunken Ship. Half an hour later, Yi Gucheng returned to his shop, secured the doors and windows, and then took a refreshing shower, donning a clean set of attire that greatly alleviated his discomfort. Reflecting upon the recent events, they felt almost dreamlike. He brewed a pot of Longjing tea, observing the steam curling from the cup as the fragrance enveloped him, allowing him to finally attain a semblance of tranquility. Fair maiden, now is the time for you to reveal your methods for my fortune, Yi Gucheng inquired. After a moment's pause, the voice of Kai Lin echoed in his mind. Master, I must confess, beneath the fishing grounds, approximately 200 meters deep, lies a sunken merchant ship. This vessel has rested for over a century, harboring numerous valuable items. Though regrettably devoid of food, which holds no significance for me. Upon mentioning food, the tone of Kai Lin's voice shifted, and he could faintly discern the sound of her swallowing. Yi Gucheng chuckled, rest assured, once I acquire wealth, whatever you desire to eat will be yours to indulge in. I promise to satiate your cravings. Really? Kai Lin asked, a hint of surprise evident in her tone. Of course, why would I deceive you? Yi Gucheng explained. As a snake spirit, wealth holds little value for you, but in our human realm, it is a different story. With riches, one can live freely and boundlessly. Indeed, Kai Lin nodded in agreement. I suggest you rent that fishing ground for your salvage operations. Otherwise, with so many prying eyes, it will be challenging to proceed. Furthermore, there are security patrols around the clock. Once you secure the lease, you must ensure to divert the security personnel so no one discovers your actions. With Kai Lin's guidance, Yi Gucheng promptly approached the fishing ground's owner, expressing his intention to rent the area. The owner, a shrewd little old man, was a retired bureaucrat from the city's education bureau, drawing a monthly pension of nearly 20,000. When informed of Yi Gucheng's request, he did not refuse but stipulated a minimum rental period of 1 week and prohibited methods such as using fine nets, electric shocks, explosives, or drugs to fish. Should Yi Gucheng dare to transgress, the old man threatened to report him, ensuring he would serve time in prison. Yi Gucheng readily acquiesced, assuring the old man of his compliance. They swiftly signed a simple agreement for a week's rental at a cost of 100,000 yuan. As the money left his hands, a pang of regret washed over him. However, if Kai Lin spoke true, and treasures indeed lay beneath the waters, then such an expenditure would not be in vain. Furthermore, the clever serpent spirit had only suggested a rental, never a purchase. The fishing grounds spanned over 100 acres. With the land alone valued at a couple hundred million, acquiring it would have been a fanciful notion. It appeared that the Serpent Maiden possessed some understanding of worldly affairs. Upon finalizing the contract, Yi Gucheng proceeded to a nearby fishing equipment store, purchasing a complete set of diving gear, spending over 10,000 more. His bank account was dwindling rapidly. Given the crowded daylight hours, he resolved to act under the veil of night. After a long wait, when night finally fell, Yi Gucheng discreetly handed the security guard 2 packets of red Nanjing cigarettes, urging him to take a break and not impede his business. He donned his diving suit, strapped on the oxygen tank, and quietly descended into the depths. Though Yi Gucheng's swimming skills were average, with the assistance of the Serpent Maiden and advanced technology, he effortlessly plunged to the ocean floor, where he indeed spotted the sunken ship. The vessel had aged considerably, partially engulfed by silt, yet most of it remained visible. Clenching a flashlight between his teeth, he pried open the ship's cabin with a shovel, discovering several white skeletal remains, though these were not his concern. In his search, he found a corner filled with a dozen wooden chests. After more than a century of decay, the chests had become severely rotted, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch, revealing astonishingly vibrant gold bars within. Yi Gucheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ocean floor. In total, there were 13 chests. 10 were filled with gold bars, while the remainder contained paintings and calligraphy, all ruined by water. Without a moment to lose, Yi Gucheng hastily retrieved a prepared burlap sack, stuffing in the gold bars until the bag was nearly full, weighing over 100 pounds. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. However, Yi Gucheng soon found himself unable to lift the sack. The density of gold was immense. Even a small bar weighed several pounds, being 200 meters underwater. Carrying too much gold at once would make it impossible to swim back to the surface. As the ancient saying goes, greed leads to ruin. After a brief hesitation, Yi Gucheng resolutely discarded the majority of the gold bars, securing the sack with only 10 pounds of gold before making his ascent. Once on land, Yi Gucheng shed his diving suit, temporarily storing his equipment in the fishing ground's storage room, and placed the sack containing the gold bars in the trunk of his car. Once seated, he lit a cigarette with trembling hands, igniting it after several attempts due to his excitement. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a cloud of smoke before starting the engine and driving off. Upon opening the door to his shop, Yi Gucheng glanced outside nervously, ensuring no one was watching before he confidently closed the door behind him. He opened the sack and spilled the gold bars onto the floor, the sound of clinking metal echoing in the room. The gold weighed approximately 15 pounds. After searching online for the current gold price, he found it was over 200 yuan per gram. Thus, this 15 pounds of gold amounted to nearly 180,000 yuan. If he included the remaining gold from the ship, estimated at 1 to 2,000 pounds, he could anticipate a fortune worth 2 to 300 million. Could it be that he had just transformed into a billionaire overnight? As this realization dawned on him, Yi Gucheng scratched the back of his head and let out a hearty laugh. It turned out that acquiring wealth was not as arduous as he had imagined. He had effortlessly achieved overnight riches. The previous expenditure of over 100,000 now seemed trivial in comparison to 2 or 300 million. With this fortune, he would never have to worry about sustenance for the rest of his life. After reveling in his fortune, Yi Gucheng remembered the Serpent Maiden and asked, Fair Maiden, I followed your guidance and indeed struck it rich. Now tell me, what do you wish to eat? I shall procure it for you. Kai Lin replied, Master, please find me a few chickens. Yi Gucheng, taken aback, said, I'm sorry, but I am an upstanding gentleman and do not seek such company. Kai Lin rolled her eyes. Master, are you foolish? I meant edible chickens, the ones that cluck. Ideally, they should be free range, as caged chickens fed on grains are simply dreadful. Oh, I see. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Yi Gucheng promptly headed to a nearby slaughterhouse, but found it closed for the night. With no other options, he settled for fresh eggs and a few spicy rabbit heads to enjoy later. Thus, in a second-hand antique shop, an extraordinary scene unfolded. A half-human, colorful serpent devoured eggs one after another, while a young man casually feasted on rabbit meat beside her. Together, they indulged in a delightful meal. Chapter 3. the gold bars unleashed. At the age of 28, Gucheng has endured the profound sorrow of losing both parents during his early childhood, growing up in the shadows of others' pity, subsisting on leftover food and donning cast-off garments. He was, in essence, raised under the disdainful gazes of those around him. Fortunately, his academic prowess shone through. He consistently ranked among the top students in his class and, during the college entrance examination, achieved an impressive 7th place in the city, earning him a place at Handong University of Political Science and Law. Upon graduating from Handong University in 2005, Gucheng found himself amidst a job market that was still favorable for graduates. Encouraged by friends, he took part in a joint examination for the police force in Jinling, successfully passing the written test. However, fate dealt him a cruel blow when he met with an accident en route to the interview, leaving him bedridden in the hospital for several months, thus derailing his career aspirations. At the same time, his hometown was undergoing demolition, and he received a substantial compensation for the relocation, which naturally dulled his ambition for civil service. Had circumstances been different, he might have secured a deputy department head position before turning 30. His two uncles, who had never cared for him throughout his life, argued fiercely over the compensation, claiming it was a family inheritance. Their disputes escalated to court, but ultimately, they were unsuccessful. Using the compensation, Gucheng purchased a vehicle and opened a second-hand antique shop in Jinling. Initially, he was a novice in the world of antiques. Yet after immersing himself in several internet novels about appraising treasures, he developed a keen interest in the field. Fascinated by tales of the 12 golden figurines of the first emperor, the bronze sacred tree of Sangxingdui, and the tomb of the Empress Wu Zetian. However, his modestly established shop lacked recognition amidst the plethora of affluent competitors in Jinling, resulting in few transactions throughout the year. As a result, Gucheng often found himself alone in the shop, passing the time by reading online novels. To supplement his income, he occasionally drove a taxi, earning a decent sum on fortunate nights. The second-hand Mazda he had bought for a few thousand yuan remained reliable, and though his life was somewhat mundane, he managed to produce quality work. One evening, while savoring a meal and contemplating a bottle of 1950s Yonghadaku, he was interrupted by a series of loud knocks at the door. Gucheng exchanged a knowing glance with a beautiful serpent-like figure, who promptly transformed into a beam of light and entered his body. He concealed the gold bars and proceeded to open the door, revealing a man in his 30s, of average height and handsome features. "Ah, Brother Feng, what brings you here at this late hour?" Gucheng inquired, puzzled. The man playfully punched him on the chest, teasingly chiding, "Cut the act." I could smell the spicy aroma from hundreds of meters away. This man, Wang Yunfeng, was known in the underworld as the Thief Prince. Once working small jobs with Jinling's local thugs, he had turned over a new leaf after serving several years in prison and now made a humble living selling local produce at the Confucius Temple Market. Due to his extensive experience, Gucheng often sought Wang Yunfeng's expertise in identifying uncertain antiques, and over time, they forged a close friendship. They decided to head to a nearby barbecue restaurant where they enjoyed skewered lamb and a case of beer, sharing stories and laughter. After filling a glass, Gucheng, who claimed to have a poor tolerance for alcohol, clinked glasses with Wang Yunfeng, saying, "Let us speak plainly. What do you need from me?" Wang Yunfeng took a sip and, with an air of calm, explained, "I have a friend who runs a pawn shop and has recently discovered an ancient tomb filled with treasures. He seeks trustworthy associates from the underworld to assist him, which is why he reached out to me." Gucheng chuckled wryly. "Didn't you say you were done with all this? Old habits die hard, I suppose." Wang Yunfeng shrugged. "I want to be involved, but the itch remains. You could go in my stead," he specifically requested me. Refusing wouldn't be wise. Contemplating, Gucheng mused, "All right, I'll agree, but is your friend reliable? I'd hate to end up in a predicament." Wang Yunfeng assured him, "Not a chance. He has several cases against him. If he were to make this public, it would be disastrous for him." To solidify their agreement, Wang Yunfeng quickly produced a jade pendant from his pocket. "This is the token for our transaction. Show it to him when you arrive, and he'll understand." The pendant bore the words Thief Prince, exuding an air of arrogance. Gucheng accepted the pendant and tucked it safely away. They continued drinking until intoxicated, but it was evident that Wang Yunfeng had a greater tolerance. By the time Gucheng awakened the next day, close to noon, Wang Yunfeng had vanished, taking half a pack of cigarettes with him. Not one to dwell on the loss, Gucheng washed his face and headed to a gold shop to exchange his gold bars. With only a few hundred yuan left in his account, he needed to secure more funds quickly to avoid begging on the streets. The price of gold being fixed at 240 yuan per gram facilitated a smooth transaction. Selling 15 kilograms of gold netted him an astonishing 1.8 million yuan, transforming him into a millionaire overnight. Stepping out of the gold shop, Gucheng gazed at his bank balance, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he finally savored the feeling of wealth. Following Wang Yunfeng's directions, he arrived at the pawnshop named Treasure Pavilion. Upon entering, he was greeted by a strikingly beautiful young woman engrossed in her phone. Due to the sweltering weather, she was clad in a revealing white camisole, accentuating her alluring figure. Clearing his throat, Gucheng ventured, "Excuse me, miss, could you direct me to the owner of this establishment?" The young woman glanced up, sizing him up as an unremarkable individual, and returned to her phone, dismissing him. Undeterred, he approached the counter and slammed 10 banknotes down with considerable force, startling her. "I'll ask you once more, where can I find your boss?" Realizing the sudden change in atmosphere, the young woman's annoyance dissipated upon seeing the money, and she quickly brightened. "Sir, our boss is upstairs. You may go find him." Thus, Gucheng ascended to the upper chambers, where he would meet the owner of Treasure Pavilion, Yang Lu. Boss Yang, a gentleman in his 50s, possessed a kind and benevolent appearance, and he spoke with a cheerful demeanor. "Sir, may I inquire what brings you here?" Gucheng produced the jade pendant gifted to him by Wang Yunfeng. Upon glancing at it, Boss Yang wasted no time and invited him inside for a discussion. Once inside, Gucheng observed that several guests were gathered around an 8 immortals table, sipping tea. However, each of them wore human masks, rendering their true appearances a mystery, which piqued Gucheng's curiosity. At that moment, Yang Lu, the proprietor of the Treasure Pavilion, retrieved a sheepskin bundle from an unknown source. Upon unwrapping it, a variety of antiquities were revealed, including porcelain, paintings, copper coins, and pottery, all in commendable condition, rare gems seldom seen in the antique market. It was evident that these treasures were not inexpensive, and each patron was allowed to select only one item to purchase, as acquiring more could lead to complications. Gucheng, a fervent admirer of calligraphy with extensive knowledge of historical scripts and seal characters, found himself particularly drawn to the paintings. He promptly selected a renowned piece, only to discover its price was set at 3 million, with no room for negotiation. Frustration gripped him, causing his teeth to clench. Just then, the enchanting voice of the beautiful snake echoed in his mind. "Master, disregard the other items. To your left lies a large bone. That is the true treasure you must acquire." Startled, Gucheng turned to see a sizable bone, stark white and roughly the diameter of an adult's calf. However, it was unmistakably not human. It resembled a chicken's foot. What species of chicken could possess such a large foot? After pondering for a while, he could not deduce an answer. Nonetheless, trusting the beautiful snake's insights, he cautiously addressed Boss Yang. "I will take this large chicken bone. What is the price?" Boss Yang scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend why this young man was interested in what appeared to be a mere chicken bone. He waved his hand dismissively. "If you genuinely wish to purchase it, I shall not overprice it. I can let it go for 50,000. Upon hearing this price, Gucheng inwardly cursed the old man and mentally berated his entire lineage. Yet, he felt compelled to heed the beautiful snake's words. Perhaps this chicken bone was indeed a remarkable treasure. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly requested Boss Yang's bank account details and transferred the 50,000. Returning to his shop, he closed the shutter door and eagerly inquired, "My lady, please tell me, what is the true nature of this chicken bone?" At that moment, the beautiful snake manifested her true form before Gucheng. "Master, this is no mere chicken bone. It is the remnant of an ancient great demon. This demon possessed formidable power in life, and its remains have remained uncorrupted for millennia, meaning this bone is at least several tens of thousands of years old." Gucheng, bewildered, questioned, "An ancient great demon? What relevance does that have to me?" The beautiful snake, not offering further explanation, flicked her delicate tongue, releasing a swirl of purple light from her mouth. This luminescence enveloped the bone, producing a series of crackling sounds akin to roasting. As oil began to sizzle from its surface, Gucheng watched in confusion, uncertain of the beautiful snake's intentions. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, the oil within the bone had nearly evaporated, and the bone itself had shrunk significantly. Another half-hour passed, and the bone was completely desiccated, reduced to a pile of powder. The beautiful snake's tongue now held a drop of exceptionally pure pink liquid. "Master, quickly open your mouth and swallow this drop of demon beast essence." Gucheng nodded obediently and opened his mouth, as the beautiful snake extended her tongue directly into his stomach. Coughing, Gucheng felt a sudden inability to breathe, his face flushed crimson. Fortunately, after a few seconds, the beautiful snake withdrew her tongue. Almost immediately, Gucheng felt an intense heat surging through his body, as if he were being roasted alive. "What's happening?" he thought. But before he could react, the heat intensified, threatening to suffocate him. His eyes widened in terror, blood streaming down his face. Thankfully, this excruciating sensation lasted only about a minute. As the heat receded, an abundance of impurities began to seep through his skin's pores. The dark, Foul substances were toxins accumulated in Yi Gucheng's body over the years, now expelled one by one. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. However, the stench was unbearable. He felt as if he had just emerged from a cesspool. Yi Gucheng rushed to take a shower and changed into clean clothes. Could this be the legendary marrow cleansing? Am I overly influenced by online novels? He mused, realizing that the 50,000 spent was not in vain. Regaining his composure, he teased the beautiful snake. I must sincerely thank you for this extravagant experience. The beautiful snake pouted, Master, cease your sarcasm. I have devoted all my cultivation to you. But you remain merely a mortal, unable to utilize even a fraction of it. With the enhancement from the essence, your body should now possess a third of my abilities. Yi Gucheng inquired, what abilities do you possess? Pray, enlighten me. The beautiful snake tossed her head with pride. What abilities? Our ancient heavenly serpent clan enjoys an exceptionally long lifespan. As long as you do not seek death, living for several 100,000 years is trivial. Our heavenly serpent's eye can pierce through all things, unveiling hidden truths. Moreover, our serpent's blood can revive the deceased, provided you do not sustain fatal injuries. Yi Gucheng felt a pang of discontent. Who wouldn't desire immortality? Yet, without wealth, one remains at the lowest echelon of society, devoid of dignity and meaning. It would be better to perish early. Perhaps in another life, I might find myself in a wealthy family, living a life of ease and luxury. Noticing his silence, the beautiful snake continued, I have activated the heavenly serpent mark on you. You are no longer an ordinary human. You can now accomplish feats beyond the reach of common mortals. However, be cautious and avoid drawing attention to yourself, for this world is fraught with danger. Once targeted, you shall face countless troubles. Yi Gucheng nodded in agreement, understanding the need for vigilance. After all, survival is the ultimate rule for longevity. Chapter 5, The Heavenly Serpent's Eye. Yi Gucheng activated the Heavenly Serpent's Eye, and instantly, his vision transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, leaving him astonished. Utilizing the Heavenly Serpent's Eye, he scanned the antiques in his shop, discovering that while some were utterly mundane, others emitted a peculiar glow, seemingly imbued with mysterious energy. Yi Gucheng was well aware of the value of the antiques within his store. The entirety of the collection consists of rather commonplace items, devoid of significant monetary value. However, not a single piece is counterfeit. Every antique within the shop is authentic. Yi Gucheng adheres to a singular principle in his business dealings. He never sells fakes. Yet, many visitors to the Jinling Antiques Market arrive with the mindset of seeking bargains, hoping to turn a small investment into a fortune. This has led to counterfeit dealers reaping substantial profits, while honest merchants, like Yi Gucheng, struggle to make ends meet, barely earning enough to sustain the shop's operations. Should the situation deteriorate, he might be forced to declare bankruptcy and pursue a different vocation. Fortunately, Yi Gucheng owns the shop outright, having purchased it without incurring rental obligations. Furthermore, being a lifelong bachelor with no romantic entanglements, he faces little financial pressure. Thus, the profitability of his antique store does not heavily impact him. Survival is his only concern. The most valuable item in his possession is a string of Buddhist prayer beads, crafted from premium white jade from Hotan in Xinjiang. Each bead is worth over 10,000 yuan, totaling 25 beads, and an approximate value of around 250,000 yuan. Yi Gucheng acquired this exquisite string from a blue-eyed Russian woman for just over 80,000 yuan, a remarkable stroke of luck, underscoring the depths of the antique trade. Puffing with pride, Yi Gucheng clutched the beads, a grin spreading across his face. However, his joy was short-lived. He soon felt an energy from the beads coursing through his fingers into his body, causing the once lustrous beads to lose their sheen, appearing dull and lifeless. Though there were no visible signs of damage, subtle cracks began to form within, suggesting that a mere touch could reduce them to dust. What on earth is happening? Yi Gucheng's heart sank, feeling as though it were bleeding. Kai Lin, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, remarked, "You are now half a cultivator. Anything infused with spiritual energy will automatically be absorbed upon contact. This is common knowledge. Did you not know?" Yi Gucheng inwardly retorted, "What do you mean I should know? This is my first time dealing with such matters." Before he could voice his frustrations, Kai Lin transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors and swiftly entered his body. At that moment, Wang Yinfeng burst through the door, energetically pulling a recliner towards him and sitting down without ceremony. "Brother, what treasures have you unearthed? Do share." Yi Gucheng, naturally unwilling to divulge his earlier predicament, fabricated a tale about selling a ceramic pot and making several thousand yuan. Wang Yinfeng, believing the story, chuckled, "Not bad. As long as there's profit, you ought to treat me to a meal, don't you think?" Yi Gucheng nodded, "Of course. What would you like? Barbecue or hot pot?" Wang Yinfeng waved his hand dismissively. "No need for anything extravagant. A simple boxed meal will suffice. I know you don't make money easily. I wouldn't dream of letting you spend unnecessarily. Hearing this warmed Gucheng's heart. He stepped outside to order 2 servings of pig trotter rice and 2 cans of energy drink, then returned to dine with Wang Yinfeng. Just then, an elderly woman entered the shop, appearing to be in her 70s or 80s. She cradled a tattered cloth bag, which looked heavy and bulging. With her white hair and unsteady gait, she approached the counter and hoarsely inquired, "Boss, I have some old items here. Could you please take a look and give me a fair price?" Gucheng, not daring to show any signs of negligence, set aside his half-eaten meal and welcomed her warmly, offering her a seat. He brewed a pot of high-quality Longjing tea, a luxury worth several hundred yuan per 2 ounces, typically reserved for personal enjoyment rather than for guests. However, he felt it appropriate to extend this courtesy to the elderly woman. As he served the tea, he asked, "Dear madam, may I inquire what old items you wish to sell? Please, show me." With trembling hands, the woman unveiled her cloth bag. Gucheng observed but refrained from assisting, adhering to the industry custom that requires clients to present their items themselves. This protects against disputes regarding any damage that may occur during handling. His shop was equipped with 4 surveillance cameras, ensuring comprehensive coverage. Any incident could be clarified by reviewing the footage, which was an essential precaution against potential scams. After a moment, the elderly lady opened the bag, revealing a collection of counterfeit yuan to 2 coins, all clearly fake, produced by small workshops at a cost of no more than 50 cents each. There were several hundred of these counterfeit coins, utterly worthless, even as scrap metal. Gucheng furrowed his brow, rummaging through the coins until he discovered a genuine piece of jade known as yuan ziyu. This jade, roughly the size of a baby's fist, was covered in a layer of imitation leather so convincing that even someone with Gucheng's extensive experience would struggle to discern its authenticity. However, upon scanning it with the heavenly serpent's eye, he found it contained an extraordinarily pure and mysterious energy, far more potent than that of his prayer beads. This indicated that the item was authentic, likely worth at least 1 to 2 million yuan. Confused by the use of imitation leather, Gucheng hesitantly asked the elderly woman, "To be frank, your yuan to 2 coins are all counterfeit, not even high-quality replicas. However, this piece of jade is indeed valuable. Would you consider parting with it? If I were to purchase it, what would your asking price be?" The elderly lady, her lips pursed, replied, as an old woman, "I don't know how much this is worth. Please, you decide." Gucheng, rather than rushing to make an offer, began to inquire about her circumstances. Through her fragmented narrative, he learned that she hailed from Suzhou and had married a local landlord in her youth. However, they had no children, and during a tumultuous period, her husband was denounced as a villain, leading to the confiscation of all their valuables. This explained the need for her to obscure the jade's authenticity with imitation leather. Since then, she had survived by scavenging and collecting scrap. Eventually, she adopted a granddaughter from a welfare institution. Now that her granddaughter was in university and in urgent need of funds, the elderly woman had brought her collection to the Jinling Antiques Market in hopes of a fortunate sale. Chapter 6. The Space Ring. The price of old items is generally determined by 2 factors, their condition and provenance. For instance, while a common jade piece may only fetch a modest price, one that belonged to a revered figure could command astronomical sums. According to the feedback from the heavenly serpent's eye, this piece of jade was undoubtedly a treasure, valued at no less than 1 to 2 million yuan. Due to its deceptive outer layer, it could easily be mistaken for a counterfeit without careful examination. Gucheng pondered for a moment before saying, "Elder, I find this Hetian jade particularly appealing. I am prepared to offer 88,000 yuan for it. What do you think?" "Esteemed elder?" The elderly lady, lost in thought, mused, 88,000 yuan? That price is indeed not insubstantial. The old shopkeeper at the nearby antique store insists that this Hetian jade is counterfeit, claiming it isn't worth even 80 yuan. Wait a moment, did I just hear 88,000 yuan? Surely I must have misheard. For a fleeting instant, she doubted her own hearing. After all, 800 yuan was already beyond her expectations. Yet this young man was offering 88,000 yuan. Was he jesting with her, a mere old woman, simply seeking amusement at her expense? Tentatively, she inquired, "Is it truly 88,000 yuan? Young man, are you certain you are not deceiving me?" Wang Yinfeng, unable to contain his impatience, quickly pulled Gucheng aside and whispered urgently, "Hey, you fool, have you lost your mind? An item that is undoubtedly a fake, and you dare to offer over 80,000 yuan. Do you have money to burn?" Gucheng shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I am doing and won't act recklessly." He then turned back to the elderly lady and asked, "So, how do you find my offer, esteemed elder?" The old woman hesitated before responding, "How about this? If you add an extra 2,000 yuan to make it an even 90,000, I will sell it to you, and I will also include these yuan shirkai coins. Yi Gucheng smiled and replied, very well, that is agreeable. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the money. Yi Gucheng exited the shop and headed to a nearby bank's ATM, withdrawing 200,000 yuan in cash. Initially, he had considered transferring the funds via his mobile phone for convenience, but upon seeing the elderly lady clutching an antiquated Nokia flip phone, he abandoned the idea. Moreover, in the antiques trade, cash transactions are often preferred, partly to avoid taxation and partly because withdrawing cash from a corporate account can be cumbersome. Thus, he withdrew an additional 110,000 yuan for contingency purposes. His small second-hand antique store typically had a monthly revenue of only around 100,000 yuan. Having returned to his shop, Yi Gucheng handed the 90,000 yuan to the elderly lady. She dipped her fingers into her saliva and began counting the bills, while Yi Gucheng patiently waited without rushing her. After several minutes, the elderly lady carefully tucked the money into her bag and trembled as she took her leave. Noticing Wang Yunfeng's skeptical gaze, Yi Gucheng merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Instead, he took a knife and, in front of Wang Yunfeng, forcefully scraped off the fake skin from the surface of the Hetian jade. Beneath the facade lay a pristine and delicate white jade, exuding a soft luster under the light. Indeed, it was top-quality Xinjiang Hetian jade. It is worth noting that in ancient times, the finest Xinjiang Hetian jade was a luxury exclusive to the ruling class. An item ordinary citizens could never possess. A single piece could be worth a fortune. Wang Yunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. How on earth did you discern that? Yi Gucheng raised an eyebrow, adopting a somewhat pretentious tone. It's just intuition. Do refrain from blabbering about this. If word gets out, others might label me a swindler. Wang Yunfeng nodded in agreement. Of course, one must not flaunt wealth. I wouldn't dream of spreading such news. Yi Gucheng then handed him 10,000 yuan, saying, take this and spend it as you wish. From now on, you shall work with me, and I will pay you a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Together, we shall rise to prominence. Wang Yunfeng laughed heartily, feeling no qualms as he accepted the money with ease. I have some matters to attend to. Let us celebrate with drinks tonight. With that, Wang Yunfeng left the antique shop. Yi Gucheng settled into a grand armchair, toying with the Hetian jade he had just acquired. Unable to part with it, under the keen gaze of the celestial serpent's eye, he suddenly perceived that there seemed to be something concealed within the jade. However, he was unable to extract it himself. Scratching his head in contemplation, he eventually summoned the beautiful serpent, Kalin. Could you assist me by using your powers to retrieve whatever lies within? Kalin, without hesitation, opened her large maw and swallowed the jade, only to regurgitate an ancient black ring moments later. Yi Gucheng was left bewildered. What are you doing, beautiful? Where's my item? Kalin, looking somewhat aggrieved, responded. Did I not tell you before? I am a spirit. When I encounter something infused with spiritual energy, I automatically absorb it. Have you forgotten? Or has age dulled your wits? Yi Gucheng, upon hearing this, nearly lost his composure. Fine, he admitted it was his oversight, and he couldn't entirely blame Kalin. After all, she was merely a spirit, and he decided to be magnanimous. Picking up the black ring from the ground, he noticed its design featured a dragon and a phoenix, exuding an ancient charm, emanating an aura so archaic that even the celestial serpent's eye could not penetrate it. How peculiar! What could this ring possibly be? Without further ado, Yi Gucheng slipped the ring onto his middle finger. As soon as he did, the ring rapidly constricted, embedding itself deeply into his flesh like the tightening curse of the Monkey King. Yi Gucheng immediately felt a sharp pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he attempted to remove the ring, but it remained stubbornly in place. Soon, his finger bore deep blood marks, and blood began to flow from around his fingertip. The blood then streamed towards the mouths of the dragon and phoenix, exerting a powerful suction akin to a Fiji cup, nearly draining half the blood from his palm. Fortunately, this bizarre phenomenon lasted less than 10 seconds. Once the dragon and phoenix ceased their thirst, their forms turned a vivid crimson, as if imbued with life. Yi Gucheng stood agape, his mind swirling in confusion. At that moment, Kalin suddenly exclaimed, "My young master, you have stumbled upon a tremendous treasure." Yi Gucheng quickly inquired, "What treasure?" Kalin elaborated, "This is a divine-grade space ring, said to be a relic left behind by an immortal emperor millions of years ago. It is rumored that this ring houses a miniature world capable of containing all things, and that it can even traverse time and space, though I cannot confirm its truth." Upon hearing Kalin's explanation, Yi Gucheng was still somewhat dazed. An immortal emperor? Who is that? Are they truly formidable? Kalin, with a hint of pride, replied, "Naturally. An immortal emperor represents the pinnacle of cultivation. To my knowledge, since the last immortal emperor, no one has been able to reach that realm. Oh, and I heard this from a senior in the cultivation community. However, it was later fished out by your kind and consumed as food. Chapter 7. A Noble Act of Assistance. This matter seemed quite extraordinary, yet since Kaelin spoke so confidently, he had no reason to doubt her, for she would not deceive him. Thus, Gucheng concentrated and drew a book from the nearby shelf into the ring. After a moment, he retrieved the book, which appeared completely intact, showing no signs of damage and remaining fully usable. Now, Gucheng was entirely convinced of Kaelin's words. This indeed was a treasure. Initially, he had been troubled about how to salvage the gold bars from that sunken ship. Hiring outsiders for the task was out of the question, as it was not his fishing ground, and if word leaked, he would end up with nothing. Even if it were his own, the relevant authorities would likely covet it, deeming it a cultural relic worthy of confiscation. Ultimately, as an ordinary citizen, he should refrain from entertaining any notions of reasoning with the officials. Rather, the path to prosperity lies in quietly amassing wealth in secrecy. Thus, Gucheng made another visit to the fishing grounds, donning his diving suit and descending to the depths to stow away the remaining wooden boxes into his ring space. The gold within would suffice to ensure he never faced want in his later years. As dusk approached, after a few trips back and forth, Gucheng ventured into a department store, extravagantly purchasing several packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. Ordinarily, he would hesitate to indulge in such luxury, but with newfound wealth, he no longer felt the sting of extravagance. Observing the sparsely populated store, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He meandered over to the deli section and discreetly pilfered a few packets of drunken peanuts, spicy chicken feet, and turkey-flavored chips using his ring space. He dared not take anything too expensive, fearing the watchful eyes of the store staff. After leaving the store, he contacted Wang Yunfeng to arrange a meet at the bustling night market near the Confucius Temple in Jinling for some barbecue. The night market was abuzz with activity, alive with the aroma of street food. At an open-air barbecue stall, Gucheng and Wang Yunfeng grilled an abundance of lamb skewers, ordered a selection of cold dishes, and savored their beer while relishing the skewers. This lifestyle was sheer bliss. He wouldn't trade it even for the most divine being in the heavens. Wang Yunfeng eagerly stuffed a handful of skewers into his mouth, while Gucheng followed suit, indulging heartily. Soon, their faces glistened with grease, and feeling unsatisfied, they shed their shirts and feasted heartily, bare-chested. Wang Yunfeng, his mouth full, mumbled, "You rascal. You must have hit the jackpot in the lottery to be so generous, treating me to skewers after centuries of not seeing you." Gucheng chuckled. A fortune teller claimed that I, Gucheng, possessed the aura of an emperor. I am destined for a life of luxury and opulence. It seems the fortune teller was no fraud. Wang Yunfeng scoffed. Keep dreaming. You've been an orphan since childhood. If it weren't for your lucky break with your hometown-s redevelopment, netting you millions in compensation, you'd still be a pauper. Gucheng retorted. As if you're not an orphan yourself. Let us not cast stones at each other, haha. As they laughed heartily, a commotion erupted nearby. Gucheng glanced over and spotted a group of 5 or 6 ruffians, adorned with tattoos and swagger, cornering a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18. The girl, clad in a faded school uniform, trembled in fear as she faced their lewd advances, her voice quaking. "Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police." She brandished a Redmi phone, intending to seek help. The leader of the thugs, a man with dyed yellow hair, snatched the girl's phone with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Call the police? What good will that do? I've been running the streets of Jinling for years, and I've bribed everyone at the police station. Besides, with your looks, why don't you spend the night with me, and I'll buy you the latest iPhone?" "No, I want tea. Let me go?" The girl's face was streaked with tears, trembling in terror. Despite the crowd gathering, none dared to intervene. Gucheng frowned at the sight. He recognized the yellow-haired thug, Tang Xiaolong, nicknamed Brother Knife. This scoundrel, emboldened by his connections to the local underworld, was notorious for extorting protection money, engaging in loan sharking, and abducting women. Gucheng had been a victim of his extortion several times, choosing to endure rather than provoke trouble. However, today was different. He intended to teach this miscreant a lesson. With a silent incantation, he absorbed the thug's clothing into his ring space. What followed was a rather shocking spectacle. The thugs suddenly found themselves completely unclothed, their expressions shifting from bravado to fear as they gazed at one another. "Li Bai, where are your clothes?" "What the hell, monkey, your clothes are gone too." The crowd erupted in laughter, many pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired thug was in a worse predicament, having lost his means of coercion. Tang Xiaolong, bewildered, looked down to find himself stripped bare, panicking. "Where's my?" His frantic search yielded nothing but emptiness. The girl stood in confusion, equally perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the thug's tools. Where did they go? What just happened? Tang Xiaolong, infuriated, assumed the girl was responsible for his misfortune and raised his hand to strike her. However, just as he was about to bring his palm down, Yi Gucheng seized his wrist firmly, rendering him unable to move. "Who the hell are you?" Tang Xiaolong shouted, furious. Yi Gucheng, unfazed, delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling several meters away, hearing a faint crack as the thug's rib fractured. The remaining thugs, witnessing the scene, were paralyzed with fear, recognizing that Yi Gucheng was not someone to provoke. Moaning in pain, the yellow-haired thug groaned, "What's your name? If you're a man, tell me who you are, and we'll settle this." Yi Gucheng cast him a disdainful glance, replying coolly, "I am Yi Gucheng, the Lord of Baiyin City. If you're displeased, feel free to find me at the Antique Street anytime." With that, the thugs hastily fled. Yi Gucheng, uninterested in pursuing them further, approached the girl. "Are you all right? Where's your home? I can take you back." Wiping her tears, the girl replied, "I don't have a home. I just wanted to collect some bottles and cans to exchange for money, but those thugs targeted me." Through his inquiries, he learned her name was Qian Rushua, a student from the art department at Jinling University. An orphan herself, she had been taken in by a kind, elderly woman from an orphanage and had lived with her since childhood. Due to their impoverished circumstances, she often collected recyclables in addition to her studies. Yi Gucheng's heart sank. Could this girl be the granddaughter of that elderly woman he had encountered? What an uncanny coincidence. What extraordinary coincidences exist in this world? Is it that Jinling is too small, or is it destiny that led them to meet amidst the chaos? At that moment, Wang Yunfeng approached and exchanged a knowing glance with him. Subsequently, Yi Gucheng turned to the young maiden and said, "We've grilled an abundance of skewers, and the two of us cannot finish them all. Are you hungry? Why not indulge a little?" Upon hearing of food, Qian Rushua instinctively swallowed, her delicate face quickly reflecting a look akin to that of a colorful fish. Indeed, women are born lovers of food, whether human or demon. Yi Gucheng chuckled, guiding her to a folding table and inviting her to sit down, before calling over the vendor to grill some more skewers. One could hardly believe the petite girl's appetite. In no time, she devoured several large platters of skewers, leaving not a single cold dish behind, consuming even more than the two of them combined, as if she had never partaken of a hearty meal in her entire life. Yi Gucheng and Wang Yunfeng exchanged astonished glances, each secretly marveling at her veracity. After more than an hour, when Yi Gucheng went to settle the bill, he was astounded to find that it exceeded 3,000 yuan. Fortunately, he was not short on funds, thus he did not fret over the expense. Once the three had their fill, Wang Yunfeng mentioned he had matters to attend to and took his leave. Yi Gucheng, however, had no urgency to return, so he took Qian Rushua for a leisurely stroll around the Confucius Temple in Jinling, hoping to aid digestion. The vicinity of the temple was bustling with vendors, selling an assortment of antiques, both genuine and counterfeit, an excellent spot for treasure hunters, akin to Panjiayuan in the capital or Xinyang Road in Tianjin. However, the likelihood of unearthing hidden gems was contingent upon one's own skills. Yi Gucheng seldom frequented the temple area, primarily due to his limited means. Even if he encountered a treasure, he would most likely be unable to meet the vendor's asking price. The notion of procuring items worth hundreds of thousands or millions with just a few hundred or thousand yuan was nearly impossible. The odds were slimmer than winning the lottery. Yi Gucheng was self-aware and cognizant of his limitations, hence he never sought to partake in such crowds. At that moment, he wandered into the stone gambling zone, where stalls were scattered about, filled with eager customers. "Alas, I have been thoroughly unfortunate today, having opened 4 stones without revealing a single jade. My pension for the month is nearly depleted," lamented a fisherman's stall owner, whose luck seemed to have abandoned him. Yi Gucheng glanced up and recognized the old man. Noting his despondent expression as he recounted his misfortune after spending over 15,000 yuan on 4 stones, which had all yielded nothing. The crowd gathered to witness the spectacle offered no comforting words. They were there to derive amusement from others' misfortunes, relishing in the failures of the stone gambles. It is a natural inclination for people to derive joy from the misfortunes of others. Unable to endure the mockery, the old man sighed and departed. Yi Gucheng found the situation amusing, reflecting on how gambling stones was hardly a simple task. The adage "one cut leads to poverty, another to wealth" often rang true, and few families in the stone gambling business could sustain themselves over 3 generations. Moreover, stones imported from Myanmar had already been sifted through by savvy locals, leaving behind mere refuse for others to take a chance on. A winning outcome was nearly mythical. Activating his heavenly serpent eye, Yi Gucheng scanned the array of stones at a nearby stall and discerned that only 7 or 8 among them had the potential to reveal jade. Among them, the finest stone was encased in a yellowish skin, and to his astonishment, it contained a vivid green jadeite. Although it did not reach the quality of glass jade, it was likely a high-ice variety of imperial green. At that moment, as he smoked a cigarette, he hesitated to approach the stall, concerned that the smoke might waft toward nearby customers and earn him disdainful glances. Thus, he pulled Qian Rushue closer and pointed to the pile of stones, instructing, "Go help me purchase that stone, the one with the yellow skin. Remember to bargain with the vendor. Regardless of how outrageous the price he quotes, do not exceed 100,000 yuan." Qian Rushue blinked her bright, expressive eyes and replied eagerly, "All right, big brother, you treated me to so many skewers, I must find a way to repay you." Yi Gucheng affectionately ruffled her hair and handed her his bank card, saying, "Little sister, hurry along. The password is 6 zeros." With that, Qian Rushue joyfully hopped into the throng to purchase the stone. "Excuse me, sir, how much for these stones?" she inquired. The stone vendor, a portly man with an oily demeanor, saw the innocent girl and immediately schemed to overcharge her. "Ah, little sister, you've come to the right place. Each of my stones is of the finest jade, genuine and trustworthy. If you can extract a full green jade from one, you'll strike it rich." Qian Rushue pouted. "Is that true?" The vendor hastily affirmed, "Of course. What reason would I have to deceive such a sweet girl?" Feigning deliberation, she pointed to the yellow-skinned stone and said, "Uncle, I want to buy this stone. Can we negotiate a price under 100,000 yuan?" Yi Gucheng nearly choked on his disbelief upon hearing her bold proposal. Was haggling done this way? Shouldn't the vendor quote a price first, followed by a gradual negotiation? This young girl was clearly too naive. Yi Gucheng felt his face twitch. The vendor, momentarily taken aback, lamented, "Ah, dear girl, your bargaining skills are fierce. This stone cost me several 100,000 yuan. But since you wish to buy it, I won't overcharge you. Let us settle on 100,000 yuan." Without hesitation, Qian Rushue retrieved Yi Gucheng's bank card and swiped it on the vendor's POS machine to pay the sum of 100,000 yuan. "Today, you've struck quite a bargain, little sister. I'm the one who's at a loss." Though he spoke these words, the vendor was secretly overjoyed. The stone, which had never been opened, had performed so poorly that its purchase price was less than 10,000 yuan. He had flipped it tenfold, making a remarkable profit. Chapter 9, A Fortunate Find. "Big brother, I bought the stone you wanted for only 100,000 yuan. How about that? Am I impressive?" Seeing Qian Rushue's exuberance, Yi Gucheng found it difficult to chastise her further. Beside the stone stall, there was a small stone cutting machine, suitable only for stones weighing less than 30 kilograms. Anything larger could not be processed. Yi Gucheng weighed the yellow-skinned stone in his hands, estimating it to be around 16 to 17 kilograms. He then handed it to the stone workers, instructing them to cut it open. 2 workers were present, one responsible for cutting the stone, while the other poured water over it to cool it down. The cutting process generates intense heat, and without cooling, the stone could crack. Once substantial cracks appeared, a winning stone could easily turn into a loss. Soon, the cutting machine emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache. As a corner of the stone was sliced open, one worker used a thick hose to douse the stone with water, cooling it down. To their astonishment, a vibrant, eye-catching green emerged from the edge of the stone, glistening as if it were dripping with dew. The onlookers could not help but exclaim, "Look, it's turning green." Swiftly, a voice emerged to dampen their enthusiasm. "Heh, don't get too excited too soon. It might just be a layer of faux green veneer. I refuse to believe he possesses such extraordinary luck." Leaf Gucheng, hearing their remarks, chose to disregard them and instructed the stone cutters to continue their work. After approximately 5 minutes, the entire gambling stone was completely unveiled, revealing a treasure trove of jadeite, all in a pristine green hue, of a quality just shy of glass. It was, astonishingly, an emperor green. "Everyone, come quickly. We've unearthed high-grade emperor green jade." The crowd erupted in excitement, drawing numerous spectators, all eager and envious, their eyes gleaming with a mix of admiration and jealousy. Leaf Gucheng, however, remained unfazed, calmly gesturing for silence. "I offer 5 million. Sir, you might consider selling it to our Jimao jewelry." "Boss Chi, that's rather unscrupulous of you. Always trying to snag a bargain. There aren't endless opportunities for that." "I bid 6 million. Sell it to me. 7 million. 8 million. 10 million. Within mere breaths, the price surged to 10 million, a substantial sum indeed, especially given the numerous cracks and the limited number of bangles. Thus, 10 million was not an insignificant amount. The crowd fell into an immediate hush. At that moment, a refined young gentleman approached, flanked by 2 towering bodyguards, clearly ex-military by their demeanor. He stepped forward, calmly addressing Leaf Gucheng. "Good day, sir. My name is Wang Sini. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope you would consider selling me this piece of high-grade emperor green jade." 10 million? That price is somewhat acceptable. I wouldn't be at a loss. Leaf Gucheng snapped back to reality. "Of course, that's not a problem. As long as the price is reasonable, I have no reason to refuse you." He promptly provided his bank account details. In a matter of moments, The sum of 10 million was transferred to his account. Leaf Gucheng, glancing at the bank notification, burst into delighted laughter. Wang Sini clasped his hands in gratitude. I must take my leave now, due to pressing matters. Here's my business card. Should you come across any exceptional jade in the future, feel free to contact me. I assure you, I will treat you fairly on pricing. Leaf Gucheng eagerly accepted the card. Certainly, if I uncover any extraordinary jade, you will be the first I reach out to. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before parting ways, as they were still strangers with little to discuss. After leaving the gambling stone stand, Leaf Gucheng sought a secluded spot, opened his phone, and marveled at the message notifications. His savings had swelled to over 10 million, a sum he had never dared to dream of before. In just a few short days, he had amassed such wealth. It felt like a dream. It seemed that accumulating riches was not as daunting as he had imagined. Leaf Gucheng proceeded to a nearby bank, withdrew another million, and set aside 100,000 for Qian Rushua. He smiled at her, saying, "Little sister, take this 100,000 for now. It's a matter of courtesy in our world. Those who witness the fortune must share in it. You helped me acquire that gambling stone, which led to my discovery of the Emperor Green Jade. I cannot let you go unrewarded." To his surprise, Qian Rushua shook her head vehemently, pouting, No, big brother, I cannot accept your money. My grandmother has always taught me not to covet other small gains. Every penny must be earned through my own efforts. Leaf Gucheng found her response amusing. All right, let's do this. I will take you home first, and when I have time, we can play together. He hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to ensure Qian Rushua returned safely to Jinling University, paying him triple the fare. Afterward, Leaf Gucheng continued to explore the antique market, as returning home early would leave him with nothing to do. The antique trade can be broadly categorized into ceramics, calligraphy and paintings, jade, and miscellaneous items. Leaf Gucheng had always harbored an interest in calligraphy and painting, longing to find a couple of noteworthy pieces at the Jinling cultural market. But his previous financial constraints had rendered such aspirations unattainable. Now that he had the means, he was determined to fulfill that modest wish. Wandering about, he stumbled upon a stall specializing in renowned calligraphy, paintings, coins, and bronze artifacts. Among the treasures on display were rare items such as the Shi Wang Shanggong coin, a Ming Dynasty Xuande censer, Chenghua period Dotsai porcelain, and several notable works by the esteemed calligrapher Zheng Banqiao. However, there were also numerous lesser-known artists' imitations, which, while visually splendid, were not exorbitantly priced, predominantly dating back to the late Qing and early Republic periods. Leaf Gucheng quickly chose a piece by Zheng Banqiao. The proprietor quoted a price of 200,000. This sum was reasonable and reflected the value of the artwork, so Leaf Gucheng, lacking the inclination to haggle, prepared to make the purchase. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman with a youthful demeanor, clad in a faded Zhongshan suit, approached. His demeanor exuded a scholarly charm, perhaps indicating he was a seasoned connoisseur in the antique world. To Leaf Gucheng's astonishment, the old gentleman boldly declared, "Young comrade, I will take that piece. How much is it? Please wrap it up for me." This was intolerable for Leaf Gucheng. He had laid eyes on it first, and the old gentleman's abrupt interruption blatantly violated the unwritten rules of the antique trade. Taking a moment to calm himself, Leaf Gucheng addressed the elder, "Sir, I was the first to express interest in this piece. Kindly adhere to the conventions of our industry." The old gentleman, far from angered, appraised him with a discerning gaze and replied coolly, "Are you engaged in the antique business?" Without hesitation, Leaf Gucheng nodded. "Indeed. Why do you ask?" The elder inquired. "What is your specialty?" Leaf Gucheng, perhaps a bit boastfully, replied, "I have a modest understanding of all areas." The elder frowned at this response. "You, young man, are quite audacious for your age. I have heard you recently unearthed an Emperor Green. Tell me, was that due to skill or merely luck?" Leaf Gucheng hesitated before responding. It should be considered skill. Having inherited the abilities of the beautiful Serpent, he could see through the stone with the eye of the celestial Serpent, making luck an inconsequential factor in his case. He could not lie in front of the elder, seeing the sincerity in Leaf Gucheng's expression, which did not suggest deceit. The elder softened his tone. "Very well, according to the customs of our trade, I will grant you this one exception. Do you have time to visit my home? Let us forego sleep tonight and engage in a meaningful conversation." Leaf Gucheng replied with enthusiasm, "Let us go." The elder nodded and promptly contacted his chauffeur. After a brief wait, a sleek black Hongqi sedan arrived before them. The driver respectfully addressed the elder, "Qi Lao, please step inside." Once they were seated, Leaf Gucheng was surprised to find the car heading directly toward Jinling University. Upon arriving at the university gates, the security guard, recognizing the vehicle's license plate, promptly allowed them entry. They traversed the campus and soon arrived at a private residence, with the elder leading the way and Leaf Gucheng closely following. The living room is quite spacious, adorned with an antique charm, furnished entirely with aged Nanmu wood furniture. A display shelf showcases a myriad of exquisite antique porcelain, each piece undoubtedly valuable. The walls are adorned with numerous paintings by Zheng Banqiao, clearly indicating the elderly gentleman's fondness for the artist, a sentiment he shares as well. The old man retrieved 2 bottles of exclusive liquor from his safe and prepared several plates of cold dishes, and the two of them dined and conversed leisurely. After a few glasses of the fine liquor, their conversation flowed effortlessly. The old man inquired, "Young man, may I ask what business you are in? What is your income?" Yi Gucheng offered a self-deprecating smile. "As a junior in the antique market of Jinling, I run a second-hand antique shop. When business is good, I earn around 10,000 a month. When it's not, I only make 4 or 5,000. The old man reassured him, "There's no need for despair, young man. Many university graduates nowadays toil tirelessly for just 2 or 3,000 a month. You are already quite admirable." Yi Gucheng chuckled but chose not to elaborate further. The old man continued, "My surname is Qi. I possess a modest understanding of calligraphy and painting, and my peers in the antique industry affectionately refer to me as Old Qi." Upon hearing the old man's self-introduction, Yi Gucheng suddenly recalled that Old Qi is an honorary professor at Jinling University, specializing in calligraphy and painting while also possessing considerable knowledge of porcelain and jade. He has even appeared on television programs dedicated to appraising antiques, some of which are state-level broadcasts. This revelation left Yi Gucheng feeling somewhat embarrassed, uncertain of how to proceed with the conversation. Turning his gaze to the desk, an idea struck him. He rose, approached the desk, spread out a blank sheet of paper, and deftly inscribed several bold characters. The strokes were sharp, penetrating the paper as if a soaring dragon were drinking from the waters, executed in one breath. The 4 characters rarely confused sprang to life on the page, elegantly crafted with a striking flair. Upon reading it, Old Qi was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent for quite some time. It is often said that one's handwriting reflects one's character. Such bold and expressive script could only be penned by someone with a candid heart, unyielding and fearless, qualities he himself could not embody. As for Yi Gucheng, having lost both parents at a young age, he lived a life often worse than a dog. He had initially aspired to secure a stable position after graduating from university. But a car accident occurred during the interview. Just when he anticipated the demolition of his ancestral home, his 2 uncles brazenly tore their relationship apart, suing him for a share of the compensation. Having experienced the fickleness of human relationships, Yi Gucheng became disillusioned, no longer trusting anyone. Perhaps having endured too much repression over the years, he occasionally acted impulsively, yet this state of mind set him apart from the ordinary. At that moment, Old Qi found himself genuinely admiring the young man before him. Before long, the 2 bottles of fine liquor were completely consumed, and Yi Gucheng gazed at the empty bottles, yearning for more. "Old Qi, this liquor is exquisite. Do you have any more? Please, let me indulge a little longer." Old Qi, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I apologize. I only have those 2 bottles, gifted to me by the leaders of the television station during a recording in Kyoto several years ago." Hearing this, Yi Gucheng felt a tinge of disappointment, wondering about the kind of people who could indulge in such exclusive liquor daily. Throughout that evening, the two conversed extensively. Though Yi Gucheng could hardly recall the specifics, he only remembered that on the way home, he stumbled several times due to intoxication and collided heavily with a nearby telephone pole. Fortunately, thanks to his vigorous constitution, he emerged unscathed, while the pole toppled with a resounding crash. Eventually, Kai Lin could no longer bear to watch and took control of his body, guiding him back to the antique shop. The following morning, upon awakening to the disarray of his shop, Yi Gucheng contemplated hiring someone to renovate it and breathe new life into the space. Especially now that he had a bit of money on hand, he resolved not to be a miser. Consequently, he called Wang Yunfeng, instructing him to find a reliable renovation company. Money was not an issue. The key was to ensure the work was done well without any shortcuts. Remarkably, the treatment afforded to those with wealth is indeed different. Originally, the renovation fee was agreed upon at 30,000 yuan, but Yi Gucheng added another 20,000. As a result, the renovation crew arrived promptly, completing the work in just one morning. Afterwards, the two sat down to enjoy tea and converse. Wang Yunfeng, intrigued, asked, "I heard someone say yesterday that you uncovered an imperial green jadeite at a gambling stone stall, netting a cool 10 million. Is there any truth to that?" Yi Gucheng nodded nonchalantly. "Yes, I simply had a stroke of good luck. I never anticipated earning such a sum." Wang Yunfeng shot him a skeptical glance, dismissively stating, "You're lying. I've noticed that you've been on a winning streak lately, making money hand over fist. Is there a deity assisting you?" Yi Gucheng felt a shiver run down his spine, thinking how perceptive Wang Yunfeng was, almost as if he were a worm in his gut. Nevertheless, he replied, "There's nothing to that. Don't indulge in baseless speculation. You know it's against the rules for spirits to manifest since the founding of the nation. Wang Yunfeng chuckled. I was merely testing you to see if you were deceiving me. At that moment, a customer entered the antique shop, a pregnant woman, visibly heavy with child, her gait unsteady. She expressed her desire to purchase a jade bracelet. Yi Gucheng promptly approached her, eager to assist. Once she completed her purchase, a sudden downpour erupted outside. And given the intensity of the rain, it appeared unlikely to cease anytime soon. The pregnant woman grew anxious, having left in haste without an umbrella. After all, she was expecting, it was hardly feasible for her to venture out into the rain. She attempted to call her husband, only to find him dismissively claiming he was in a meeting and unable to pick her up. The woman then buried her face in her hands and began to weep softly. Seeing her in such distress, Yi Gucheng felt a pang of compassion. Please, don't cry. Where do you live? I can give you a ride home. With that, he went to the parking lot across the street, retrieved his Mazda, and invited the pregnant woman to get in. A figure resembling a leader, brandishing a megaphone, called out towards the upper floors. Dear student, please do not act impulsively. Any concerns you have can be discussed with our school authorities, and we will earnestly strive to resolve them. Do not entertain any drastic thoughts. Simultaneously, 2 or 3 firefighters, in collaboration with the police, stealthily infiltrated the academic building. Observing the scene, Yi Gucheng curiously opened the car door and stepped out, gazing up at the towering structure. This educational edifice boasted over 30 stories, reaching nearly 100 meters in height. To an ordinary person, it might appear as nothing more than a vague silhouette. But with the enhancement of the heavenly serpent's eye, Yi Gucheng perceived everything with utmost clarity. The distressed female student was, astonishingly, Qian Ruxue. A jolt of surprise coursed through Yi Gucheng as he pondered the plight of this young girl. Just yesterday, all seemed well. What could have transpired to drive her to contemplate such a tragic end? At that moment, Wang Yuyan also alighted from the vehicle. Upon recognizing her, the school authorities hastily abandoned the megaphone and approached her with urgency. Teacher Wang, is that student named Qian Ruxue from your class? You must persuade her immediately. If this escalates, it will cast a negative shadow on our school. Of course, Director Liu, I will go at once, Wang Yuyan replied, her heart racing upon learning that it was one of her own students in distress. Ignoring her own pregnancy, she rushed towards the building, only to be halted by Yi Gucheng. Enough, in your condition, it would be unwise to rush into danger. Allow me to handle this. Director Liu furrowed his brow and exclaimed loudly, Who are you? I have never seen you before. Who permitted a stranger to enter? The elderly man seemed increasingly muddled. Yi Gucheng remained silent. With a swift motion, he darted into the building, moving with a speed so extraordinary that those present could scarcely comprehend his actions. On the rooftop, Qian Ruxue sat despondently against the wall, having securely locked the iron door leading to the terrace. A couple of firefighters were attempting to drill through the door, aiming to forcibly enter and rescue the young girl contemplating suicide. Yet, such a challenge posed no difficulty for Yi Gucheng, who opted to ascend through a lower window, reaching the top floor with relative ease. This maneuver left Qian Ruxue astounded. Big brother, is it really you? She exclaimed. Yi Gucheng smiled, lighting a cigarette, and inquired, Now, tell me, what sorrow has befallen you that you feel compelled to express your emotions in such a tragic manner? Qian Ruxue trembled, memories of painful experiences flooding her mind. And she covered her ears. Big brother, please leave. I don't want your concern. She had no intention of departing this world so simply. Raised lovingly by her benevolent grandmother, she had not been bestowed with wealth, but had felt the warmth of familial love. Yet, in reality, she had endured relentless bullying from her peers. Accusations of her engaging in promiscuity circulated, and harsh words labeled her an orphan, scavenging alongside an old woman. Insidious remarks branded her a seductress, alluring men with her charms. Some even enlisted thugs to exact revenge upon her. The burden had become unbearable, and she yearned for a swift conclusion to her suffering. Yi Gucheng felt a surge of frustration, unable to fathom the depths of the young girl's despair. As the rain intensified, his newly purchased suit became thoroughly soaked, extinguishing the cigarette between his fingers. Meanwhile, Qian Ruxue, with her hair drenched, wiped her face, unsure whether the moisture was from the rain or her own tears. From her skirt pocket, she produced a bank card. Big brother, this card contains over 1,000 yuan. My savings from part-time jobs. Please ensure it reaches my grandmother. However, Yi Gucheng had no intention of accepting it. He merely shrugged and replied, I'm afraid I cannot assist with that. If you choose to turn back now, there is still time. But if your heart is set on death, I shall not hinder you. He was no saint, respecting others' choices and rejecting an excess of sympathy, for good people often lead short lives. I understand, Qian Ruxue replied, glancing down at the throng below. The crowd was a dark mass, with onlookers indulging in the spectacle, some even filming and urging her to jump. Hey, you up there. Why are you just standing there? If you're going to jump, Do it quickly. Don't waste our time. We're getting drenched in the rain. A group of female students, including her classmates, gathered and jeered. Some stood with their hands in their pockets, disdainful, while others laughed and chatted, eager for her to leap. One girl with a high ponytail bore a particularly sinister expression. Wang Yuyan glared at them, warning, "If you continue this nonsense, I will have you write a reflection in my office." Under her reprimand, they reluctantly fell silent. Yet, Qian Ruxue heard every word clearly. She recognized the girl with the ponytail as the cousin of the thug who had tormented her the previous night. And while her big brother might save her this once, he could not offer a lifetime of protection. Thus, if she was destined to face this calamity, why not depart from this world cleanly? As this realization dawned upon her, a serene smile unfurled across Qian Ruxue's delicate face, and a rose-colored mark suddenly appeared on her forehead, vanishing into her skin within a second. Meanwhile, outside the corridor, the firefighters had breached the iron door and rushed towards her, intent on pulling her away from the ledge. Casting a glance at Yi Gucheng, her resolve hardened. She swiftly maneuvered to the opposite side of the terrace and, without hesitation, leaped off. The sudden turn of events left the two firefighters momentarily paralyzed. Yi Gucheng, too, was taken aback by her audacity to leap from such a height. A voice in his mind urged him, "Quick, young master, you must stop her. She must not perish." Responding to the voice, Yi Gucheng wasted no time, discarding his cigarette and following her leap. Chapter 12. The storefront is shattered. It was a foregone conclusion that jumping from such a height would spell certain doom. This was a 30-story building, 100 meters high. A fall from such a distance would reduce a person to mere pulp, leaving no hope for survival. Qian Ruxue closed her eyes, bracing for the violent impact that would envelop her, anticipating the loss of consciousness and the finality of death. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, she experienced no pain, only a warm sensation enveloping her. Was it merely an illusion? Gathering her courage, she opened her eyes and found herself unscathed, cradled in the arms of her big brother in a princess carry. What's happening? She wondered. Is this big brother a superhero? Has he been sent by heaven to save me? Qian Ruxue blinked her sparkling eyes, bewildered. Unbeknownst to her, the torrential rain had ceased, and as the clouds parted, gentle sunlight streamed through, illuminating her face. She suddenly realized how strikingly handsome her big brother was, like a firefly shining in the dark, so vivid, so exceptional. Soon, other students, teachers, and school officials arrived on the scene. Both the police and firefighters were utterly astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. This is utterly outrageous. It shatters all sense of reason. How could two individuals leap from such a great height and emerge unscathed? Is there truly such absurdity in this world? In fact, at the moment Yi Gucheng leaped, he harnessed the extraordinary ability of the enchanting serpent, executing a spatial displacement technique that exchanged his position with that of Qian Ruxue. This allowed him to touch down first and, upon landing, to securely catch Qian Ruxue. "Big brother," Qian Ruxue murmured softly. Before Yi Gucheng could respond, Director Liu hastily approached, grabbing Yi Gucheng's hand and exclaiming, "Oh my, we owe you a great debt. You timely rescued this wayward maiden, preventing the situation from escalating. Most importantly, you preserved the reputation of our school. Had this incident spread, the repercussions would have been dire. On behalf of the school, I would like to reward you with 1,000 yuan as a token of gratitude. If you desire a banner of commendation, I can arrange that as well." Yi Gucheng rolled his eyes, disregarding the man entirely. Silently, he placed Qian Ruxue in the passenger seat of his car and drove away from Jin University. As he glanced back, he noticed the young girl had fallen asleep at some point, her hands still tightly clutching his clothing. Yi Gucheng quickly inquired of the enchanting serpent, "My lady, please tell me, why did you insist that I save her?" Kai Lin hesitated momentarily before responding. This radiant girl likely harbors an ancient demon within her, one of considerable strength. Yi Gucheng exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that true? I lack the knowledge, do not deceive me." Kai Lin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is true. However, the spirit within her has been sealed by some form of restriction, causing her to fall into a temporary slumber. Once it awakens, it could be catastrophic. I fear even I would not stand a chance against it. If it could be harnessed for your use, you would find few rivals throughout Huaxia, and wherever you go, you would stride with confidence." Upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng burst into joyous laughter, thinking this was extraordinarily surreal, and it just so happened to involve him. Well then, fortune has favored him, and it cannot be hindered. Yi Gucheng suppressed his laughter and returned to the antique shop with Qian Ruxue. Upon arrival, he discovered a crowd gathered both inside and outside his shop, the glass windows shattered to pieces. This sight pained Yi Gucheng's heart. How could his newly renovated store be reduced to such a state? Who could have done this? He quickly parked the car and dashed over to investigate. Pushing through the throng, Yi Gucheng saw a group of 20 or so thugs, brandishing steel pipes and wooden clubs, savaging his store with reckless abandon. The cacophony of destruction echoed down the street. Among them, the leader was none other than Tang Xiaolong, his gaudy yellow hair making him conspicuously noticeable in the crowd. As he directed his gang to wreak havoc on Yi Gucheng's shop, he simultaneously assaulted Wang Yunfeng, shouting, "You little brat, tell me where the owner of this wretched establishment has gone. Surely he has not hidden away in fear, knowing that my brother Dao seeks him for retribution." Wang Yunfeng, blood bubbling from his mouth, spat defiantly, "Get lost. I have no idea. I, the Thief King, roam these streets without betraying my companions. Not even with a blade to my throat will I divulge anything." Tang Xiaolong sneered. "Ah, it seems you possess quite the stubborn tongue. If you don't witness a little color, you won't speak, will you? Brothers, strike hard." With that, Wang Yunfeng was besieged and beaten. Though he had some martial skills, the sheer number of opponents overwhelmed him. He succumbed to the truth that 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands. Watching this unfold ignited a fire within Yi Gucheng, prompting him to step forward and deliver a powerful punch to one of the thuggish brutes, sending the man crashing backwards like a kite severed from its string. Landing heavily on the ground with a pained cry, Yi Gucheng then plunged into the fray, dispatching the gangsters with ruthless efficiency, leaving them battered and broken. Not a single one was left unscathed, especially 2 fools who attempted to draw knives on him, only to be met with a single strike that reduced them to a bloody mist. Tang Xiaolong, cunning as ever, recognized the tide had turned when he saw his men faltering and fleeing, and he promptly attempted to escape. Unfortunately for him, he was confronted by Yi Gucheng. As he ran, he realized he had not moved an inch, for Yi Gucheng had somehow appeared right before him, lifting him off the ground. Yi Gucheng spoke in a low voice, "I ask you, do you yield?" Tang Xiaolong, initially intent on maintaining his bravado, was instantly cowed by the ice in Yi Gucheng's gaze. "Big brother, let us speak amicably. There is no need for violence. Our leader, Feng Wuya, is a powerful figure in Jinling. If you have the courage, why not seek him out at the Jinling Grand Hotel for a friendly contest? But I suspect you lack the guts." Yi Gucheng, initially reluctant to flaunt his prowess, found himself intrigued by the challenge. "Very well. I shall see what your leader is truly capable of. Do not mistake my intentions. Once I have satisfied my hunger, I will pay your leader a visit." Disdaining to engage further with these ruffians, he commanded them to disperse. Chapter 13, Fandabiao. The recent weather had been unusually erratic. In April, Jinling City felt like a blazing furnace. Yi Gucheng and his companions sought refuge in a noodle shop, savoring their meal with garlic, the flavors utterly delightful. Despite the fans whirring at full speed, they could not dispel the oppressive heat, the air thick with a stifling wave that left one feeling lightheaded. Yet Yi Gucheng felt no discomfort. Instead, he experienced a refreshing coolness throughout his body. Undoubtedly, this was the result of the enchanting Serpent's influence. It appeared that Qianrenxue, too, shared this peculiar immunity to the sweltering heat, not a single bead of sweat gracing her brow. Meanwhile, Wang Yunfeng was drenched, perspiration streaming down his face. After consuming just 2 bowls of noodles, both Yi Gucheng and Wang Yunfeng found themselves unable to eat another bite. Yet Qianrenxue astonishingly polished off 18 bowls, leaving behind a towering stack of empty dishes. Yi Gucheng stared in disbelief. Have I unwittingly invited a bottomless pit into my life? After they had satisfied their appetites, they hailed a taxi, bound for the Jinling Grand Hotel. This towering establishment boasted 68 stories, the tallest in Jinling, owned by a notorious figure known as Feng Wuya, reputed to possess a fortune exceeding 100 billion and to be the undisputed ruler of Jinling's underworld. Even the so-called nemesis of evil, Director Feng, dared not provoke him lightly. Of course, the Jinling Grand Hotel was notorious for its gray market dealings, thriving on a lucrative stream of income. It even housed a vast gambling venue, with each wagered stone priced no less than 500,000 yuan, the total value of all stones likely exceeding 1 billion. At this moment, in the office of Master Fan, the infamous leader of the underworld, stood Tang Xiaolong, a yellow-haired thug, accompanied by a dozen of his subordinates. "Master Fan, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. The owner of that antique shop possesses extraordinary martial arts skills. With just a slight move, he dispatched my men, leaving them utterly defeated. Especially Li Bai and the monkey, who were struck down into a mist of blood by a single slap. Had I not been slightly more adept, I would likely be in dire straits by now." Listening to the report from his chief enforcer, Master Fan furrowed his brow and muttered, "Is that true? Is he truly as formidable as you claim?" "Absolutely, Master Fan," Tang Xiaolong insisted. "All right, I understand. You may leave now. I shall meet this individual myself." Master Fan waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, he had already reviewed the surveillance footage from the hotel lobby and identified Yi Gucheng and his entourage, instructing his men to bring them up. Regardless of this person's background, it was essential to probe further. Thus, Yi Gucheng and his companions were escorted to Master Fan's office. The office was lavishly adorned, sprawling over a space of 1 to 2,000 square meters, filled with renowned cigarettes, fine wines, and countless precious artifacts and paintings. Not to mention several tiger skins. Yi Gucheng gazed around in envy, pondering the incomprehensible world of the affluent, for he remained a poor man at heart. Qian Ruxue cast a glance at Master Fan, and immediately her mind was flooded with information. Master Fan, whose true name is Fan Debiao, is notorious in the underworld. Known for his ruthless disposition and profound cunning, making him a formidable adversary. After absorbing this information, she felt a surge of alarm, yet she was not afraid. Should Master Fan dare to threaten her elder brother, she would risk her life to protect him. You are Master Fan, correct? The boss of that yellow-haired thug? Yi Gucheng inquired. Master Fan scoffed. Young man, one may indulge in a chaotic feast, but one must speak with decorum. What is this nonsense about being a boss? I am a law-abiding citizen, conducting legitimate business, not some underworld criminal. Do not slander me. Yi Gucheng retorted with disdain. Whether you are a criminal or a law-abiding citizen matters not to me. I have come to address a matter of great importance. What matter? Master Fan asked, intrigued. Your subordinates have utterly demolished my shop. Since you are their leader, I seek compensation for the damages. If you refuse, I shall be compelled to resort to force. Yi Gucheng declared boldly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yunfeng, standing nearby, eagerly rolled up his sleeves. Though his martial arts skills were mediocre, fighting alongside Yi Gucheng had emboldened him. Master Fan appeared momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such audacity from this individual, who dared to issue threats in his presence. After decades of navigating the underworld, no one had ever spoken to him so brazenly. The more arrogant his opponent, the more wary he grew, for only true martial arts masters could afford such bravado. With a shift in his demeanor, Master Fan's tone softened considerably. You see, you are becoming impatient. We all venture into this world to seek wealth. What good is constant fighting and killing? I heard you made a fortune of 10 million from a mere investment of 100,000 yesterday at the Jinling antique market. Clearly, you possess a talent for gambling on stones. Coincidentally, I have a stone gambling venue here. Why not indulge in a few rounds? Should you lose, it will be on my account. Should you win, the profits will be yours. How does that sound? Yi Gucheng contemplated this proposal, finding some merit in Master Fan's words. After all, they were on unfamiliar turf, and engaging in a fight could potentially yield unfavorable outcomes. Since Master Fan was offering a way out, it would be foolish to refuse. Yi Gucheng was no reckless fool. His intellect was always at the forefront. Thus, under Master Fan's guidance, they ascended to the 44th floor via the elevator. Although the number seemed ominous at first, it had a different connotation in musical terms, suggesting that Master Fan had an appreciation for the arts. Upon reaching the 44th floor, they discovered a plethora of stones for gambling, each more varied than the last, ranging from fully uncut stones to those that had been partially opened. Smaller stones weighed a mere dozen or 20 kilograms, while larger ones could weigh hundreds, even thousands of kilograms. Although Master Fan had promised to cover the costs, Yi Gucheng was not one to take advantage of others. As the saying goes, a small gain can lead to a great loss. Therefore, he intended to pay the fair price for the stones. Select a stone that catches your eye, and I'll foot the bill, Yi Gucheng instructed his companions. Qian Ruxue nodded eagerly, for with only a little over 1,000 yuan left in her account, she was all too familiar with the pangs of hunger. Faced with an opportunity for wealth, she would not let it slip away. Wang Yunfeng had a few tens of thousands saved, yet it paled in comparison to Yi Gucheng's resources. However, with such a generous brother, he felt compelled to participate. Thus, the trio dispersed to select their stones. Yi Gucheng, not overly greedy, chose only 3 stones. The largest weighed 2 to 3 tons, while the smallest was around several hundred kilograms. Remarkably, the most valuable among them was the smaller stone. Utilizing his celestial vision, Yi Gucheng peered inside and discerned 5 distinct colors within the stone. This could very well be the fabled multicolored jade. Each hue was valued at 10 million, totaling 50 million. Even if it were only of high ice quality, far beneath that of glass quality, selling it for 3 to 500 million should pose no issue. The 3 stones cost a total of 15 million, nearly exhausting Yi Gucheng's savings. After completing the transaction, he gazed at the meager balance in his bank account. Astonished at the volatility of fortune, no wonder they say a single stroke can render one rich or poor. Gambling on stones is indeed a wild endeavor. At that moment, Qian Ruxue and Wang Yunfeng had also selected their stones. Qian Ruxue had chosen a stone with a sky-blue icy core, weighing about a kilogram, likely worth around 2 million. Despite her hearty appetite, her skill in gambling on stones was impressive. With proper guidance, she could become a top-notch stone gambler in the future. Wang Yunfeng, on the other hand, had a shrewd eye. selecting a blood jade filled with vibrant red emeralds. However, it was slightly smaller, yielding only a couple of jade bracelets, likely totaling no more than 3 million. The combined value of their stones barely reached 800,000, a mere fraction of Yi Gucheng's investment. Quickly take your stones for processing. We cannot afford to waste time, Yi Gucheng urged. They complied promptly, handing their chosen stones to the workers for processing. As Qian Rushue's stone was the smallest, the workers split it in half, revealing its contents in under a minute. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Wow. Everyone come look. This young lady has unearthed icy sky blue jade. Soon, a throng of spectators gathered around the stone processing machine, filled with envy and longing, wishing they could snatch the stone away. However, with surveillance cameras everywhere and the fact that this was the territory of the underworld Lord Master Fan, no one dared to act. Unlike in certain places where incidents may occur without warning, once trouble arises here, all the surveillance equipment seems to malfunction. At that moment, a man in his 40s, adorned with a gold chain, approached Qian Rushue and said, "Hello, young lady. I offer 2 million to purchase your icy, sky blue jadeite. What do you think?" Qian Rushue blinked her large, sparkling eyes and glanced at the older gentleman. Noticing his lack of objection, she agreed to this peculiar uncle's proposal. The two swiftly executed the transaction, and before long, Qian Rushue's card reflected an additional 2 million, much to her delight. Meanwhile, on Wang Yunfeng's side, he successfully unveiled a blood jade, and upon receiving an offer of 5 million, he sold it without a moment's hesitation. Both individuals wore broad smiles, almost oblivious to their surroundings. Qian Rushue tilted her head and said, "Big brother, it's your turn now. Just make sure you don't unveil a worthless stone and become the laughingstock." Wang Yunfeng chuckled, "Haha, little sister Shui is absolutely right. Brother Yi, you must do us proud." Yi Gucheng muttered, "You can take your nonsense elsewhere. It is said that even deities cannot discern a piece of jade. If I were guaranteed a win, I would have long since become the world's richest man." Though he spoke thus, he desired to remain as discreet as possible, unwilling to reveal his extraordinary ability to see through objects. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Gucheng decided to first unveil the multicolored stone. He willingly handed the several hundred kilograms of stone over to the workers. A few stone cutters worked together with considerable effort to hoist the stone onto the cutting machine. One of the workers pressed a button, and the machine emitted an excruciating sound. The others skillfully sprayed water from a pipe as they coordinated their efforts. After a little over a minute, a corner of the stone was cut open, revealing a dazzling array of colorful jade. Such exquisite jade is a rare find. In the rich tapestry of traditional Chinese culture, there exists a belief in the auspiciousness of colors, perfectly encapsulated by the hues of this jade. Many Chinese, particularly the older generation, are steeped in superstitions, holding a firm belief in feng shui, thus seeking a good omen from such stones. As soon as this multicolored stone was unveiled, it caused quite a stir. The gambling stone market spanned approximately 30,000 square meters, attracting no fewer than 1,000 people. In an instant, the throng of wealthy young men and women, alongside affluent matrons, sought to befriend Yi Gucheng, for such exceptional multicolored stones are seldom encountered. Offers quickly began to flood in. "Sir, don't cut it further. I'll offer 5 billion for it." Another voice chimed in, 2 billion. "I'm claiming this stone." The atmosphere soon erupted into chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. Prices soared rapidly, reaching 300 million in no time. Yet, this was still below Yi Gucheng's expectations. Based on his assessment, he believed the ideal selling price should exceed 500 million. If it fell below that threshold, he would resolutely refuse to part with it at a loss. Thus, he addressed the stone cutters, "Gentlemen, I kindly ask you to unveil this gambling stone thoroughly. In return, I shall bestow each of you a generous red envelope." After saying this, Yi Gucheng drew several diagonal lines on the stone, instructing the workers to cut along those markings. Upon hearing of the promised red envelopes, the cutters became invigorated, hastily resuming their work after a brief sip of water. Mr. Fan Wu, witnessing this fortunate individual unveil such a rare jade, felt a pang of envy, especially as his two companions also profited handsomely, leaving him seething with frustration. He clutched his chest, nearly succumbing to a heart attack, while his astute female secretary discreetly offered him some antihypertensive medication. Before long, half an hour had passed. Through the tireless efforts of the stone workers, the stone was fully revealed. Inside lay approximately 40 to 50 kilograms of multicolored jade, with each kilogram valued at around 10 million. Thus, a base price of 500 million was not unreasonable. However, the persistent bargaining from the crowd proved relentless. A testament to the adage that the wealthier one is, the more miserly they tend to be. Yi Gucheng, exasperated by the relentless negotiations, suddenly recalled the last time he dealt with young Master Wang regarding his Imperial Green Stone. With a mindset of trial and possibility, he called young Master Wang. Hello. Young Master Wang, I've just unearthed a piece of multicolored jade. Are you interested in acquiring it? On the other end, Wang Xinyi's eyes lit up at the news. Mr. Yi, is that truly the case? You're not joking, are you? Yi Gucheng replied solemnly. Such an important matter is not one I would jest about. I am not one to indulge in frivolity. Wang Xinyi then inquired, where are you now? I shall come to see you immediately. Yi Gucheng replied nonchalantly, oh, I'm at the Jinling Grand Hotel. There are many competitors, you'd best hurry. If you delay, someone else may snatch the jade away. Rest assured, I'll be there post-haste. Chapter 15. The exorbitant gambling stone. Approximately 15 or 16 minutes later, Wang Xinyi arrived, accompanied by 3 to 5 personal bodyguards and a female assistant. Wang Xinyi stepped forward, politely shaking Yi Gucheng's hand. Mr. Yi, I've heard you've unveiled a piece of multicolored jade, so I made a special trip to witness it. Yi Gucheng, intrigued, asked, Haven't you seen a multicolored stone before, young Master Wang? Wang Xinyi shook his head. I have seen one before. At the public auction in Myanmar a few years ago, where there was a multicolored raw stone that was the centerpiece of the auction, a top-tier jade. Unfortunately, that stone was driven up to over 3 billion euros by a group of unscrupulous Hong Kong merchants, far exceeding its true value, leading me to ultimately forego the opportunity. Yi Gucheng chuckled. I understand, young Master Wang. As a businessman, you certainly wouldn't engage in a losing deal. Had I been in your position, I would not foolishly spend exorbitant amounts either. That would be sheer folly. Wang Xinyi nodded and then pushed through the crowd to illuminate the stone with his flashlight. The multicolored jade emitted a dazzling array of colors, nearly blinding him. Satisfied, Wang Xinyi said, Mr. Yi, I am rather straightforward and prefer not to beat around the bush. How about this? I offer 5 billion. What do you say? This price exceeded Yi Gucheng's expectations significantly. If he were to negotiate further, it would imply an unreasonable demand. Thus, he nodded in agreement. All right, 5 billion it is. You are indeed forthright, young Master Wang. I shall not haggle. Wang Xinyi promptly instructed his female secretary to transfer the funds to Yi Gucheng. In a short while, Yi Gucheng received a notification on his mobile banking app indicating that 5 billion had been deposited. At that moment, another of Yi Gucheng's gambling stones was unveiled, though it turned out to be merely a glutinous apple green jade, weighing around 70 to 80 kilograms. While its quality was mediocre, classifying it as mid-tier jade, its substantial volume was its redeeming quality. Thus, it was swiftly acquired by a jade merchant for a staggering sum of 6 million yuan. Witnessing his elder brother's fortune and enjoying a modest gain himself, Qian Rinxue felt an immense joy, as the previous gloom dissipated entirely. Although Wang Yunfeng's earnings were meager, dwarfed by a mere fraction of Yi Gucheng's profits, he found solace in the prosperity of his brother. The three exchanged knowing smiles. Fan Debiao, seething with resentment towards Yi Gucheng, muttered through gritted teeth, does this lad possess some extraordinary abilities? He effortlessly uncovers a piece of jade from every stone, amassing over 500 million in an instant. This is utterly outrageous. Such a pace of profit surpasses that of a bank heist. Fan Wuya was none too pleased, and the ramifications could be severe. However, upon noticing that Yi Gucheng still had one stone left unexamined, a bold idea struck him. He addressed Yi Gucheng, Mr. Yi, you've garnered such wealth already, yet you have this remaining gamble stone. Given its substantial size, the associated risks are undoubtedly significant. Why not transfer this stone to me? I am willing to offer 10 times its value. What do you say? Yi Gucheng cast a glance at Fan Wuya and then at the gamble stone, quickly grasping his intent. This stone weighed over 3 tons and had cost Yi Gucheng 12 million yuan, but it held no value within. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, I am afraid I cannot sell it to you, Fan. This stone is merely waste. My intention in purchasing it was to casually dissect it for amusement. Even if it crumbles, it matters not, as I have already recouped my investment with over 500 million in profit. Yi Gucheng spoke the truth, devoid of any exaggeration. He had acquired it solely to maintain a fade. Yet, Fan Wuya persisted. Your words lack charm. When opportunities for wealth arise, one should allow others to partake. It is rather unseemly to monopolize such fortune. Both Fan Wuya and Wang Xinyi regarded Yi Gucheng with skepticism. Yet, Yi Gucheng remained resolute, refusing to sell. The more he declined, the greater their curiosity grew, convinced that this gamble stone must contain a treasure of immeasurable value. Wang Xinyi proposed, how about this? I shall join in on the excitement. Assuming this stone is worth 5 billion, I will invest 500 million for a 10% share. If it appreciates, we shall distribute the profits accordingly. Fan Wuya immediately concurred. Yes, that is an excellent plan. Alternatively, I could invest 5 billion for a 50% stake. What do you think? Wang Sini nodded. I have no objections. Seeing their unwavering determination, Yi Gucheng reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I shall agree. But let me make one thing clear. Should the stone collapse during the dissection, do not blame me for not warning you. With a chuckle, Fan Wuya responded. In our world, a promise is a bond. A mere 2 billion is insignificant to me. Rest assured, Brother Yi. He promptly instructed his subordinates to draft a contract detailing the share distribution, signing his name at the top before transferring 5 billion to Yi Gucheng's bank account. Wang Sini, not to be outdone, also signed and arranged for her secretary to facilitate the transfer. In less than a minute, 3 billion had been transferred to Yi Gucheng's account. Wang Yunfeng and Qian Renxue stood in stunned silence. Even Yi Gucheng wore a resigned expression. All right. Since you two insist on generously offering me your money, I suppose I must graciously accept. However, when the stone is revealed, do not come crying to me for refunds if it collapses. I shan't concern myself with your fate. Though he wished to avoid deceiving others, he felt it was truly beyond his concern. Thus, even if the stone crumbled spectacularly, it was of no consequence to him. Once all formalities were completed, Fan Wuya summoned workers to dissect the stone. A dozen workers hurriedly maneuvered the several-ton gamble stone onto the dissection machine, igniting a wave of excitement in the room. This was a gamble of 3 billion yuan, a rarity in the entire city of Jinling. Though the affluent sons and daughters present lacked for money, few possessed the audacity to wager such vast sums on a single stone. Many held their breath, engaged in fervent discussions. Time slipped away unnoticed. Soon, half an hour had passed. The stone, weighing over 3 tons, was finally opened on one side. However, the results were far from favorable. The interior was marred by extensive cracks, accompanied by lifeless moss, resembling a massive ashtray. Fan de Biao exclaimed in dismay, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. After all, he had invested 5 billion in this gamble. Should it collapse, it would be a significant blow. Wang Sini, having invested a lesser sum of 500 million, remained relatively unperturbed. After all, business entails both gains and losses, and one must maintain composure to achieve greatness. Fan de Biao's eyes reddened as he shouted at the workers, Continue. We must uncover the green. If it appreciates, I shall reward each of you generously. If it collapses, do not blame me for burning paper money for you in the afterlife. The workers, frightened, stood speechless. Before long, nearly half of the massive stone had been dissected, yet it remained a dull, colorless expanse, devoid of any hint of jade. At this point, Fan de Biao could no longer maintain his composure. What in the world is happening? Brother Yi, please tell me, is there any value within this stone? Yi Gucheng pondered briefly before responding. I believe you could attempt another cut. Perhaps it will reveal jade. However, I cannot guarantee this. As the saying goes, even deities find it difficult to discern a minuscule jade. Fan de Biao, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration, harboring thoughts of violence. He felt Yi Gucheng's words mirrored the advice of certain domestic experts, who could offer unprincipled suggestions that only harmed the common folk while sparing themselves from any repercussions. Meanwhile, Wang Sini interjected, All right, let us not argue further. Let's see the stone through to its conclusion. Although Fan de Biao did not know Wang Sini, he recognized her elegant demeanor, suggesting she hailed from a prominent family. After all, it was no small feat to wager 500 million. However, his current concern was not her background. If the stone revealed nothing, his investment of over 2 billion would be lost. Despite Fan de Biao commanding a vast commercial empire, boasting assets in excess of 10 billion, his liquid capital was merely 5 to 6 billion at most. He now found himself in a precarious position, regretting his insistence on acquiring this stone from Yi Gucheng. He now truly wished to slap himself several times. Fan de Biao could only grit his teeth and instruct his subordinate stone workers to thoroughly extract the stone. After about another hour, the stone was completely freed. The stone workers, using a water pipe as thick as a bowl, washed the stone clean, yet still found nothing. Seeing this, Fan de Biao clutched his chest with both hands and incessantly shouted at his underlings, Medicine, medicine, medicine. One of the bewildered subordinates exclaimed, What in the world? However, upon noticing his boss's pale complexion and bulging eyes, he quickly realized that Fan de Biao was suffering a heart attack. He hurriedly handed him several fast-acting heart-saving pills. Fan de Biao hastily swallowed the pills and downed an entire bottle of mineral water, taking quite some time to recover. Yi Gucheng, witnessing this scene, nearly laughed himself into a fit. In the span of less than 2 hours, he had earned 30 billion, feeling as if the money had simply fallen from the sky. Fortunately, Wang Sini's mental fortitude was evidently superior to that of Fan de Biao. He clasped his fists towards Yi Gucheng and respectfully stated, In the world of Jianghu, one must honor their bets. Losing means losing, and I do not hold you, Mr. Yi, accountable. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Yi Gucheng replied with a smile, Very well, since it is so, I shall accompany you. May I ask, young Master Wang, have you dined yet? If not, I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. The mere mention of food revitalized Yi Gucheng's mind, conjuring images of the enchanting beauty of the snake woman. Not to mention, Qian Renxue, the little glutton, was also drooling at the prospect. Yi Gucheng felt a headache coming on, unsure of how to satiate their appetites. At that moment, Van de Biao suddenly waved his hand, summoning a dozen or so subordinates to block their path. What are you trying to do? Do you intend to renege on the debt? Yi Gucheng exclaimed, his irritation evident. Van de Biao coldly responded. You have taken so much money from me, and think you can simply walk away? It's not that simple. I wish to gamble with you again. If you do not agree, do not even think about leaving this door. Yi Gucheng disdainfully retorted. You think your ragtag bunch can stop me? You surely underestimate my capabilities. This was not mere bravado on Yi Gucheng's part. He possessed absolute confidence. Ever since he inherited a fraction of the snake woman's abilities, discerning treasures, gambling on stones, and seizing opportunities had become second nature to him. Moreover, he had yet to encounter any other human with similar powers. Thus, he did not regard a mere gang leader with any seriousness. However, Yi Gucheng soon utilized his heavenly serpent eye and discovered a large-caliber revolver concealed at Van de Biao's waist, a weapon of terrifying power. He was uncertain whether he could withstand a bullet with his flesh. If provoked, Van de Biao might indeed resort to desperate measures and open fire on them, potentially harming innocent bystanders, which would be quite disastrous. Weighing the pros and cons, Yi Gucheng decided to test the waters. Very well. What do you wish to wager? Van de Biao snorted. I know you are an expert in stone gambling. Admittedly, I cannot match you in this regard. However, I am not without my reputation in the Jianghu, where my peers refer to me as the gambling god of Jinling. Are you daring enough to gamble with me? When it came to gambling, this was a realm of ignorance for Yi Gucheng. After all, stone gambling did not harm others. Winning meant personal gain, while losing only impacted oneself, without dragging anyone else into it. However, gambling, on the other hand, could lead to ruin if one was not careful, resulting in the loss of everything. Thus, Yi Gucheng generally avoided gambling. Noticing Yi Gucheng's silence, Van de Biao grew even more arrogant. Hey, why the silence? Have you lost your tongue? Don't say I'm bullying you. Whatever game you wish to play, I will accommodate you. Mahjong, dice, poker, choose whatever you like. Chapter 17, Unbelievable Luck. Van de Biao's brazen attitude naturally irked Yi Gucheng. However, when it came to games like Mahjong and dice, Yi Gucheng was utterly clueless. He only knew how to play staring contests and do de jeu. If a skilled gambler were to enter the fray, they might bluff their way to victory. In any case, aside from luck, there was also a psychological battle at play, which added a layer of complexity to the game. Yi Gucheng felt that staring contests were rather unreliable. Since you wish to gamble, why not play do de jeu? What do you say? Are you brave enough to take me on? Van de Biao, sensing Yi Gucheng had taken the bait, readily agreed. All right then, whatever you wish to play. As long as you dare to wager, I will be there until the end. Van de Biao was utterly confident that he could make Yi Gucheng lose everything, reclaiming what he had previously lost in stone gambling. Initially, he had worried that this fellow would refuse to play, but now that the opportunity had arisen, he would not let Yi Gucheng slip away. Van de Biao glanced at Yi Gucheng and his companions, arrogantly stating, Do de jeu requires 3 players. Choose one of your 2 companions to join us. Which of you is willing to participate? Qian Renxue and Wang Yunfeng exchanged glances, appearing hesitant. After all, Qian Renxue was merely a young girl who had never encountered such gambling games. As for Wang Yunfeng, he was only interested in folk archaeology, content with earning a modest living and not particularly keen on playing poker. Thus, both of them instinctively shook their heads in refusal. This infuriated Van de Biao, who had intended to drag them into the fray, aiming to crush them at the gambling table. However, it seemed that his plans were about to fall through. Very well. Since your friends refuse to partake in our wager, I shall randomly select one of my subordinates to complete the trio. What do you say? Van de Biao said ominously. Before Yi Gucheng could respond, Wang Sini suddenly raised a hand. Gentlemen, why not allow me to join in the fun? I currently have no pressing matters at hand, so I might as well accompany the gentleman. Van de Biao frowned and asked Wang Sini, May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name? Wang Sini calmly replied, I am the founder of the Wang Family Jewelry Company in Kyoto, and I also hold shares in Dafu Jewelry and Lao Fengxiang Jewelry. Van de Biao was taken aback and immediately bowed respectfully. Ah, so it is young Master Wang. I have long admired your reputation. Your Wang Family Jewelry Company commands half of the jewelry industry in Huaxia. Even Dafu Jewelry is but a junior in your presence. How foolish of me not to recognize your stature. My sincerest apologies. Wang Sini waved her hand dismissively. Enough with the flattery. How much do you intend to wager? Van de Biao's eyes gleamed as he quickly replied, Given your esteemed background, young Master Wang, you surely lack for nothing. If the stakes are too low, It would be beneath your dignity. I propose a wager of 50 million, with a base of 100 million. A bomb doubles the stakes, while a king bomb quadruples them. Of course, if the landlord loses, they must double the stakes again. Wang Sini nodded. Very well, I accept. Yi Gucheng also nodded. All right then, let us proceed as Van Yi suggests. Vanderbiao, without further ado, arranged for the gambling to take place in a small conference room downstairs. Although it was referred to as a conference room, it resembled more of a leisure and entertainment space. Yi Gucheng glanced up and noticed several concealed cameras on the ceiling, all meticulously aimed at the gaming table. It was evident that these devices were tools for Vanderbiao's deceit. Yi Gucheng merely smirked, disinclined to expose him. For with his extraordinary abilities, he had no reason to fear a mere array of electronic instruments. Before long, a dealer clad in a striking red cheapao approached to deal the cards. Once everyone had received their hands, Yi Gucheng examined his own, a pair of twos, a small joker, 2 threes accompanied by a pair, and a straight. Utilizing his heavenly serpent eye, he peered at the 3 bottom cards, discovering a pair of twos and a big joker. Thus, he proclaimed, I shall assume the role of the landlord for this round. Do either of you have any objections? Wang Sini's expression faltered, likely due to the poor quality of her hand, while Vanderbiao was hardly in a better position. Noticing their silence, Yi Gucheng gathered the 3 bottom cards and revealed them in succession. Both players were momentarily taken aback by the revelation. Yi Gucheng, showing no restraint, promptly played out 2 threes accompanied by a pair, which no one contested, as they were his smallest cards. Amused by their bewildered expressions, he remarked, So you choose not to contest? Very well, I shall continue. With another wave of his hand, he played out the straight, followed by 4 twos and the bomb. Vanderbiao's eyes widened in disbelief. How is it that your hand is so magnificent? This scenario was not aligning with his expectations. Moments ago, he had heard through his earpiece from his subordinates reporting that Yi Gucheng's hand consisted of nothing but a collection of worthless cards. How could they have vanished so swiftly? In truth, Yi Gucheng had merely employed a simple sleight of hand, temporarily obscuring the surveillance camera's perception, leading others to mistakenly believe he possessed nothing more than a hand of junk. With 2 bombs in this round, multiplied by 6, Yi Gucheng emerged victorious, winning 5 billion, while the other 2 lost a combined total of 25 billion. Thankfully, he had not previously stipulated that the stakes would double, or else it would have amounted to 10 billion. Qian Rushua cheerfully assisted in counting the money, with Wang Yunfeng joining her. Hey, are you 2 still in for another round? Yi Gucheng inquired. Of course. Why would we not continue? I warn you not to think of running off with your winnings. I intend to see just how much you can take from me today, Vanderbiao retorted through gritted teeth. Yi Gucheng, shaking his head in resignation, tossed his cards to the dealer, prompting her to reshuffle and deal again. A while later, the dealer distributed the cards anew. This time, however, luck was not on Yi Gucheng's side. He was dealt only a minor bomb and a couple of straights. If he chose to play as a farmer and coordinated well with the other farmer at the table, he might still have a chance to win. Wang Sini, on the other hand, held a formidable hand. For aces, a pair of twos, a 3 accompanied by a pair, and a straight. His hand was perfectly balanced. Yet he could not challenge the landlord. Regardless of the bottom cards, they held no significance for him, rendering any attempt to contest futile. Thus, both Yi Gucheng and Wang Sini declined to vie for the landlord position. Vanderbiao, upon revealing the bottom cards, felt his heart sink. The bottom cards turned out to be a pair of 3s and a 6, completely incompatible with his hand, rendering them useless. Wang Sini, in possession of a strong hand, swiftly played out his cards without hesitation. Since Yi Gucheng was also a farmer, effectively his teammate, he refrained from obstructing Wang Sini's play, allowing him to finish his hand expeditiously. In this round, Wang Sini won 55 billion, not only recovering the previous losses, but also netting an additional 50 million. In the following rounds, Yi Gucheng's hands were consistently subpar, yet he managed to avoid significant losses, while Wang Sini won an additional 10 to 20 billion. Vanderbiao, on the other hand, faced catastrophic losses, totaling nearly 50 billion, driving him to the brink of tears. Wang Sini smiled and remarked, Mr. Yi, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Not only have you helped me recover the 5 billion lost in the gambling stones, but I've also profited considerably. Yi Gucheng feigned modesty, stating, You flatter me. I merely played for fun and did not expect to win so much. It appears fortune has favored me. Their exchange was a dagger to Vanderbiao's heart. Chapter 18. Who is quicker, the gun or I? Half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yi Gucheng tallied his assets, astonished to find he had won over 10 billion. Meanwhile, Wang Sini had also amassed nearly 20 to 30 billion. Both were reveling in their victories, while Vanderbiao was suffering immense losses, including the previous 25 billion lost in gambling stones. He had incurred nearly 60 billion in total losses. His liquid assets had dwindled to virtually nothing. Should he continue gambling, bankruptcy would be inevitable. leaving him to beg on the streets with nothing but a broken bowl. Yi Gucheng gazed at the small mountain of cash chips piled on his table. To claim he was not exhilarated would be disingenuous, yet he maintained a facade of indifference. In stark contrast, Vanderbiau appeared utterly defeated, as though he had consumed excrement. Yi Gucheng shook his head and addressed Vanderbiau. Enough is enough. Let us cease gambling. If we continue, you might end up losing even your undergarments. I respect you as a renowned figure in Jinling. Thus, I offer you this courtesy. Previously, your subordinates vandalized my establishment. I had intended to seek compensation for the renovations. But I have now changed my mind. I will cover the renovation costs myself. Surely that should satisfy you. Yi Gucheng's words were devastatingly poignant. What could possibly cost much to renovate that shabby establishment? Now, having won tens of billions from him, he could easily purchase an entire street of storefronts. Seeking to escape? Not so easily. Vanderbiau could no longer restrain his fury. With a cold smile, he declared, You, Yi, have two choices. Either return all the money you've just won, or I shall ensure that all of you remain here, accompanying me to the grave. Upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng quickly grasped the implication. Vanderbiau, unable to bear the loss, was resorting to threats of violence to reclaim his lost wealth. Vanderbiau gestured, and soon a throng of burly men surrounded Yi Gucheng and his companions, with young Master Wang among them. Wang Sini, with a darkened expression, confronted Vanderbiau. What do you intend to do? Are you contemplating treachery? Do you not fear the wrath of the Wang family from Kyoto? I can assure you, I will see to it that your name is expunged from Jinling. Vanderbiau, shaken by her words, shuddered slightly, yet he retorted defiantly, Young Master Wang, I concede that my influence pales in comparison to the Wang family, but I am still a significant figure in Jinling. If I were to let you leave unscathed, how could I, Vanderbiau, continue to hold my ground in the underworld? As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Out of respect for your family's elders, I will not pursue this matter further today, and you may leave at any time. However, this young man cannot be allowed to depart. Wang Sini, despite her gentle demeanor, like an elegant scholar, possessed a steadfast character and would never betray her friends. With a decisive gesture, she summoned several of her personal bodyguards to stand ready. Today, not only do I intend to stride confidently out of here, but I also wish to take these friends with me. I shall see if you possess the audacity to obstruct our passage. Vanderbiau's expression twitched. Very well, since you are determined to seek your own demise. Do not blame me for being ungracious. With a swift motion of his hand, he coldly commanded, Brothers, capture them, regardless of whether they live or die. A dozen or so burly men surged forward, aiming to seize Yi Gucheng and his companions before Wang Gongzi's bodyguards could intervene. Without hesitation, Yi Gucheng gathered the playing cards from the gambling table, and with a flick of his wrist, the cards shot forth at an astonishing speed, striking the arms and thighs of the approaching brutes with precision. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as many of the men collapsed, considerably weakened. This was merely Yi Gucheng's restraint. Had he directed the cards to their necks, their carotid arteries would have spouted blood like a fountain. Just imagine the gruesome scene that would have ensued. Yi Gucheng, unwilling to instill terror in the remaining three, was particularly cautious of Qian Renxue, who was still just a student. Thus, he opted to show mercy. He then retrieved some counterfeit yuan data coins from his spatial ring and with a grand gesture, sent them flying, knocking down a considerable number of adversaries. These fake coins had originally been thrust upon him by a rather pitiful old lady, who had insisted he accept an additional 2,000 yuan. Were it not for the old woman's unfortunate predicament, Yi Gucheng would have never acquiesced. Moreover, he was not at a loss. The exquisite Hetian jade contained within, albeit lacking a spatial ring, was still worth a staggering 2 million. In an instant, Vanderbiau found himself bereft of any capable subordinates, reduced to a solitary commander. Witnessing his men writhing on the ground, utterly incapacitated, he was consumed with rage and resentment. With a reckless resolve, he decided to take drastic measures. Vanderbiau decisively drew a large-caliber revolver from his waist, disengaged the safety, and aimed it at Yi Gucheng. Let us see if you're quicker than my bullet, Yi. His face flushed with fervor, he appeared utterly deranged, having lost all sense of reason. Huh? And what of your gun? If you dare, pull the trigger, Yi Gucheng retorted nonchalantly. Upon seeing Vanderbiau brandishing the firearm, Wang Sini's bodyguard immediately positioned himself protectively in front of his master, unflinchingly prepared to take a bullet, prioritizing their young master's safety above their own lives. For them, a bullet might not be fatal unless it struck a vital area, and their loyalty would earn them ample rewards. But should anything happen to their young master, their lives would be forfeit. Yi Gucheng, undaunted, approached with deliberate steps. Big brother, don't be impulsive. You might lose your life. Qian Renxue exclaimed, frightened to tears. Wang Sini and Wang Yunfeng clutched her tightly, preventing her from acting rashly. Meanwhile, Fan de Biao, in a state of panic, stumbled backward, stammering, "Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot." Yi Gucheng feigned ignorance of the warning and continued to advance. Seeing that he was impervious to reason, Fan de Biao's murderous intent flared. "Damn it, die!" he shouted, pulling the trigger without hesitation. A bullet, thick as an adult's finger, spiraled forth. Yet, Yi Gucheng remained unperturbed. With a swift motion, he seemed to grasp the bullet as one would a fly, effortlessly discarding it to the ground. Before Fan de Biao could react, Yi Gucheng surged forward, disassembling the handgun with a flick of his thumb and forefinger, then delivering a palm strike that sent Fan de Biao hurtling through the air. Of course, Yi Gucheng moderated his strength, ensuring the man did not perish on the spot. He preferred to maintain a low profile and avoid becoming a remorseless killer. Besides, attracting the attention of authorities might lead to his capture and treatment as a laboratory specimen, an undesirable outcome indeed. Chapter 19. The purchase of a facade. Why didn't Yi Gucheng initially utilize his spatial ring to stealthily extract Fan de Biao's concealed firearm? This was due to a particular limitation. He could only absorb an item into the ring if he visually perceived it with his own eyes. Previously, he had activated his heavenly serpent eye to see through Fan de Biao's body and discern the hidden weapon, thus rendering it impossible to absorb. Otherwise, it would have been far too outrageous. For instance, if Yi Gucheng merely stood outside a bank and activated his heavenly serpent eye to peer into the vault, he could effortlessly transfer all the cash inside into his ring, thereby becoming a billionaire in mere moments. In a fit of desperation, Fan de Biao, blinded by rage, drew his gun, intent on exterminating them all and reclaiming his lost fortune. In such a public setting, Yi Gucheng could not overtly use his spatial ring to seize the weapon. That would be utterly scandalous. He still wished to remain inconspicuous, quietly amassing wealth. Fan de Biao, trembling with fear, struggled to rise from the ground, staring at Yi Gucheng in terror. "Are you even human?" Yi Gucheng waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not if I am man or ghost. Tell me, do you yield? If you refuse, we can continue this fight." I yield. At this moment, Fan de Biao was genuinely convinced. He muttered, "Young Master Yi, all of this was my fault. I acted foolishly in a moment of anger and treated you with disrespect. Please, spare me." Yi Gucheng replied curtly, "Did I not win a fortune from you? Must you harbor such hatred toward me? Have you forgotten that it was you who insisted on gambling, and that one must accept the consequences of a wager?" Fan de Biao's face flushed with embarrassment. "Indeed, I was momentarily foolish, never expecting you to be so formidable, even capable of catching bullets. I miscalculated. However, rest assured, I, Fan, am not one who cannot accept defeat. You have proven yourself more capable today, and I concede graciously." Yi Gucheng nodded approvingly. "That is more like it. At least you have some sense. I want to hold it against you." Fan de Biao eagerly nodded, like a chick pecking at rice. "From now on, you shall be my esteemed guest. Whenever you visit, I shall offer you a 20% discount as a gesture of friendship. What do you say, young Master Yi?" Yi Gucheng laughed heartily. "Well said. We have many days ahead of us to nurture this camaraderie." Fan de Biao, smiling broadly, echoed, "Indeed, many days ahead, many days ahead." Yi Gucheng chose not to linger further, turning to gather Wang Yunfeng and Qian Rinxue before departing the Jinling Grand Hotel. Upon returning to the second-hand antique shop, Yi Gucheng surveyed the chaos wrought upon his establishment, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. At this moment, Wang Yunfeng leaned in and offered a suggestion, saying, "Brother Yi, there is no need for concern. I have heard that there is a fishing tackle shop near the Confucius Temple in Jinling that is up for transfer. The owner is eager to sell, so the price is quite reasonable. I believe you could acquire that shop." Yi Gucheng's eyes brightened at this prospect. It was as if he had been offered a pillow while dozing off. He turned to Qian Rinxue and asked, "Little sister, are you hungry? Why don't you find a place outside to have dinner first? We have some matters to attend to, and we will return afterward." Qian Rinxue nodded and replied, "Yes. You both go ahead. Don't delay important matters." When it came to the topic of food, Qian Rinxue displayed a fervor greater than anyone else, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Yi Gucheng observed her and felt a bit uneasy, pondering how a young girl could have such an appetite. Well, the ability to eat is indeed a blessing. Some cancer patients find even a single bite of food to be a luxury, their frail bodies evoking a sense of sorrow in others. As time was pressing, Yi Gucheng and Wang Yunfeng hurried towards the fishing tackle shop near the Confucius Temple. Upon reaching the store, they discovered that the shop for transfer was named Jiang Taigong, a rather commonplace name among fishing enthusiasts. They stepped inside the spacious shop, which spanned approximately 240 square meters, with an additional floor above that could be used for accommodation. Wang Yunfeng mentioned that it also came with a 200 square meter parking lot, capable of accommodating about 20 cars. In the antique street, near the Confucius Temple, While this location may not be the largest, it's certainly ranked among the top 3 in terms of prime location. To use such a space for fishing tackle sales felt like a case of using a cannon to shoot at mosquitoes. At that moment, a frail old man approached, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, exuding vitality and radiating good health. "Are you too interested in purchasing my shop?" His voice boomed, startling both men. Gucheng took a closer look, somewhat dumbfounded. Wasn't this the owner of the fishing ground from before? It seemed the world was indeed quite small. The old man quickly recognized him as well, and, with a smile, remarked, "Oh, I thought I recognized you. It seems you've recently come into some wealth. Contemplating the purchase of a shop to start your own business, am I right?" Gucheng smiled politely. "Ah, old sir, you jest. I merely had a stroke of luck and made a little money. I am still far from your level." The old man, named Chen Fuxing, was a retired official of considerable rank. Although he was now retired, many within the system still respected him, and he was always willing to help those in need. Since retiring, his energy had waned, and managing the fishing ground had become quite exhausting, especially as he had to care for his grandchildren from time to time. Thus, he wished to transfer the shop. Gucheng understood the old man's predicament. After all, everyone ages. Who wouldn't cherish the joy of having grandchildren around? However, Gucheng could not fully agree. As a child from a poor family, he learned to calculate costs for everything, knowing that he had to rely on his own efforts. No one would offer him a handout. "Old man, how much for the renovations along with the property?" Chen Fuxing replied without haggling, "If you truly wish to buy it, 5 million will suffice. You should be aware of the market rates on this street. A shop like mine is worth far more than that." Upon hearing this, Gucheng felt the price was quite reasonable, clearly indicating that the old man was offering him a bargain. He readily agreed. "Very well, 5 million it is. I have no objections. Let us proceed to sign the transfer contract." Soon, the two had signed the transfer agreement, and Gucheng promptly transferred 5 million yuan to the old man. Chen Fuxing clapped Gucheng on the shoulder and said, "Young man, work hard. I see potential in you. Your future achievements will surely match or exceed mine." Gucheng smiled. "Thank you for your kind words. I too shall roll up my sleeves and strive diligently." The old man wasted no time, immediately calling a moving company to clear out the shop's inventory. Naturally, the furniture and appliances remained untouched, gifted to Gucheng as an added bonus. The elderly gentleman, having matured with age, had become quite magnanimous and would not quibble over such trifles. Once the moving company departed, Gucheng enlisted Wang Yunfeng and Qian Ruxue to help tidy up the new shop and transport items from his antique store to this newly acquired establishment. As they busied themselves, the clock soon struck 6 or 7 in the evening, and the sky outside began to darken. After their labors, they gathered in the shop to discuss their future business strategy. Gucheng declared, "I have long thought about this. Our antique shop shall be named Jubioch. The name itself is not of utmost importance, but it is essential that we conduct our business with integrity, principles, and authenticity to ensure a steady stream of returning customers. My principle is to resolutely avoid selling counterfeit goods." After he finished speaking, he asked, "Who is in favor? And who is against?" Wang Yunfeng nodded, "I support this. After all, we are all in the same boat. We share both fortune and misfortune. Regardless of what brother you wishes to pursue, I will unconditionally support you." Qian Ruxue also nodded. "I will follow whatever my big brother says. Whatever my big brother wants me to do, I will do." As an orphan without parents, in her moments of despair, Gucheng had given her hope for survival and even saved her life. Thus, she naturally chose to unconditionally stand by her older brother's side. Gucheng shot her a teasing glance. "Are you truly willing to heed my every command? Very well, I order you not to eat for 3 days. Can you manage that?" Qian Ruxue pouted. "No way. Even if you commanded me to die, I would still want to be a well-fed ghost before I go." Their laughter rang out, filling the air with levity. Just then, a few individuals entered the shop. They were all dark-skinned and looked rather thin. Yet their eyes glinted with a fierce light, clearly not ordinary people. The leader tossed a blood-stained package onto the counter and coldly stated, "Boss, I need to sell some goods here. Please take a look and offer a fair price." Gucheng remained unfazed, gently unwrapping the package. Inside lay a plethora of glistening, blood-red gemstones. The smallest among them was about a few carats, while the largest appeared to be 100 or more carats, resembling a pigeon egg. Gucheng immediately recognized these as rubies, particularly the prized pigeon blood variety from Mogul, known for its unparalleled value. These all appeared to be untreated pigeon blood rubies, and according to current market estimates, their total value would likely exceed 3 billion yuan. Especially that pigeon blood ruby, it is the most valuable item, and selling it for 2 billion should pose no challenge. However, Gucheng harbored little interest in gems or diamonds. To him, these so-called luxury goods were merely inflated by foreign markets. In terms of value retention, let alone gold, Even jade could not compare. If it were calligraphy or porcelain, he might regard them with a more favorable eye, but when it came to rubies, he felt no inclination whatsoever. After a cursory glance, Gucheng inquired, "Who among you is the owner? Please state a selling price so I may consider it." The burly man with a dark complexion coldly replied, "A firm price of 3 billion. I do not entertain haggling." Gucheng smiled and asked, "In Chat or Vietnamese dong?" He had already discerned that they were not Chinese, but rather individuals from Southeast Asia, possibly Burmese or Vietnamese. The dark-faced man was infuriated by the question. "Of course, it's in renminbi. Who would discuss other currencies?" Without further ado, Gucheng pushed the package back, smirking, "I apologize, but I cannot afford that. This is merely a small venture for me. Asking for 3 billion is akin to highway robbery. Even if these pigeon blood rubies were genuinely worth 3 billion, I would still not purchase them, for they do not appeal to me. Moreover, the audacity to demand 3 billion outright is clearly a case of extortion. Assuming I am easily intimidated." The man's expression darkened. "I advise you not to be ungrateful. If you offend me, you will not know how you met your demise." Yet, Gucheng paid him no heed and turned to Wang Yunfeng, instructing, "See these guests out. We are about to close." Wang Yunfeng, unceremonious, gestured for them to leave. "Please make yourselves scarce." To his surprise, the group remained unmoved, their faces clouded with anger, though they said nothing. Qian Rushue shot a curious glance at the dark-faced man. And immediately, words formed in her mind. Song Kai, male, 46 years old. He was a warlord from northwest Myanmar, commanding approximately 6,000 troops and overseeing 2 gold mines in the region, yet he was under threat from rival warlords. Due to his relatively weak position and outdated weaponry, he sought substantial funds to procure advanced armaments, hence his venture into China for fortune. Meanwhile, Gucheng was not idle. He used his celestial serpent eye to scan the group, discovering they bore no weapons. He quietly sighed in relief. Engaging in a gunfight required meticulous preparation, and he could not guarantee a swift reaction to an unexpected attack, which could result in injury. Seeing they had no intention of leaving, Gucheng irritably stated, "Are you leaving or not? If you do not depart soon, I shall call the police." Song Kai, observing his resolute demeanor, felt a wave of frustration. He had heard from his informants in the antique street about a nouveau riche individual who had amassed billions in mere days through gambling on stones and games of chance. He had initially intended to rob this young man, but was taken aback by the latter's defiance. "We shall see how I deal with you, and then compel you to part with your money." With that, the group, tail between their legs, exited the antique shop. Yet, Song Kai's bitterness festered, leading him to concoct a devious plan. He stepped outside, drew a knife, and punctured all 4 tires of Gucheng's Mazda. Then picked up a brick and shattered the windshield, leaving shards scattered across the ground. The commotion quickly alerted Gucheng and his companions. Hurrying outside, he beheld the wreckage of his car. How dare they act with impunity? Just wait and see how I settle this. Fuming, he exchanged a glance with Wang Yunfeng, and the two promptly pursued the culprits. Chapter 21. High school classmate Lin Miao Miao. In no time, they took a shortcut to block their path. After all, Gucheng had conducted business on this antique street for years and was well acquainted with the area. Seeing Gucheng and Wang Yunfeng empty-handed, Song Kai dismissed them with a laugh. "Huh, you two fools didn't think to bring any weapons? You think you can challenge me? It's 3 against 2. The advantage is mine." With that, Song Kai and his 2 henchmen drew their knives. Wang Yunfeng appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Brother Yi, I'm not particularly adept at fighting. You handle this. Let us not create a scene that draws blood. We merely need to subdue them and call the police." Gucheng rolled his eyes at him. "Look at you. A few petty thugs have you trembling? Watch how I handle them." Without further ado, Song Kai and his men lunged forward. They were seasoned fighters, having survived in the ruthless environment of northern Myanmar, where one must possess formidable skills to endure. Thus, Song Kai underestimated the 2 men, aiming to dispatch them quickly and escape. Once beyond the borders, no one could touch him. However, this time, they had bitten off more than they could chew. With a flick of his wrist, Gucheng produced a handful of yuan de Tiao coins, which he hurled at Song Kai and his companions. In an instant, their limbs were peppered with coins, resembling a swarm of oversized hornet nests. Gucheng had shown them mercy. Had he aimed for their faces, their skulls would have been shattered. Song Kai let out a pained cry, losing the will to continue resisting. Not wasting time, Gucheng seized the bag of pigeon blood rubies and tucked it away in his ring space before dialing the police. It wouldn't be long before they arrived to apprehend these miscreants. How long would they be sentenced for willfully damaging someone else's property? 3 to 5 years, at least, before they saw freedom again, ensuring they would spend their time industriously behind bars. The following morning, gazing at his battered vehicle, Gucheng felt a pang of sorrow and decided to take it to the repair shop. Wang Yunfeng, however, scoffed, Brother Yi, you're now a wealthy man. Does it not seem beneath your status to drive such an outdated vehicle? Yi Gucheng mused, having finally struck it rich. It would be foolish to cling to a dilapidated car. While he was somewhat sentimental about the vehicle he had driven for 2.5 years, it was indeed time for an upgrade. Just then, Qian Ruxue approached, her curiosity piqued. Big brother, what became of those troublemakers from yesterday? Yi Gucheng stretched languidly and remarked. Do not even get me started. I gave them a thorough thrashing, then called the police to handle the situation. I imagine they are presently in jail. Perhaps even plying their hands at a sewing machine. Qian Ruxue gasped in surprise. Big brother, are you really that formidable? Those individuals are not to be trifled with. Especially that dark and slender eccentric uncle named Song Kai. He is quite the notorious warlord in northern Myanmar. Yi Gucheng inquired curiously, oh, how do you know this? Qian Ruxue glanced at Wang Yunfeng, then leaned closer to Yi Gucheng and whispered about her ability to read minds. Upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng was enlightened. It turned out that this young girl possessed her own extraordinary power, the gift of telepathy. She could discern secrets without uttering a word, simply by perceiving the thoughts within another's heart. While this ability lacked combat prowess, it would prove invaluable in interrogating criminals or spies, a truly remarkable skill. Surely, those endowed with such telepathic abilities would be highly valued by the police in Huaxia. Yi Gucheng recalled that in novels, it was possible to usurp others' powers, albeit through rather cruel means. He chuckled and said, Little sister, can you guess what I am thinking at this moment? Qian Ruxue looked up at him earnestly, then suddenly recoiled in fear, exclaiming, You, big brother, please do not jest. I cannot allow you to treat me this way. Seeing that he had nearly frightened her to tears, Yi Gucheng hastily smiled. All right. I was merely teasing you. I could never bear to harm you. Jokes aside, he called for a taxi by the roadside, and once they were inside, he instructed the driver, Sir, please take us to the nearest car dealership. We intend to purchase a vehicle for our transportation. As the taxi meter began to run and the car roared to life, Yi Gucheng turned to Wang Yunfeng and asked, Brother, what brand of car do you wish to buy? Wang Yunfeng waved his hand dismissively. I am just a simple man, as you know. As long as it can get me from point A to point B, I have no need to be choosy like those affluent individuals. Yi Gucheng laughed. True. But who wouldn't desire the lifestyle of the wealthy? It's just that we lack the means. As for Qian Ruxue, being a young girl, she had little interest in purchasing a car. The allure of food and drink was far more enticing to her. Thus, upon arriving at the dealership, she immediately gravitated towards the snacks in the lounge. This luxurious 4S dealership specialized in various high-end automobiles, with the cheapest models starting at several 100,000 yuan. The more upscale options included Maseratis, Ferraris, and Porsche 911s. Wang Yunfeng's eyes lit up at the sight of an older black Maybach, priced at over 3 million yuan. Of course, that was just the base price. After factoring in taxes and fees, the total cost would be around 4 million yuan. Observing Wang Yunfeng's eager expression, Yi Gucheng couldn't help but chuckle. If you like it, go ahead and buy it. If funds are lacking, I shall cover the difference. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a sales representative from the dealership. Soon, a female salesperson hurried over. The moment Yi Gucheng laid eyes on her, he exclaimed, Lin Miao Miao. What a surprise to see you here. The saleswoman was taken aback and scrutinized Yi Gucheng. Yi Gucheng, what brings you to this place? Yi Gucheng shrugged. I came to the 4S dealership to buy a car, of course. What? Did you think I was here just to reminisce? Lin Miao Miao rolled her eyes. TSK. Still as glib as ever. You haven't changed one bit. It turned out that Lin Miao Miao was Yi Gucheng's high school classmate. Their relationship was not particularly deep, merely that of casual acquaintances. She had heard that she did not perform well on her college entrance exams, managing only to enroll in an ordinary university. After graduation, she married a police officer who tragically lost his life during a mission. Yi Gucheng remarked, Not only are you the stunning beauty of our class, but you are also now a mother of 2. Yet you still look as if you just stepped out of the university gates. Lin Miao Miao rolled her eyes again. I know you are trying to console me, but you truly lack the gift of gab, like a wooden block unable to charm a woman. It's no wonder you've remained single for so long. Yi Gucheng felt a pang in his heart at her words. With 2 children, she was thriving, while he, nearing 30, still found himself alone. Was he destined to live out his days in solitude? Well, that seemed a matter to ponder later. He turned to Lin Miao Miao and said, I'll take the Maybach. How much is it? Please prepare the invoice. Lin Miao Miao appeared slightly confused. Are you certain? Have you checked the price? This Maybach requires at least 4 million yuan. Do you really have that much? Yi Gucheng rolled his eyes. My eyes are perfectly functional. I assure you. Just sell me the car. Lin Miao Miao pouted but refrained from further argument, hastily heading to the front desk to prepare the invoice. The total cost for the vehicle came to approximately 1 million yuan, but she could offer a discount, waiving the 10,000 yuan remainder, if he preferred financing. She could arrange a low-interest repayment plan. Yi Gucheng waved his hand. No need for financing. I will pay in full. Lin Miao Miao was taken aback. Is this for real? You aren't joking with me, are you? I'm not in the mood for jokes. Yi Gucheng shrugged, not wishing to waste further words, and produced his bank card. The password is 6 zeros. Please swipe it. I hope this allows you to earn a decent commission. Yi Gucheng spoke sincerely, without ulterior motives. Lin Miao Miao, still skeptical, slid the card into the POS machine, entered the amount and password. With a beep, the transaction was successful. At this moment, Lin Miao Miao was utterly astonished by her former classmate. Yi Gucheng, have you truly struck it rich? To purchase a car worth several million without hesitation. I must have underestimated you. Yi Gucheng chuckled. Rich? Hardly. I merely benefited from the elder generation's fortunes, receiving a lump sum from a redevelopment project. With nowhere to spend it, I thought to invest in a vehicle. Oh, I see. Lin Miao Miao nodded. Just then, the sales manager, Wang Haoran, rushed over after hearing the news. He had been informed that a few significant customers had entered the dealership and were purchasing a Maybach for 4 million yuan in cash. Such lavish customers were rare, and he intended to seize the opportunity to sell more luxury vehicles. The sales manager waved his hand. Miss Lin, please attend to your tasks. I will personally handle these customers. Understood, Manager Wang. Upon seeing the sales manager take charge, Lin Miao Miao could not help but stick out her tongue and discreetly slip away. However, the previous substantial order worth 4 million yuan was still credited to her account. Lin Miao Miao, not one to be overly ambitious, cast a grateful glance at Yi Gucheng before busily attending to other matters. Wang Haoran, with a courteous demeanor, addressed Yi Gucheng. Sir, might I inquire if you are in need of purchasing any additional vehicles? We have an extensive selection of high-end, fully equipped models that are sure to pique your interest. Yi Gucheng replied, I am not particularly finicky. I simply desire a luxurious yet understated car. Wang Haoran quickly assured him, rest assured, our dealership is well regarded in this area. We happen to have a luxury vehicle that has been in our collection for quite some time, which I believe aligns perfectly with your stature. Oh, where is it? Lead me to it. Yi Gucheng responded nonchalantly, much to Wang Haoran's delight. Their dealership indeed possessed a vehicle that had lingered in storage for approximately 7 or 8 years, primarily due to its exorbitant price, making it unaffordable for the average consumer. If a sale were to transpire today, it would be a mutually beneficial outcome. Thus, sales manager Wang Haoran guided Yi Gucheng to the garage. The garage spanned roughly 30 to 35,000 square meters, filled with an array of luxury vehicles. However, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly a golden Rolls-Royce Phantom located at the far end of the garage. Yi Gucheng was immediately captivated by this car, which was crafted entirely from gold, excluding the tires. Under the harsh lights, the Rolls-Royce emanated a dazzling, golden glow. Yi Gucheng reached out to caress it, utterly enamored, particularly by the small golden figurine at the front, weighing nearly 30 pounds, which he found particularly appealing. Yi Gucheng inquired of Wang Haoran, Manager Wang. I have examined this vehicle and am quite satisfied. What price do you intend to sell it for? Wang Haoran rubbed his hands together and replied, it's not excessively priced. The total is merely 3.5 billion yuan. I can waive some additional fees as a courtesy. Yi Gucheng nodded but remained silent. Wang Haoran, eager to please, added, Sir, you must have noticed that apart from the tires, this car is entirely made of gold. A price of over 3 billion yuan is truly reasonable, and it may even appreciate in value in the future. Yi Gucheng, perplexed, asked, is this a custom version of the Rolls-Royce? Who was the affluent individual who initially ordered it, and why has it not been claimed? Sensing that Yi Gucheng was not easily deceived, Wang Haoran decided to be forthright. Ah, sir, the story is as follows. This custom Rolls-Royce was originally ordered by a wealthy Asian businessman through our dealership. However, the gentleman returned to Hong Kong and, perhaps due to his busy schedule, forgot about the order. I have attempted to contact him several times, but regrettably, there has been no response. Such an expensive vehicle is challenging to sell. Even the associated taxes approach nearly 100 million yuan. Yi Gucheng nodded. As long as you are honest with me, I will not press further. However, should you deceive me, I would be quite displeased. Very well, I will take this vehicle. Let us proceed with the payment. Wang Haoran could hardly believe his ears. Really? Did I hear you correctly? The price of this car is indeed 3.5 billion yuan. Do you truly have such funds in your account? Yi Gucheng contemplated briefly and replied, I am uncertain of my exact balance and am too indifferent to check. But I assure you, I have more than enough to cover this modest sum. If you doubt me, feel free to verify. Wang Haoran, convinced, promptly utilized the on-site POS machine to facilitate the transaction with Yi Gucheng. He then completed the paperwork and invoices accordingly. Wang Haoran respectfully returned the card to Yi Gucheng. Mr. Yi, here is your card. Please keep it safe. We will expedite the necessary paperwork for your vehicle. Yi Gucheng tucked the card away and opened the door of the Rolls-Royce, seating himself within. The interior, too, gleamed with gold, embodying a perfect blend of subtlety and opulence. Wang Yunfeng glanced at Yi Gucheng's Rolls-Royce, then at his own older model Maybach, unable to suppress a sigh. Truly, there is no harm in comparison. Qian Renxue, beside him, stifled a laugh, devoid of envy or jealousy, for she too had become a modestly wealthy individual, boasting around 2 million yuan in her account. Enough to indulge in numerous delicacies. Once all the formalities were completed, the three of them entered their respective vehicles and exited the dealership, ascending onto the newly constructed overpass. The traffic was sparse, and Yi Gucheng wished to test the performance of his new acquisition. Chapter 23. A decision to purchase property. With a firm press on the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward, swiftly reaching speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, resembling a streak of golden light as it overtook the other cars on the overpass. This spectacle attracted the attention of many drivers, who marveled, who is this wealthy heir, driving such a golden chariot? It must surely be a war machine forged from gold. Truly, what wealth! Indeed, it was crafted from pure gold. While the price was steep, it was justified. Yi Gucheng found the 3.5 billion yuan price tag to be reasonable. However, the car's excessive weight hindered its off-road performance. Once the speed surpassed 100 kilometers per hour, acceleration became sluggish. Unlike sports cars, which prioritize speed by minimizing weight, leading to fragility akin to a mere tofu block, thus making them susceptible to catastrophic accidents. Yi Gucheng pondered. What is the purpose of being wealthy? It seems to revolve around ostentation. The nature of our people is to elevate their affluence upon the impoverishment of others, seeking a sense of superiority in the process. Yet, Yi Gucheng was distinctly not that type of person. He maintained a demeanor of humility. Wang Yunfeng's Maybach could only reach speeds of 1 to 200 kilometers per hour, as it was designed primarily for business use, emphasizing stability. Such vehicles are typically employed to transport company executives or department heads. What need is there for excessive speed? Are we to assume that the lives of leaders and executives are too mundane, and we should hasten their journeys? An hour later, the two cars descended from the overpass, seeking a suitable parking spot along the roadside. They then gathered at an outdoor barbecue stand, indulging in a lavish feast. Yi Gucheng grilled numerous skewers of meat, accompanied by various side dishes, and purchased a case of beer. Qian Renxue, the gluttonous young lady, eagerly embraced her inner foodie, continuously munching and sipping, her mouth scarcely pausing for breath. Yi Gucheng and Wang Yunfeng exchanged glances, sharing an unspoken understanding. As good brothers, they indulged heartily, vowing not to hold back. The two of them feasted and drank, soon becoming utterly inebriated. They ultimately retreated to the car for a brief slumber. When they awoke the following day, it was nearly noon. Yi Gucheng utilized his unique abilities to cleanse the remnants of alcohol from his system, feeling significantly rejuvenated. Wang Yunfeng, with his eyes slightly glazed from the effects of alcohol, murmured, "Brother Yi, since we have already purchased our vehicles, shouldn't we seize the moment and acquire a residence as well? This way, it would be more convenient for parking in the future. Your car is so expensive, and leaving it outside poses the risk of it being intentionally vandalized. A mere scratch could yield a significant sum if someone were to extract even a small amount of gold." Qian Renxue clapped her hands in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, with a house, I could stockpile a plethora of delectable treats, readily available whenever I desire." The two exchanged a glance of silent exasperation, choosing to ignore her words. However, Yi Gucheng pondered upon it. As the saying goes, wealth should not be displayed ostentatiously. With such a lavish golden Rolls-Royce parked right in front of people's noses, it was nearly impossible not to evoke envy. Yi Gucheng wished to avoid any trouble, and thus considered it wiser to invest in a spacious house with a private parking area designated solely for his vehicles. This, he reasoned, should mitigate any unforeseen complications. He quickly searched for local properties on his phone and soon discovered the highest-selling estate, known as Shishan Villa. It was reputed to be one of the most luxurious villa districts in Jinling City, home to many affluent individuals. Naturally, the prices were not modest. In ordinary residential areas, prices hovered around 50,000 yuan per square meter, while upscale districts soared to 100,000 yuan per square meter, a figure that was nothing short of astronomical for the average person. Yi Gucheng and his companions parked in the designated area of the sales office and followed the staff inside to view the properties. The sales personnel, noticing their modest attire, assumed they were merely casual visitors with little intent to purchase, and thus paid them little mind. Yi Gucheng, however, bore no resentment. His greatest virtue lay in maintaining a positive outlook. After all, those with a poor mindset seldom achieve greatness. At that moment, a young female sales representative approached, offering them drinks and juices. Her name was Xiao Suner, a recent university graduate who had just begun her internship. Lacking experience in clientele, She had worked at this estate for several months without making a single sale, leaving her with only a meager base salary. Aware of her circumstances, she focused on serving refreshments rather than competing with her more seasoned colleagues. Yi Gucheng addressed Xiao Suner. "Excuse me, miss. Could you kindly provide us with information regarding your properties? Which locations are desirable, and what are the prices?" Upon hearing her name called, Xiao Suner hurried over. "Hello, sir. Did you call for me?" Yi Gucheng nodded. "Yes, I inquired about the price of your finest property." Nervously, she replied, "The finest property? Are you referring to the King Villa on the mountaintop?" That villa is indeed the most expensive in our portfolio, positioned to the south and overlooking the Huangpu River. From its balcony, one can enjoy breathtaking views of the river. The King Villa comprises 9 stories, with the main floor on the 5th level, symbolizing the highest honor. Each floor spans approximately 3,000 square meters, with a price tag of around 120,000 yuan per square meter. Yi Gucheng calculated swiftly on his phone. Acquiring the King Villa would require upwards of 3 billion yuan. Fortunately, this price fell within his budget. He then requested, "Miss, would you kindly take me to see the King Villa?" Xiao Suner hesitated. "That might be a bit difficult, as I do not have the keys with me. Are you truly interested in purchasing it? If so, I can contact our sales manager immediately." Yi Gucheng affirmed, "Yes, please do so." Skeptical, she scrutinized him, unsure of his sincerity. Nonetheless, adhering to the principle of customer service, she resolved to take a chance. If he were merely jesting, the worst she would face was a reprimand. However, if she succeeded in closing this deal, she would gain the coveted title of top sales representative, a most enviable accolade, along with generous commissions. Stepping outside, she dialed the sales manager. Shortly thereafter, Ji Qing, the sales manager, arrived in a hurry. She had been engaged in a card game to pass the time when she received the call from her subordinate. Hearing that a wealthy client was interested in purchasing the King Villa, she rushed over to verify the claim. Ji Qing pulled Xiao Suner aside, asking, "Are you certain you weren't mistaken during the call? Does this gentleman genuinely wish to buy?" Xiao Suner nodded. "Yes, Manager Ji, I assure you." He expressed his intention directly. However, she too held reservations about Yi Gucheng's words, questioning their authenticity. Ji Qing remained doubtful, as the King Villa had been on the market for 7 to 8 years without any buyers. Furthermore, she was unfamiliar with Xiao Suner, who appeared to be a new intern with no sales to her name. Yet, despite her skepticism, Ji Qing deemed it prudent to meet the potential buyer, who knew if the interest was genuine. Thus, she courteously invited Yi Gucheng and his companions into her office, instructing Xiao Suner to guard the entrance against interruptions. Ji Qing prepared tea for the three, serving a pure, unblemished brew from Yi province that offered a unique flavor. The trio drank heartily, and Ji Qing soon discerned that Yi Gucheng was the principal among them. She inquired, "I hear from my staff that you wish to purchase our King Villa. Is that correct?" Yi Gucheng, curious, responded, "Yes, is there a problem? Are you unwilling to sell it to me?" Ji Qing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Sir, are you certain you are not mistaken? That villa has 9 stories, each approximately 3,000 square meters, costing around 120,000 yuan per square meter. Altogether, that amounts to over 3 billion yuan. Yi Gucheng waved his hand dismissively. "I am well aware of that. Your sales representative has already informed me. However, I would like to see the King Villa in person first. If it meets my expectations, I will proceed with the purchase." Ji Qing swallowed hard, thinking, is this truly a person speaking? A property worth over 3 billion yuan, and he speaks of purchasing it so nonchalantly. He must be a person of considerable wealth, and I must seize this opportunity. With a smile, she replied, "Very well, I will arrange for a chauffeur to take you to view the King Villa." In less than 5 minutes, a luxury Mercedes-Benz van arrived outside the sales office, a vehicle reserved for esteemed clients, seldom utilized otherwise. The driver stepped out, gesturing for them to enter. As the van was spacious enough to accommodate 7 passengers, Xiao Suner also joined them. After all, this esteemed client was under her care. If a deal were to be struck, it was only fair that she received her due commission. After winding through the paths, they finally arrived at the pinnacle of the mountain, the opulent villa. Zhu Yeqing unlocked the grand entrance with a key. The courtyard was adorned with an abundance of flowers and greenery, sprawling over an impressive area, likely around 200 to 300 square meters, which would be quite a chore to maintain. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, which spanned over 300 square meters, it was decorated in a style that Yi Gucheng particularly favored, subtle yet undeniably luxurious. The layout was meticulously designed, reportedly modeled after the residences of Hong Kong's wealthiest tycoons. Constructed to a 1-to-1 scale and overseen by a professional feng shui master. Overall, it was nearly flawless. Zhu Yeqing trailed closely behind Yi Gucheng, her curiosity boundless. "May I inquire, Mr. Yi, what line of work are you in, if it's not too much trouble to share?" Yi Gucheng jested lightly. "Oh, you wish to know my profession? To be candid, I deal in the business of the deceased, When fortune smiles upon me, I can earn substantial sums. Zhu Yeqing, taken aback, gasped, "Ah, the business of the deceased? Are you perhaps running a funeral home? Well, if the clientele is abundant, there is indeed a fortune to be made." Yi Gucheng chuckled at her contemplative expression. "Enough with the riddles," he said. "I'll be forthright. I run an antique shop. Isn't that akin to dealing in the deceased? Modern items hold little value, as they are mere replicas." His words elicited laughter from the others. Zhu Yeqing pouted, "Oh, Mr. Yi, you enjoy teasing me. If I may be so bold, is your family quite wealthy?" Yi Gucheng scratched his head, a touch embarrassed. "That's a long story. My ancestors were once quite prosperous, but let us not dwell on that. Let us focus on the house." Recognizing his reluctance to divulge more about his background, Zhu Yeqing tactfully refrained from pressing further. Thus, Zhu Yeqing guided them through each floor, each boasting 50 rooms. The fifth floor, being the main level of this splendid villa, featured a high-end dining room, a game room, a bar, and an upscale tea room. The 3,000 square meter space was furnished entirely with rosewood, including exquisite desks, armchairs, tatama mats, and sofas, each set costing hundreds of thousands, indicative of the affluent lifestyle. Surrounding the area were several large fish tanks, each 4 to 5 meters long, housing red dragon fish, a rare species of considerable value. The basement included a spacious parking garage capable of accommodating 100 vehicles, monitored by security personnel, reflecting stringent safety measures. After surveying the villa, Yi Gucheng expressed his satisfaction and turned to Zhu Yeqing. "Hello, beautiful. Could you assist me in calculating the total cost for purchasing this villa outright?" "Outright? Did I hear you correctly?" Zhu Yeqing's eyes widened, her mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. Yi Gucheng nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed, outright." She swiftly grabbed her phone, fingers flying across the screen. "Well, Mr. Yi, I've just calculated the total expenses, which amount to approximately 3.24 billion. If you genuinely wish to purchase, I can leverage my authority as the sales department manager to secure a 5 discount, bringing it down to 3 billion. And you could own this villa." Without hesitation, Yi Gucheng produced his bank card for her to process the payment. Zhu Yeqing, trembling slightly, inserted the card into the POS machine, confirming the amount and inputting the password. In mere moments, the 3 billion was transferred successfully. At this point, Zhu Yeqing was thoroughly convinced, her smile radiant. Yi Gucheng turned to Xiao Sun-er. "Little sister, how much commission will you likely earn from this transaction?" Xiao Sun-er counted on her fingers. Approximately 5 million. "Wow, does that mean I've inadvertently become a millionaire?" She pondered gleefully how to spend such a fortune. Yi Gucheng found her amusing and affectionately ruffled her hair. Xiao Sun-er didn't mind his playful gesture. Noticing their rapport, Zhu Yeqing remarked, "Sun-er, you've accomplished a significant feat for our company today. I grant you a half-day off. Go spend time with this gentleman. You may return to work a bit later tomorrow morning." Chapter 25. A generous donation of 1 billion. The 2 men and 2 women indulged in food and drink at the villa. In her inebriated state, Xiao Sun-er cast aside her modesty, swiftly shedding her work jacket and dancing in the grand living room. Yi Gucheng quietly appreciated her graceful movements, occasionally applauding to encourage her. Initially, Xiao Sun-er had intended to invite Yi Gucheng to dance with her, but given his apparent lack of artistic inclination, he politely declined. Thus, their revelry continued deep into the night. With a hint of intoxication, Xiao Sun-er clumsily dressed, her cheeks flushed, and announced, "It's getting late. And I must rise early for work tomorrow, so I'll take my leave now. I'll come back another day to join you all." Yi Gucheng nodded. "Allow me to call a taxi for you." Xiao Sun-er waved her hand dismissively. "No need. I live at the company, just a short walk away." After she departed, Yi Gucheng and the others also retreated to their respective rooms for the night. Given the vastness of the villa, they could choose whichever room they fancied without concern. The following morning, after everyone awoke and finished breakfast in the living room, Yi Gucheng addressed Wang Yunfeng. "Brother Feng, our antique shop has just opened, and we'll rely heavily on you for our future growth. Have any of your fellow grave robbers shown interest in working at our shop? I can offer an annual salary of 1 million, and good performance could lead to promotions and raises." Wang Yunfeng pondered for a moment. "You know, I actually have a suitable candidate in mind." Yi Gucheng inquired, "Who is it?" "I'm eager to hear." Wang Yunfeng replied with a grin. "His surname is Yao, and he is called Yao Qixing. This old man is like the patriarch of our grave-robbing community. He can determine if there are treasures in a tomb with just a glance, earning him the title master Yao among peers." Yi Gucheng scoffed, feeling this was somewhat trivial. "I could also say I have a friend who has been an electrician for over 20 years. He can tell if there is electricity just by touching it." He conceded. "All right, I trust your judgment. I don't mind who you bring on board, as long as there are no complications. We're engaged in legitimate business." As he spoke, Yi Gucheng pulled out his phone and transferred 10 million to Wang Yunfeng's account. "I feel a bit awkward, as you can see, with the purchases of cars and houses. I've drained my savings. I'm left with a mere 10 billion in my account. Thus, I can only transfer you 10 million for now, keeping the rest for operational needs. Wang Yunfeng nodded. Brother Yi, there is no need for such formality. I appreciate your intention. Since we've partnered in this antique shop, we should each contribute according to our means. Qian Rushua interjected. What about me? What can I do to help? Yi Gucheng covered his mouth with his hand and remarked. Aside from your ability to eat, I have yet to discover any other merits in you. Perhaps it would be best if you served as a mascot, helping to attract customers. Qian Rushua, her eyes wide with indignation, replied, Big brother, all you do is make fun of me. Do you believe I will sever ties with you and never speak to you again? Yi Gucheng chuckled dismissively. All right then, for lunch, I plan to have hot pot. Since you refuse to speak to me, you can go eat boxed meals from the street vendors instead. Upon hearing this, Qian Rushua grew anxious. No, I want hot pot too. Big brother, I know you treat me the best. Yi Gucheng laughed heartily, knowing he had ample ways to deal with a foodie like her. Wang Yunfeng had other matters to attend to, so he departed first. Yi Gucheng and Qian Rushua wandered around the grand villa. Such a large house would take more than a day or two to explore thoroughly. It seemed that having too much space could also be a burden, as cleaning it would undoubtedly be a tedious task. At that moment, Yi Gucheng suddenly caught sight of troubling news on the television. It reported that on the afternoon of May 12th, just yesterday, a catastrophic earthquake struck a certain city in the south. This disaster resulted in significant casualties, with at least hundreds of thousands trapped, while local transportation and communication networks were completely devastated, severing ties with the outside world. What was most infuriating was that our old adversary, the beautiful nation, took advantage of the situation by shutting down their GPS satellite signals. This action severely hampered the official rescue efforts from Huaxia. The television host did not disclose specific details, leaving the subsequent developments to await further investigation. Yi Gucheng, understanding the gravity of national responsibility, could not remain indifferent. He swiftly located the donation account published by the Huaxia authorities in the media to facilitate contributions for the disaster-stricken populace. With a generous wave of his hand, he donated 1 billion yuan, nearly depleting his entire fortune. Yet, he felt no sorrow, for money could always be earned again. To hoard wealth selfishly would be unworthy of being a Huaxia citizen. He sincerely hoped this money would assist those affected by the calamity. Then, Yi Gucheng approached the fish tank and retrieved several red dragon fish he had placed in his spatial ring the previous night, tossing them into the tank. After observing for a long while, he realized that all the fish had perished. They appeared lifelike but had indeed died, showing no signs of revival. Yi Gucheng had long desired to enter the ring's space to see what it contained, yet without absolute certainty, he dared not do so. Based on the information he possessed, it seemed that the ring's space could only store inanimate objects. He had yet to test the storage of living beings, such as humans or animals. Although he was eager to investigate firsthand, the risk was too great. Of course, Yi Gucheng was no fool. He soon devised a clever plan. He called Qian Rushua over and said, Little sister, I have a grand treasure here. Would you like to come and see it? Qian Rushua tilted her head, asking, What treasure? Is it something delicious? Yi Gucheng's eyes twinkled mischievously. Indeed, you guessed correctly. It is something delectable, but you must enter to taste it. Upon hearing this, Qian Rushua felt that the candied hawthorn skewers in her hand had lost their allure and tossed them aside. She quickly rushed to grasp Yi Gucheng's arm, sweetly insisting, Then let me in quickly. I want to see what deliciousness awaits. With a sly smile, Yi Gucheng murmured, Enter, and immediately drew Qian Rushua into the ring's space. Chapter 26. Starving to death, Yi Gucheng glanced at his watch. 5 minutes had elapsed. He felt it was time and murmured once more, Come out. Instantly, he brought Qian Rushua back from the ring's space. She looked at him with her innocent, wide eyes and exclaimed, Big brother, you deceived me. There is nothing inside. I only found a few bags of frozen, hard snacks that are too tough to eat. Yi Gucheng looked closely and realized it was the packages of spicy chicken feet, drunken peanuts, and turkey-flavored puffed snacks he had previously stored. These snacks had frozen solid, as if freshly taken from a cold storage. Curiosity piqued. Yi Gucheng began to wonder what the ring's space was truly like. Since Qian Rushua had spent so long inside without incident, it indicated that the space was safe and posed no threats. He had worried about the presence of ferocious beasts or primitive savages. Calming his nerves, Yi Gucheng took a deep breath and mustered his courage, murmuring, Enter. This time, the two vanished simultaneously. When Yi Gucheng regained consciousness, he found himself in an exceedingly cold realm. Snow-capped mountains, towering ancient trees, and peculiar rock formations surrounded him, enveloped in swirling mists. The air was rich with spiritual energy, invigorating and uplifting, akin to inhaling pure oxygen, instilling a feeling of ethereal lightness. At the mountain's summit, The clouds swirled peacefully, creating an atmosphere of tranquility, as if in a celestial paradise. At the foot of the mountain, a few cranes were sipping from a crystal-clear stream, occasionally using their beaks to preen their feathers. Gucheng spotted a majestic palace by the creek. He took Qian Rushue's hand and slowly made his way down the mountain. As the saying goes, a horse tires running towards a mountain. Although the snow-capped peak appeared to be only 2,000 to 3,000 meters high, the journey felt endless. After approximately 2 hours, they finally reached the base. Together, they pushed open the grand doors of the palace, and a wave of rich spiritual energy washed over them. Upon entering the main hall, they noticed the plaque inscribed with the words Palace of the Great Emperor Zuai. The altar was adorned with numerous ancient texts and scrolls containing secret techniques. Gucheng casually picked up one of the scrolls to examine it. The text was rather intricate, resembling a mixture of characters and symbols akin to oracle bone script. However, this did not daunt Gucheng, as he had always enjoyed studying calligraphy and script, possessing considerable knowledge of various historical writings. He had even dabbled in prehistoric civilizations. Sitting quietly at the altar, he spent about a minute reading the scroll. According to its contents, the palace's master was named the Great Emperor Zuai. Hailing from the primordial era millions of years ago, the Great Emperor Zuai had taken refuge under a sect known as Hunyue Zong from a young age. Unfortunately, he was deemed dull-witted and lacking in talent, failing to gain favor within the sect. Eventually, he was expelled by the elders and cast adrift in the world. By chance, he acquired a supreme cultivation method, dedicating himself to its practice. After several millennia of effort, he finally transcended and ascended to another realm. This spatial ring is indeed a treasure he left within this realm. The ability to traverse time and space is a feat only achievable by an emperor. Legend has it that when the Ziwei Emperor ascended to the celestial realm, 2 suns appeared in the sky, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, while an infinite sea of flames descended from above, astonishing all-powerful beings present at that time. Suddenly, the alluring serpent in his mind clamored to emerge. For the spiritual energy here was exceptionally abundant. Cultivating in this environment would yield results at least tenfold superior to that of the outside world. This realization left Gucheng somewhat perplexed. Thus, he summoned Qian Renshue. Little sister, allow me to share a secret with you, and I shall only confide in you. Promise me you won't tell anyone else, all right? Qian Renshue blinked her enchanting eyes and responded, yes, what is the secret? Please tell me, big brother. I promise I won't tell a soul. With that, Gucheng felt relieved. He gestured, summoning the beautiful serpent before them. Upon seeing such a stunning lady, Qian Renshue's eyes widened in awe. Sister, you are truly beautiful, she exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment, nearly wide enough to fit an egg. Gucheng chuckled. This lovely lady is called Kaylin. Come now, little sister, greet her. Qian Renshue nodded eagerly. Hello, sister-in-law. Gucheng was momentarily taken aback, nearly sputtering blood in shock. Kaylin, however, was unperturbed, offering her a string of candied hawthorn. Thank you, sister-in-law. Qian Renshue squealed with delight. Gucheng felt a flush of embarrassment, playfully tapping Qian Renshue on the back of her head. You do talk too much. Kaylin huffed. Do you believe I am unworthy of you? Gucheng waved his hand dismissively. No, that is not my intention. After all, you are a 7-colored serpent who has cultivated for 100,000 years. According to our Chinese perspective, you would be regarded as a rare creature. Of course, when compared to our national treasure, the giant panda, you might still fall slightly short. Kaylin raised her chin defiantly. Humph. Do you not consider me a national treasure in your eyes? Gucheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Engaging with women can indeed be exhausting. Regardless of how one speaks, it often seems to be misconstrued, which is truly baffling. The 2 ladies frolicked around the palace, while Gucheng, uninterested in their antics, immersed himself in studying the ancient texts. As time slipped by, he began to feel fatigued, rubbing his eyes as dizziness set in. A glance at his watch revealed that only a few minutes had passed. This indicated that time within the ring's space was not synchronized with the outside world. Perhaps a month could elapse here while merely a day passed outside. At this moment, Gucheng's stomach growled audibly, nearing the point of hunger where his front would touch his back. He felt that even if a cow appeared before him, he would devour it entirely. Hastily, he scrambled to his feet in search of sustenance. However, after a thorough search, he found not a single edible morsel. Regret washed over him. Why hadn't he stored more food in the ring space beforehand? Now, on the brink of starvation, it was too late for remorse. Kaylin and Qian Renshue were no better off, gazing at Gucheng with hungry eyes, drool escaping their lips. Gucheng was taken aback. Good heavens. You aren't thinking of devouring me, are you? No, I am a nearly 30-year-old man, tough and unappetizing. Perhaps we should venture elsewhere to seek something edible? Chapter 27. What is happening? Yi Gucheng scoured the great hall for quite some time, only to discover a seemingly bathhouse-like area in the side chamber, where he stumbled upon a hot spring. The water in this spring was a shocking crimson hue, reminiscent of blood, flowing as if it were human blood itself. A wave of nausea washed over him. Surely, this couldn't be human blood? At that moment, Kalen approached him. Master, this spring water was formed during a volcanic eruption, flowing down the ridge into this pool. The water contains a significant amount of fire poison, which is why it appears blood red. Moreover, this mountain spring water can be quite harmful to the human body. Excessive consumption could lead to dire consequences. Yi Gucheng felt disheartened after searching for so long, only to find it undrinkable. What a waste of effort. Kalen stifled a laugh, who said it cannot be consumed. This spiritual spring water is a tremendous tonic. It can strengthen the body, restore youth, and even enhance beauty, provided it is not overconsumed. For excessive intake could lead to the fire poison gradually eroding one's internal organs, leaving little hope for remedy. Yi Gucheng nodded. Is there a way to eliminate the fire poison in this spring water? Kalen shook her head. You need not worry about the fire poison. After all, you have inherited my extraordinary abilities. You are no longer an ordinary person, so these fire toxins pose no threat to you. Rather, they serve as a great tonic. With a casual wave, she pushed Yi Gucheng into the spring water, quickly following suit. Caught unawares, Yi Gucheng fell into the pool, sputtering as he emerged. Suddenly, he felt the spiritual water seeping into his skin, filling his pores with a warm sensation that coursed through his entire being, as if an endless stream of energy was entering his body. Overjoyed, he began to absorb the energy from the spring water with fervor. Meanwhile, Kalen was not idle. She voraciously consumed the energy at an even faster rate than he. On the shore, Qian Renxue, her stomach growling in protest, hesitated only briefly before plunging in. To her surprise, her body began to autonomously absorb energy as well. Soon, the debilitating hunger she felt vanished, and she was ecstatic, as long as she wasn't hungry. Nothing else mattered. Thus, the three of them each indulged, losing track of time in their fervent consumption. In just a short while, the blood-red hue of the spring water began to fade, gradually becoming clear and transparent. Yet, Yi Gucheng and his companions seemed insatiable, as if they were bottomless pits. Soon, due to uneven energy distribution, a brawl broke out among them. Consequently, Yi Gucheng found himself engaged in a 3-day and 3-night battle with the two women. When they finally emerged from the water, Yi Gucheng was astonished to discover he had inherited Qian Renshua's mind-reading abilities. Qian Renxue, 19 years old, female. Born on the 18th of the 12th month. Identity unknown, origins unclear. How peculiar. Why could he see nothing beyond her age? Yi Gucheng scratched his head in curiosity, momentarily unable to comprehend. Well, it is best not to be greedy. Having obtained the mind-reading ability is certainly better than having none. Possible additional functions need to be developed gradually. With a swift motion, Yi Gucheng summoned the beautiful Serpent back into his body. He then procured a mineral water bottle and filled it to the brim with the essence of the spiritual spring. As the fire poison had been eradicated, this spiritual water was now completely devoid of toxicity, serving as a potent tonic even for ordinary individuals. Having concluded his serious business, it was time for him to depart. Yi Gucheng was reluctant to linger any longer in this place. He decided to return to the outside world and indulge in a hearty meal at a fine restaurant. Thus, Yi Gucheng silently intoned a command to exit. In an instant, his surroundings blurred. However, instead of finding himself at the villa, he materialized in a chaotic and desolate area. Before him lay a landscape littered with collapsed buildings, the air thick with dust and smoke. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of light, resembling the scene of a disaster film. Yi Gucheng, not one to be easily fooled, quickly realized he had been airlifted to an earthquake-stricken zone. What lay before him was a haunting aftermath of calamity. The surroundings were eerily silent, an unsettling quiet pervading the area, with not a soul in sight for miles. Witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene sent a shiver down Yi Gucheng's spine. He grasped Qian Renshue's hand and treaded swiftly over the exposed rebar and concrete, eager to escape the grim locale. They traversed for an indeterminate duration, relying solely on instinct to guide them toward the glimmers of light. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, they finally emerged from the disaster zone, arriving in a third-tier city called Gucheng. The first order of business upon reaching this city was to find sustenance, for Yi Gucheng felt on the verge of starvation. Had he not consumed copious amounts of spiritual water earlier, he might have succumbed to hunger mid-journey. They soon discovered a humble eatery, its sign emblazoned with the words Happy Forest. The two of them indulged in food and drink, partaking in a considerable amount of beer and liquor, and soon found themselves delightfully inebriated. After settling the bill, Yi Gucheng noticed an upscale club across the way and unhesitatingly entered. With a grand gesture, he summoned two blonde, blue-eyed Russian maidens to attend to him, one to massage his back and the other to wash his feet. Of course, thoughts of national pride were far from Yi Gucheng's mind. He merely wished to bask in the tranquility of being a handsome man. Meanwhile, Qian Ruxue, with nothing to occupy her, settled in the lobby to watch television. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 clandestine figures entered the club. Each donned a mask, obscuring their features, yet their clothing appeared bulging, as if concealing something. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, and a waitress collapsed, blood pooling on the floor. Chaos ensued, transforming the club into a scene of pandemonium. Inside the private room, Yi Gucheng, startled by the sound of gunshots, trembled, pondering whether the police had come to raid the establishment. This scenario seemed awry. Surely a raid wouldn't necessitate firearms. He had done nothing wrong, merely seeking a moment of relaxation. Not only was Yi Gucheng alarmed, but the 2 beautiful Russian maidens were equally terrified. In a flurry, Yi Gucheng hastily dressed, eager to ascertain the situation outside. Just then, the door to the private room was violently kicked open. A burly man clad in black, brandishing a submachine gun, bellowed, "Everyone inside, get out now, or I'll blow your heads off." Chapter 28, Slaying the Elite Ninja from the East. Yi Gucheng was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Confused, he was ushered out of the room at gunpoint by the armed assailant. The 2 Russian maidens, trembling with tears in their eyes, were also compelled to follow suit, hands on their heads, silenced and motionless. Upon reaching the lobby, they found themselves surrounded by the armed intruders, including Qian Ruxue, who stood at the mercy of a hulking man with a gun pressed against her temple. Even if Yi Gucheng were oblivious, he quickly grasped that these individuals were here to rob. Yet, why target a club instead of a bank? The reasoning eluded him. Qian Ruxue, eyes wide with fear, looked at him, her expressive gaze filled with an unspoken terror, rendering her speechless. Yi Gucheng exchanged a glance with her, and she understood immediately, choosing to remain silent and composed, refraining from crying out. Outside the establishment, a multitude of police officers had gathered, encircling the club. One officer shouted, "Robbers inside, listen up. You are surrounded. Do not resist. Put down your weapons and release the hostages." The leader of the assailants, speaking with a heavy accent, arrogantly replied, You think a bunch of drunken fools can capture us? You're delusional. Prepare a vehicle and $5 million for our escape, or I'll execute all the hostages." Yi Gucheng, upon hearing the man's peculiar accent, realized he did not sound like a native. Using his mind-reading ability, he gleaned the man's identity. Name: Kimura Hentaro, male, 45 years old. Elite ninja from the East, proficient in various forms of Eastern ninjutsu, and one of the top 10 ninjutsu experts from his nation. This revelation astonished Yi Gucheng. These robbers were indeed from the East, explaining their audacity to wield weapons in a club. However, their choice of target was perplexing. If they sought to rob, a bank would yield far greater rewards. At that moment, the heads of the Gucheng Police Department arrived on the scene. After a brief discussion, they resolved to position snipers in hidden locations, poised to eliminate the assailants. Simultaneously, a few officers were dispatched to negotiate. In a short time, snipers took their positions, equipped with binoculars, aiming at the robbers and awaiting the command to fire. Yet, the robbers displayed considerable tactical acumen, deliberately positioning themselves in the hall's blind spots, using hostages as shields, rendering it nearly impossible for the snipers to find a clear target. Thus, the Gucheng police chief, Wang Shi, had no choice but to place his hopes on the officers dispatched for negotiation. Such brazen armed robberies were unprecedented in this inland third-tier city. However, following a recent catastrophic earthquake in a nearby region, the city had been engulfed in turmoil. Reports indicated it was the most severe quake since the founding of the nation, claiming tens of thousands of lives, with countless individuals missing and millions trapped. Although the Chinese authorities have dispatched a special operations team to the disaster-stricken area to manage the aftermath, the calamity has yet to reach its conclusion. Meanwhile, foreign hostile forces have seized this opportunity to take advantage of China, sending their mercenaries to infiltrate the nation. Ordinarily, such events would not concern the city of Gucheng, a third-tier city that lacks significant intelligence and resources. However, in Gucheng, there exists a dark matter laboratory, an object of desire for any scientist possessing high intellect and ambition globally. Within the subterranean facility, thousands of scientists are perpetually engaged in intense work surrounding a colossal particle collider, maintaining high operational efficiency day and night. After much toil, they have achieved results that they are unwilling to relinquish lightly. Thus, when the hostile forces stealthily infiltrated the dark matter laboratory, circumventing security personnel to seize confidential documents, they inadvertently exposed their presence. After suffering heavy losses, with more than half their number decimated, the surviving bandits, in a state of panic amid military pursuit, fled into a nearby clubhouse. Their aim was not wealth, but rather loyalty to their organization. They followed orders from their superiors without question. This included the likes of Kimura Haitaro, the leader of the Eastern Ninja. His sole desire was to delay time as much as possible, waiting for the opportune moment to escape and reunite with his comrades, even if there was only one of them left. As long as they could successfully extract the confidential documents, their mission would be deemed complete. At that moment, a few daring police officers, hands raised, entered the hall, risking their lives. "Do not fire. We are unarmed. You can search us if you wish." Kimura Haitaro scoffed. "Foolish Chinese. Did you think hiding a listening device in your shoe would go unnoticed? Die." With a mere flick of his hand, a flurry of shurikens shot forth, striking the officers' throats with deadly accuracy. Kimura's lethal strike left no room for mercy. The officers fell to the ground, unable to utter even a single cry, as blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. Gucheng, witnessing the heinous disregard for life displayed by these contemptible Easterners, felt a surge of fury. Without hesitation, he activated his spatial displacement technique, swiftly exchanging positions with the hostage held by the ninja. In a single motion, he disarmed the ninjas, sending their submachine guns flying, and seized one, wielding it like a baseball bat against the assailants. The ensuing chaos was filled with their anguished cries as he effortlessly sent them sprawling several meters away, leaving them incapacitated on the ground. "Baka, who are you, and how are your skills so formidable?" Kimura exclaimed in shock. Gucheng replied with a dismissive glance. "You unfortunate little devil, today you have crossed paths with me. Prepare to meet your demise." Kimura, stepping back in trepidation, flung a multitude of shurikens towards him. Gucheng, employing the same spatial technique again, swapped places once more. This time, it was Kimura who fell victim to his own projectiles, becoming a human pincushion. With a thud, he collapsed, his eyes wide open in a death stare, as if unable to close them even in death. The swift reversal left many hostages bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired, while the bandits lay vanquished. Among the hostages, only Qian Rushua and the two Russian women had clearly witnessed the entire ordeal. Soon, police officers flooded into the scene, urgently transporting the injured officers to the hospital. Meanwhile, the two striking Russian women, regaining their composure amidst the panic, approached Gucheng. Seeking his contact information, their sparkling eyes filled with admiration. The two women were named Catherine and Li Fran, hailing from Moscow, recently graduated and financially constrained. They had taken up internships at this upscale establishment to earn a living, as the pay was significantly better than other jobs. Given their enthusiasm, Gucheng felt it inappropriate to maintain an aloof demeanor and readily exchanged contact information with them, even promising to visit them in the future. This, however, incited a tinge of jealousy in Qian Rushua, who pulled Gucheng aside and, with a hint of acidity in her tone, asked, "Big brother, I thought you were always tight-lipped and uninterested in women. Why are you so chummy with them?" Gucheng, amused by her jealousy, responded, "Nonsense. I am a paragon of virtue. You saw it yourself. They insisted on approaching me rather than the other way around." Just then, the police chief of Gucheng, Wang Shui, rushed over, ordering his subordinates to apprehend the remaining bandits and cuff them. His expression turned grave as he gazed at the severely injured officers being wheeled away on stretchers. In his heart, Gucheng pondered whether the spiritual water he had retrieved from his ring could aid in healing the injured. Opening a bottle of mineral water, he administered the spiritual water to the wounded. Before long, their pallor began to improve, and their throat wounds healed rapidly. Wang Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this person possess supernatural abilities? This was truly remarkable. He hurried over to shake Gucheng's hand, expressing his gratitude. "This young comrade, you have provided invaluable assistance to the Gucheng police today, not only defeating the bandits and rescuing the hostages, but also healing our officers. I am at a loss for how to thank you." Gucheng smiled. "It was merely serendipitous. I have practiced a bit of martial arts since childhood. I was surprised that these bandits were so feeble, making it easy for me to subdue them." After a brief conversation with Wang Shui, Gucheng sought to leave, still shaken from the earlier events. However, the chief showed no intention of letting him depart. "Young comrade, as a key witness in this armed robbery, we require your presence to record your statement. You cannot leave just yet." Upon hearing this, Gucheng felt a wave of frustration. "According to your logic, I must sit in your police station for a while." Wang Shui hastily clarified, No, you misunderstand. We are merely following protocol. If we are taking up your valuable time, we sincerely apologize." Gucheng rolled his eyes and waved his hand. "I will comply with your arrangements. However, I have one condition. Please arrange for a police vehicle to escort this young lady home. I will handle any matters myself." Wang Shui promptly agreed, "Of course. That is no problem at all." He waved his hand, summoning the police department's dedicated driver. instructing him to take Qian Rushua back to Jinling City in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Thus, Yi Gucheng accompanied Director Wang to the police station. At that moment, an officer approached to report to Wang Shui. Director, a superior from the Special Operations Department of the Kyoto Dragon Group has arrived, specifically requesting to meet with you. Upon hearing this, Wang Shui felt the situation had grown rather complicated. It was surprising that even the Dragon Group had been stirred. He waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to escort Yi Gucheng to the adjacent lounge for a temporary respite while he hurried off to his office. Inside the office, a man in his 30s sat regally in the executive chair, adorned in the regal uniform of the police, bearing the badge number 0001, exuding an air of sophistication. This was indeed a member of the Dragon Group, and not just any member. It must be noted that the Dragon Group is the most enigmatic organization in Huaxia. Akin to the ancient imperial secret agents, the Jinyui, wielding the power of life and death with unbridled authority. In essence, they are capable of achieving the unimaginable. For a moment, Wang Shui stood there, momentarily dazed. Observing his stupefied expression, the Dragon Group member furrowed his brow and presented his credentials. Wang Shui took the document and read, Zuolingchen, 35 years old, Director of the Special Operations Department of the Dragon Group, rank of Major General. After reviewing the credentials, Wang Shui promptly returned them and stood upright, saluting with military precision. Director Zhua, welcome to our Jin City Police Department for guidance. Director Zuolingchen waved his hand dismissively. No need for pleasantries, Director Wang. Please, sit down and we shall converse. Wang Shui nodded and seated himself obediently before him. Zuolingchen stated coldly, I have received orders from above. Amidst the current turmoil in Huaxia, 2 hostile factions have infiltrated the nation with the intent of stealing confidential documents from your city, allegedly concerning detailed information on dark matter. Wang Shui, feeling rather pleased, responded, Indeed, that is the case. However, they are sorely mistaken. A mere band of misfits dare to provoke us in Jin City. To be frank, one of the robbers was shot dead on the spot, while the rest were apprehended by us. I found that confidential document on them, which has already been handed over to the relevant authorities. Everything is safe and sound. Zuolingchen frowned and inquired of Wang Shui, apart from the confidential documents, did you uncover anything else? For instance, a bank card with substantial funds. Or perhaps a spatial jade slip. Wang Shui responded with confusion, what bank card? What spatial jade slip? We only found some Japanese yen and a few ordinary bank cards on these robbers, with a maximum of a few tens of thousands of dollars in them. As for the spatial jade slip you mentioned, we have never encountered such a thing. Zuolingchen, initially reluctant to engage in conversation with these local police, especially regarding the core secrets of the Dragon Group, found himself growing increasingly frustrated by the obstinate demeanor of the local director. He sternly told Wang Shui, to be frank, the leader of these robbers is an East Asian ninja named Kimura Haitaro, a high-ranking shinobi, one of the top 10 experts in the East, possessing strength comparable to our Dragon Group's celestial-level warriors. This time, the East has allied with the beautiful nation to steal our national secrets, and they have certainly been well compensated for it. This Kimura Haitaro was carrying a top-tier black card issued by the beautiful nation's government, which can overdraw up to $10 billion, accessible at any bank globally, including the Rothschild family, Citibank, the Morgan family, Swiss banks, and so forth. What? $10 billion. Just imagine how much that is. If all that money were withdrawn, it could fill this office to the brim. Wang Shui stood there, utterly stunned. Chapter 30, The Disappearance. Zuolingchen furrowed his brow, deep in thought at his desk. According to the intelligence from above, this Kimura Haitaro was indeed of high ninja rank, comparable in strength to a celestial-level warrior of the Dragon Group. Such a formidable opponent would undoubtedly be beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to handle. He found it hard to believe that a mere group of local police could eliminate a respectable shinobi from the East. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face to the members of the Dragon Group? Wang Shui hastily suggested, could it be a mistake? Perhaps your Dragon Group has overestimated the strength of these East Asian rascals? Zuolingchen felt a rush of heat to his face. He shot Wang Shui a glare. Director Wang, please mind your language. Do not speak so recklessly, or you may find your tenure as director cut short. Wang Shui promptly fell silent, fearing that this superior might, in a fit of anger, dismiss him from his position. Zuolingchen took a moment to compose himself, then continued coldly. In addition to that top-tier black card, Kimura Haitaro also possessed a treasure known as a spatial jade slip, which has the ability to traverse space. Once shattered, it will automatically transport the holder to another location to rendezvous with an associate. You may not be aware, but in addition to this group of robbers, the beautiful nation has dispatched another mercenary unit, which took advantage of the chaos to abduct a member of our Dragon Group. This individual is a core scientist specializing in nuclear energy research. She had been in the beautiful nation, but, upon hearing of the turmoil back home, rushed back, only to be ordered by the beautiful nation's leaders to be kidnapped and prevented from returning. Wang Shui exclaimed in shock. What can we do about this? Zhuo Lengchen waved his hand dismissively. Director, Wang need not worry. Our dragon group's leaders have dispatched another elite warrior to rescue her. One whose strength is not inferior to mine. He should succeed. Wang Shui felt a great weight lifted from his heart. Thank goodness. The imperialists have not relinquished their desire for our Huaxia. We adhere to the principle of harmony and never openly confront them. Yet I did not expect them to be so outrageous. Zhuo Lengchen chuckled heartily at this, then turned serious again. Director Wang, please be candid with me. Was this Kimura Haitaro truly killed by your Jin City police? Or was there assistance from a civilian expert? Wang Shui slapped his forehead. I believe I recall that among the 8 robbers, 7 were subdued by a young man. And as for the leader, I am not sure how it happened. He inexplicably perished from a dart he himself launched, his body riddled with darts. Zhuo Lengchen inquired with curiosity. Are you implying that this group of East Asians was actually dealt with by that civilian expert? Wang Shui, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, well, that is more or less the case. At that time, the armed robbers had taken numerous hostages and cleverly concealed themselves in blind spots, making it impossible for snipers to take aim. For the sake of the hostages' safety, I had to send in a few officers who concealed listening devices in their shoes to negotiate with the robbers, hoping to buy some time for reinforcements from the military. To my surprise, these criminals were quite astute and did not fall for it, directly injuring several officers, putting their lives at great risk. At that moment, the young man suddenly intervened, taking them down with a few swift strikes. Zhuo Lengchen raised his hand and seized Wang Shui by the collar. Where is that civilian expert? Take me to him at once. Wang Shui, startled by his fervent gaze, stammered, please, calm down. That individual is in the adjacent lounge. I will take you to him immediately. Zhuo Lengchen and Wang Shui proceeded to the lounge together. Yet, within, not a single shadow could be discerned. It was desolate and devoid of anything. At this moment, Wang Shui was truly taken aback. Chapter 31, The Revelation. Yi Gucheng awoke, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself in the depths of a remote and uninhabited mountain, surrounded by towering trees. A sudden chill enveloped him, causing an involuntary shiver to course through his body. What on earth is happening? Where have I ended up? Is this still within the country's borders? Let us rewind half an hour. Yi Gucheng had been politely placed under soft confinement by Wang Shui, the head of the Jin City Police Department, in a lounge, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. He had obediently sat in the lounge, sipping tea. In truth, Yi Gucheng had managed to acquire a bank card and a peculiar jade slip from that Kimura Haitaro. The card was inscribed entirely with English letters, which Yi Gucheng could barely decipher. It was said to be a top-tier black card issued by the United States, officially known as the Centurion Black Card. This type of card contained at least $10 billion and allowed for overdrafts up to $100 billion, usable for purchases globally. Of course, it was strictly for spending. Cash withdrawals could only be made at designated banks in the United States. Yi Gucheng had been financially strapped for quite some time, with barely any funds left in his account. Now, with this black card in hand, he was no longer troubled by financial concerns. As for the jade slip, upon closer inspection, Yi Gucheng realized it was intricately carved from genuine Hitian white jade, likely worth several million. However, Kalen informed him that it was a teleportation technique invented by the ninjas of the land of the rising sun. By infusing spiritual energy into the jade slip, one could teleport to a preset location simply by breaking the slip when the need arose. Yi Gucheng found this fascinating, particularly as he had no desire to linger any longer in the police station. Thus, he exerted a slight force and shattered the jade slip. In an instant, his surroundings blurred, and he was whisked away to this unknown locale. Yi Gucheng hastily checked his phone, only to find it devoid of any signal. Neither texts nor calls could be made. It was less useful than a mere brick. Frustrated, he stowed his phone and ambled down the mountain path, hoping to reach an open area where he could ascertain his bearings. As time passed, darkness gradually enveloped the land, rendering visibility near impossible. Occasionally, fierce wild beasts would make their presence known. Fortunately, Yi Gucheng possessed the eye of the celestial serpent, which proved more effective than an 8-fold scope. A wolf, towering over him, launched a sudden assault. Yi Gucheng swiftly retaliated, delivering a crushing blow to its skull, sealing its fate on the spot. The wolf likely weighed around 200 pounds and was in prime condition. Yi Gucheng hoisted the wolf onto his shoulder, intending to roast it for a meal once he descended the mountain. Half an hour later, Yi Gucheng arrived at a relatively open area. Peering down from the summit, he was astonished to discover a military camp below, sprawling over several acres. The camp was guarded by mercenaries clad in camouflage, who patrolled incessantly, armed with American equipment. Employing the eye of the celestial serpent, Yi Gucheng estimated the number of mercenaries to be over 100, roughly equivalent to 2 platoons. Within the camp, several structures stood, the largest housing a group of men and women engaged in a game of cards, their weapons set aside. Nearby, in a smaller building, a few mercenaries stood guard, while a young woman in her 20s was held captive inside. The ground bore the remains of several bodies clad in the uniforms of Chinese police officers. Yi Gucheng pondered his next move, realizing that a headlong rush would only lead to his demise against such overwhelming numbers. Even if he miraculously survived, he would be far worse off than before. With a moment's thought, Yi Gucheng devised a cunning plan. He removed the wolf from his back, snapped off a leg, and hurled it into the underbrush outside the camp. The sound quickly drew the attention of the guarding mercenaries, prompting one to investigate the noise. As the mercenary approached the brush, Yi Gucheng raised his makeshift club and delivered a swift, crushing blow to the back of his head. The unfortunate mercenary had barely comprehended the situation before collapsing to the ground. Without hesitation, Yi Gucheng stripped the mercenary of his clothing and donned it himself. Employing his celestial powers, he altered his appearance to resemble the fallen guard, then confidently emerged from the underbrush. "Sha Chong, where have you been for so long?" A dark-skinned mercenary approached, delivering a friendly punch to Yi Gucheng's shoulder. Yi Gucheng held up the wolf's leg. "I found this in the brush. It looks fresh. You might as well share it with the others." The dark-skinned mercenary's face lit up with joy as he eagerly seized the leg from Yi Gucheng's hands, ready to prepare it for roasting. Ignoring him, Yi Gucheng silently infiltrated the largest building, keen to eavesdrop on the conversations within. "Damn it! Where is that damned ninja from the land of the rising sun? I've been stuck in this primitive forest in northern Myanmar for ages. And there isn't even a decent woman around. We agreed on a reward of $1 billion. Surely he isn't trying to renege?" Yi Gucheng looked around and spotted a robust man, adorned with intricate tattoos, standing at a height of nearly 6 feet 4. A string of text appeared in his mind. Ma Rulong, male, 42 years old, a notorious Chinese-American criminal known internationally for multiple kidnapping cases, extorting exorbitant ransoms totaling in the billions. Yi Gucheng's heart raced. He hadn't anticipated that the mercenary leader would have such a formidable background. Had he inadvertently stumbled into a perilous situation? Perhaps it would be wise to make a hasty exit while he remained undetected. Just then, Ma Rulong caught wind of the commotion outside and hurried out. Seeing a dazed subordinate at the door, he scowled. "What the hell are you doing here? Get back to your post." Yi Gucheng shivered, turning to flee. However, Ma Rulong called out to him, "Wait, don't leave just yet. What's our motto for tonight?" Although Yi Gucheng had inherited Qian Renshua's mind-reading abilities, there was a flaw. He could discern identities, but not intentions. Observing Yi Gucheng's hesitation, Ma Rulong suddenly suspected that the dragon group might have been alerted. No wonder this fellow had managed to infiltrate his camp undetected. His disguise skills were indeed extraordinary. Realizing this, Ma Rulong swiftly drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it at Yi Gucheng. "Speak. Who sent you? Don't lie, or I'll blow your brains out." Chapter 32. The Rescue of Hostages. Upon witnessing Ma Rulong brandishing a gun at his own head, Yi Gucheng felt a surge of anger. "Hey, I warn you. Do not aim that gun at my head." Ma Rulong sneered. "Huh? Who would have thought that you would have such a tough tongue? Not only will I point my gun at your head, but I shall also put a hole in it." With a swift motion, Yi Gucheng delivered a powerful punch to Ma Rulong's chest, sending him soaring several meters away, crashing to the ground with a loud cry of pain. This startled Yi Gucheng. The massive figure, at least 150 kilograms, was astonishingly propelled away by his single blow. At that moment, over 100 mercenaries outside the military camp were alerted and rushed to surround him. Ma Rulong bellowed, "Brothers, open fire. Turn him into a honeycomb." As he found himself targeted by a multitude of guns, Yi Gucheng merely chuckled coldly, waving his hand to effortlessly draw the submachine guns from the mercenaries' grasp into his spatial ring. "Where are my guns?" The mercenaries exchanged frightened glances, gazing at Yi Gucheng in terror. They were convinced he had employed some form of sorcery to make their weapons vanish. However, they reassured themselves. There were over 100 of them. A punch or kick from each should suffice to subdue him. A throng of mercenaries closed in on Yi Gucheng. Yet he remained utterly unfazed. In an instant, he activated his spatial displacement ability, swapping places with the outermost mercenary, effortlessly escaping the encirclement. He then retrieved several submachine guns from his spatial ring and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the mercenaries. The sound of gunfire echoed deafeningly, accompanied by a chorus of agonized screams. Countless mercenaries collapsed in pools of blood, and within moments, the entire unit was decimated, leaving Yi Gucheng with numerous emptied magazines. Ma Rulong, dumbfounded, stared at Yi Gucheng, and with gritted teeth, he drew a dagger from his military boot. His heart steeled as he thrust the blade at Yi Gucheng. Yi Gucheng seized his arm, twisting it into a grotesque shape, and with a forceful tug, he dislocated the entire limb, exposing the bone and causing blood to gush forth. With a sudden stamp of his foot, he shattered Marulong's skull. The notorious international bandit who had troubled countless nations and top-tier tycoons was extinguished just like that. This was not a reflection of Yi Gucheng's ruthless nature. He only resorted to such decisive actions when his own safety was at stake, opting to strike first. After surveying the area and confirming that no one had survived, Yi Gucheng leisurely made his way to the room where a woman was held captive. Upon entering, he was immediately hit by a strong stench of blood. The striking young woman had been mercilessly tortured. Yi Gucheng stepped forward and kicked her lightly. "Hey, wake up." After a prolonged moment, she weakly opened her eyes, and upon seeing a man with a Chinese visage before her, she could hardly contain her excitement. "Are you from the Dragon Group, sent to rescue me? Where's the main force? Why is it just you? What about the military helicopter?" Yi Gucheng couldn't help but chuckle. This was the most humorous thing he had heard in a long time. "Hey, are you out of your mind? If you're sick, take your medicine. What Dragon Group? What main force? What military helicopter? Have you been reading too many web novels?" The girl gazed at him with her innocent large eyes. "You're the one who's sick. I'm speaking seriously. Aren't you a member of the Dragon Group?" Yi Gucheng waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I don't know what this Dragon Group is. I'm just an ordinary citizen." The girl raised an eyebrow. "You claim to be just an ordinary citizen? Then how did you end up in northern Myanmar? This place is crawling with armed personnel, warlords of all sizes, and countless scammers. Ordinary people are swiftly captured and turned into laborers the moment they arrive." Yi Gucheng felt a bit embarrassed. "I suppose I just crossed over to this place. Do you believe me?" The girl pouted, silent, noticing her severe injuries that left her unable to stand. Yi Gucheng regretted having exhausted his supply of healing water and realized he couldn't just retrieve it in front of her, as that would expose his spatial abilities. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up a dagger from the ground and made a small cut on his thumb, allowing a few drops of blood to flow. He brought his thumb to the girl's lips, urging her to drink. In no time, her wounds began to heal rapidly, and within a minute, she was back to her former self. This was the miraculous effect of the blood of the celestial serpent, capable of reviving the dead and mending broken bones. As long as one was not instantly killed by a fatal blow, even a mere breath remained. The consumption of a few drops of this blood could facilitate swift healing of wounds. In essence, it was the essence of an indestructible cockroach. It could be said that every ability possessed by this beautiful serpent was of an extraordinary nature. At that moment, the girl stretched languidly, feeling much better. Yi Gucheng quickly inquired, "Hey, you mentioned that the Dragon Group would send someone to rescue you. Is that true?" The girl pouted, "Of course it's true. Do you know who I am?" Yi Gucheng shook his head, indicating he did not. With her hands on her hips, she declared, "Listen well, I am Wang Wenjing, from the Wang family in Kyoto. I completed high school at the age of 9 and graduated with a master's degree by 15. I was selected by the leader of the Dragon Group and was sent to a prestigious research institute in the beautiful country to specialize in nuclear energy and nuclear dynamics. I'm not boasting. Among scientists globally, there are no more than 5 who can compare with my academic achievements in nuclear energy." Yi Gucheng couldn't help but find this amusing. Wang Wenjing, noticing his expression, felt both irritated and vexed. "What are you laughing at? I'm not lying. Believe it or not." Yi Gucheng raised his hands in surrender. All right. I believe you. Rolling his eyes, he asked, "So, Miss Wang, where should we go to rendezvous with the Dragon Group personnel?" This time, it was Wang Wenjing's turn to be taken aback. Her mood visibly dampened as she replied, "I don't know. After all, this is my first time here. Moreover, this wretched place has no signal, so I can't contact the Dragon Group at all." Yi Gucheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Well then, let's south leave this place first and see if we can find a signal." Wang Wenjing nodded, trailing slowly behind him. Chapter 33, The Attack. The two traversed the desolate and uninhabited primitive forests of northern Myanmar for a day and a night, quenching their thirst with spring water. Wary of lingering too long, Yi Gucheng was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in northern Myanmar, from organ trafficking to the capture of unwary bystanders. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Thus, he was determined to expedite their passage through this cursed land and leave as swiftly as possible. At that moment, Wang Wenjing stepped forward, tears shimmering in her eyes, pitifully addressing Yi Gucheng. "Big brother, could you find me something to eat? I'm so hungry I can hardly move." Upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng felt a pang of sympathy. They traveled for an entire day and night, subsisting solely on a meager amount of mountain spring water. Yi Gucheng, endowed with the extraordinary abilities of a celestial serpent, possessed a remarkable resilience to hunger. Even if he were to abstain from sustenance for a month or two, starvation would not claim him. Conversely, Wang Wenjing was merely an ordinary mortal. After enduring such prolonged hunger, she was on the verge of collapse. Thus, he nodded and said, "Very well, just wait a moment, I shall fetch you something to eat." With that, Yi Gucheng swiftly ventured several hundred meters away. Once assured that the surroundings were devoid of any onlookers, he retrieved a deceased wolf from his spatial ring and returned to Wang Wenjing's side. Wang Wenjing's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! Where on earth did you manage to hunt such a massive wolf? It must weigh at least 100 to 200 pounds. Yi Gucheng scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful. To be honest, my grandfather was a hunter, and I have followed him into the mountains since childhood. I can single-handedly bag 1,000 pounds of game in a month. If the entire village were to join forces, we could easily secure 1,000,000 pounds of meat in a month. Wang Wenjing stifled a laugh behind her hand. The tables turned, and Yi Gucheng found himself in a slight embarrassment. He poked her playfully, exclaiming, Hey, what are you laughing at? Wang Wenjing winced at his poke. Big brother, could you not be so rough? I haven't offended you. Observing her innocent expression, Yi Gucheng realized he had perhaps gone a tad too far. All right. That was my fault. You find a clean spot to sit, and I will gather some firewood. Soon, we shall feast on roasted wolf meat together. It was now July, the peak of the rainy season in northern Myanmar. The ground was damp, making it nearly impossible to find any dry firewood. After pondering for a moment, Yi Gucheng decided to discreetly retrieve some scrolls from the cave of the great Emperor Zawai, using them as kindling. Fortunately, the scrolls were made of bamboo and wood, igniting readily with a lighter, and soon a robust flame was crackling in front of him. Before long, he fashioned a makeshift fire pit and skewered pieces of wolf meat on dismantled gun barrels, placing them over the fire to roast slowly. Approximately 5 minutes later, the wolf meat was nearly ready. Yi Gucheng handed a skewer of roasted meat to Wang Wenjing. After quenching her thirst with some spring water, she eagerly began to devour the wolf meat. Yi Gucheng, too, unabashedly indulged in the feast. Regrettably, they had no wine to accompany the meal, leaving Yi Gucheng feeling somewhat unsatisfied. As they ate, their conversation flowed naturally. Wang Wenjing recounted her life in the beautiful country, setting aside political matters. She noted that the beautiful country indeed cared for esteemed intellectuals like herself. Upon arrival, they were provided with villas, luxury cars, and a cadre of 5 or 6 maids to attend to their daily needs, freeing them from any burdens. Thus, scientists like her could focus entirely on their research in the institute, with annual salaries starting at a minimum of $100,000. Of course, the beautiful country operated on a straightforward principle. For those talents they valued, the options were either to bring them under their wing or eliminate them. Consequently, the moment Wang Wenjing stepped outside the borders of the beautiful country, she was immediately ambushed by mercenaries. Had it not been for Yi Gucheng's timely intervention, her fate might have led her to the mining regions of northern Myanmar, sharing a fate with the laborers, or worse, to a brothel in the land of the rising sun, subjected to humiliation as a geisha. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. Suddenly, she discarded the skewer in her hand and embraced Yi Gucheng tightly. Whoa, big brother, I promise I will never wander off again. I will remain obediently in the country. I cannot bear another day of living in fear. Observing her tearful demeanor, Yi Gucheng found himself absent-mindedly patting her head. Unbothered, Wang Wenjing felt an inexplicable sense of security, reminiscent of her childhood when her grandfather would fan her while gently patting her head to lull her to sleep. Yi Gucheng reassured Wang Wenjing. We are like grasshoppers tied together. We shall share all that is delicious and enjoyable. And should danger arise, I will not abandon you. Wang Wenjing nodded earnestly. Yes, whatever you say, big brother, I will heed your words. After finishing their roasted meat, they washed themselves briefly by the river and resumed their journey. Sated, they found renewed vigor, covering a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers on foot within a single afternoon. As they progressed, the terrain gradually leveled, and their surroundings opened up significantly, with scarcely a sight of large wild animals. Occasionally, a few unsuspecting roe deer would dart from the nearby grass. Fortunately, Yi Gucheng was not hungry. Otherwise, those foolish deer would have quickly found themselves as his next meal. As dusk approached, Yi Gucheng sought a relatively open area, clearing away dry twigs and leaves from the ground and laying down a bed of dry grass. He kindled a bonfire, planning to spend the night there. However, they were oblivious to the figure lurking roughly 1 to 2 kilometers away on a distant hill, a person clad in camouflage, equipped with thermal imaging night vision goggles and a mask, appearing rather petite, weighing no more than 80 to 90 pounds. In their grasp was a Barrett sniper rifle, while the other held binoculars, fixated intently on Yi Gucheng and Wang Wenjing by the fire. Meanwhile, Yi Gucheng was preparing to sleep, cradling the lovely lady in his arms. For someone who had never experienced romantic intimacy, this was indeed a novel encounter, stirring feelings within him. Suddenly, an unsettling chill enveloped him, as if he were being watched. At that moment, the colorful scales in his mind warned, Master, to your right rear, approximately 1,500 meters away on the hilltop, A sniper has you in their sights. Startled, Gucheng quickly sprang to his feet, only to find himself met by a large-caliber sniper bullet. Such a round was not something one could catch with their hands, for that would undoubtedly result in grievous injury. In a split second, he swiftly activated his spatial shift, swapping places with an approaching African elephant. The sound of the bullet striking the elephant's head echoed, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl as it exited from the other side. The sight sent shockwaves through both Gucheng and Wang Wenjing. Chapter 34. The Female Warrior of the Dragon Group. The camouflaged figure, realizing their position had been compromised, cast aside the sniper rifle and withdrew a dagger from their waist, leaping down the hill and charging directly toward Gucheng. Within moments, they stood before him. Gucheng hurriedly pushed Wang Wenjing aside and turned to confront the assailant. Just then, the dagger lunged toward his chest, seizing the opponent's wrist. Gucheng twisted it with a swift motion, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. As he prepared to break the assailant's wrist, he noticed that it was slender and delicate, unlike the robust wrist of a typical man. Hesitation gripped him, and he refrained from delivering a decisive blow. In that fleeting moment of doubt, the assailant executed a high kick aimed at his neck. Gucheng instinctively grasped their ankle. Unexpectedly, he had another move in store. Swiftly, his other leg struck out, wrapping around Gucheng's neck with incredible flexibility. With both hands pressed against the ground, he aimed to strangle him, preparing to hurl him forward. Gucheng immediately recognized this as the most vicious technique in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, the cross choke. By ensnaring the opponent's neck with his legs and utilizing the inertia of the fall, one could swiftly snap the opponent's neck and then forcefully throw them away. Unperturbed, Gucheng executed a technique known as Tycoon KO, thrusting forward with great force, and soon sent his assailant flying several meters away. Empowered by the celestial serpent's abilities, he possessed strength that could easily lift an SUV. Thus, an ordinary person truly stood no chance against him. Approaching, Gucheng yanked off the mask from the assailant's face. To his surprise, beneath the mask was a strikingly beautiful young woman. Instantly, a line of text appeared in his mind. Yu Wei, 26 years old, a female soldier of the Dragon Group. Deputy Director of the Special Operations Division, holding the rank of Colonel. Her ability is known as Eagle Eye, which, as the name suggests, grants her exceptional vision, enabling her to perceive any movement within a 10-kilometer radius. This power, however, did not significantly enhance her martial prowess, leading her to specialize in firearms instead. To this day, none of her intended targets have escaped the fate of a headshot. Curiously, Gucheng remarked, Yu Wei, Deputy Director of the Dragon Group's Special Operations Division. Does this mean you are one of the Dragon Clan? Yu Wei scrambled to her feet, rubbing her sore backside. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, Who are you exactly? How could you defeat me so inexplicably with your martial skills? Gucheng gazed at her with innocent wide eyes. Please don't wrongfully accuse a good person. I am merely an ordinary citizen, running a small business in the antique street of Jinling. I am not as formidable as you claim. Looking at his shameless demeanor, Yu Wei scoffed. Humph, the mouths of men are deceitful. I do not believe your words. At this moment, Wang Wenjing could not help but chuckle. Yu Wei, slightly bewildered, asked, Lady Wang, why are you laughing? Have you been driven to madness by the charms of the foreign devils? You were kidnapped by mercenaries sent from the beautiful country to the northern mountains of Myanmar. Our Dragon Group's superiors were extremely concerned upon learning of this and dispatched me to rescue you. Wang Wenjing pouted. Unfortunately, you arrived a day late. Before you, this big brother had already rescued me. Yet, you came in without understanding the situation and attacked him. Shouldn't you apologize? Yu Wei, feeling somewhat conflicted, replied. You make a valid point, but as a senior official of the Dragon Group, it is truly difficult for me to apologize to an ordinary citizen. It would tarnish the reputation of the Dragon Group. Pointing sternly at Gucheng, she continued, And what about this fellow? Do you genuinely trust his words? If he were truly just an ordinary citizen, how did he end up in the primitive forests of northern Myanmar alone? Faced with Yu Wei's barrage of questions, Gucheng felt a bit awkward. Ladies, I cannot disclose how I arrived here, but I assure you, I am a good person. I have never committed a single wrongdoing in my life. Yu Wei retorted coldly, Whether you are a good person or a bad one is not for you to decide. I will take you to the Dragon Group for a thorough investigation. Rest assured, we never wrongfully accuse the innocent, nor do we let a villain escape. Gucheng smirked. Just you? Let us see if you can even touch a hair on my head. Upon hearing this, Yu Wei glared at him, her teeth clenched in frustration. Gucheng ignored her fierce expression and picked up a butterfly-shaped hairpin from the ground. Is this yours? Here you go. Just look at your disheveled hair now. You hardly resemble a senior official of the Dragon Group. You look more like a wayward woman wandering the streets. Furious and irritated, Yu Wei snatched her hairpin back, readying her long hair neatly. Wang Wenjing inquired, Sister Yu, where is the main force of our Dragon Group? Where should we go to reunite with them? With a downcast expression, Yu Yue replied, well, it's a long story. We dispatched over 100 elite troops, secretly infiltrating Myanmar from the border of Huaxia. However, we were ambushed by local warlords midway, resulting in fierce combat. To expedite our escape, I ordered my subordinates to continue engaging them while I discarded all my equipment and ventured deep into the northern mountains alone. Hence, I am the only one left. And I have also lost my satellite phone. Therefore, we must navigate through the mountain paths and figure out how to contact the main force. Yi Gucheng chuckled, so? According to your account, you are merely a lone commander now. What if we face another ambush? Wouldn't we be at risk of meeting our end in an instant? Yu Yue shot him a glare. Shut your doomsaying mouth. Thankfully, we are in Myanmar. Had we been in the interrogation room of the dragon group, I would certainly let you taste the consequences of your words. Curiously, Yi Gucheng scratched his head and asked, what does tasting the consequences mean? At that moment, a group of men dressed in ancient attire approached. They carried double-barreled shotguns and, upon seeing the African elephant lying dead on the ground, rushed over, wailing in grief. Yi Gucheng observed the men, noting they resembled ordinary people aside from their darker skin. However, their feet were unlike any humans. They had chicken-like claws. This left Yi Gucheng utterly astonished, wondering if they could be extraterrestrials. Yu Yue, more accustomed to confrontation, boldly stepped forward and asked, hey, who are you? Where do you come from, and where are you going? The men exchanged glances and began chattering away in a language Yu Yue could not comprehend. Fuming, Yu Yue exclaimed, hey, who are you? Why do you have chicken feet? Are you human or ghost? Yi Gucheng quickly covered her mouth. What are you doing? Can't you see they have guns? If you anger them, you might get shot. Yu Yue kicked his hands away. I warn you to keep your hands to yourself and not to touch me. At that moment, a young woman with white hair and a striking appearance rode in on an elephant, also sporting chicken feet. With a gentle voice, she inquired, may I ask where you three young people are from? Seeing she spoke Huaxia, Yi Gucheng's excitement surged. Hello, beautiful lady. We are all from Huaxia and inadvertently found ourselves in northern Myanmar. Do you know how we can get out? The young woman pouted, I don't know how to leave. But you have inexplicably killed our carefully trained elephant. How do you plan to compensate us? Yu Yue, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, all right, this was my wrongdoing. How much do you want in compensation? Would 100,000 yuan suffice? The young woman shook her head and said, our tribe has not ventured beyond its confines for tens of thousands of years, leading an existence entirely isolated from the world. Therefore, no amount of money you offer would be of any use. This young lady was known as Feng Qinger, the leader of the tribe. Her age was an enigma. Even Yi Gucheng's celestial serpent, I could not discern her true years. However, Kai Lin informed him that they were, in fact, descendants of the ancient celestial phoenix clan. Due to a mingling of bloodlines over numerous generations, they had gradually lost their magical powers, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from ordinary people, save for a pair of claw-like feet. Yi Gucheng mused inwardly. It seems that everyone in this tribe is merely a shadow of their former selves. Feng Qinger addressed the trio. Since you have come all this way, why not stay and experience life in our tribe? Yi Gucheng showed no objection, and upon observing Wang Wenjing and Yu Yue, it was clear they, too, were intrigued by this ancient tribe. Thus, the three followed Feng Qinger to the village. After approximately half an hour, they reached the edge of a cliff where an imposing waterfall cascaded down, estimated to be a staggering 1,000 meters high, certainly lethal for anyone who fell. Under Feng Qinger's guidance, they traversed behind the waterfall and were greeted with a sudden vista of a vast village, its houses constructed from precious woods such as red sandalwood, Wangwali, and old Nanmu. In Myanmar, these valuable timbers were as commonplace as firewood for them. As they encountered the strangers, a throng of men and women gathered, curiously eyeing the newcomers. Among them were elders, youth, and children, all bearing a sickly appearance, their faces pale and coughing incessantly. Yi Gucheng activated his celestial serpent eye to scan the villagers and swiftly discerned that their lungs bore ominous shadows, as if afflicted by a virulent infection that severely eroded their pulmonary health. This included the chieftain, Feng Qinger herself. Fortunately, the condition was non-contagious. Owing to her slightly purer celestial phoenix bloodline, her resistance was over tenfold stronger than that of her kin. Otherwise, she would have succumbed long ago. As Kai Lin elaborated, ancient races like theirs held their bloodlines in high regard, preferring to remain solitary rather than intermingling with other races, lest their progeny's bloodline strength diminish to the point of extinction. The descendants of the ancient celestial phoenix were a prime example of this principle. Feng Qinger was notably hospitable, welcoming the outsiders without reservation. She waved her hand, instructing her people to prepare a meal for Yi Gucheng and his companions. In no time, a sumptuous feast of 4 dishes and a soup was laid before them, brimming with meat and fish, a veritable banquet. The trio indulged in the meal, washing it down with several jars of their home-brewed corn wine, which was quite palatable, though the dishes themselves were devoid of even a pinch of salt, akin to consuming sashimi. As the evening deepened, Feng Qing'er directed her people to prepare several guest rooms for their rest, ensuring they would sleep separately. That night, Yi Gucheng secured the doors and windows, barricading the main entrance with a wardrobe before stealthily entering his ring space to retrieve several barrels of spiritual spring water. He then cut his palm, allowing several kilograms of his blood to mix with the water in the barrels. Yi Gucheng reasoned that the spiritual spring water from the abode of the Purple Way Emperor, combined with his celestial serpent blood, should be sufficient to heal the villagers' pulmonary ailments. The following morning, Yi Gucheng sought out the celestial phoenix chieftain, Feng Qing'er, presenting her with the barrels of spiritual spring water he had prepared. "My lady, this is a concoction of spiritual spring water I have refined through secret methods. It can enhance beauty and restore youth. Please have a taste. It should prove beneficial to you." Feng Qing'er regarded him with a sidelong glance, remaining silent as she gingerly sipped a small mouthful. Despite her disinterest in most matters, the promise of beauty piqued her curiosity, making her receptive to even the most outlandish claims. Not long after consuming the spiritual spring water, the toxins within her lungs were swiftly expelled, revealing a pair of healthy, pristine lungs. Her once white hair transformed to a lustrous black, and the faint wrinkles on her face vanished, leaving her complexion radiant and youthful, akin to a ripe peach that beckoned to bite. At that moment, she was no less striking than Kailan. Yi Gucheng found himself momentarily speechless, captivated by her transformation. Feng Qing'er, aware of his gaze, felt a tinge of embarrassment and blushed as she inquired, "Why do you keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Yi Gucheng, scratching his head awkwardly, replied, "You need only look in the mirror to find out." Feng Qing'er lifted a mirror to her face and gasped, "Wow, how did I become so beautiful all of a sudden? All my wrinkles are gone, and my hair is completely black." Yi Gucheng chuckled and said, "See? I wasn't deceiving you. Your gracious hospitality deserves recompense, and now we are even." Feng Qing'er pouted, "So, according to you, had I not hosted you with food and drink, you would have unleashed harm upon our tribe?" Yi Gucheng was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Engaging with women often proved to be a perplexing endeavor, as they rarely operated on the same wavelength, leading to frequent misunderstandings. He waved his hand dismissively, "Enough of this. Call your people to gather and distribute this spiritual spring water. It will ensure you no longer fall ill." Feng Qing'er nodded and quickly summoned the entire tribe to partake in the sharing of the spiritual spring water. Wang Wenjing and Yu Yue watched in astonishment, bewildered by Feng Qing'er's sudden beauty, feeling a pang of jealousy. What on earth had he done to her? Chapter 37. Outdoor cooking. Meanwhile, Yi Gucheng and his companions departed the ancient celestial phoenix tribe. After exiting the waterfall, they trekked for another half-hour along the mountain path, returning to their previous location. Upon spotting the lifeless elephant lying on the ground, Yi Gucheng felt a flicker of guilt. This African elephant had been captured specifically for labor, and its untimely demise represented a considerable loss for the tribe. Yi Gucheng initially considered storing the elephant's body in his ring space, but glancing at Wang Wenjing and Yu Yue, he ultimately decided against it. Nonetheless, he did sever a leg from the elephant, intending to save it for a meal. Having never tasted elephant meat before, Yu Yue eyed Yi Gucheng warily. "Hey, are you done playing around? I have no time for games. I must take the young lady from the Wang family back immediately." Yi Gucheng rolled his eyes. "Do as you please. I'm not stopping you." "Why are you making such a fuss?" Yu Yue retorted. "You should speak with more respect. I am the deputy director of the Special Operations Division of the Dragon Group, and I won't tolerate your rudeness." Yi Gucheng found interacting with women particularly exasperating, questioning the significance of the Dragon Group and why she felt the need to flaunt it before him. Furthermore, Yu Yue was not entirely truthful. Her satellite phone had not been lost at all. The previous night, she had spoken with the young master of the Wang family and directors Wellington, briefly updating them on the situation. Regarding Yi Gucheng, this individual possesses extraordinary martial prowess, far beyond what she can contend with. Moreover, his identity remains shrouded in mystery. Therefore, Yu Yue resolves to maintain a steady approach, ensuring he does not escape, and plans to capture him decisively when Zhuolungshan arrives with reinforcements. After a journey of 2 to 3 days, as the terrain gradually became flatter, Yi Gucheng mused that they must be nearing the end of the mountainous region of northern Myanmar. At this juncture, their supply of elephant leg meat had been depleted, plunging them back into days of hunger. Yi Gucheng, however, managed to withstand the pangs of hunger, bolstered by his celestial serpent abilities. Additionally, under the cover of darkness, he would stealthily slip into his ring space to indulge in a private feast, where an assortment of snacks and beer remained, ample provisions for an adult for over half a month. Naturally, He kept this secret closely guarded. Revealing it would only lead to incessant inquiries from the two women. What if his possession of a spatial ring were to be exposed? Thus, after careful consideration, Yi Gucheng resolved to enjoy his solitary repast. However, this meant that Wang Wenjing was left in a dire state, appearing weak and nearly unable to continue. Yu Yaowei fared little better. Despite her capabilities, she could not withstand the ravages of hunger, as she had not undergone any training in endurance during her time in the dragon group. After all, who in their right mind would deliberately choose to starve? Observing her discomfort brought a sense of satisfaction to Yi Gucheng. Humph, look at you trying to show off in front of me. Now you're suffering from hunger, aren't you? It appears the members of your esteemed dragon group are not so formidable after all. With renewed vigor, Yi Gucheng forged ahead, while the two women trudged slowly behind him, becoming increasingly dizzy as they progressed. Suddenly, from the thicket ahead, 2 or 3 northeastern tigers emerged, 2 adults and 1 cub. Presumably a family out searching for food. The male tiger stood towering at over a man's height, robust and well-fed, likely weighing around 200 to 300 pounds. Larger than the wolf he had previously slain. The female tiger, while slightly smaller, was no less formidable. The cub, however, posed little threat, being no larger than a husky. Upon sighting the majestic beasts, Wang Wenjing burst into tears, exclaiming, "Big brother, there are tigers. We must flee." Meanwhile, Yu Yaowei drew a dagger from her waist, licking the blade with a greedy gleam in her eyes as she eyed the tigers. Yet, Yi Gucheng acted swiftly, seizing a disassembled rifle barrel, stepping forward, and forcefully jabbing it into the male tiger's forehead. The half-meter-long barrel penetrated deeply into its skull before the creature even comprehended the situation, its body collapsing lifelessly. Seeing her mate slain, the female tiger erupted in rage, roaring furiously as she lunged at Yi Gucheng. Unperturbed, he retaliated with a powerful strike from his Xianming divine palm, crushing her skull into a pulp. In the span of no more than a minute, the tiger couple lay lifeless at Yi Gucheng's feet. Observing the trembling cub, he felt a pang of compassion. "Go on, I shall not harm you. I grant you your life." The cub seemed to understand, turning to flee into the depths of the forest, disappearing in a matter of moments. Yi Gucheng then dragged the 2 slain tigers to a nearby stream, eviscerating them and cleaning the carcasses. Yu Yaowei assisted in kindling a fire, while Wang Wenjing busied herself gathering slender twigs to skewer the tiger meat, which she had cut into chunks resembling tofu, and laid them over the flames to roast. After approximately 5 minutes, the skewers were ready. Seizing the opportunity while the women were preoccupied, Yi Gucheng discreetly retrieved a bottle of pepper from his ring space, sprinkling it generously over the skewered meat. Wang Wenjing, curious, inquired, "Oh, big brother, where did you get the pepper?" Yi Gucheng casually fabricated a tale. "I came to the primordial forests of northern Myanmar for camping and packed numerous supplies, but was robbed by a band of Burmese outlaws along the way. Now, I have only this bottle of pepper left." Yu Yaowei rolled her eyes at his deception, remarking, "You, sly talker, can't utter a single truth. I do feel embarrassed to expose you." Nevertheless, Wang Wenjing believed him wholeheartedly. After all, he had rescued her. And in her eyes, he could never be a villain. "Big brother, please give me some too." Yi Gucheng tossed the pepper to her, saying, "Help yourself. I prefer not to move." Wang Wenjing caught the pepper and sprinkled some over her skewers, significantly enhancing the flavor, for otherwise, it would have been rather bland. Yu Yaowei, eyeing the delectable meat, disregarded whether Yi Gucheng approved and snatched the pepper, applying it liberally to her skewer before devouring it eagerly. The trio savored the tiger meat and drank from the stream, finding an unexpected delight in their meal. As time passed, nearly 3 to 4 hours slipped by, and they ate until their bellies felt ready to burst. Soon, night descended. The 3 huddled around the campfire for warmth, their camaraderie noticeably strengthened. Yu Yaowei spoke softly. "At our current pace, within 2.5 days, we should emerge from this mountainous region. The nearest city is Ping'an City, located in Shan State, northern Myanmar, where we will rendezvous with the Dragon Group members." Chapter 38, Ping'an City. Yu Yaowei observed Yi Gucheng, who seemed lost in thought. "Hey, what are you pondering?" Yi Gucheng smiled and replied, "It's all good. We just need a little over 2 days to reach a city in Myanmar. The 2 tigers we've slain will sustain us until then." Yu Yaowei shot him a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "Eat, eat, eat. You only think of food. Do you truly believe our greatest threat lies in hunger? I assure you, your thinking is profoundly misguided." Yi Gucheng, puzzled, retorted, "Aren't you concerned about starving? You seemed on the verge of fainting from hunger earlier, nearly unable to walk. I thought you were a senior official in the Dragon Group. It appears you too can't function after 2 or 3 days without food." Yu Yaowei rolled her eyes at him, feeling utterly at a loss. In truth, Yi Gucheng hadn't spoken any egregious remarks, yet somehow, his words grated on her nerves. It's worth noting that Yu Yaowei was no pushover. As the deputy director of the Special Operations Department in the Dragon Group, she was accustomed to being assertive. Apart from directors Wellington and a few high-ranking officials, she owed no one any favors. Disobedience could result in a fierce beating, after which one would have to nurse their wounds while complimenting her prowess. Yet, facing this young man left her utterly helpless. She couldn't best him in a fight, nor in words. Why was her fate so cruel? Thus, they continued their journey for another 2 to 3 days, and as the tiger meat dwindled, they finally spotted a rural road. Though referred to as a rural road, it was inferior to the village paths back home, pockmarked and waterlogged, with scant traffic. At that moment, a dilapidated jeep approached along this country road. The driver of the jeep was a middle-aged man with dark, coarse skin. Upon seeing Yi Gucheng and his companions, clad in tattered garments resembling primitive beings, he momentarily mistook them for true savages. Consequently, he abruptly pressed the accelerator, intending to make a hasty retreat. However, when his gaze fell upon the substantial bundle of dollars clutched in Yu Yaowei's hand, he swiftly halted the vehicle, realizing the allure of currency. Undoubtedly, the power of money was undeniable. Yu Yaowei approached the driver with an unhurried demeanor, negotiating for his assistance in transporting them along the route, offering a fare of $1,000. Myanmar, a nation home to over 100 ethnic groups and a myriad of languages, often presents a communication barrier for the average individual. Yet, for Yu Yaowei, this posed no challenge whatsoever. As a member of the Dragon Team, she had diligently studied the languages of numerous countries during her military training. The driver, initially on his way to the city for market day, found himself unexpectedly able to earn some money along the journey, an unforeseen stroke of fortune. After all, $1,000 represented a significant portion of his earnings for several months. Thus, he graciously invited the trio into the vehicle. With 4 wheels beneath them, their pace quickened, far surpassing that of 2 legs. In just 2.5 hours, they beheld a sprawling city ahead, undoubtedly the Ping An city Yu Yaowei had mentioned. It appeared to rival a 3rd or 4th-tier city within the interiors of Huaxia. Coincidentally, it was market day, and the streets bustled with vendors peddling their wares, with jade rough stones and various mountain goods among the most prevalent offerings. The lively atmosphere infused the streets with a vibrant energy. Yi Gucheng felt a sense of relief wash over him. At last, he had returned to urban life. He had no desire to dwell among the primitive wilderness as a savage. As they strolled, their curiosity piqued at the novel sights surrounding them in this foreign land. Along the roadside, numerous beggars, clad in rags, sat with broken bowls, soliciting alms from passers-by, evoking a sense of pity. Yi Gucheng was uncertain if they were genuine beggars or mere impostors, hesitant to part with his scant resources. For he had heard tales of individuals masquerading as beggars to exploit the compassion of others. Furthermore, he found himself without a single cent to spare. Yi Gucheng inquired of Yu Yaowei, "Where are the members of the Dragon Team responsible for our extraction? Where must we go to establish contact with them?" Yu Yaowei replied gravely, "According to the official communication from our Dragon Team, they have engaged with another warlord in Myanmar, and the situation is currently stalemated, with a fierce battle expected to continue for several more hours." Yi Gucheng urged, "Then let us hasten to their aid and strive to conclude the conflict swiftly." Yu Yaowei shot him a disapproving glance. "That is not permissible. My mission is to ensure the safety of the young lady from the Wang family. Should we become embroiled in their skirmish, I cannot guarantee her protection. If anything were to befall her, my mission would be deemed a failure, rendering our rescue efforts futile. Moreover, I have little doubt that our Dragon Team can handle a mere band of inconsequential armed forces in Myanmar. Thus, we shall patiently await the arrival of the main contingent here." Yi Gucheng nodded silently, his thoughts unspoken. Just then, they passed a modest eatery named Mandarin Duck Tower. Yi Gucheng suggested they stop in for a meal, ordering a spread of fine food and drink while they waited, as idleness served little purpose. Yu Yaowei agreed. The establishment was rather small, around 700 to 800 square feet, accommodating over 20 tables. Despite its size, it was bustling with patrons, likely travelers taking a respite during market day. Yi Gucheng chose a table by the window and wiped down the bench with a napkin from the table. At that moment, a young and attractive woman approached to inquire about their order. Yi Gucheng waved his hand grandly, requesting the restaurant's signature dishes and 2 bottles of fine liquor. He was a man who found little enjoyment in a meal devoid of alcohol. Without it, he felt an unsettling itch within. When the server brought over a box of chilled beer, Yi Gucheng unceremoniously opened a bottle, deftly flicking off the cap with his finger, and offered it to Yu Yaowei. She declined, stating, "No, we have discipline in our unit. We cannot consume alcohol while on duty." The young lady, Wang Wenjing, however, was not so restrained. She eagerly seized the beer from Yi Gucheng's hand and took several hearty swigs. Observing her, Yi Gucheng could not help but chuckle. She hardly resembled a delicate young lady of privilege, but rather appeared quite down to earth. Was it all a fade portrayed on television? Yi Gucheng opened another bottle, deftly slicing off the top and pouring it into a glass. The three engaged in light-hearted banter, and before long, half an hour had slipped by. After their meal, Yi Gucheng stood to settle the bill, while Wang Wenjing borrowed the long-distance phone from the proprietor to call home and assure her family of her safety. Chapter 39. A fierce battle in the small city. Meanwhile, on the side of Zuolingchen, just a week prior, he had dealt with foreign hostile forces and espionage agents lurking within the borders of Huaxia and was ready to breathe a sigh of relief. However, a call from the esteemed second-in-command of the Dragon Team, Elder Wang, left him chastised and urgently dispatched to the beautiful nation to rescue the young lady Wang Wenjing. The elder warned that if anything were to happen to his granddaughter, Zuolingchen would face dire consequences. As the saying goes, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Given Elder Wang's insistence, Zuolingchen had no choice but to comply. Based on intelligence relayed by Yu Yue, the deputy director of the Dragon Team's Special Operations Department, Wang Wenjing had been kidnapped by a group of mercenaries from the beautiful nation and taken to the mountainous regions of northern Myanmar. Before Yu Yue could intervene, a mysterious young man from Huaxia had already rescued Wang Wenjing, leaving the mercenaries utterly decimated, with no survivors. Consequently, Zuolingchen ordered Yu Yue to stand by in a third-tier city in northern Shan State, Myanmar, specifically Pingan City. Regardless of the circumstances, the priority was to ensure the safety of the young lady, minimizing any potential conflict with local residents until he arrived. Without delay, Zuolingchen mobilized a division of approximately 5,000 troops from the Dragon Team, along with a dozen military helicopters, directing them toward northern Myanmar. Of course, he had also preemptively communicated with the Myanmar government forces. The Dragon Team held a position of supreme authority within Huaxia, and their every action represented the nation. Thus, they would never engage in unauthorized incursions into foreign territories. Zuolingchen, alongside several elite members of the Dragon Team, boarded a military aircraft and arrived at the Myanmar border in just 1 hour, followed shortly thereafter by the main contingent crossing the boundary between Huaxia and Myanmar. However, they encountered significant obstacles along the way. Myanmar had long been mired in a state of division, akin to the warlord era of the Republic, with numerous military factions and local armed groups, each with hundreds or thousands of followers, claiming dominion over their respective territories. Thus, they found themselves entangled with these armed factions along the way, engaging in fierce skirmishes. Although they suffered minimal losses, considerable time was squandered, significantly hindering the advance of the main force. Upon witnessing such a situation, Zuolingchen gritted his teeth and resolutely decided to personally lead an elite squad to circumvent these armed forces and hasten to Pingan City. It was estimated they would arrive in mere minutes. Meanwhile, Yi Gucheng and his companions were enjoying tea and engaging in conversation. Suddenly, the outside erupted with gunfire and the sound of grenades exploding, startling Yi Gucheng and the others. What on earth is happening? Yi Gucheng promptly instructed the two. Stay here and do not move. I will check outside. However, Yu Yue was not inclined to comply. Look at you, in such a state. I'm going with you. Young lady, you should stay here and not go anywhere. Wang Wenjing pouted in silence. Once they stepped outside, they were met with utter chaos. The streets were filled with panicked crowds, their screams blending into a cacophony as people fell to the ground, struck by gunfire. Approximately several hundred meters ahead, a group of armed personnel was advancing, their intentions unclear, yet they indiscriminately unleashed a barrage of gunfire, targeting unarmed civilians who had no means to resist. One by one, they succumbed, and soon the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of ordinary citizens. What, then, was the difference between this and a massacre? Yi Gucheng stood in a daze, momentarily forgetting who he was and what he was doing. Fortunately, he remembered he was in Myanmar, not in Huaxia. Hence, the fate of these ordinary people was, in principle, none of his concern. Yi Gucheng turned to Yu Yue and asked, Old Yu, what should we do now? Should we charge out, or find a secluded spot to hide until they leave? Upon hearing this, Yu Yue nearly spat blood in indignation. What do you mean, old Yu? You're clearly older than me, yet you dare call me old. Have you no shame? Yi Gucheng awkwardly scratched his head. Then what should I call you? Little fish sister? Yu Yue retorted, just call me by my name. No need for any silly titles. With that, she advanced, seeking cover while stealthily approaching the soldiers. Though unarmed, she understood that in urban combat, cold weapons were often more effective than firearms. With a swift motion, she thrust her dagger towards a soldier's throat. The soldier barely had time to react before the dagger pierced his neck, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This action stirred a hornet's nest. Soon, a hail of bullets rained down upon her, accompanied by the thunderous explosions of grenades. The nearby structures, primarily wooden or brick, crumbled under the blasts, debris flying in all directions. Yi Gucheng watched in horror, contemplating the audacity of this woman. Facing over 100 well-equipped adversaries, she daringly confronted them alone, showcasing remarkable skill. However, this dilemma was not his to ponder at that moment. As he observed the soldiers pursuing Yu Wei, he quickly realized her intention was to divert them away from the restaurant. If they drew too close, Wang Wenjing could be in grave danger. At this juncture, a Myanmar warlord spotted Yi Gucheng and commanded 2 guards to seize him alive. Yi Gucheng found their predatory gaze amusing. "You think you can capture me? Have you all lost your minds?" He delivered a powerful punch to one of the burly guards, channeling nearly all his strength. The force was tremendous, and his fist pierced through the man's chest, emerging on the other side. When Yi Gucheng withdrew his fist, the hulking guard crumpled to the ground, leaving a gaping wound the size of a basin. This sight sent the Myanmar officer into a state of panic, an urgent thought flashing through his mind. This man is terrifying. He cannot be allowed to live. Yi Gucheng then struck another guard with a swift palm. The guard instinctively raised his weapon to block, but he was cleaved in two, along with his gun. The Myanmar officer was now left utterly exposed, hastily retrieving his walkie-talkie to relay a flurry of commands. Shortly thereafter, a Myanmar armed helicopter swooped in, its machine guns roaring as they unleashed a barrage upon the ground. Yi Gucheng stepped forward, seizing the Myanmar officer by the collar and hurling him upwards towards the helicopter. With a resounding crash, the helicopter's rotor blades shattered, losing balance and quickly engulfed in smoke and flames as it plummeted to the earth. It collided with a 30-story building, creating a massive crater upon impact. Moments later, the structure collapsed, sending tremors through the area. This astonishing spectacle left Wang Wenjing, who was peering from the second floor of the restaurant, utterly astounded. Could this big brother truly possess such formidable skills? Was this the legendary martial arts master? She had heard that Zuolingshan, the director of the Dragon Group's special operations, was reputed to be among the top 3 experts in the Dragon Group. If her big brother were to face him in a duel, who would emerge victorious? Her curiosity was piqued. At that moment, several military helicopters approached from a distance. However, they were not Myanmar's, but rather the Dragon Group's helicopters from Huaxia, emblazoned with the Dragon Group's insignia. Wang Wenjing finally felt reassured. Meanwhile, Yi Gucheng, having spotted the Dragon Group's aircraft from several kilometers away, refrained from engaging further to avoid friendly fire. Soon, all the Dragon Group helicopters descended onto the ground. From the lead helicopter emerged a suave middle-aged military officer, adorned in a distinguished uniform bearing the badge numbers of 001, signaling his significant stature. Yi Gucheng was taken aback upon recognizing him. Having previously undergone training, he had a basic understanding of the hierarchy within the system. Only the head of the Provincial Public Security Bureau would be entitled to wear such a badge. Yu Wei smirked and said, "Director Zhua, your timing is impeccable. If you had arrived even a moment later, we would have faced total annihilation." Zuolingshan, wearing an awkward expression, replied, "My apologies, you Ermi. It's just that this country of Myanmar is so chaotic, akin to a relentless dungeon run, waves of enemies appearing one after another. Even if they don't harm you, they're bound to be a nuisance. If only our sovereign would issue the command, I would personally lead 100,000 troops to wipe out these bastards in 3 days." This quip elicited laughter from both Yi Gucheng and Wang Wenjing. Yet Yu Wei maintained a stern countenance, disgruntled as she retorted, "What do you mean, you Ermi? You're the one who's foolish. Your whole family is foolish. How many times must I remind you to address your rank while at work?" Zuolingshan sighed, sticking out his tongue. All right, Colonel Yu. Can I at least call you Colonel Yu?" Yu Wei pouted, "That is more like it." At that moment, Zuolingshan turned his gaze towards Yi Gucheng, his expression serious as he asked, "Comrade, may I inquire who you are, whence you come, and why you are here?" Yi Gucheng casually replied, "Oh, don't mention it. I'm just an ordinary citizen engaged in the antique business in Jinling. I heard that Myanmar is abundant in jade, so I traveled a great distance to procure some, only to find this place in such chaos that I nearly lost my life." Zuolingshan waved his hand dismissively. "Regardless of your purpose here, I must take you back to the Dragon Group for a thorough interrogation. If you are indeed innocent, I will, of course, let you go." Upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng felt a headache coming on. Was he really being forced to resort to violence? He did not wish to harm his own kind. Just then, Miss Wang Wenjing, stepped forward, shielding Yi Gucheng behind her. With her sparkling eyes, she declared, "This big brother is indeed a good person. He saved me. I won't allow you to hurt him. Do you believe I'll report you to Grandpa and tell him all the bad things you've done, making things difficult for you?" As a member of the Dragon Group, Wang Wenjing was well aware of their interrogation methods, which were as cruel as the infamous tortures of the Qing dynasty. Very few could endure such brutal tactics without confessing to crimes they did not commit. such as bombing the Pentagon or dropping nuclear bombs on the East or orchestrating World War II. For this reason, Wang Wenjing was determined not to let the Dragon Group take away her big brother. Zuo Lingchen looked awkwardly at Yu Yue, who was stifling a laugh beside him, remaining neutral in the situation. In truth, after spending several days together, she had grown rather fond of Yi Gucheng, regardless of his purpose in Myanmar. He did not strike her as a nefarious villain. Furthermore, with Miss Wang staunchly defending him, she felt compelled to consider the influence of Wang's grandfather, a high-ranking official in the Dragon Group. Zuo Lingchen finally relented, waving his hand. All right, go wherever you wish. I can't be bothered to keep tabs on you. But let me offer you a piece of advice. Northern Myanmar is a perilous place, so act cautiously and don't end up in grave danger. Yi Gucheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With all his abilities, how could anyone possibly harm him? Zuo Lingchen and Yu Yue escorted Wang Wenjing onto a helicopter. Just before the cabin closed, Wang Wenjing could no longer hold back her tears. Big brother, you truly aren't coming back with us? Won't you feel lonely all by yourself? Yi Gucheng chuckled heartily. You should return and reunite with your family. Yi Gucheng, have been an orphan since childhood, accustomed to my carefree ways, unburdened and eager to seize opportunities for adventure. With that, the cabin was sealed shut, and Wang Wenjing's sobs intensified. Yu Yue embraced her, playing the role of a caring older sister, comforting her. All right, miss, don't cry anymore. This fellow has exceptional skills and a tough skin. He'll be just fine. I believe you'll have the chance to see each other again. Wang Wenjing, with her innocent wide eyes, asked, Sister Yu, is that really true? Yu Yue playfully tapped the back of her head. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? As Yi Gucheng watched the Dragon Group's helicopter depart, a great sense of relief washed over him. However, it was soon replaced by a feeling of emptiness, as if something was missing. Yet for him, the bustle was fleeting, solitude was his norm. After all, he had been an orphan without parents since childhood. Turning away from that street, Yi Gucheng ventured onto another one. This street was bustling with crowds, flanked by towering buildings, vibrant with lights and life, resembling the city center of a third-tier city back home. Moreover, the security seemed significantly improved, with no signs of the previous warlord chaos. For a moment, Yi Gucheng even doubted if he had truly returned to his homeland. He quickly located a department store, purchasing a variety of food, drinks, and kitchenware, along with a large supply of fuel. In northern Myanmar, such essentials were indispensable. He also selected a few sets of branded clothing. Seizing the opportunity while the shop owner was distracted, he discreetly stashed many snacks into his spatial ring, deeming it a form of zero-cost shopping. This was not merely a matter of thrift. He felt it would be wasteful to leave his spatial abilities untapped. Chapter 41, The Little Healer. Yi Gucheng approached the counter to check out, and the total came to 1.5 billion shots. At first glance, it seemed quite expensive. However, in comparison to currencies like the RMB, USD, or Euro, the local currency was hardly worth more than a pile of scrap paper. After calculating, Yi Gucheng realized that 1.5 billion shots was approximately equivalent to 5,000 USD. Without hesitation, he pulled out his premium black card and processed the payment for 5,000 USD on the store owner's POS machine. He had intended to check the balance on this card, but such inquiries could only be made at exclusive counters in the United States. Once outside the supermarket, he found a secluded corner and stored all his purchases in the spatial ring. The supplies were sufficient for him to sustain himself for 2.5 years without concern for expiration, as the interior of the spatial ring was quite cold, estimated to be below -10 degrees. Thus, Yi Gucheng strolled through the streets, sipping from a bottle of alcohol, reveling in the freedom of it all. He had long yearned for such an unrestrained existence, though circumstances had previously constrained him. After all, one had to earn a living. There was no such thing as free meals in this world. Now, armed with this black card, which he estimated held around 100 billion US dollars, he could consider himself at least somewhat affluent. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Wait a minute. Had he truly become inebriated after just half a bottle? This was illogical. Yi Gucheng had a formidable tolerance, capable of downing 2.5 gin of liquor or copious amounts of beer. Moreover, this particular drink was not particularly strong. How could he already be feeling tipsy? As the fuzziness in his head intensified, a buzzing sound filled his ears, as if 1,000 mosquitoes were swirling around him. It dawned on him that he might have purchased counterfeit alcohol. Damn it, could it be that I've consumed fake liquor? Yi Gucheng quickly glanced at the production date on the bottle, only to discover it had been produced in the 1980s, over 30 years past its expiration. Fuming, he smashed the bottle to the ground, the glass shards scattering everywhere. Initially, he had intended to confront the shopkeeper, but now his headache was unbearable. Reluctantly, he decided to seek out a nearby hospital to get a doctor's help and perhaps a shot to sober up. Before long, Yi Gucheng found a small clinic at the roadside. The clinic was modest, perhaps just over 100 square meters, lacking even a sign outside. He had to ask a passerby for directions to locate this little establishment. Yi Gucheng stepped forward, entering the clinic. Within this establishment resided a single physician, a woman at that. She donned a rose-colored qipao, her hands adorned with white gloves, and atop her head rested a lace hat. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a high society matron from the Republican era. Moreover, her face was veiled, obscuring her features from view. The chairs outside the clinic were filled with patients awaiting consultation, and even within, a lengthy queue had formed. Upon witnessing this, Yi Gucheng felt a headache brewing. How long must one wait? This is intolerable. My head is pounding. I need to cut to the front of the line for a moment of relief. Thus, he boldly strode to the front, unapologetically taking the foremost position in the queue. This audacious act did not sit well with the other patients. Hey, who the hell do you think you are? Where did this insolent brat come from? Daring to cut in line? Get lost, or I'll make you regret it. The speaker was a burly man of dark complexion, his fierce demeanor indicating he was not to be trifled with. Yet, Yi Gucheng merely smirked, delivering a swift blow that sent the man flying several meters. From inside the clinic to outside, this spectacle left onlookers utterly astounded. Witnessing Yi Gucheng's prowess, no one dared challenge him further. He then boldly seated himself before the female doctor. Greetings, my lady. I recently consumed counterfeit liquor, and now I find myself dizzy and disoriented. Pray, what remedy might you suggest? The female doctor pouted, responding, Sir, cutting in line is not a commendable habit. Please step aside and wait your turn. Yi Gucheng felt his frustration mounting, retorting, I am in considerable pain. I cannot afford to wait. Would you kindly make an exception? The doctor, however, ignored him, pouting silently. In a fit of irritation, Yi Gucheng reached out to remove her veil. His swift motion caught her off guard, and the veil fell away. The doctor gasped in surprise. At last, Yi Gucheng beheld her visage, revealing a strikingly beautiful young woman. A series of thoughts flashed through his mind. Little medical fairy, age 19, female. Daughter of the Lord of Ping'an City in the northern Shan state, raised by her father after her mother passed away. Within her lies an extraordinarily terrifying toxin, 10 times more dreadful than a typical plague. Should this toxin fully disseminate, it would render the land barren for 100,000 kilometers, leaving no life in its wake. Those who come into contact with her, be they human or animal, would swiftly suffer from skin necrosis and dissolution, perishing instantaneously. Taken aback, Yi Gucheng quickly withdrew his hand. The little medical fairy stared at him with wide, sparkling eyes, astonished. He just touched my face, my skin, yet he appears unharmed. Why is he completely unaffected? The two exchanged incredulous glances for what felt like an eternity. Yi Gucheng scratched the back of his head, inquiring, Excuse me, why do you keep staring at me? I know I am quite handsome, but there is no need for such scrutiny. The little medical fairy's cheeks flushed crimson as she puffed her cheeks, replying, Stop being so full of yourself. Who's staring at you? Aren't you in pain? I shall prepare some brown sugar water for you. It's specifically meant to alleviate the effects of alcohol. After you drink it, you should feel better shortly. With that, she turned to pour a cup of boiling water, adding a packet of brown sugar and a few slices of ginger, then handed the cup to Yi Gucheng. He grasped the cup and drank deeply, finding the concoction surprisingly effective in alleviating his headache. To my astonishment, this brown sugar water is remarkably beneficial, he exclaimed. Thank you, beautiful lady, for curing my headache. How much do I owe you for your services? The little medical fairy rolled her eyes. I require no payment from you. Please leave immediately. Your rude and boorish demeanor lacks any semblance of gentlemanly conduct. Feeling somewhat dejected, Yi Gucheng replied, As the saying goes, a headache is not a disease. But when it strikes, it feels life-threatening. I merely drank some counterfeit liquor. Rest assured, I shall not act so recklessly again. With that, he clasped his fists in farewell, preparing to take his leave. Suddenly, a large contingent of soldiers appeared outside, surrounding the clinic. Yi Gucheng's heart raced. What was happening? Why were there so many soldiers? Were they here to apprehend him? He recognized that these soldiers meant no good. He contemplated retreating into the confines of his ringed space until they departed, but he was loath to act like a coward. After all, he was now a semi-cultivator, possessing the extraordinary ability of the celestial serpent. Why should he fear a mere band of ordinary men? It would be better to confront them and ascertain their intentions. If matters grew dire, he could always retreat into the ring. Summoning his courage, Yi Gucheng stepped out of the clinic to face the imposing line of soldiers, all armed with submachine guns, standing at the ready. At the forefront was a burly officer with a dark complexion, who began chattering at Yi Gucheng in a language he could not comprehend. They locked eyes, each bewildered. The officer's brows furrowed in irritation as he regarded Yi Gucheng. At that moment, a A middle-aged man with a Han Chinese appearance emerged from the ranks, appearing to be in his 50s, lean and dark-skinned. This man was the army's translator, named Zhu Zhongjio. As a mere foot soldier in the ranks of the Burmese warlords, he wielded no real power. Yi Gucheng had little interest in using his celestial serpent eye to scrutinize the translator's background. The translator, wearing a serious expression, addressed Yi Gucheng, "Comrade, we have just received reports from the public that there has been disorder in this clinic, including an assault on an innocent civilian. Is there any connection between this incident and you? Did you perpetrate this act?" Yi Gucheng sheepishly scratched his head. What transpired was merely a misunderstanding. Blame your fellow countrymen for their lack of integrity in business, selling me counterfeit liquor that caused my terrible headache. Thus, I cannot shoulder all the blame. Zhu Zhongjio waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of your explanations, you cannot deny that you harmed another. I must escort you back to our headquarters for questioning. Kindly present your identification. Yi Gucheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Who carries their identification without reason? He was not a high-ranking government official, merely an ordinary citizen. Who would care about his identity? Reluctantly, he fabricated a lie. Identification? I have none. I was recently robbed by a group of mercenaries in the northern Shan Mountains, leaving my pockets emptier than yours. Zhu Zhongjio's expression darkened. So, you are a refugee then? Your identity appears rather dubious. According to regulations, I possess the authority to escort you back to headquarters for an investigation. I kindly ask for your cooperation and request that you accompany us without resistance. Yi Gucheng hesitated momentarily, contemplating the possibility that if he complied, he might endure severe torture and be coerced into confessing through a myriad of methods. Yet, if he refused, these Burmese soldiers would undoubtedly not let him go. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he not swiftly absorb their weapons into his ring space? If these Burmese warlords were left unarmed, he would no longer feel intimidated by them. However, he feared that such an act would be too ostentatious, and he preferred to maintain a low profile. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Gucheng ultimately decided to comply and accompany them, planning to retreat into the ring space at the slightest hint of danger, rendering these soldiers powerless against him. Thus, he obediently remarked, "Very well. In light of our shared heritage as children of Huaxia, I shall grant you this favor. I hope you refrain from unjustly imposing baseless accusations upon me." Zhu Zhongjio erupted into laughter, assuring him, "Rest assured, if you are indeed innocent, we shall not wrongfully accuse a good person. Moreover, we will provide you with travel expenses and ensure your safe return home. How does that sound?" Yi Gucheng nodded. "That would indeed be the best outcome. I am quite unfamiliar with the region of Myanmar, and should you assist me in returning home, I would be most grateful." The translator, Zhu Zhongjio, gestured, and two soldiers approached from either side, escorting Yi Gucheng to a military jeep. Approximately half an hour later, the military vehicle traversed the streets of a Burmese city and finally halted at the entrance of a villa in an affluent district. Shortly thereafter, Yi Gucheng was ushered inside by the Burmese warlords. Although referred to as a villa, it bore a closer resemblance to a larger warehouse back home. With rather ordinary decor and lacking any significant embellishments, it appeared akin to an unfinished house. However, the interior was adorned with fine rosewood furnishings, including an 8 immortals table, sofas, armchairs, tea sets, and even a gambling stone arena. Yi Gucheng was well aware that northern Myanmar is renowned for its wangwali and homu wood, while rosewood is typically used for root carvings, as it represents the finest material for tea sets. The exquisite grain of this wood glimmered, making it a coveted choice among the affluent and powerful in his homeland. Curiously, despite the northern Myanmar region being predominantly flat with little mineral resources, the underground was rich with treasures and mineral wealth. The surface, however, was dotted with centuries-old trees, housing numerous rare species such as wangwali, homu, and rosewood. Nonetheless, Myanmar remained a poor nation, with over half of its population struggling to survive, living day to day in a state of uncertainty. As Yi Gucheng entered the villa and surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a shirt, seated in a rosewood armchair. This individual bore a pallid complexion and appeared gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death, his eyes barely open. Yi Gucheng promptly utilized his celestial serpent eye to scan the man. Soon, a series of subtitles materialized in his mind. Wu Dan, male, 47 years old, Lord of Pingan City under the jurisdiction of the Shan State Army in northern Myanmar, holding the rank of Major General, with command over 2.5 divisions, approximately 30,000 troops. However, the overall combat proficiency of the army was exceedingly low, rendering their fighting capability akin to that of the puppet troops from the Republic era. While they managed to maintain order in the city, they would falter in genuine combat scenarios. Additionally, the army's weaponry was outdated, having long been oppressed by other warlord factions in northern Myanmar. At that moment, Translator Zhu Chongjiu approached, leaning close to General Wu Dan's ear to convey, "Commander, I have brought the individual who previously caused a disturbance at your daughter's clinic. He is now here, awaiting your judgment." Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing's anger flared. "Ah. So your earlier words were merely a ruse, and I was foolish enough to believe your deceit." This left Yi Guqing feeling quite displeased, should negotiations falter. He was prepared to make a swift exit into his ring space. Chapter 43. Yi Guqing agrees to treat the illness. Yi Guqing utilized his celestial serpent eye to scan General Wu Dan's body and discovered that his internal organs were being ravaged by a terrifying virus, which was nearly spreading throughout his entire being. Once this virus fully disseminated, even a celestial being would be unable to save him. He also noted that this toxin bore an uncanny resemblance to the one afflicting the little medical immortal, suggesting that General Wu Dan might have been betrayed by his own daughter. Yi Guqing's heart raced with alarm. At that moment, General Wu Dan suddenly opened his eyes, weakly lifting his head to regard Yi Guqing, uttering a few words to translator Zhu Chongjiu. The Chinese translator conveyed General Wu Dan's inquiries. "This young comrade, our commander wishes to know why you caused a disturbance at his daughter's clinic. Are you a spy sent from northwestern Myanmar?" Yi Guqing, intrigued, replied, "What do you mean by northwestern Myanmar and spy? I truly do not comprehend your words." Zhu Chongjiu and General Wu Dan exchanged glances. Uncertain whether this individual was being truthful or deceptive, Yi Guqing solemnly stated, "General Wu Dan, I perceive that your body is under siege by a potent toxin. This is no ordinary virus. Its lethality rivals that of the Black Death, smallpox, and dengue fever from the last century. Fortunately, it possesses no contagious properties, otherwise, everyone here would be doomed." This revelation astounded General Wu Dan. How does this young Huaxiao man know of my viral infection? Could he be a hidden divine doctor from Huaxiao? Given his penchant for reading online novels, he was aware that Huaxiao was home to numerous remarkable individuals, some of whom might appear unassuming yet wield great power. Underestimating them would certainly lead to dire consequences. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Wu Dan feigned nonchalance and asked, "Young comrade, may I inquire how you discern my viral infection? I hope you will answer honestly, as a satisfactory response could lead to a budding friendship between us." Yi Guqing chuckled. "To be frank, I possess a modicum of medical knowledge, though I do not consider it particularly remarkable. However, I believe I could cure your ailment." "Really?" Wu Dan exclaimed, springing from his armchair in excitement. Ever since he contracted the virus, he had been reliant on exorbitantly priced nutritional injections costing 100,000 each month to sustain his life. These injections were not only costly, but also exceedingly rare, purportedly developed in the United States specifically for the wealthy, and exclusively available to the affluent. It was said that the gambling king of Macau required one injection daily, totaling 3 million a month. Even with these injections, he could only barely maintain his existence, suffering excruciating pain during inclement weather. He could not bear to continue living in such a wretched state. The prospect of a young Huaxiao man possessing the means to cure his illness brought him greater joy than winning a 50 billion lottery. He quickly urged Zhu Chongjiu to translate his words to Yi Guqing. Zhu Chongjiu respectfully conveyed to Yi Guqing, "Esteemed divine doctor, our commander has stated that should you succeed in curing his ailment, he is willing to part with half of his territory and offer a consultation fee of $10 million. Yi Guqing promptly waved his hand, responding, "Please relay to General Wu Dan that I have no interest in his territory. After all, I am a Chinese, and I shall not linger in northern Myanmar for long. Once I tire of my endeavors, I will return to my homeland. As for the $10 million in consultation fees, it is not that I look down upon General Wu. He has been unwell for such an extended period that merely the cost of nutritional injections has consumed $200 to $300 million. It is likely that he has exhausted his entire fortune and cannot possibly offer $10 million. Zhu Chongjiu's face flushed with embarrassment as he translated Yi Guqing's words to Wu Dan. Upon hearing Yi Guqing's remarks, Wu Dan's face turned crimson, and he sheepishly admitted, "I did not realize you had discerned that. Very well, I confess that I indeed cannot produce $10 million at this moment. However, I still possess several mining areas and a gambling stone yard filled with many high-quality stones. Should I sell these jade raw stones? Gathering $10 million would not be a daunting task. In our world, a promise made is a promise kept. I assure you that I will deliver the $10 million, even if it means selling everything I own." Yi Guqing found this man quite intriguing. Instead of being rude due to his status as a Myanmar warlord, he politely requested Yi Guqing to assist with the treatment, even promising to share his territory and the generous consultation fee. Such sincerity was undoubtedly sufficient. Thus, he informed General Wu Dan, "It is already around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. I must head to the market to procure some materials for treatment. Please wait for my return. I should not be long." Wu Dan immediately suggested, "Would you like me to arrange for some of my subordinates to accompany you?" Walking alone will be slow. I can have them drive you there in a military vehicle to assist with carrying your purchases. Yi Gucheng smirked. You clearly wish to send someone to monitor me, fearing I might flee midway, despite your grandiose words. Wu Dan's face flushed again, and he awkwardly insisted. Divine Doctor, you misunderstand. I genuinely wish to assist you and have no intention of monitoring you. How about this? I will have my aide bring my private car around. It will be quicker. Yi Gucheng waved dismissively. No need. I have my own vehicle. Wu Dan, puzzled, inquired, Little Divine Doctor, are you joking? Where's your car? I have not seen it. Yi Gucheng glanced at him, deciding to showcase a small display of his capabilities, ensuring he would earn Wu Dan's respect and deter any further inappropriate thoughts. He stepped outside the courtyard, snapped his fingers, and suddenly, a resplendent Rolls-Royce materialized on the cobblestone ground. This customized Rolls-Royce, valued at $3.5 billion, was crafted entirely of pure gold, save for the tires. Yi Gucheng felt uneasy leaving such an exquisite vehicle in the underground garage, so he stored it in his ring space. Previously, in the mountainous regions of northern Myanmar, there were no decent roads for travel. Hence, he had no intention of using this car, now that he was in the city. Although the roads in Myanmar were considerably inferior compared to the main thoroughfares of first- and second-tier cities in China, they were still relatively spacious and smooth, with scarcely any potholes. Thus, he had no concerns about damaging his golden Rolls-Royce. Chapter 44. The Biological Experiments of the Beautiful Nation. Yi Gucheng's astonishing act left everyone in the villa speechless. Wu Dan was particularly astonished, his jaw dropping in disbelief. This little divine doctor is quite extravagant. A mere vehicle is a Rolls-Royce made of pure gold. It must be worth hundreds of millions. Although he himself enjoyed acquiring luxury cars and possessed a plethora of Lamborghinis, Porsches, Mercedes G-Class, Ferraris, and more in his private garage, the combined value of these vehicles paled in comparison to Yi Gucheng's golden Rolls-Royce. Indeed, the tales from online novels were true. Chinese individuals were often modest, yet immensely capable. Wu Dan's admiration for Yi Gucheng soared, and he would no longer underestimate him. Yi Gucheng took his leave, greeting Wu Dan and Zhu Chengjiu as he slid into the Rolls-Royce, then pressed the accelerator, propelling the car like an arrow out of the courtyard. He made a quick stop at a small clinic to procure numerous medicinal materials from General Wu Dan's daughter, the little medical fairy, the specifics of which shall remain undisclosed as they are a family secret. Upon hearing that Yi Gucheng had the means to cure her father's illness, the little medical fairy gazed at him with her sparkling eyes, asking, Big brother, you truly can cure my father's ailment? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Yi Gucheng smirked. I am a divine doctor from China. Curing your father's ailment is hardly a feat, I assure you. As long as your father draws breath, he shall not perish. The little medical fairy touched her still developing chest, saying, If you truly can cure my father, I will surely repay you well. Yi Gucheng frowned. Little girl, are you genuinely unaware or merely feigning ignorance? I have already discerned that within you resides a terrifying toxin. Anyone who has made physical contact with you will suffer skin decay within moments, their bodies dissolving rapidly. The virus afflicting your father actually originated from you, making you the root cause of his illness. The little medical fairy was taken aback, her lovely eyes shimmering with sadness. I did not intend for this to happen. You may not know, but when I was little, I was captured by scientists from the beautiful nation for biological experiments. Those scientists implanted this horrific virus within me. When my father learned of this, he was frantic and spent $50 million to ransom me back from the beautiful nation. Yet, despite all efforts, we could not extricate this virus from my body, which is why I must dress so securely to prevent anyone from touching me. Yi Gucheng was enraged to hear this. Those individuals from the beautiful nation were utterly despicable, willing to use a young girl for biological experiments. How could they be any different from beasts? The little medical fairy joyfully wiped her tears, stating, However, I have discovered good news. It seems you possess a resistance to the virus within me. Last time, you made contact with my body, yet you suffered no ill effects. Yi Gucheng felt a twinge of annoyance. What sort of good news was that? What did it matter to him? Well, it seemed this issue was not something Yi Gucheng could resolve at the moment. The two of them climbed into the Rolls-Royce and swiftly returned to General Wu Dan's villa. Yi Gucheng instructed for a wooden tub to be brought forth and asked Wu Dan to strip down and step inside. Without hesitation, General Wu Dan disrobed completely and jumped into the tub as instructed. Yi Gucheng then retrieved countless springs of spiritual water from his ring space, filling the tub in no time. He also added several tons of blood from the heavenly serpent and introduced the medicinal materials he had purchased from the clinic. In truth, the combination of spiritual water and heavenly serpent blood alone would suffice to treat General Wu Dan. However, Wu Dan is merely an ordinary mortal, and Yi Gucheng harbors concerns that he may not withstand the overwhelming spiritual energy, fearing that he might perish before the treatment is completed. Thus, he opts for gentler herbs to mitigate the potency of the spiritual essence within the wooden tub. Not long after Wu Dan immerses himself, his skin abruptly turns a vivid crimson, as if a myriad of ants were crawling over him, compelling him to grit his teeth in agony. Nevertheless, this rugged fellow, truly worthy of his military title, demonstrates a resilience tenfold that of an average person. Despite the excruciating pain, he endures silently, not uttering a single sound. Truly, he embodies the essence of a steadfast soldier. Upon witnessing her father's distress, the little physician feels a surge of heartache. "Big brother, what is happening to my father? Why does he look so unwell?" Gucheng calmly replies, "Your father is afflicted by a deep-seated poison. Although this toxin lacks widespread contagiousness, it gradually erodes the internal organs, particularly his lungs, which are now entirely charred. Were it not for the miraculous 100,000 nutrient injections from the United States, he would have long since succumbed. By now, the grass on his grave would be 3 feet high." Tears well up in the little physician's eyes, rendering her speechless. Meanwhile, the translator Zhu Chengzhou anxiously sweats in silence, fervently praying that this miraculous Chinese doctor will cure General Wu Dan's ailment. After approximately 2 hours, the water in the wooden tub turns pitch black, indicating that a substantial amount of toxins has been expelled from Wu Dan's body. His complexion noticeably improves. When Wu Dan finally opens his eyes, he feels an inexhaustible surge of vitality, and his appetite has suddenly expanded. Even if a cow stood before him, he could devour it entirely. Having been ill for so long, he had only managed to sustain himself on thin gruel, unable to consume anything else. With a sudden leap, General Wu Dan springs from the wooden tub, exclaiming loudly, "Quick, prepare a lavish feast for me. I wish to drink merrily with this miraculous Chinese doctor tonight, and I shall not rest until I am intoxicated." His adjutant is taken aback by his sudden exuberance. Shortly thereafter, the villa's attendants set the dining table with an array of delectable dishes. Naturally, Zhu Chengzhou and the little physician are deemed unworthy to join the feast. Zhu Chengzhou, merely a translator under General Wu Dan, lacks the authority and military prowess, while the little physician, despite being the general's daughter, is constrained by the societal norms of Myanmar, which dictate that women hold a significantly lower status and cannot dine with guests. At that moment, a soldier rushes over to report urgently to Wu Dan, "General, trouble. Our mining area in Shan State has just been attacked by forces from the Northwest military, suffering catastrophic losses. Approximately 1 to 2,000 casualties have been reported, and we need immediate reinforcements." Chapter 45, High Ice Type Violet. General Wu Dan slams his hand on the table. "Who dares to invade my territory?" The soldier trembles as he responds, "It is your old rival, the most formidable warlord of Northwest Myanmar, Cha Chai." Cha Chai is revealed to be the commander of the Kachin Independence Army, commanding an army of over 100,000 men, making him one of the most powerful warlords in Myanmar. He has a brother named Song Chai, who, according to Wu Dan's intelligence, recently attempted to smuggle rubies into China but was apprehended by the Chinese police and is likely still imprisoned. It is said that he will not be released for at least a decade. Meanwhile, his brother Cha Chai has seized his territory along with his numerous wives. Cha Chai's power has significantly increased, and his forces have swelled to around 200,000 troops. Once an individual acquires power and wealth, their ambition tends to grow insatiable. Recently, Cha Chai has aggressively raided other warlords in northern Myanmar, aiming to expand his influence and become the undisputed ruler of the region. Capable of contending with the Myanmar military government, Wu Dan finds himself at a loss, fully aware of his own limitations in confronting such a formidable warlord. Gucheng bursts into laughter, laced with mockery. "Look at you, so lacking in ambition. Our ancestors had a saying, when faced with an enemy, one must draw their sword. Even in defeat, there is honor. If you lack the courage for battle, you might as well wash your hands of it and return home to cradle your children." Though Gucheng's words resonate with some truth, Wu Dan remains unconvinced, gritting his teeth in defiance. "It is precisely because our weaponry is so inferior. If we could arm our troops with the equipment of 3 divisions, I would not fear even a mere Cha Chai. I would dare to assault the capital of the United States." Gucheng contemplates this notion, recalling the time when Chinese soldiers resisted the Japanese invading forces. The National Revolutionary Army, numbering 2 to 300,000, failed to defend Jinling against a mere tens of thousands of enemy troops. He struggles to understand how the soldiers under Chairman Jiang could falter so completely. It was only later that he learned from the older generation that the National Revolutionary Army's weaponry was woefully inadequate compared to the Japanese, who possessed tanks and aircraft, making defeat almost inevitable. Following this discussion, General Wu Dan assembles his troops and heads towards the mining area. Soon, hundreds of military vehicles, carrying around 2 to 3,000 soldiers, advance towards the site. Yi Gucheng accompanies them without concern, for he possesses the unique ability of the Sky Serpent, allowing him to catch bullets and evade fatal injuries. If the situation becomes dire, he can simply retreat into his ring space, rendering himself untouchable. Wudan's mining area lies approximately 80 to 90 kilometers from Ping'an City. This site, known as Old Peigang, is one of Myanmar's top 10 mines, accessible by both water and land, and frequently yields high-quality jadeite. Even a single gambling stone can be valued at over 100 million. After a little over an hour, upon arriving at the mining area, Wudan's troops are met with a scene of devastation. The warehouse is in shambles. The iron lock on the main door has been blown apart, and the gambling stones within are gone, plundered entirely. Only a few heavy stones remain, too cumbersome to be stolen. Wudan gazes at the wreckage, clutching his chest as if his heart were bleeding. These were years' worth of stockpiled resources, now lost in an instant. Who could endure such a loss? At that moment, a soldier approaches to report, "We've conducted a preliminary assessment of the casualties. Approximately 600 people have died, with over 1,000 injured. The costs for funerals, compensation for families, and medical expenses will amount to no less than $10 million. Adding the losses from the warehouse, the total could exceed 50 million. Listening to his subordinate's report, Wudan feels a deep pang of despair. Overcome with rage, he kicks the unfortunate soldier, sending him flying several meters. Seemingly unsatisfied, he draws a small handgun, aiming it at the soldier in a fit of fury. Yi Gucheng strides forward, intervening to prevent such an extreme reaction. Hey, could you please wake up? You are, after all, a prominent warlord. How can you be so easily rattled? And taking out your frustrations on your subordinates? Don't make me lose my respect for you." Wudan sighed in frustration, lowering his head, his expression one of helplessness. "Dr. Yi, you are indeed correct," he replied, "but I rely on selling these jade rough stones to make a living. Furthermore, I have 2,000 to 3,000 men beneath me who depend on me for sustenance. Now, my warehouse has been completely ransacked. Not a single piece remains. I won't even be able to distribute the soldiers' pay next month." Yi Gucheng cast a glance around the warehouse, which was spacious and sturdy, yet eerily empty. An unpleasant musty odor permeating the air. He couldn't help but remark, these old Burmese are truly ruthless, showing no mercy even to their fellow countrymen, leaving no chance for survival. However, it wasn't entirely stripped bare. Yi Gucheng quickly spotted several large rough stones, each weighing several tons. Activating his heavenly serpent eye, he examined the colossal stones and discovered that among them, only one contained a genuine treasure, an exquisite violet jadeite of the highest quality. Although it might yield only about 1 or 2 tons, selling it for 1 to 2 billion should be no problem. Pointing at the stone with its green skin, Yi Gucheng said, "That rough stone looks quite promising. How about you consider selling it to me?" Wudan was secretly astonished. Could it be that this esteemed Chinese doctor also had a knack for gambling on stones? Little did he know that all those rough stones were nothing but dross. I had already arranged for experts to appraise them, and they confirmed that there was no treasure within. That was why I had left them untouched in the warehouse. Furrowing his brow slightly, Wudan thought that since Yi Gucheng had healed his ailment, he didn't want to take advantage of him, a gesture that would be utterly ungracious, akin to burning the bridge after crossing it. "Since you wish to unveil this rough stone, I will gift it to you for free. I shall not accept any payment." Yi Gucheng smirked, replying, "That simply won't do. There are rules in the stone gambling business. Once a transaction is made, it is binding. What if I were to unveil an extraordinary jadeite, and you later changed your mind? Free items are often the most expensive." Having been in the antique business for quite some time, Yi Gucheng understood this principle well. Moreover, he disliked taking advantage of others. Even if General Wudan truly did not change his mind later, he insisted on paying for the stone before it was unveiled. Wudan, feeling a bit vexed, replied, "Fine then, I won't demand much from you. As a competent mine owner, I typically charge 3,000 yuan per kilogram. Of course, I was referring to Chinese currency. After all, the rough stones we extract in the mining area are sold at wholesale prices in the jade markets of your homeland." Yi Gucheng nodded. "All right then. Have someone bring this rough stone to the scales so we can see its weight." With a wave of his hand, several soldiers approached, working together to transport the massive rough stone onto the scales, which displayed a weight of 5 tons. Wudan glanced at the reading and smiled broadly. "That will be 15 million. Cash or card?" Yi Gucheng remarked, "That's a bit steep. Could you possibly lower the price?" In truth, he did not find it excessively expensive, but it was customary to haggle in business, especially when dealing with the Burmese. One must always remain cautious. Wudan scratched his head. "What price do you think is fair?" Yi Gucheng waved his hand dismissively. "I won't undervalue your stone. How about a flat 10 million? After all, I am merely an ordinary citizen, and the funds in my account are not as plentiful as you might imagine. Perhaps even a laborer in your country has more wealth than I, Wu Dan's face turned pale at the thought of losing 500,000 in the deal. No, that's unacceptable. At least 12 million must be the minimum. Yi Gucheng shrugged, responding with a grin. Our country's electricity company runs at a loss every year, as does our oil company and our high-speed rail. Thus, I can only offer you a middle ground. 10 million. What do you say? Wu Dan felt overwhelmed. He had not anticipated that this Chinese doctor would possess such persuasive skills. He, a mining warlord with thousands of subordinates, found it hard to admit to losses, especially when his pride was nowhere near as thick-skinned as that of those corporations. Very well, I shall accept your price. Yi Gucheng produced his bank card, promptly making the payment, and then called over several stone workers. The workers carefully adjusted their positions and pressed the button. The large saw soon emitted a piercing sound. In just 2 hours, the massive rough stone had been cut open on one side, revealing a stark white interior devoid of any jade. Wu Dan glanced at it, and immediately felt a chill of disappointment. See, I told you this was a worthless stone. There was no jade inside. But you refused to heed my warning. Now look where that has left you. He patted his chest, secretly relieved that he had sold the worthless stone to Yi Gucheng for 10 million. Otherwise, it would have merely gathered dust in the warehouse, and he would have found it a hassle to even use it as a road surface. Yi Gucheng chuckled. Gambling on stones is much like playing cards. Until the moment you reveal your hand, you can never predict who will triumph. He then addressed the stone workers. You all do your utmost to help me unveil this rough stone, and I shall reward each of you generously. The workers immediately perked up. Discovering a valuable stone would earn them a substantial bonus, and even if the stone turned out to be worthless, it would not be their concern. Such good fortune was rare indeed. After a considerable effort, the workers soon cut open another side of the rough stone. To their astonishment, they uncovered a layer of violet jadeite within. Look, it's jade, and it's violet jadeite, looking splendid. The chances of it being valuable are quite high. The soldiers surrounding them began to chatter excitedly. Wu Dan felt a dissonance in his heart, while he was pleased to see the stone yield results. It no longer belonged to him. He had sold it to someone else. Regardless of how much profit it yielded, it had no bearing on him. He felt both envious and pained. Had he known this would happen, he would have never sold it to anyone else, keeping it for himself to unveil and quietly amass wealth. He slapped the backs of a few soldiers who were cheering. You lot. What are you making such a fuss about? The stone isn't fully unveiled yet. Don't celebrate too soon. Yi Gucheng found his reaction amusing. With another cut, the remaining 3 sides of the stone were completely stripped away. The stone workers rinsed the stone with a hose, and once it was thoroughly cleaned, they beheld a treasure trove of high-quality violet jadeite. It was estimated that the yield would be no less than 1 or 2 tons. How much wealth would that translate to? Wu Dan's jaw dropped in astonishment, regretting having sold the stone to Yi Gucheng at such a low price. He had truly made a monumental loss. Yi Gucheng, feeling triumphant, gazed at Wu Dan's dismay, nearly bursting into laughter. At that moment, a Caucasian man arrived at the mining area, claiming to be a wealthy individual from the United States. Although he refrained from disclosing the specifics of his business, the affluent magnate from the beautiful country was instantly captivated by a piece of high-quality iced jadeite violet jade weighing approximately 1 to 2 tons, offering a staggering price of $2 billion to procure it. Wu Dan hesitated momentarily before turning to Yi Gucheng and inquired, Dr. Yi, this price is already quite reasonable. Will you sell? Yi Gucheng nodded affirmatively. Yes, of course, I shall sell. The magnate was remarkably decisive, showing a preference for expedience over hesitation. He promptly requested Yi Gucheng's bank account details and executed a bank transfer. Before long, Yi Gucheng heard the notification sound of a bank transfer on his phone. Upon checking the message, he was indeed delighted to find that his bank account had been credited with $2 billion. Naturally, his phone was also inundated with missed calls and messages. Some were from financial companies pestering him to invest in stocks, while others were from Wang Yunfeng, Qian Renxua, and numerous messages from his high school classmate Lin Miao, as well as the housing department manager Zhu Yaqing. Having been wandering in northern Myanmar for several days without any signal, he had scarcely used his phone and had nearly forgotten its existence. Although he intended to return each call, he soon realized that the signal here was exceedingly poor. He could only receive messages but could not make calls. With many matters requiring his attention, he reluctantly decided to postpone contacting them until his return to the homeland. Of course, Yi Gucheng did not go back on his word. He generously distributed $500 to each of the few jade workers present, while others received $100 each. In total, he dispensed over 10,000 USD. A mere trifle to him, which he did not mind. Wu Dan gazed at Yi Gucheng in astonishment, contemplating how extraordinary this man was to amass $2 billion in such a short span. Although he himself possessed assets worth over $1 billion, most of it was in real estate, villas, luxury cars, mining areas, and timberlands. Liquidating such properties would take at least a decade or more, and even then, they would only sell at a significant discount. Unlike this miraculous physician from Huaxia, who effortlessly accumulated $2 billion in mere moments, it felt akin to robbing a bank. Though envious, he dared not harbor any ill intentions towards Yi Gucheng, having witnessed firsthand the latter's formidable skills. Despite being a rough and straightforward man, he was no fool. Such a martial arts master must be befriended, not antagonized. Thus, Wu Dan quickly devised a clever plan. Chapter 47. Sworn Brotherhood with General Wu Dan. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly approached Wu Dan, reporting, "General, we have just apprehended a spy from northwestern Myanmar in the mining area. How should we deal with him?" Wu Dan furrowed his brow. "Oh, is that so? Bring that spy to me at once." Soon, Yi Gucheng witnessed several soldiers escorting a rugged man with dark skin, appearing to be in his 40s, whose fierce gaze suggested he was no ordinary adversary. However, with over 100 submachine guns aimed squarely at his head, he dared not make any reckless moves, knowing he would be riddled with bullets if he did. Wu Dan spoke with gravity. "Hey, what is your name? And who sent you here? It would be wise to confess willingly. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. I, Wu Dan, am not one to be trifled with." The man scoffed. "Humph, do as you please. I assure you, I won't even flinch. We're all in this life together. Who's afraid of death?" Yi Gucheng felt a throbbing headache at this revelation. It appeared this fellow was indeed tough and would be difficult to deal with. However, Wu Dan remained unfazed, for he was a prominent warlord in northern Myanmar, possessing numerous methods to extract information. Impatiently waving his hand, a group of soldiers stepped forward, taking turns to administer punishment to the spy. Of course, this process was somewhat brutal. Yi Gucheng, uninterested in witnessing the harsh treatment, turned his gaze away. General Wu Dan politely addressed Yi Gucheng. "Dr. Yi, I have a collection of exquisite red wines in my private cellar, including some esteemed 1980s Lafite that I usually reserve for special occasions. Today, I shall bring them all out to entertain you. Let us drink to our heart's content." Yi Gucheng nodded in silence as they proceeded to the mining office. This office, utilized by the mining supervisor to tally the daily jadeite extraction, was rather rudimentary, reminiscent of a self-built rural house in Huaxia, spanning about 100 square meters. They settled down, sipping wine and engaging in conversation. Yi Gucheng, curious, asked, "General, why do you seem so unperturbed? You appear quite composed. Could you enlighten me as to why?" Wu Dan smirked. "What should I be nervous about? It's merely the capture of a subordinate of Cha Chai, an inconsequential lackey. What is there to be concerned about?" Yi Gucheng chuckled. "Ah, so you've already determined that you want to extract any useful intelligence from that giant?" Wu Dan sighed in exasperation. "Even if we manage to extract information, what good would it do? That damn Cha Chai has not only usurped his brother Song Chai's territory, but also absorbed his army. He currently commands around 200,000 troops, a force substantial enough to contend with the Myanmar government army." Yi Gucheng, increasingly intrigued, queried, "Then why do you northern Myanmar warlords insist on opposing the Myanmar government army? Wouldn't it be simpler to rule as local emperors? Your current status already surpasses that of many. What more could you desire?" Wu Dan shot him a disgruntled glance. "You are from Huaxia, so you cannot possibly comprehend our situation here in Myanmar. You should know that the three most valuable resources in our region are jade, timber, and precious gemstones. Yet these are firmly held by the Myanmar government army, forbidding others from encroaching. Anyone wishing to mine in Myanmar must pay exorbitantly for mining rights. For my modest mine, a decade's rights cost $10 million. Utterly outrageous." Wu Dan's frustration grew as he continued. "Dr. Yi, you must agree. It is unjust that these natural resources, which belong to the indigenous people of Myanmar, are monopolized by one faction. I, for one, refuse to accept this. And that is why we resist." Yi Gucheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. "Hearing you say that, it does seem to hold some merit. Yet, I am merely an outsider, and this appears to be a familial matter among you locals. It would be inappropriate for me to judge who is right or wrong, perhaps. In this world, right and wrong are but illusions, as we have a saying in Huaxia, to the victor belong the spoils." General Wu Dan erupted in hearty laughter. "Indeed, Dr. Yi is a person of character. Your sentiments resonate well with me. I shall no longer refer to you as Dr. Yi. Instead, let us forge a bond as brothers of different surnames. From this moment forth, I shall call you Brother Yi. What say you, in light of the circumstances?" Yi Gucheng found himself unable to decline and reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, as you wish, General. Come, let us raise our glasses and toast to the enduring nature of our friendship." With that, he lifted his cup and clinked it against Wu Dan's, downing the contents in one swift motion. Wu Dan, tilting his head back, emptied his glass and, with a furrowed brow, expressed his profound discontent. Alas, Brother Yi, as you can see, my mining operation has suffered grievously. We were ambushed, and all the goods in the warehouse have been seized. Now, it stands utterly barren. There's not a single piece of gambling stone left. To be frank, I yearn to confront that scoundrel Cha-Chai in a true battle. However, my forces are scant, numbering fewer than 3 divisions, and our weaponry is woefully outdated. Such a meager assembly stands no chance against Cha-Chai. Yi Gucheng, slightly inebriated, retorted. What of it? If necessary, I shall lend you the funds to procure a new arsenal and bolster your ranks. Would $300 million suffice? If not, I can extend it to $500 million. Wu Dan, a cunning smile spreading across his face, excitedly patted Yi Gucheng on the shoulder. Brother Yi, are you truly sincere? Yi Gucheng dismissively replied, Among us, the bonds of brotherhood are as strong as nails. Words once spoken are akin to water poured out. As for $300 or $500 million, it is but a trifling sum to me. Saying this, he retrieved his phone and transferred $500 million to Wu Dan's bank account. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of $500 million into his account, Wu Dan's face lit up with elation, his joy manifesting in animated gestures. Yi Gucheng cast a scrutinizing glance at him, and, feigning severity, warned, I treat you as a brother, and I hope you will not betray my trust. You must understand my capabilities, should you dare to commit any treachery against me. I assure you, your suffering will be beyond imagination. Wu Dan, feeling a shiver run down his spine, quickly smiled in response. Rest assured, Brother Yi, although I am a rough man, I have never acted against the interests of my brothers or friends. Perceiving that Wu Dan appeared genuine, Yi Gucheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He certainly did not wish to foster a backstabber. Chapter 48. The treasure left by the officer from the East. In truth, warfare is fundamentally about financial resources. Only with ample funds can one acquire a substantial arsenal, and only then will men be willing to fight for you. Consider the mercenaries who roam the globe. Do any of them not demand a wage of $10,000 per day, without sufficient incentives? Who would be willing to place their lives on the line for such perilous endeavors? That $500 million could easily arm not just 2 or 3 divisions, but a dozen or even 20, given the current purchasing power of the dollar, which equates to 3 or 4 billion Chinese yuan. At that moment, a soldier responsible for interrogations entered to report to General Wu Dan. Report, General. The spy has confessed everything and requests to speak with you, claiming he possesses vital intelligence. But only in your presence. Wu Dan waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest in seeing him. Simply execute him. I am not inclined to converse with such a lowly minion. It would tarnish my dignity. Yi Gucheng quickly interjected, Wait, do not be hasty. Perhaps this spy truly has significant intelligence to share. If you execute him so rashly, you risk jeopardizing an important opportunity. Wu Dan considered this and replied, You make a valid point, Brother Yi. Very well, I will go and meet with him. The two entered a dimly lit interrogation room. Yi Gucheng observed the burly man, now beaten to a pulp, with hardly a patch of unscathed flesh remaining. Wu Dan gestured, and a soldier promptly approached with a wooden bucket, dousing the man with cold water to rouse him. With a chilling tone, General Wu stated, Speak. What crucial information do you have for me? You have 1 minute. Make it quick, or I shall execute you on the spot. The man shivered at the threat. If I divulge this critical information, will you spare my life? I do not wish to die. Wu Dan's expression darkened. He detested bargaining and was growing impatient. Yi Gucheng signaled for him to remain calm, suggesting they feign agreement to see what the man would reveal. Wu Dan quickly grasped the implication. Ah, so you fear death? I had assumed Cha-Chai's men were all valiant warriors unafraid of mortality. Very well, as long as you are willing to speak, I shall grant you your life. Now, proceed before I lose my patience. The man opened his mouth and swallowed hard. General, about 20 kilometers north of your mining area, is there not an active volcano? One that erupts irregularly every 3 to 5 years? Wu Dan nodded. Indeed, I am aware of that volcano. It is called Mount Fuji, a name bestowed by a Japanese officer during World War II. I have never cared for the names the Japanese give, yet after all these years, it has become second nature to use it. The man stammered. In truth, that Japanese officer buried many treasures beneath the crater of that volcano. I cannot specify what they are, but they must be worth a considerable sum. At this, Yi Gucheng's curiosity was piqued. Wait, why would that Japanese officer bury treasures at the volcano? The man replied, It is said that there is also an active volcano in Japan, also named Mount Fuji. And coincidentally, that officer's hometown lies nearby. Perhaps nostalgia compelled him to hide his treasures there. Wu Dan scoffed. While I cannot ascertain the veracity of your claim, you did mention that it is an active volcano, prone to eruption at any moment. Based on past experiences, an eruption may occur within days. Even if there are treasures as you say, I cannot risk sending my men to search for them. Should they encounter an eruption, their lives would be forfeit. I refuse to gamble with the lives of my subordinates. Thus, your so-called vital intelligence holds no value for me. The man's face turned pale at this realization, and he attempted to plead for mercy. However, General Wu Dan did not grant him the opportunity to speak further with a wave of his hand. He ordered the nearby soldiers to execute him. A barrage of gunfire rang out, riddling the man's body with bullets, and he collapsed to the ground. A few soldiers hastily bagged his corpse in a burlap sack and disposed of it into a pit near the mine. Given the humid weather in Myanmar and the abundance of insects, it would not be long before the man's body was consumed by mosquitoes and flies, reduced to mere dust. Yi Gucheng, lost in thought, turned to General Wu Dan and remarked, "I find myself intrigued by the treasure left by that Japanese officer. Since you are unwilling to let your men take the risk, why not allow me to investigate?" Wu Dan gazed at him, conflicted. "Brother Yi, are you serious? Have you truly considered this? This is no trivial matter. You understand that an eruption could produce temperatures reaching thousands of degrees Celsius in an instant, melting even a robot into molten metal." Yi Gucheng chuckled lightly. "General Wu Dan, rest assured, I am a person blessed with great fortune and resilience. Nothing untoward shall befall me, so you need not worry." Wu Dan felt a twinge of frustration. "Indeed, you possess remarkable courage and a disregard for danger. Yet my situation is vastly different. I am responsible for tens of thousands of lives, all of whom depend on me for sustenance. Each day, as I open my eyes, I am reminded of the multitude of mouths that require feeding and watering. How I envy your carefree existence. Very well. I shall send someone to escort you to the volcano's mouth, but do exercise caution. Should you encounter any peril, I shall be unable to assist you." Soon, a military jeep arrived, and Yi Gucheng promptly took his seat in the passenger side. Given that we are in the mountainous regions of Myanmar, he was reluctant to drive his opulent golden Rolls-Royce, as even the slightest bump could cost him thousands. Meanwhile, General Wu Dan was not idle. Empowered by the 500 million loaned to him by Yi Gucheng, he felt a surge of confidence and immediately contacted arms dealers in Southeast Asia to procure a substantial arsenal. This included American submachine guns, mortars, armored vehicles, tanks, and an abundance of firearms and ammunition. In accordance with the unspoken rules of arms transactions, General Wu Dan paid a deposit of 300 million to the Southeast Asian arms dealer. Once the weapons were delivered, he would transfer the remaining 200 million to the specified bank account. Having completed these arrangements, Wu Dan could not help but rub his hands together in anticipation. With this cache of weaponry at his disposal, he would dare to confront Chachai openly. Chapter 49. The mysterious corpse of the beast. General Wu Dan's subordinate drove Yi Gucheng to within 2 to 3 kilometers of the active volcano, where the vehicle came to a halt. This was the maximum safe distance, for the dormant volcano could erupt at any moment, and Wu Dan's subordinate was understandably apprehensive, refusing to venture any further. After all, he had an elderly family and a wife and children who depended on him. He had no desire to meet an untimely end here, lest his family starve. Yi Gucheng waved his hand dismissively. "All right, go ahead and return. You need not wait for me here. If I return safely, I shall make my own way back. But if misfortune should befall me, then rest assured, there will be nothing left to recover, so there is no need for you to linger." The jeep driver nodded and promptly turned the vehicle around, accelerating away until it vanished from sight. Once the driver had departed, Yi Gucheng retrieved a bottle of spring water filled with a mystical elixir from his storage ring. He took a sip to restore his strength before making his way toward the volcano's mouth. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Gucheng reached the base of the volcano, which stood at an altitude of over 4,000 meters. Looking up, he saw the summit stretching far into the clouds. The volcano, known to erupt sporadically every 3 to 5 years, had an exceedingly high temperature. The heat radiated from its barren surface, devoid of any vegetation. Vast expanses of reddish-brown, parched earth lay exposed, presenting a desolate and unpoetic landscape. As Yi Gucheng approached the volcano, a scorching wave of heat enveloped him, curling his hair and filling the air with a burnt odor. He quickly activated his celestial serpent abilities to shield himself. Otherwise, he would have been seared before reaching the crater. After half an hour, Yi Gucheng finally reached the summit. He glanced into the crater, which appeared eerily calm, though he knew not when it might erupt. He hoped that while he sought the treasures left behind by the Japanese officer, no mishaps would occur. Leaping into the crater, he tumbled several times before arriving at a vast air raid shelter. From a height of approximately 1,000 meters, he could see the bubbling magma below. Just one glance sent a chill down his spine. The thought of accidentally falling into that molten rock was terrifying. He would be obliterated in mere seconds. Even a robot would stand no chance. Yi Gucheng wasted no time, swiftly searching the vicinity. Every minute spent lingering increased the danger. Thus, he resolved to act decisively. Before long, he discovered a grand hall at the deepest part of the shelter. The hall was immense, measuring at least 30,000 square feet. And due to the volcano's elevation, machinery could not be used, making it entirely a product of human labor. Gucheng marveled silently. How many workers had toiled to carve out such a vast space? Using his celestial serpent vision, he scanned the interior of the hall and found thousands of large wooden crates. However, after so many years, these crates had decayed to the point of collapse. He proceeded down the corridor to the heart of the hall, where he pried open one of the crates, revealing it to be filled with gleaming gold bars. Meticulously wrapped in layers of butter paper, the sheer quantity astounded him, leaving his jaw agape. He had heard tales of how a Japanese officer once ordered his troops to pillage and plunder in Myanmar, committing unspeakable atrocities. Yet he had not anticipated the sheer volume of gold that had been amassed. Upon rough estimation, there were undoubtedly over 20 tons of gold here, enough to construct a lavish golden residence. With gold prices soaring to 280 yuan per gram, he could hardly fathom the value of such a fortune. After struggling to calculate, he decided to abandon the effort for now. He would sort it out later when he had more time. However, knowing that gold is both dense and heavy, he was disinclined to move it manually. With a grand gesture, he summoned all 20 tons of gold bars into his storage ring. In an instant, a flurry of gold bars disappeared, leaving the hall eerily vacant. It was then that Gucheng noticed that beneath the crates filled with gold bars lay an astonishing number of remains. Not only were there many, but most were in a state of disrepair. He surmised that these remains had likely belonged to laborers captured by the Japanese army, who had been ruthlessly executed to keep the treasure's existence a secret. Gucheng sighed deeply. In the eyes of the Japanese soldiers, human life was as insignificant as grass. Such barbarity was no wonder they ultimately faced devastation from American atomic bombs, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians. As he ventured into another cave, he stumbled upon a massive corpse of a beast. This creature was colossal, measuring over 100 meters in length and approximately 30 meters wide. Gucheng was taken aback. Was this an extraterrestrial monster? Such an immense physique has entirely surpassed the realm of ordinary comprehension. It appears that I have been woefully ignorant. He then employed the eye of the celestial serpent to scan the remains of this magical beast. Instantly, a series of subtitles manifested in his mind. Ancient flood dragon, believed to have been born approximately 260 million years ago, with the precise cause of death remaining unknown. This creature not only possessed an extraordinarily long lifespan, but also had a remarkably high cultivation potential. From the moment of its birth, it was endowed with intelligence equivalent to that of a human-tier heavenly martial artist, making it exceedingly formidable. At this moment, the astonished voice of Kai Lin echoed in his mind. So, the owner of this carcass is indeed one of the ancient races from the primordial era, the ancient flood dragon. Gucheng curiously inquired, is this ancient flood dragon truly powerful? Kai Lin nodded affirmatively. Yes, the ancient flood dragon is the most formidable among all ancient races. They are born with tough skin and flesh, inherently savage, and possess mastery over spatial laws, enabling them to wield spatial powers at will and traverse different realms. Consequently, slaying them is exceedingly challenging. Even if one cannot defeat them, they can tear apart the fabric of space to escape. Should you wish to pursue, it would be futile. Furthermore, it is said that they prey upon the ancient phoenix, and if sustenance becomes scarce, they may resort to capturing humans to satiate their hunger. Chapter 50, Fallen Star Flame. Gucheng, still intrigued, asked, given the prowess of this ancient flood dragon, why did it perish here? Kai Lin rolled her eyes. If you ask me, who should I inquire of? Gucheng chuckled. Never mind, I am not concerned with how it met its demise. Do you possess any means to refine this magical beast's carcass and extract its essence blood? Kai Lin shook her head. Apologies, but I am unable to do so. This beast is far too colossal. Do you wish to wear me out? Gucheng offered an awkward smile. I see, but such a valuable resource cannot go to waste. I shall store it within my ring's space and consider it further on another occasion. With that, Gucheng silently chanted to himself, and the ancient flood dragon's corpse was transported into the confines of his ring's space. Having scavenged sufficiently, he deemed it time to depart from this location. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the molten lava beneath, reverberating for miles. Gucheng, positioned so close, nearly succumbed to the shockwave, on the brink of collapsing. Fortunately, the protective power of the celestial serpent enabled him to withstand this overwhelming sonic assault. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have been reduced to mere fragments. Gucheng experienced a throbbing headache, unsure of how long it took to regain his composure. At that moment, Kai Lin exclaimed in alarm, Master, you must leave this place at once. This active volcano is on the verge of eruption. Gucheng's heart raced. Damn it, please do not frighten me. I am not prepared to meet an untimely end. He hurriedly sprinted toward the volcano's mouth. Just as he was about to escape, the magma below surged violently, and suddenly, a fire dragon adorned with shimmering golden scales erupted forth. This dragon, spanning dozens of meters in length, filled half of the air raid shelter with its massive form. With a swift flick of its tail, it sent Gucheng, who was attempting to emerge from the volcano, hurtling through the air. He fell heavily to the ground, resembling a kite severed from its string. Although the impact did not harm him, the searing heat radiating from the dragon's tail scorched his arms black. Instantly, Gucheng writhed in agony on the ground, his skin nearly charred. What in the world is this creature, and why is it so powerful? Kai Lin's voice trembled with fear. Master, this is grave. It is indeed strange fire. Gucheng, confused, asked, What is? Kai Lin stammered. It is the primordial fire of the universe, born from the essence of heaven and earth. From its inception, it possesses sentience and an irascible temperament, attacking any being indiscriminately, be they human or mystical creature. Gucheng grew increasingly curious. What is its name, and do I stand a chance of defeating it? Kai Lin responded. Judging by its characteristics, it appears to be the fallen star flame, one of the top 10 on the strange fire ranking. Legend has it that billions of years ago, a meteor from outer space collided with Earth, leading to the formation of this active volcano. It erupts unpredictably every 3 to 5 years, yet it does not leave this volcano. Otherwise, countless lives would be lost. Moreover, within its territory, defeating it head-on is utterly impossible. Hence, your best course of action is to escape, or we shall both perish here. Gucheng nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, you make a valid point. Even if I cannot defeat it, I can certainly flee. If I preserve my life, I can return later to settle the score once my strength has increased. The fire dragon, born of the primordial essence of the fallen star flame, regarded Gucheng with an understanding gaze, as if sensing his thoughts. With a twist of its jaws, it emitted a derisive snicker, then lashed its tail, shattering the volcano's exit. In an instant, countless rocks and debris plummeted, effectively sealing the volcano's mouth. Gucheng's heart sank in despair. Within the vast air raid shelter, he faced off against the fire dragon. The heat emanating from the dragon's body was likely in the thousands of degrees Celsius, even from hundreds of meters away. Gucheng felt waves of heat assault him, threatening to dry him out completely. He found himself parched, as if all moisture within him was dissipating rapidly, teetering on the brink of severe dehydration and unconsciousness. This world is truly terrifying. For the first time, Gucheng felt death looming so closely, leaving him no time to contemplate how to respond. In this crisis, Kai Lin was unable to provide any assistance, and Gucheng found himself caught in a perilous predicament. The fallen star flame, enraged by the intrusion of a stranger into its domain, opened its maw and lunged toward the intruder. Gucheng trembled in fright, realizing that this creature emanated temperatures of several thousand degrees Celsius. Should he come into direct contact, he would instantaneously be reduced to ash, beyond even the miraculous healing properties of celestial serpent blood. Although celestial serpent blood possesses the extraordinary ability to resurrect the dead, it requires that one not sustain fatal injuries in the first place. Otherwise, even that would be futile. As the massive dragon had approached, Gucheng gritted his teeth and, in a frantic bid, tumbled into his ring's space, evading the strike of the fallen star flame. Upon entering the ring's space, although the fallen star flame could no longer harm him, he remained within the active volcano. Thus, the intense heat generated by the fallen star flame still affected Gucheng in the ring's space. Looking around, he was astonished to witness the distant, boundless snow-capped mountains rapidly melting, while the trees at the base ignited spontaneously without any apparent source of fire. As the snow melted halfway, a series of avalanches ensued, reminiscent of catastrophic scenes from disaster films. Before long, Gucheng felt the temperature within the ring's space rise sharply, the oppressive heat becoming unbearable. In a state of near despair, he implored Kai Lin. Kai Lin, please tell me what I should do. I feel as though I am about to be cooked alive. Kai Lin hesitated for a moment before saying, Master, you must quickly take refuge in the cave of the Azure Emperor. That illustrious Azure Emperor was once the mightiest being in this realm, and the cultivation ground he left behind is imbued with potent spiritual energy, capable of shielding one from all external sorceries. In a flurry, Gucheng hurried into the Azure Emperor's cave. Strangely enough, the moment he stepped inside, the suffocating heat that had plagued him suddenly dissipated, replaced by a refreshing aura that invigorated every pore of his body. He plunged into the pool of spiritual spring water, and in less than 10 seconds, he discovered that the burns on his arm had miraculously healed without leaving a single scar. Gucheng couldn't help but silently rejoice at his fortuitous luck. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise this time. Chapter 51. Striving for Self-Rescue. Surviving a great calamity, Gucheng found himself nestled within the Azure Emperor's cave. This celestial emperor's dwelling was indeed a treasure trove for cultivation. Sheltered within, he felt utterly insulated from the searing heat emitted by the fallen star flame. He indulged in copious feasts, quenching his thirst with the spiritual spring water and lying down on the cushions of the grand hall to sleep whenever fatigue overtook him. Fortunately, he had previously stockpiled a substantial amount of food in his spatial ring, enough to sustain him for 2.5 years. However, upon reflection, he realized that this situation could not persist indefinitely. Was he to remain trapped in the confines of the spatial ring forever? Would he truly never escape this fate? Although he currently had ample provisions, there would inevitably come a day when they would run out. Once the food was depleted, he would either starve to death in the Azure Emperor's cave or venture out only to be incinerated by the fallen star flame. Gucheng began to fret, the spicy beef jerky in his hand suddenly losing its allure. At that moment, Kai Lin offered a suggestion. Master, did you not request a vial of phoenix blood from the ancient Tianhuang clan leader, Feng Qingyou? You could attempt to merge with the phoenix blood. The ancient Tianhuang, a primordial race born from volcanic magma, evolved to possess wings and soar through the skies after gaining intelligence. As such, the ancient Tianhuang inherently possessed a degree of immunity to flames. Even though the modern descendants of the ancient Tianhuang had completely lost their magical abilities, this attribute was ingrained in their very essence. Gucheng smacked his forehead in realization. Why didn't you mention something so crucial earlier? Kai Lin rolled her eyes. You never asked. Not wishing to dwell on her retort, Gucheng immediately sat cross-legged and retrieved the vial brimming with phoenix blood, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy contained within. This was a rather tedious and monotonous process. Previously, he had often observed cultivators in novels meditating for 10 days or even half a month without moving. Now, he finally experienced that sensation himself. After a short while, Gucheng had nearly consumed the entire vial of phoenix blood. His body felt further enhanced, with the sound of a phoenix's cry resonating in his breath, sharp and piercing. He wondered if this would transform his voice into that of a delicate person. A simple fire pit was kindled in the hall. As he gazed at the roaring flames, Gucheng hesitated before boldly placing a hand above to test the heat. Discovering it was not excessively scorching, elated, he thought that the phoenix blood indeed granted him some resistance to flames, though it was not omnipotent. Once the temperature surpassed 100 degrees Celsius, he still felt a distinct sting. The burning sensation, akin to 100 claws scraping at his heart, instinctively made him retract his hand, prompting him to ask Kai Lin with a hint of frustration, Kai Lin, do you have any other methods to assist me in escaping this volcanic pit? I cannot bear to stay here any longer. Kai Lin, taken aback, retorted, oh, my poor master, is your brain made of pig's brains? Can't you think of any solutions yourself? Why must you always come to me? It's enough to make me want to perish alongside you. Gucheng scratched his head awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, Kai Lin, please don't be angry. Let me ponder how to escape. We are in this together. You wouldn't want to be trapped here for eternity either, would you? Once the food in the spatial ring runs out, wouldn't you also face starvation like me? Kai Lin tossed her hair defiantly. Humph, what have I to fear? Even if I don't eat, I can survive on spiritual spring water alone. But you are merely an ordinary human, even if you can withstand hunger. Going 3 to 5 months without food will surely lead to your demise. Gucheng replied glumly. Even if you 1T starve, once I perish, this celestial emperor's cave will only have you left, alone in this empty hall. Are you certain you won't feel lonely without anyone to converse with? Kai Lin pouted in silence. Gucheng, undeterred, began rummaging through the celestial emperor's cave in search of any treasures. He strolled to the offering table and perused the secret tomes of celestial arts left by the Azure Emperor. These texts were not only obscure and difficult to comprehend, but also profoundly esoteric. Initially lacking the patience to delve into such seemingly arcane writings, he forced himself to examine them for the sake of his survival. He sought any fire-related techniques within these ancient scriptures. Should he discover a method pertaining to fire cultivation, it could significantly aid him in defeating the fallen star flame, which ranked among the top 10 in the fire anomaly list. However, after a day and night of searching, he only unearthed a low-tier technique called burning arts. This technique offered little more than fragmented instructions for cultivation, and its name felt rather pedestrian compared to more illustrious names like Evil Repelling Sword Technique or Sunflower Manual. Gucheng felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against the hall's floor. In less than 5 minutes, he had completed the cultivation of this seemingly inferior technique, which consisted of little more than 100 characters. Any casual cultivator would likely master it in a heartbeat. Gucheng stood up, stretched, and continued to wander through the cave. Before long, He stumbled upon a secluded garden in an auxiliary hall where he discovered a plant with a silvery blue hue that appeared no different from ordinary flora. Yet this blue-silver grass surprisingly emanated a chilling aura. With a wave of his hand, he tore off a large bundle of the grass, instantly feeling as if his hand had come into contact with ice, nearly freezing it. It seemed this plant might help resist the searing heat of the anomalous flames. He hastily gathered more blue-silver grass, stuffing it into his clothes until he was completely enveloped in the frigid foliage. The sensation was akin to wearing a garment filled with ice cubes, making him feel as though he were on the verge of becoming a popsicle. He quickly dashed outside the cave to test whether he could withstand the scalding heat of the fallen star flame. Standing at the entrance of the grand hall, he felt no adverse effects. The ambient temperature felt only a little above 20 degrees. Before long, he realized that the closer he got to the exit of the spatial ring, the higher the temperature climbed. As one approaches the abode of the Celestial Emperor, the protective aura of his divine energy ensures that the temperature steadily decreases. Upon entering the Emperor's sanctum and sealing the grand entrance, one would find themselves entirely insulated from external heat. Gucheng advanced several more paces, feeling a slight rise in temperature, perhaps around 200 degrees Celsius. For an ordinary person, such extreme heat would be akin to being roasted alive, akin to instant meals. However, with the dual protection of the phoenix blood and blue-silver grass, Gucheng perceived the temperature to be a mere 30 or 40 degrees. Such warmth hardly warranted consideration for high-temperature allowances. Chapter 52, Gucheng versus Fallen Star Flame. Unbeknownst to him, Gucheng had lingered in the spatial confines of the ring for 3 to 5 months. Within the ring, a single month equates to roughly a day in the real world, implying that only 3 to 5 days had passed outside. Truly, a day in the heavens could equate to a millennium below. Yet, Gucheng remained unconcerned. He focused intently on acclimatizing to the searing flames, eager to escape this confinement. After all, he had no desire to be trapped in this minuscule ring for eternity, lest he succumb to boredom. Meanwhile, General Wu Dan of northern Myanmar had previously borrowed $500 million from Gucheng to procure a substantial arsenal from Southeast Asian arms dealers, thereby fully equipping his forces. Yet, with only 20 to 30,000 troops at his command, he faced Cha Chai, the most formidable warlord in northwestern Myanmar. After absorbing his brother Song Chai's men and territory, Cha Chai's army swelled to 200,000. Such a vast force could not be underestimated, even by the Myanmar government forces. Recently, leveraging his equipment advantages, Wu Dan had achieved a series of minor victories, inflicting casualties of only 2 to 3,000 on his adversary. For Cha Chai, with his 200,000 troops, these losses were merely an irritating scratch, failing to threaten his foundation. Moreover, Myanmar's mountainous terrain rendered it difficult for armored vehicles and tanks to deploy effectively. Attempting to emulate the blitzkrieg tactics of the Nazi German army during World War II against Cha Chai would be nearly impossible. Consequently, Wu Dan found himself troubled, uncertain of how to decisively vanquish Cha Chai. If he could not resolve the conflict swiftly, a prolonged war of attrition would deplete his resources, making it impossible to sustain a prolonged engagement against Cha Chai. History had shown that the Soviet Union had buried the 6th Army in the winter outskirts of Moscow through attrition warfare, resulting in total annihilation. Once he found himself devoid of ammunition and supplies, the ever-impulsive Myanmar government forces would not hesitate to strike him down. Furthermore, his old adversary Cha Chai would seize the opportunity to absorb his territory and influence. In short, he was perilously perched on the edge of a precipice. After several unsuccessful assaults yielding minimal gains and inflicting losses of 1 to 2,000 men, Wu Dan gritted his teeth and ordered a temporary halt to the offensive, instructing his troops to regroup and remain on standby. It was then that he recalled the Chinese divine healer. It had been nearly a week since the healer ventured into the volcano, and there had been no word since. Was something amiss? It seemed odd. The volcano had not erupted, suggesting he should be safe. Having witnessed the healer's remarkable abilities, Wu Dan firmly believed he was still alive and well. Moreover, the healer was his savior, having not only spared his life but also lent him $500 million, a debt of gratitude as weighty as a mountain. Determined, General Wu Dan resolved to personally seek out the Chinese healer, insisting on finding him. After all, one must see the living or the dead. Without further delay, he promptly selected 200 elite troops and dispatched 30 military trucks toward the active volcano. Simultaneously, after enduring months of intense heat, Gucheng's body gradually developed a degree of immunity to flames. At this point, even if he were skewered and roasted over a fire, he would suffer no harm, at most, losing a few strands of hair. Moreover, this was not ordinary fire but the extraordinary fallen star flame, ranked among the top 10 in the realm of otherworldly flames. Feeling sufficiently prepared, He resolved to exit the ring's confines and confront the detestable fallen star flame. Yi Gucheng turned earnestly to Kai Lin and said, "My dear, we have known each other through thick and thin. Whether we emerge alive from this ordeal rests upon the favor of the heavens. If necessary, I shall face it head on." Kai Lin shrugged, responding, "Do as you wish. Your happiness is paramount. After all, I have lived for 100,000 years. If I should happen to perish, I shall accept my fate. Mortality is the destiny of all beings, even for humans. Unless you can transcend the void and ascend as a celestial emperor to attain eternal life. However, since the era of the great Ziwei Emperor millions of years ago, no one has achieved such a state." Yi Gucheng chuckled. "Indeed, throughout history, which monarch or general has enjoyed immortality? It is surprising that, despite being merely a spirit, your insights are quite profound." Kai Lin pouted but remained silent. Yi Gucheng chose not to dwell further on the matter, silently invoking the words, "Exit." A fleeting shadow passed before his eyes, and he swiftly departed the ring's confines, returning to the realm of reality. To his astonishment, Yi Gucheng found himself once more in the air-raid shelter beneath the volcano, where the depths brimmed with cascading lava, yet the fallen star flame was nowhere to be seen. Where has that creature vanished? He scratched his head in confusion, only to be surprised to discover that his previously singed hair had miraculously regrown. Now a luxuriant mane of black. Elated, Yi Gucheng thought, "It seems I have grown accustomed to the flames." He then stepped closer to the edge of the shelter and called down to the bubbling magma, "Hey, you great foolish dragon, if you don't show yourself soon, I shall take my leave." As his words echoed, the magma surged violently, and suddenly, a fire dragon, born from the essence of the fallen star flame, erupted from the molten depths. The eruption sent torrents of lava cascading in all directions. Suspended in midair, the fire dragon glared fiercely at Yi Gucheng, while the surrounding temperature soared dramatically, with signs of melting even evident in the volcanic rock walls, likely reaching several thousand degrees Celsius. Yet, Yi Gucheng remained unfazed, as his entire being was infused with blue-silver grass, a remarkable flora exuding a chilling aura. Coupled with his prolonged training, he had developed a formidable resistance to the searing flames. The amalgamation of these factors rendered the temperature he felt to be a mere 40 or 50 degrees. Nevertheless, such a temperature was still exceedingly high, unbearable for an ordinary person. It is difficult to fathom how laborers enduring the sweltering heat at construction sites manage to persist. At day's end, their skin is often sunburned, and avoiding heatstroke is nothing short of miraculous. Yi Gucheng cast a disdainful glance at the colossal fire dragon stretching several dozen yards in length and scoffed, "Hey, you foolish and clumsy fire dragon. Feel free to unleash your tricks. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine." The fire dragon, seemingly comprehending his taunt, erupted in fury. With a thunderous roar, it opened its maw wide and lunged at Yi Gucheng below. Yi Gucheng's gaze remained fixed on the fire dragon, and as it drew near, he unleashed a powerful punch. Enveloping his fist with the unique power of the celestial serpent, he exerted a force of 8 or 9 parts. A resounding boom echoed as the dragon's head was sent flying, crashing against the stone wall and creating a deep pit approximately 10 yards in diameter in the hardened volcanic rock. Chapter 53, Conquering the Fallen Star Flame. Despite exerting such immense strength, equivalent to a staggering 10 to 20 tons, he found that he had not even managed to inflict a scratch upon the fallen star flame. The fire dragon, emerging unscathed from the pit, was as formidable as ever. Yi Gucheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Color scale. How is this behemoth so difficult to subdue? Its hide is tough as leather, rendering it virtually indestructible. Color scale rolled its eyes in exasperation, replying, "Look at you. This is a top 10 ranked exotic flame from the unique fire ranking. If it were so easily subdued, it would be a monumental farce." As they conversed, the fire dragon, born from the essence of the fallen star flame, was thoroughly enraged. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of flames. These were no ordinary flames. They were exotic flames, with temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees Celsius. Even Iron Man would be reduced to molten iron in the face of such terrifying heat. The onslaught of exotic fires surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the air raid shelter in an instant. The horrifying heat caused Yi Gucheng to sweat profusely, his skin reddening as if seared by a hot iron. As the moisture evaporated from his body, he felt himself shrink, and even the blue-silver grass tucked within his clothing was charred and lifeless. With the fallen star flame poised to consume him, he found himself with no recourse and nowhere to hide. Fortunately, he possessed a spatial ring. With a swift gesture, he absorbed the vast sea of exotic flames into the ring's space. In an instant, the cataclysmic ocean of exotic fire vanished. Yi Gucheng breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest and thinking, "Thank goodness." Without this extraordinary spatial ring capable of containing all things, I would surely have perished here, even if I had 1,000 lives. Little did he realize that his unintentional act of kindness had led him to acquire a treasure. It seems that good deeds do indeed bring rewards. However, Gucheng knew that this moment was not the one he should be contemplating. His immediate concern was how to defeat the formidable exotic fire before him. Pondering this conundrum yielded no solutions, prompting him to sheepishly ask Color Scale, "Beautiful one, you must assist me this time. Otherwise, we shall both meet our end here." Color Scale, equally exasperated, replied, "This fire dragon is a manifestation of the fallen star flame's primordial fire. To utterly defeat it, you must first shatter its phantasm. Only then can you force out its source fire. Ordinary attacks will merely tickle it, inflicting no significant harm. So think carefully. Do you have any powerful techniques at your disposal?" "Powerful techniques?" Gucheng lamented. "You haven't taught me any formidable martial arts. What am I to use against it?" Color Scale felt a wave of despair, pondering why she had ended up with such an inept master. If only she had consulted the calendar during her tribulation, things might have turned out differently. Seeing the forlorn expression on Color Scale's face made Gucheng feel a twinge of guilt. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, recalling that he had purchased a multitude of fuel supplies, including gas cylinders and liquefied natural gas. These could serve as ready-made weapons. Elated, he swiftly retrieved the gas cylinders from the ring's space, exclaiming, "Behold my wrath of the Buddha's flaming lotus." With a flick of his fingers, he hurled approximately 5,000 or 6,000 gas cylinders at the massive fire dragon. A cacophony of earth-shattering explosions ensued as the cylinders ignited upon contact with the intense heat, causing the entire volcanic crater to collapse significantly. In an instant, Gucheng's vision cleared, sunlight streaming through the newly created gap and illuminating his form. Finally, he could make his escape. Even if the fire dragon survived, it could not impede his flight. A wave of relief washed over him, for he had thought he would surely perish in this place. After catching his breath, Gucheng rushed to assess the situation. To his surprise, the fire dragon had vanished, replaced by a swarm of small, snake-like white flames. These petite flames appeared harmless and lacking any lethal intent. Gucheng, filled with joy, chuckled to himself, thinking, "This giant is not so formidable after all." At that moment, Color Scale's voice broke through his reverie, urgently informing him, "Master, those white flames resembling little snakes are the primordial fire of the fallen star flame. If you can gather them, they will become yours to command." After a moment's hesitation, his eyes gleaming with fervor, he fixed his gaze upon the writhing white flames, darting about like phantoms, and soon managed to collect them all into his grasp. Gucheng observed the squirming white flames in his palm. They did not bite. Instead, they simply struggled. This collection of fiery serpents represented the essence of the fallen star flame. Once proud and imposing, they now exhibited no trace of their former temper. After a brief struggle, realizing escape was futile, the fallen star flame obediently burrowed into Gucheng's skin, entering his body. In an instant, he felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through his limbs, akin to a warm sensation flowing through his veins, as if clearing his meridians. However, this state of bliss lasted only a minute. Once the essence of the fallen star flame gathered in his dantian, it was replaced by an excruciating pain that penetrated to the core of his being. It felt as though 1,000 red-hot needles were stabbing into him. Gucheng writhed on the ground in agony. Perhaps the energy contained within the fallen star flame was too overwhelming, for it had been birthed eons ago, dwelling in the molten depths of the earth and absorbing countless celestial energies. Now, suddenly drawn into Gucheng, it was challenging to digest all at once. In the blink of an eye, his body began to swell like a balloon, rapidly inflating. Gucheng, who stood at a height of around 5 feet 9 inches and weighed no more than 130 pounds, now appeared to weigh at least 300 pounds, resembling a corpulent individual accustomed to indulgent feasting. In a panic, Gucheng realized that if this continued, he would surely burst. Tears of frustration welled in his eyes, and he lamented, "How can I escape this fate? Am I truly destined to perish in this cursed place? I am still under 30, brimming with youth and vitality, and I have no desire to meet my demise." At that moment, a mysterious force within me surged uncontrollably, gradually refining the raging. In the span of mere minutes, Gucheng's body began to shrink incrementally. The once overwhelming sensation of heat dissipated in an instant. Gucheng was taken aback. Such a phenomenon was utterly astonishing. Could there truly be occurrences of this nature in the world? He quickly recalled that this was the effect of the he had practiced in the cave of the. Simultaneously, a line of text inexplicably appeared in his mind. Chapter 54, Gucheng vs. Kai Lin. Gucheng exclaimed in astonishment. So this is an evolving cultivation technique. Kai Lin, covering her mouth, chuckled softly. Of course, This is a legacy obtained from the cave of the that was the strongest being in this realm. And even after millions of years, no one has managed to reach that level. Curiously, Yi Gucheng inquired, why is the classified only as? Are there higher tiers? Kai Lin shrugged. I cannot say, for I am merely a fairy. I do not comprehend the human cultivation methods, hence you must explore them gradually on your own. Yi Gucheng nodded, finding her reasoning quite sound. With a flourish, he gestured dramatically, uttering, Fire, come forth. Instantly, a milky white flame erupted from his palm, swirling energetically, while the magma beneath roiled more violently, resonating with the. This was the he had just subdued, a flame ranked within the top 10 of the list. Not one to be foolish. Yi Gucheng swiftly deduced that if he wished to further evolve the, he would need to seek out another to consume. Ideally, it should be one of a higher rank than the, otherwise, the potential for enhancement would be limited. Contemplating a test of this potency, he recalled the beast carcass he had stored within his spatial ring. This carcass belonged to an ancient dragon, born billions of years ago. When this dragon first emerged, humanity had yet to evolve, likely still in the form of single-celled organisms. Reflecting on this, Yi Gucheng marveled at the intricacies of this world. He entered the spatial realm of his ring, rubbed his hands together, and unleashed a torrent from his palms, sending it deep into the ancient dragon's carcass. This dragon had been formidable in life, possessing strength equivalent to that of a warrior at birth, and had cultivated for 260 million years, rendering its power unfathomable. Even in death, its body remained indestructible, impervious to ordinary flames. Only the most ferocious, born of heaven and earth, stood a chance of refining it. The white flames surged like a tidal wave, swiftly enveloping the ancient dragon's remains. Before long, its body began to dissolve, emitting crackling sounds akin to popping beans. Yi Gucheng focused intently, meticulously controlling his consciousness relaxed yet aware that any external distraction could lead him to a state of chaos. Given that he had only recently tamed it required time to acclimate. Kai Lin observed quietly, refraining from interrupting. She understood when to jest and when to remain silent. Unbeknownst to them, several hours passed. The ancient dragon's carcass had been utterly refined. What was once a body over 100 meters long now dwindled to mere drops of deep crimson liquid, the most refined blood of the ancient dragon. Yi Gucheng gradually withdrew exhaling a sigh of exhaustion and weariness. This was his first attempt at controlling, and though he was not particularly adept, with practice, he would surely master it. He hurried to this cave and drank deeply from the spirit spring, feeling his strength rejuvenate significantly. With a profound sigh of relief, he turned to gaze at the droplets of ancient dragon blood suspended in midair, contemplating that since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he might as well refine them all at once. As the thought crossed his mind, he waved his hand and swallowed the drops of beast blood. Yet, he had underestimated the potency of this beast blood. Moments later, an overwhelming heat surged through him, a torrent of volatile energy coursing through his limbs and veins, assaulting every acupoint and meridian in his body. The sensation was akin to being incessantly jabbed by 1,000 electric rods. Even the most insatiable of desires would pale in comparison. Gritting his teeth, Yi Gucheng endured the excruciating pain while concentrating intensely to suppress the rampant energy within. Simultaneously, he activated to compress and dilute the dragon's blood, guiding it into his. Once all the dragon's blood was absorbed, the violent energy gradually subsided. However, his relief was short-lived. Yi Gucheng suddenly felt as if his were ablaze, a combination of soreness and pressure that was unbearable. What in the world was happening? This damned ancient dragon, even in death, could not rest. The sensation of pressure intensified, as if a malevolent fire were desperately seeking an outlet. Scanning the vicinity, Yi Gucheng found only Kai Lin's solitary figure. His eyes brimmed with intensity, gasping for breath, his chest heaving as if it might explode. He staggered toward Kai Lin, grasping her excitedly. Startled by the fervor in his gaze, Kai Lin stammered, "Master, what are you?" But before she could finish, Yi Gucheng interrupted her. What followed is not suitable for young audiences. A vast expanse of narrative has been omitted. Meanwhile, General Wu Dan, having led a battalion of 200 elite soldiers to the active volcano, was struck by curiosity upon seeing the caldera, now partially collapsed. How much explosive power could have caused such devastation? Could it have been the work of that scoundrel, Cha Chai? Enraged, General Wu Dan ordered his troops to remain vigilant and advance toward the volcano's mouth, instructing that any encounter with Cha Chai's forces would result in immediate extermination, leaving no survivors. Soon after, the fully armed elite soldiers disembarked from their armored vehicles and marched determinately toward the volcano's edge. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the volcano, followed by violent tremors akin to an earthquake. Wu Dan's heart dropped. Could the volcano be on the verge of eruption? Surely. It couldn't be that coincidental. Looking up, he witnessed a torrent of blazing magma erupting violently from the caldera, engulfing rocks that soared into the air before crashing down heavily onto the ground. The leading soldiers, caught completely off guard, were struck by the volcanic debris, instantly reduced to a grotesque mass. As the remaining soldiers beheld this scene, they frantically scrambled for safety, fearful to advance another step. The magma churned and flowed, transforming the surrounding landscape into a sea of blood-red hues, radiating an unbearable heat of several thousand degrees Celsius. No mortal could survive such searing lava. General Wu Dan hastily commanded his troops to retreat, for any delay could spell doom for the entire battalion. This elite force of a couple of hundred men had withdrawn several kilometers, yet the oppressive heat still bore down upon them. With a heavy heart, he gazed upon the continuously spewing lava from the volcano, his brow furrowing in distress. He couldn't help but think that the esteemed healer from Huaxia must surely have perished, a pang of sorrow welling within him, almost compelling him to weep. But no, how could he, a formidable warlord from Myanmar, allow himself to weep like a woman? What would his subordinates think if they witnessed such a display? Thus, Wu Dan stifled his tears, letting out a series of sighs. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder. General Wu Dan, long time no see. Ha. Chapter 55, Strategic Council. Wu Dan turned to find the Huaxia healer before him. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, his expression instantly transforming into one of joy. Dr. Yi, you're alive. What a relief. Yi Gucheng felt a twinge of annoyance from your tone. It seems you were rather disappointed. Wu Dan, slightly embarrassed, replied, No, that is not it. Brother Yi, you vanished for so long. 3 days, 5 days without a trace. I was merely concerned. Look, I even brought a couple of hundred men to search for you. Alive, I wanted to see you. Dead, I wanted to see your corpse. Hearing this, Yi Gucheng burst into laughter. You were worrying for nothing. Can't you see I'm perfectly fine? Wu Dan scrutinized him and remarked curiously, Wait, Brother Yi, why do you have scales like a serpent on your body? Yi Gucheng looked down to find his clothes tattered, revealing skin adorned with vibrant, serpentine scales. He couldn't help but recall the intoxicating moments he had shared with the colorful scales in the ring space, flushing deeply at the memory. Now, it was Yi Gucheng who found himself at a loss for words, merely muttering, All right, let us not dwell on this. We need to return quickly. I'm famished. It's been months since I've had a proper meal. With that, he and Wu Dan made their way back to the military camp. While waiting for the food and drinks to arrive, Yi Gucheng pondered why he had lost control earlier, acting so impulsively with the colorful scales. He had always prided himself on being a gentleman, having kept a respectable distance from women for decades. His good friend Wang Yunfeng had even questioned his orientation on multiple occasions. Thankfully, the colorful scales were merely a serpent demon, technically not human. According to Huaxia law, it seemed there were no stipulations against such unions, so he wouldn't face imprisonment for his actions. Nonetheless, Yi Gucheng was not the type to shirk responsibility. If, by some chance, the colorful scales were to become pregnant, he would certainly take full responsibility. Yet, he found himself uncertain about the implications of a union between a human and a serpent demon. What might come of it? Would they bear an abomination? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he vigorously shook his head, trying to dispel the absurdity. After hesitating for a moment, he blushed and addressed the colorful scales in his mind. Colorful scales, are you all right? I acted rashly earlier. It was entirely my fault. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I shall accept. To his dismay, the colorful scales remained silent, ignoring him completely. Left with no choice, Yi Gucheng continued to plead, O beautiful lady, O celestial being, please show mercy and do not remain angry with me. It would be unwise for you to let your wrath affect your health. If you must express your anger, feel free to strike me or berate me. I promise I won't retaliate, and I will endure until you feel satisfied. Still, the colorful scales offered no response, leaving Yi Gucheng uncertain whether she was deliberately ignoring him or simply hadn't heard him. Undeterred, he kept rambling. It seemed he had irritated her. As a voice echoed in his mind, You foolish lad, are you done? Can you not keep quiet? I'm feeling quite weak and would rather not converse with you. Can't you just close your mouth? Realizing the validity of her words, Yi Gucheng recalled their intense 3-day battle in the ring space, nearly collapsing the dwelling of Emperor Zy. Very well, you rest in the ring space. Unless it's urgent, I shall refrain from disturbing you. After making this promise, he closed his mouth, allowing the colorful scales her peace. At that moment, the maid in the villa had set an array of dishes on the dining table. Wu Dan waved away all his subordinates, leaving only the translator, Zhu Zhongjio, to assist with their dialogue. Wu Dan filled a large beer mug with frothy beer and handed it to Yi Gucheng. Here, Brother Yi, let us toast. Yi Gucheng clinked his mug against Wu Dan's and downed the drink in one go. Brother Yi, Wu Dan began. I used the 500 million US dollars you lent me to procure a significant arsenal from Southeast Asian arms dealers, fully equipping my army. Our combat capabilities have risen several notches. Yi Gucheng smiled. That is excellent news. The greatest worry in warfare is the lack of arms. You may not know, but when our Huaxia soldiers defended against the invasion of the East Japan army, it was due to a lack of advanced weaponry. Coupled with the corruption of the Kuomintang government, none of the officers had clean hands. Their rampant embezzlement of military funds left the soldiers starving and ill-equipped, leading to our disastrous defeat against the East Japan forces. Recalling this painful chapter stirred a deep ache within Yi Gucheng. At that time, there were hundreds of thousands of nationalist troops stationed in Jinling City, while the East Japan forces numbered only 30 to 50,000. Despite such a disparity, the East Japan army conquered Jinling City in a mere 40 days. For all of Huaxia's children, this was an undeniable humiliation. Wu Dan nodded. I've heard whispers of this, but all is well now. Your Huaxia has achieved great unity and ascended to become the second largest power in the world. No one dares to cast their eyes upon you anymore. Yi Gucheng chuckled. Indeed, I'm not boasting. If our Huaxia sovereign were to issue the command, we could obliterate the East Japan nation within 3 months, avenging our past disgrace. Wu Dan laughed. Throughout history, heroes cherish their swords, and beauties adore their fineries. Noticing Wu Dan's distracted demeanor, Yi Gucheng frowned. Is something troubling you? Speak freely. Perhaps I might assist you. Wu Dan's face flushed with embarrassment as he confessed. Brother Yi, let me be honest with you. Chachai is the largest warlord in northwest Myanmar, commanding an army of around 200,000, while I can muster only 20,000 at most. Even with ample weaponry, it's still insufficient to completely eradicate Chachai. I seek your counsel on how to proceed. Yi Gucheng was momentarily taken aback. After some contemplation, he acknowledged the truth of the matter. With a thoughtful stroke of his chin, he remarked, General Wu Dan, are there any reservoirs in the northern region of Myanmar? Wu Dan pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, there is one located at Maliba in the northern upstream area. However, it is now October, and the rainy season in Myanmar has long since passed. That reservoir has completely dried up due to prolonged drought, and it contains not a single drop of water. Yi Gucheng waved his hand dismissively. Don't dwell on that for now. Quickly bring forth the map of your northern region. Chapter 56. The Great Battle is imminent. General Wu Dan beckoned, and one of his subordinates promptly delivered a military map. Brother Yi, here is the map of our northern region. Please take a look. Yi Gucheng examined the map, noting that it was a hand-drawn version, distinctly detailing various coordinates of the locality. It was evident that General Wu Dan had dispatched professional surveyors to meticulously chart every inch of the terrain, far more precise than any electronic map available online, which might lead one inexplicably astray into the countryside. After inspecting the location of the Maliba Reservoir, Yi Gucheng hesitated before proposing. My plan is this. You can divide your troops into 3 routes and set up ambushes in the low-lying areas of northern Myanmar. I believe these 3 locations are quite suitable, as they are not only low-lying but also flanked by towering mountains, providing a strategic advantage for ambush warfare. Additionally, you should dispatch a select elite unit to stealthily infiltrate the Maliba Reservoir. Naturally, the number should not exceed 100 men, each carrying 150 kilograms of explosives, equipped with satellite phones to maintain constant communication. Once we give the signal, they can promptly execute the demolition of the dam. Wu Dan furrowed his brow, questioning Yi Gucheng. Are you certain about this? Did I not just mention that the rainy season in Myanmar has ended, and the weather has turned exceedingly arid, with daily temperatures soaring above 30 to 40 degrees? That reservoir has long been parched, with not a drop of water left. Our troops must fetch water from wells to drink. Yi Gucheng shot him a skeptical glance. Look at you. So hopeless. It's evident to anyone that you're illiterate. General Wu Dan retorted, somewhat indignantly, I have little education to speak of, having never attended school due to my family's poverty during my childhood. Besides, as a rough and unrefined individual, acquiring extensive cultural knowledge seems of little use to me. Upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng empathized. Recognizing that Myanmar had been embroiled in chaos for an extended period, lacking true unity since World War II. The country remained fractured by warlords, with ordinary citizens living in dire poverty, struggling to afford basic sustenance, let alone the luxury of education. He had heard that only noble families had the privilege to attend school, as Myanmar lacked any form of compulsory education. If one's family lacked financial means, they were condemned to a life of illiteracy. Yi Gucheng patiently elucidated, not long ago, there was a volcanic eruption. When temperatures rise sharply, it leads to an increase in water vapor content in the atmosphere. As the vapor circulates and rises into the cooler upper atmosphere, it condenses into clouds, ultimately resulting in precipitation. Therefore, I can surmise that a significant downpour is imminent in the coming days. You can confidently proceed with my plan. It is foolproof. Wu Dan's eyes sparkled with hope. Is what you say truly the case? Yi Gucheng replied with a hint of impatience. Of course it is. Why would I deceive you? If you can indeed assist me in eliminating Chakai, I am willing to cede half of my territory to you. You will become my chief of staff, holding an equal status with me, and you may mobilize my troops without my prior consent. Wu Dan's face lit up with joy. Really? Yi Gucheng waved his hand. All right. Let us not linger on this any longer. You must immediately deploy your forces as I instructed. I have faith that we will achieve a resounding victory. General Wu Dan nodded vigorously, eagerly affirming his commitment, and swiftly set about organizing his troops. After finishing his meal, Yi Gucheng strolled through the military camp to digest his food. He discovered numerous pigsties, sheep pens, cow enclosures, and chicken coops in a corner of the camp. Observing the wild chickens flapping their wings and roaming freely, he could tell they were feral, raised on insects, and undoubtedly had never been fed commercial feed. In a place like Myanmar, where feed was more expensive than grain, those who could afford feed would rather purchase more food for themselves. Noticing that no one was around, Yi Gucheng waved his hand and summoned all the wild chickens from the coop into his ring space. Blushing, he addressed the ethereal presence of Kai Lin in his mind. Kai Lin, I know your health is currently fragile, so I specifically gathered these free-range chickens for you. If you're hungry, please enjoy one to replenish your strength. After a considerable time, Kai Lin's voice echoed in his mind. Master, are you out of your mind? Bringing in so many wild chickens all at once startled me. I was peacefully sleeping, and suddenly, an abundance of chickens appeared. There was hardly any room left in the ring space. Yi Gucheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I just didn't want you to go hungry. And are you no longer upset with me? We're still good friends, right? Kai Lin rolled her eyes. Master, I've just realized how thick-skinned you truly are. I wonder why I hadn't noticed it before. Yi Gucheng, taken aback, chose to remain silent. Days passed swiftly, and as anticipated, on the afternoon of the third day, the sky unleashed torrential rain, with the downpour resembling large beans cascading violently to the ground, turning the earth into a muddy quagmire. Even General Wu Dan's villa was soaked, placing a considerable burden on the maids within, who were tirelessly engaged in cleaning. Moreover, the roads in northern Myanmar had transformed into vast marshes, rendering normal vehicle movement impossible, requiring either manual pushing or the aid of elephants. Fortunately, Yi Gucheng had previously advised Wu Dan to order his troops to march lightly, avoiding the use of any vehicles or heavy weapons. Otherwise, they would have become mired in the swamp before even reaching the front lines. Meanwhile, Chakai was in his stronghold, scrutinizing the sand table before him, which meticulously delineated the distribution of various warlord factions in northern Myanmar. This region was rife with warlords, including Chakai at the helm of the Kachin Independence Army and the Northern Alliance Army, alongside the government forces and the likes of General Wu Dan's motley crew. The Northern Alliance Army and the government forces were the foremost powers in Myanmar, deeply entrenched and having operated for generations. They could only be observed from a distance, as any aggressive move against them could ignite a conflagration that would consume him. Conversely, while Wu Dan was merely a minor warlord, his faction was the most formidable among the miscellaneous groups, controlling an urban area comparable in scale to a third or fourth-tier city in China. Thus, Chakai had long coveted his territory, eager to annex it at the earliest opportunity, yet had not found the right moment. Now, with Wu Dan proactively proposing a life-and-death showdown, Chakai was elated beyond measure. Upon receiving Wu Dan's death notice, he promptly mobilized his 200,000 strong army, advancing toward the front lines. He possessed sufficient confidence to annihilate this audacious warlord. Thus, an epic battle loomed on the horizon. In Chapter 57, The Flooding of the Seven Armies, Yi Gucheng reclined in an antique Nanmu armchair within the command center, sipping tea while observing General Wu Dan orchestrate troop movements. Despite Wu Dan's rough demeanor and his illiteracy, he proved to be a formidable leader in warfare. Should this battle culminate in a resounding victory, it was likely that his influence would expand significantly, elevating his status to that of a top warlord in the Burmese region. However, Yi Gucheng dared not guarantee complete success. After all, he commanded merely 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers, while Chakai boasted a staggering 200,000 troops, creating a nearly tenfold disparity in forces. To secure victory, cunning would be essential. After Wu Dan assigned combat tasks to various units, he prepared to advance to the front lines, donning his military uniform. At that moment, Yi Gucheng rose and implored, "General, please allow me to accompany you to the front lines. It would be utterly tedious to remain in the command center alone." Wu Dan furrowed his brow and earnestly cautioned, "Brother Yi, have you truly considered this? Warfare is not a trivial matter. It is akin to tying one's life to their trousers. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Venturing to the front lines poses significant danger. Yi Gucheng chuckled. We children of Huaxia have never feared death. This embodies the spirit of drawing swords. Do you understand? Wu Dan glanced awkwardly at the Chinese translator, Zhu Chongjiu, who, being merely a translator with no authority, wisely chose to remain silent. With no other recourse, Wu Dan reluctantly conceded. Very well, I shall permit you to accompany us to the front lines. We can look out for one another, but should you encounter any peril, I shall risk my own life to ensure your safety. With a grand gesture, he summoned an aide to bring forth a military armored vehicle, a costly import from the United States, valued at $5 million, rumored to be the presidential transport. Its body comprised steel plates over 30 centimeters thick, impervious to even small caliber shells, and it boasted bulletproof glass capable of withstanding ordinary heavy machine gun and large caliber sniper fire. Remarkably, its off-road capabilities were unparalleled. Even if one wheel were to be lost, it could still traverse over 50 kilometers. 2 hours swiftly passed. The armored vehicle halted at the base of a mountain, having become mired in a quagmire. A dozen soldiers attempted to push it, but it remained immovable, smoke billowing from the rear. Disturbed by the vehicle's deafening noise, Yi Gucheng leapt down and impatiently declared, Enough. Do not waste your efforts any longer. Let us disembark and proceed on foot to avoid delaying crucial matters. Wu Dan immediately ordered all soldiers to abandon the vehicle and follow suit. As darkness descended, the distant sound of gunfire erupted, suggesting that the vanguard had engaged Cha-Chai's forces. However, the vanguard, numbering less than 1,000, faced Cha-Chai's overwhelming force of over 200,000 troops and could not sustain their position for long. Yet, their sole mission was to lure the enemy deeper into a prearranged ambush zone. Before long, General Wu Dan received a satellite phone call from a subordinate, reporting that they had successfully drawn a substantial portion of Cha-Chai's army into the ambush zone, awaiting further orders. Unperturbed, Wu Dan commanded an immediate retreat, creating the illusion of a panicked withdrawal. Concurrently, he directed the elite troops stationed at Mali Dam to swiftly detonate the dam, unleashing a torrent of water to obliterate the enemy forces. Empowered by his celestial serpent abilities, Yi Gucheng suddenly heard the sound of the dam breaking some 10 to 20 kilometers away, a deluge surging downstream toward the low-lying ambush area. The flood rushed forth like a ferocious beast, cascading down with astonishing speed. The Cha-Chai forces, just entering the ambush zone, were caught unaware, witnessing the towering wall of water charging toward them, with no chance for retreat. In an instant, thousands of soldiers were swept away by the flood, their cries merging into a cacophony of despair. The ferocity of such a torrent left scant hope for survival, a truly harrowing ordeal. Left unchecked, the flood's rampage would surely claim countless lives. Yi Gucheng and his party had already ascended a peak with an elevation of approximately 500 to 600 meters, rendering them safe from the flood's threat. Peering down, Yi Gucheng observed countless Burmese soldiers struggling against the raging waters, yet no matter their efforts, they could not escape the clutches of death. The might of nature was far beyond the capacity of these ordinary soldiers to withstand. Listening to the anguished cries from below, Yi Gucheng felt a pang of compassion. He was no heartless monster. Moreover, the conflict between these Burmese warlords had little to do with the plight of these common soldiers. After all, they had families, parents, siblings, whose hearts would shatter if they perished. After much contemplation, Yi Gucheng resolved to grant them a chance at survival. They had already lost their fighting spirit, and the scales of victory had decidedly tipped in favor of General Wu Dan. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Gucheng summoned the torrents of water into his ring space. In the blink of an eye, the cataclysmic flood vanished without a trace. Wu Dan stood in astonishment, his jaw agape at the surreal scene. What just transpired? Am I imagining things? How could this Huaxia healer have summoned such a feat, absorbing tens of thousands of tons of water with a mere wave of his hand? Does he possess a mysterious space within him? In that moment, Wu Dan's admiration for the Huaxia healer deepened profoundly. Thankfully, he had always treated this healer with respect, avoiding any rude behavior. Otherwise, one flick of his finger could have been his undoing. Letting out a long sigh of relief, Wu Dan patted his chest, shaken by the near calamity. Within a mere minute or two, Cha-Chai's forces had suffered catastrophic losses, with 7 or 8 out of 10 soldiers either dead or gravely wounded. Those who survived were barely clinging to life. Without prompt medical attention, they too would soon succumb. General Wu Dan immediately ordered the troops to secure the battlefield, burying the dead on site, capturing the living, and transporting the injured for treatment. Chapter 58, Capturing Cha-Chai. Yi Gucheng addressed Wu Dan, saying, General, the 200,000 strong army of Zhatsai has been nearly annihilated. It is imperative that we swiftly dismantle Zhatsai's command center and strive to capture him alive. Wu Dan suddenly understood. Indeed, Brother Yi, your reasoning is sound, and I share the same intention. With that, he waved his hand, ordering the formation of an elite troop of approximately 100 men to launch a direct assault on Jiatsai's command center. Naturally, he would lead this elite unit himself, with Yi Gucheng accompanying them. Jiatsai's command center was situated atop a lofty peak, the highest point in northern Myanmar, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. It was said that if one were to drop a stone from the summit, it would take 19 counts before the sound of its landing could be heard, thus earning the ominous moniker Ghostly Regret. Choosing this location for his command center demonstrated Jiatsai's meticulous planning and attention to detail. Soon, within mere minutes, when General Wu Dan's elite force reached the foot of the mountain and looked up, they spotted numerous guards stationed halfway up, numbering over 100 and displaying a formidable level of vigilance. If they were to charge up the slope, their identities would surely be revealed. The moment gunfire erupted, Jiatsai, that crafty veteran, would undoubtedly flee. Adjacent to the command center, an armed helicopter was stationed, an expensive acquisition from the United States, serving as Jiatsai's lifeline. Once he boarded that helicopter, even the mightiest adversary would be powerless against him. After all, the impoverished nation of Myanmar lacked a capable air force. The various warlords were predominantly ground forces, confined to limited mountainous terrains for combat. The government army itself lacked such capabilities. Otherwise, they would have unified Myanmar long ago, rather than endure prolonged conflict. Wu Dan, peering through his military binoculars at the guards stationed on the mountainside, was consumed with worry. He could not conceive any effective strategy to bypass them and directly assault the command center without alarming them. At that moment, Yi Gucheng suddenly flashed a devilish smile, which bewildered General Wu Dan. Pray tell, Brother Yi, what brings about your mirth? Yi Gucheng chuckled for a moment, then, feigning seriousness, replied, General, to be frank, I possess a precious artifact, a spatial ring that contains a miniature world capable of housing all manner of beings. I can temporarily relocate all of you into the spatial ring, thus concealing your whereabouts. However, you must promise me that you will not disclose my secret to anyone. Otherwise, with but a mere gesture, I could obliterate your ragtag forces. Startled, Wu Dan trembled and hastily swore an oath. I vow I shall never reveal your secret to anyone. Should I betray this promise, I am willing to face any punishment you deem fit, even if it leads to my demise. I shall not utter a single word of complaint. Hearing Wu Dan's earnest assurance, Yi Gucheng felt a sense of satisfaction, reassured that there were no lingering concerns. With a grand gesture, he summoned all the soldiers into the ring's space, including Wu Dan, who vanished in the blink of an eye. Yi Gucheng then transformed into a serpent of milky flames, ascending the steep cliff toward the summit. Since having fully harnessed the fallen star flame, he adeptly manipulated its primal fire. This was his trump card, alongside his celestial serpent ability, which he would never reveal unless faced with dire circumstances. Almost without obstruction, Yi Gucheng reached the mountaintop. There, he beheld a vast military encampment spanning approximately 20,000 square meters, accompanied by several military tents. Behind the camp, a stunning Apache helicopter, manufactured by Boeing, was stationed. Glancing at it, Yi Gucheng surmised that Jiatsai must be within the camp. The encampment housed only a handful of Myanmar soldiers, while the tents sheltered civilians in ordinary attire. Men, women, the elderly, and even many children. Yi Gucheng was taken aback. Could it be that Jiatsai had brought his entire family to the battlefield? He shook off the thought and confidently strode into the military camp. At that moment, Jiatsai was seated in a grand chair, savoring tea while being attended to by 2 or 3 Myanmar women, clearly a man who relished comfort. However, upon seeing a youth with a Han Chinese visage casually enter his camp, Jiatsai instinctively leaped to his feet. Who are you? How did you infiltrate my command center? Did my guards not notice your presence? Before Yi Gucheng could respond, several Myanmar soldiers brandished submachine guns, aiming at him. Despite not knowing how this young man had managed to infiltrate his command, Jiatsai felt reassured by the numbers on his side. Dealing with one unarmed individual would be as easy as pie. With this thought, Jiatsai's initial anxiety quickly subsided, and he resolved to capture this intruder alive for interrogation. Convinced that he could extract valuable intelligence. Seize him. Leave him alive. I wish to ascertain who he truly is. Yi Gucheng scoffed, dismissing the need for words, and effortlessly summoned Wu Dan's elite troops. In the blink of an eye, over 100 soldiers appeared as if descending from the heavens, transforming the once spacious command center into a cramped space. Upon encountering his arch-nemesis, Jiatsai, Wu Dan's fury erupted, and he immediately ordered his soldiers to open fire, turning the Myanmar soldiers into a hive of bullets. Now it was Jiatsai who was left dumbfounded. He could not fathom how this young man had conjured such a formidable force, including his sworn enemy Wu Dan. Now a mere figurehead, Jiatsai found himself trapped within his own camp, with no chance to escape via the helicopter. Feeling his legs weaken, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, kneeling uncontrollably. Wu Dan coldly declared, "Zhatsai, your 200,000 strong army has been obliterated. You are now at your wit's end. Surrender, and I may yet spare your life." However, as the foremost warlord of northwestern Myanmar, Zhatsai had fought in the trenches for decades. He would rather face death than bow to Wu Dan, a mere warlord of lesser stature. Suppressing the urge to lament his fate, Zhatsai gritted his teeth and defiantly replied, "If I fall to you today, it is merely my misfortune. Whether you choose to kill or maim, I assure you I will not flinch." Wu Dan sneered, drawing his sword and stepping forward, placing its edge against Zhatsai's neck. "Would you care to test how sharp my blade is?" Recognizing the murderous intent in Wu Dan's eyes, Zhatsai understood that resistance was futile. It would be wiser to submit, as perhaps he might yet preserve his life. After all, living was the true path forward. There would always be opportunities for a comeback in the future, but death would leave him with nothing. As events have unfolded, Cha-Chai could only wear a humble smile, raising both hands in surrender, proclaiming, "General, I concede, I capitulate. Please grant me a path to safety." Chapter 59, The Celebration Feast. Wu Dan, not one for excessive words, gestured for his subordinates to bind Cha-Chai and escort him back to the military camp. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was deep into the night. The general's camp was ablaze with light, alive with the enchanting dances and songs of Burmese women. This battle not only decimated Cha-Chai's army of 200,000, but also captured him alive, alleviating a significant burden from General Wu Dan's heart. Thus, a grand celebration was in order. The banquet table was laden with sumptuous delicacies: roasted lamb, fish simmered in lemongrass, crispy bamboo worms, stir-fried beef with pickled bamboo shoots, along with locally brewed rice wine and Burmese beer, all heaped upon a Wangwali 8 Immortals table. To signify respect, only Wu Dan and Yi Gucheng were seated at the table, with Wu Dan graciously inviting Yi Gucheng to take the honored position. This gesture was a hallmark of the highest etiquette for hosting guests in ancient times, underscoring the sincerity of General Wu Dan. Yi Gucheng took a sip of the rice wine and found its alcohol content to be rather mild, akin to that of ordinary red wine. The Burmese beer, however, struck him as peculiar, reminiscent of horse urine. Preoccupied with the food and drink, he found little time to appreciate the performances of the Burmese women. For he was a man devoid of musical sensibility, preferring the pleasures of feasting instead. Regrettably, Kai Lin had a disinclination for overly greasy or rich foods. She favored lighter fare such as chicken, fish, and shrimp. Yet, amidst the presence of so many soldiers, he felt it inappropriate to summon her. Perhaps she was still in a huff or yet to recover fully, as she had not initiated conversation with him recently. With this thought, Yi Gucheng couldn't help but sigh. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Wu Dan, his breath reeking of alcohol, jovially remarked, "Brother Yi, I must sincerely thank you. Without your aid, I might never have triumphed over Cha-Chai." Yi Gucheng smiled and replied, "General, there is no need for such formality. There is an ancient adage in our Huaxia culture: a warrior dies for his confidant. Since you have treated me with honesty, I shall not betray your goodwill." Wu Dan laughed heartily. "Indeed, Brother Yi, you speak true. A warrior dies for his confidant. It was only after the event that I recalled your strategy of flooding the 7 armies. I lament that I could not afford an education in my youth due to poverty. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become a mere warlord. I would have aspired to hold a high-ranking position in the Burmese military government." Curious, Yi Gucheng inquired, "Have you read Romance of the Three Kingdoms?" Wu Dan chuckled, "Of course. I have long been fascinated by your Huaxia culture and have perused numerous ancient texts, including Romance of the Three Kingdoms, The Art of War, and On Protracted War. My utmost admiration is for Guan Yu. His exploits, such as flooding the 7 armies and slaying 6 generals at 5 passes, embody the quintessential heroic narrative." Yi Gucheng made a dismissive gesture. Alas, he met a tragic end. In the martial world, mere brute strength is insufficient. One must also possess strategy. Wu Dan sighed deeply. "In my youth, I merely operated a fish stall in a small county called Muse in northern Myanmar, earning a meager living to support my siblings. Yet, as you know, this region is rife with warlords and thugs, whose only means of income is extorting small traders like myself. I initially thought it prudent to appease them, but they only grew increasingly audacious, demanding more outrageous concessions until I was left with nothing to earn. With no other choice, I rebelled, rallying the common folk to claim my dominion, becoming a local tyrant. And thus, over the course of 20 years, I amassed the power I hold today." Yi Gucheng burst into laughter, surprised that Wu Dan, at his core, was a man unwilling to yield. Great heroes arise in tumultuous times. Yet, without his assistance, it is likely Wu Dan would have remained at a lesser stature, perhaps even absorbed by rival warlords. Just then, one of Wu Dan's aides approached to report, "General, After our tally, we have annihilated over 100,000 of Cha Chai's forces, confiscating a vast array of firearms, ammunition, military vehicles, artillery, and an armed helicopter. While seizing most of Cha Chai's territory, including Lashio, Mongla, Muse, and Nankan, along with 5 gold mines and over 20 jade mines. With an estimated total value of around 800 billion shots, Wu Dan joyously thumped the table. Excellent. Well done. He then generously addressed Yi Gucheng, Brother Yi. You have heard, most of Cha Chai's territory has fallen into my hands. As per our previous agreement, I shall contact the Burmese official trading center to transfer these properties into your name. Yi Gucheng waved his hand dismissively. I have long stated that I am not interested in your territory. However, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, I will inform you when I require your assistance. Yi Gucheng was no fool. He recognized Wu Dan's intentions were merely to keep him close. Having grown accustomed to freedom, he resolutely declined. Furthermore, while 800 billion shots sounded substantial, it merely amounted to 2 or 3 billion Huaxia currency, a sum he found rather insignificant. His own villa was worth about that much. Noticing Yi Gucheng had seen through his intentions, the boisterous Wu Dan felt a flush of embarrassment. Fortunately, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, he could feign ignorance. Rubbing his head sheepishly, he found it difficult to continue the conversation with Yi Gucheng, opting instead to bury himself in food and drink to alleviate the awkwardness. After a while, Yi Gucheng asked, General, what do you intend to do with Cha Chai? Wu Dan scoffed, what to do? I have already instructed my men to subject him to severe interrogation, hoping to extract useful intelligence from him. Once that is accomplished, I shall let him go. Yi Gucheng frowned. Are you certain you wish to release him? Are you not concerned he may return to threaten you in the future? In my view, it would be wiser to eliminate him entirely, to prevent any future troubles. Wu Dan laughed heartily. You worry too much. Cha Chai, that scoundrel, has long relied on his family's power to oppress the common folk, and he has no shortage of enemies. Now that he is a plucked chicken, countless individuals will be eager to see him perish. Even if he survives today, he will not see another fortnight. Thus, your concerns are entirely unwarranted. Chapter 60, The Perilous Poisonous Body. Yi Gucheng laughed heartily. Very well, since this is your decision, I shall not interfere. It matters little to me. The two individuals indulged in food and drink until 2:30 in the morning, deep into the night. Yi Gucheng had consumed a considerable amount of wine and feasted on an array of dishes, feeling as though his belly might burst. He swayed unsteadily to his feet and waved his hand, declaring, General, I am quite full now, so I shall retire to wash up and rest. We can discuss matters another day. General Wu Dan glanced at him, a spark of mischief igniting in his eyes. Very well. I shall send my attendants to escort you back to your quarters. With that, Wu Dan promptly summoned 2 maids, who supported Yi Gucheng as they exited the military camp. In a short while, the 2 maids unexpectedly escorted Yi Gucheng into a chamber that appeared to be a lady's boudoir. As soon as Yi Gucheng stepped inside, the maids swiftly locked the door behind him and stifled giggles as they fled. Upon entering the room, Yi Gucheng was greeted by a delightful fragrance of flowers that invigorated his senses, awakening him from his stupor. Blinking in a daze, he beheld the delicate figure of the little medical fairy, gazing at him with an enchanting expression. Yi Gucheng was taken aback and scratched his head, asking, Shouldn't I be returning to my own room to sleep? How is it that I find myself here? The little medical fairy bit her lip and stepped closer, playfully tapping his arm. Are you implying that you find me displeasing? Do you feel wronged? Yi Gucheng chuckled sheepishly, slightly embarrassed. No, that is not what I meant. I'm merely curious as to how I ended up in your boudoir. He promptly turned to push the door, only to discover it was securely locked from the outside. Now, Yi Gucheng was completely flabbergasted. Meanwhile, the little medical fairy had just made contact with Yi Gucheng's body again, and there were no signs of decay or dissolution, indicating that he could indeed withstand the toxins within him. This revelation filled her with immense joy. She had feared she would remain alone for eternity, never to find a partner. Now, witnessing this young man from Huaxiao immune to her potent toxins, and noting his handsome demeanor and graceful bearing, she felt a burgeoning admiration for him. Having grown up in solitude, she had never dared to engage in physical contact with anyone, not even her own father, as she believed her presence had caused him to suffer from a virus that plagued him for 2 decades, subjecting him to exorbitantly priced treatments until his demise. She had even refrained from shedding tears, fearing that the flowers beneath her feet might wilt. Lost in these thoughts, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Seeing her distress, Yi Gucheng felt a surge of concern and quickly attempted to console her. Beautiful lady, please don't cry. Let us discuss this calmly. Suddenly, she pressed against him, enveloped in warmth. Yi Gucheng, not one to be oblivious, quickly deduced the little medical fairy's feelings. Please don't be sad. Allow me to search for a way to help you manage the toxins in your body. The little medical fairy pouted but remained silent, reluctantly releasing him. Yi Gucheng instructed her to turn away and close her eyes, ordering her not to look back until told. She obediently complied. Once she had turned, he swiftly entered the space within his ring. Without delay, he scoured the residence of the Emperor Ziwei for a couple of hours before finally discovering a tome titled The Manual of Toxic Tribulation. Upon reading it, Yi Gucheng's eyes lit up. He learned that in this realm, there existed an exceedingly rare constitution known as the toxic body of tribulation. Millions of years ago, during the era of Emperor Ziwei, individuals possessing this unique constitution had been encountered. In response, the Emperor had crafted this manual to assist those afflicted in controlling the toxins within them. Such terrifying toxins, if unleashed, could wreak havoc and claim countless lives, potentially leading to the annihilation of smaller nations. With a profound sense of relief, Yi Gucheng exited the ring's space and presented the manual to the little medical fairy. This tome contains techniques that should assist you. Please practice and see how effective it is. The little medical fairy nodded in silence. Moments later, they began to cultivate together, exchanging breaths and energies as Yi Gucheng channeled his unique energy into her, aiding her in gradually controlling the toxins within her body. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour slipped by. Yi Gucheng, drenched in sweat, glanced at the little medical fairy who appeared to be lost in a state of bliss. By the time the last remnants of his energy were infused into her, the majority of the toxins had been compressed into her dantian. With a few more days of practice, she would likely achieve mastery over it. Yi Gucheng smiled, saying, "Consider this manual my gift to you. You healed my headache without accepting payment, so I shall regard this technique as my fee. Now, can you summon someone to unlock the door? I'm quite exhausted from the night's endeavors and need to rest." Upon hearing Yi Gucheng's intention to leave, the little medical fairy grew anxious. "Big brother, do you truly not like me at all? Do you feel I am unworthy of you?" Yi Gucheng, somewhat at a loss for words, patiently explained. "It's not that I don't like you, but as a Huaxia man, if I were to develop feelings for a woman, I must first formally marry her before pursuing anything further. Naturally, there are customs like betrothal gifts and other considerations, or else one cannot pass the mother-in-law's scrutiny." He jested lightly, though in truth, he felt little inclination towards the little medical fairy, especially since he had already shared an intimate moment with Kai Lin not long ago. He doubted that she would remain indifferent should he become entangled with another woman. "I understand," the little medical fairy replied, tears glistening in her large, expressive eyes as she gazed at him, her heart aching. The night passed in silence. Morning light soon broke, and Yi Gucheng carefully withdrew his arm from beneath the little medical fairy's head, tiptoeing out of the room. He found the dining hall and had a simple breakfast. At that moment, General Wu Dan approached him, stating he had pressing news to report. "Brother Yi, after questioning my subordinates, we have obtained crucial intelligence from Chakai that pertains to you." Yi Gucheng, intrigued, inquired, "What information do you have? Please share." Wu Dan, adopting a serious demeanor, said, "About half a month ago, did you not encounter a group of armed forces in a town in Pingan City alongside 2 Huaxia women?" Yi Gucheng nodded. "Yes, that did occur, but I was unharmed and even managed to down one of their armed helicopters." Wu Dan continued, "Initially, I suspected that this armed group was sent by Chakai, but it turns out they are actually members of the Myanmar government forces. Their intent was solely to capture those 2 Huaxia women, no matter the cost. Moreover, it is said that the leader of the government troops has clandestinely struck a deal with a certain high-ranking official from your esteemed Huaxia nation. Should the government forces succeed in eliminating or capturing those 2 Huaxia women, a reward of $1 billion awaits." Chapter 61. The Might of the Ethereal Fire. Yi Gucheng's heart jolted. Is this related to the young lady of the Wang family? Has she offended someone with political connections in Huaxia? And what of the deputy director of the Dragon Group's Special Operations Division, Yao? She hardly seems the type to court trouble. Why would anyone specifically seek the lives of these 2 women? This matter has grown rather complicated, and Yi Gucheng found himself momentarily at a loss. He raised his gaze to Wu Dan. Wu Dan quickly waved his hands, saying, "Brother Yi, don't look at me. I know nothing. It would be futile to inquire." Feeling a bit awkward, Yi Gucheng scratched his head. "All right, since you've said that, I shall refrain from further questioning. I'll inquire after them when I return to my homeland in a couple of days." Wu Dan, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat disheartened. "Brother Yi, if I understand you correctly, you plan to return home in the next few days? Don't you wish to stay a little longer in Myanmar?" Yi Gucheng smiled apologetically. "I regret to inform you, General, that while you have treated me exceptionally well during my stay, as a genuine Huaxia citizen, I find myself somewhat out of place in a foreign land. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end, so I must take my leave." The burly Wu Dan, upon hearing Yi Gucheng's words, surprisingly wiped his eyes with his hand, revealing his emotional state. Seeing him like this, Yi Gucheng felt it inappropriate to say anything further. After a moment of silence, Wu Dan appeared to suddenly recall something, smacked his forehead, and excitedly grasped Yi Gucheng's hand. "Ah, brother Yi, I nearly forgot something that might pique your interest." Yi Gucheng, puzzled, asked, "What is it? Do enlighten me." General Wu Dan chuckled heartily. "I trust you are aware that our Myanmar region is renowned for its jadeite. Naturally, there are both high-quality and inferior varieties. To facilitate the sale of premium jadeite, the Myanmar government forces periodically hold jadeite auctions, commonly referred to as the Myanmar public auction among insiders." Yi Gucheng's interest was instantly piqued. The Myanmar public auction? Such a delightful prospect. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Were you deliberately teasing me? Wu Dan, with his innocent wide eyes, replied, "Don't wrongfully accuse me. You never asked, and I just recalled it." Yi Gucheng waved his hand dismissively. "All right, enough with the pleasantries. Tell me, in which city will this Myanmar public auction take place? When will it happen?" Wu Dan responded with a smile. "It was originally planned to be held in Yangon, but due to recent confrontations with the top warlord Kunsha, Yangon has become unsafe. Thus, the government troops have decided to relocate the auction to our capital, Naypyidaw, in 3 days." Yi Gucheng immediately inquired, "Could you tell me how far it is from northern Myanmar to Naypyidaw?" Wu Dan pondered for a moment. "Approximately 400 to 500 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to reach due to the mountainous terrain in northern Myanmar, which slows down vehicles and poses risks from various warlord factions along the way. However, I can lend you an armed helicopter. You should arrive in Naypyidaw in half a day." Yi Gucheng shot him a skeptical glance. "Quit boasting. Where would you procure an armed helicopter?" Wu Dan shrugged. "Brother Yi, have you forgotten? I recently confiscated Chachai's private plane, a beautiful Apache helicopter produced by an American arms company, rumored to cost around $1.5 billion. Upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng suddenly recalled. "Oh, now I remember. I almost forgot until you mentioned it." Wu Dan chuckled and then tentatively asked, "Brother Yi, I have a small request. I wonder if you could oblige me?" Yi Gucheng regarded him. "Speak up. No need for preambles." Wu Dan, slightly embarrassed, said, "My precious daughter. The little medical fairy seems quite taken with you. She has been out of sorts all day, so I wish for her to accompany you. This way, you can look out for each other on the journey." Yi Gucheng felt a twinge of annoyance, but did not decline. "Very well. Her body's toxins have yet to be fully managed. With my assistance in cultivating her skills, I believe she will soon return to a normal life." Thus, the two reached an agreement. After lunch, Yi Gucheng bid farewell to General Wu Dan and boarded the helicopter bound for Naypyidaw. Apart from the pilot, the helicopter carried only Yi Gucheng, the little medical fairy, and 2 accompanying guards. Too many passengers would be impractical. As 2 to 3 hours passed, the helicopter cruised leisurely through the skies. The whimsical little medical fairy, like a child, boldly perched herself on Yi Gucheng's lap, displaying no sense of restraint. Yi Gucheng made no attempt to stop her, allowing her to frolic freely, understanding that she had grown up devoid of affection, living a solitary life. Too timid to connect with others, even her own father. As an orphan himself, having lost his parents at a young age, he empathized deeply with the little medical fairy's current emotions. Suddenly, Yi Gucheng remembered the snacks and beer in his ring space, and he produced some treats along with a case of beer, inviting the little medical fairy to join him in a feast. As they indulged, the hours swiftly slipped away, and before long it was midnight. They were about an hour away from reaching Naypyidaw. At that moment, gunfire erupted from the ground, with countless bullets raining upon the helicopter. Yi Gucheng was startled and hurried to the cabin, peering down. Thanks to the enhancement of the eye of the celestial serpent, he spotted numerous armed personnel clad in military green, firing at them from the primal forest below. The bullets struck the helicopter's exterior with a cacophony of noise. Fortunately, these armed forces lacked powerful long-range weapons like rocket launchers or howitzers. Otherwise, the helicopter would have surely been downed. Yi Gucheng felt a surge of anger, overwhelmed by an impulse to leap from the aircraft and annihilate them all. However, he quickly reconsidered. Jumping down would pose a challenge for his return. It was best to refrain from such actions. Yi Gucheng turned to the 2 guards. "Do you know the origins of this warlord faction?" One guard, visibly anxious, replied. "From their uniforms, they appear to be members of the Kokong Alliance, led by the notorious Peng Jiajiu, known as the King of Kokong. He is indeed a source of considerable trouble for the military government." Yi Gucheng scoffed coldly. "What nonsense is this King of Kokong? Watch how I deal with them." With that, Yi Gucheng opened the cabin door, rubbing his hands together, summoning a ball of milky white flame. This ball of fire swiftly transformed into hundreds of fiery serpents, descending towards the forest below. In the blink of an eye, a towering inferno erupted in the woods, spreading rapidly and consuming dozens of acres in mere moments. The soldiers concealed within the primordial forest met an inescapable fate, reduced to mere ashes, unable to flee in time, succumbing to the flames that engulfed them. Yi Gucheng activated the eye of the celestial serpent, confirming the total annihilation of those soldiers before retracting the otherworldly fire. Chapter 62. The Myanmar Auction. After an hour had elapsed, Yi Gucheng and his entourage finally arrived at Naypyidaw, the capital of Myanmar. Contrary to his expectations, it did not exude the opulence he had imagined. It resembled, at best, a second- or third-tier city within his homeland. Yi Gucheng commanded the pilot to land the helicopter in a spacious parking lot. Upon disembarking, he engaged in a discussion regarding the parking fees with the lot's proprietor, ultimately agreeing on a rate of 500 euros per day. Gazing at the expansive road outside the parking area, Yi Gucheng initially contemplated retrieving his extravagant golden Rolls-Royce, valued at 3.5 billion, from the confines of his ring space. However, he reconsidered, pondering whether such an act might be excessively ostentatious and sensational. After all, even within the vast expanse of Huaxia, few possessed the means to purchase such an exorbitant vehicle outright. The potential for unwanted attention weighed heavily on his mind, prompting him to prioritize discretion and the quiet accumulation of wealth. Thus, he relinquished the notion and opted instead to hail a taxi by the roadside. Once Yi Gucheng, the little medical fairy, and their 2 accompanying bodyguards were settled into the cab, he gestured for the driver to head toward the nearest 5-star hotel. After a brief journey of approximately 15 to 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the sole 5-star establishment in Naypyidaw, the Mayado Win Hotel. Yi Gucheng settled the taxi fare and promptly entered the hotel with the little medical fairy and his companions. Almost immediately, a hotel attendant approached to inquire about their desired room type and duration of stay. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Gucheng announced his intention to reserve an entire floor of presidential suites. This declaration left the attendant visibly shaken, stammering, "Sir, are you certain you have not made an error? Our presidential suites cost 5,000 euros per night, amounting to 50,000 Huaxia yuan. If you wish to reserve an entire floor, it will amount to 100,000 euros. Without hesitation, Yi Gucheng produced his elite black gold card from his pocket and handed it to the attendant, stating, "Let us proceed with a week S reservation at 700,000 euros. Please process this immediately." Such a substantial transaction was beyond the authority of a mere hotel attendant. Moreover, she had never encountered such an amount in her lifetime, not even 70,000 euros. Consequently, she hurried to fetch the hotel manager, reporting the situation. Shortly thereafter, a tall, imposing middle-aged man, dressed impeccably in a suit, approached with urgency. His demeanor suggested he was a man of considerable business acumen. Yet his expression betrayed a palpable tension, hinting at slight unease. The card in Yi Gucheng's possession, a rare elite black gold card, existed in only 3 copies worldwide, one owned by the billionaire of the beautiful country, another by the Li family in Hong Kong, and the final one held by Yi Gucheng himself. Rumored to contain at least $10 billion, it allowed for overdrafts up to 100 billion. As the hotel manager approached, he could not help but wonder if this young man, bearing a Huaxia visage, was indeed the legendary tycoon of Huaxia. Without delay, the manager, Wu Gang, stepped forward, shaking Yi Gucheng's hand with fervor. "Esteemed sir, it is my utmost honor that you have chosen to stay at our hotel. Furthermore, I am authorized to extend a 20% discount on your room rate, bringing it down to 550,000 euros. Yi Gucheng, bemused by Wu Gang's humble demeanor, decided to seize the opportunity presented. "Very well, I shall accept this discount. Please expedite the transaction and return my card, as I seek rest in my room." Wu Gang nodded vigorously, processing the payment of 550,000 euros on the POS machine and respectfully handing the card back to Yi Gucheng. Subsequently, Yi Gucheng escorted the little medical fairy and his companions to the luxurious presidential suite on the upper floor. This suite boasted numerous rooms, including bedrooms, a parlor, a cinema, and even a swimming pool and high-end tea room. The security measures were stringent, with 2 fully armed Myanmar soldiers standing guard outside the suite at all times. It appeared that the affluent could enjoy regal treatment regardless of their location. Yi Gucheng signaled for the 2 bodyguards to occupy an adjacent presidential suite while he and the little medical fairy settled into their own. After securing the doors and windows, he resumed assisting her with her cultivation of the arduous poison scripture. The night passed, and soon morning arrived. After a night of labor, Yi Gucheng was roused from his slumber by the little medical fairy, who was already dressed and prepared. "Big brother, please awaken. The sun is high, and the Myanmar auction begins around 8 or 9 o'clock. We must not delay," she urged. Yi Gucheng, somewhat exasperated, reflected on his typically lax sense of time. In his previous ventures at the antique market in Jinling, he had operated on a whim, opening and closing his shop as it suited him, often spending days at home without venturing out. However, given their purpose in Naypyidaw to partake in the stone auction, he recognized the necessity to abandon his former indulgences. Reluctantly, he complied and dressed promptly. After enjoying a delightful breakfast together, they set off for the Myanmar auction. Upon arriving at the auction hall, which spanned approximately 50,000 square meters, they found themselves amidst a bustling crowd of over 10,000 attendees. The hall was filled with no fewer than 30,000 stones, some already partially revealed, while others remained untouched. Gucheng surveyed the scene, noting the myriad of gem merchants gathered from around the globe. With a significant presence of Huaxiao individuals, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, contemplating the notion that if Myanmar lacked jade and emerald, it would likely be devoid of any life whatsoever. In truth, jade falls into various categories, such as Russian material, Qing material, Korean material, and others. Yet, the most valuable, with significant potential for preservation and appreciation, are Xinjiang's Hetian jade and Myanmar's jadeite. Without sufficient incentive, he mused, few would endure the grueling labor of mining stones under harsh conditions. Ultimately, he recognized that such questions were not his immediate concern. Let us first attend to the matter at hand. With that, Gucheng activated the Eye of the Celestial Serpent, sweeping his gaze across the thousands of gambling stones within the auction hall. Chapter 63, Thailand's wealthiest, Guancoin. The stones that had been partially revealed bore prices that were markedly inflated, while those that remained entirely concealed were comparatively inexpensive, akin to a bargain in the domestic stone gambling market. However, this Burmese public auction distinguished between open and secret bidding. The open bidding process was straightforward, allowing all attendees to raise their paddles to offer quotes, with the highest bidder ultimately winning. In contrast, the secret bidding was rather underhanded. Gucheng learned from the little medical fairy that this so-called secret bid entailed writing one's desired bidding price on a submission form and depositing it into a designated box within the auction hall. Once the staff had tallied the bids, the final results would be announced. He also heard her mention that secret bids were categorized into yellow, red, and white labels. A yellow label had no minimum starting price, enabling participation even with a mere bid of $1. The red label, however, was rather unpleasant. If the final transaction price fell short of the buyer's expectations, they could reclaim the stone, rendering the bid void. The white label mandated that regardless of the amount bid, as long as it surpassed the minimum price, the transaction must proceed, irrespective of how high the final bid reached. Overwhelmed by the complexities of the secret bidding, Gucheng resolved to forego it entirely in favor of the simplicity of open bidding. He took the little medical fairy's hand and moved towards the area designated for open bids. This section was located on the 9th floor of the auction hall, spanning at least 5,000 square meters, divided into a VIP section and a general area. Upon glancing around, Gucheng noted that the VIP section hosted but a sparse handful of guests, while the majority congregated in the general area. He was not one to seek ostentation. Rather, he preferred to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing attention to himself. Thus, the two settled into a couple of seats in the general section. On the auction stage lay 7 or 8 stones, each weighing several hundred to over 1,000 kilograms, with the largest among them nearly tipping the scales at 10 tons. After a cursory examination, Gucheng quickly identified his target. Through the lens of the Eye of the Celestial Serpent, that 10-ton gambling stone was revealed to be filled with a dazzlingly translucent jadeite, radiating a vibrant green hue. Gucheng was taken aback. Could this possibly be a glass-type imperial green jadeite? Such a massive piece would undoubtedly command an astronomical price. Fortune favored him this time, and regardless of the cost, he was determined to acquire this stone. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful auctioneer approached, appearing to be in her 20s. With a radiant smile, she addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Loli, the auctioneer for today's Open Jade Auction. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Following a brief introduction, Loli promptly delved into the specifics of the auction. Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a refined yet alluring tone, contrasting sharply with her name. Gucheng found listening to her speak a delightful experience, unable to resist glancing at her more than once. Time passed swiftly, and after an hour or two, the stones on the auction stage were gradually sold off. However, Gucheng did not raise his paddle to compete with the other bidders. His focus remained singularly on the jadeite of his dreams, indifferent to the other stones. Observing Gucheng's apparent aloofness, the little medical fairy expressed her concern. Big brother, why aren't you bidding? Didn't you come here specifically to gamble on stones? Are none of these appealing to you? Gucheng affectionately ruffled her hair. Do not worry, be patient, and await the unfolding of the spectacle. I am not refraining from bidding. I simply have not yet had my turn. The little medical fairy, somewhat perplexed, was left to ponder his cryptic words, but chose not to press further, instead turning her attention to her own hair. After approximately 10 minutes, the moment finally arrived for the imperial green stone that had captured Gucheng's thoughts to be auctioned. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the highlight of today's auction, Loli announced with an air of mystery, a beaming smile gracing her features. Behold this magnificent stone. weighing approximately 10 tons, sourced from Myanmar's most renowned Old Pakong jade mine, a site that has yielded exquisite jadeite time and again. This colossal stone is also the star of this year's Burmese public auction. Loli's eloquence was remarkable, as she skillfully extolled the virtues of the jadeite for 5 or 6 minutes without repeating herself. It was evident that she was a seasoned auctioneer, adept at her craft. However, Gucheng found her verbose presentation rather tiresome. Were it not for the public setting, he would have eagerly stashed this loquacious woman away in his ring space to engage in idle chatter with Kai Len. After a lengthy preamble, Loli finally revealed the starting bid for the colossal stone, an astonishing 100 million euros, equivalent to 1 billion yuan. Furthermore, each subsequent bid could not be less than 1 million euros. Gucheng was curious. If this stone were to sell successfully, the beautiful auctioneer would likely earn a commission of at least 10 to 20 million euros. No sooner had Loli finished her announcement than a paddle was raised. I bid 2 billion euros for this star stone. The audacity of such a bid, an increase of 1 billion euros, could hardly be described as anything less than brazen. Only an individual of considerable wealth would dare to make such a bold declaration. Turning to glimpse the paddle's owner, Gucheng recognized the middle-aged man as Guanquan, the son of Thailand's wealthiest family. Guanquan, aged 42, was the heir to a family fortune of approximately 300 billion yuan. Though he bore a somewhat unruly demeanor, he was not inherently malevolent. His arrogance was merely a byproduct of his affluence. The additional details about Guanquan's family background were inconsequential to Gucheng, who found himself bemused by the revelation. Guanquan, this man, bearing the name of the wealthiest individual in Thailand, appeared rather unimpressive. His appearance was, quite frankly, unkempt, despite being in his early 40s. His hairline had receded significantly, making him resemble a man in his 50s or 60s, complete with a pair of handlebar mustaches that lent him the air of a street-side fortune teller. While he was clad in a well-tailored suit, it did little to mask his inherently shifty disposition. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gucheng could not help but stifle a laugh, nearly bursting into audible mirth. Yet, the bid of 2 billion euros was evidently not the limit for this stone. Within mere seconds, another wealthy individual raised their paddle. A fixed price of 2.5 billion euros. I implore you all to cease your arguments. Please, grant the son of the king of gambling in Macau a measure of respect. In the future, when you visit us in Macau to gamble, I shall provide you with complimentary accommodation, meals, and everything you need. How does that sound? Chapter 64. A transaction of 5 billion euros. Out of curiosity, Gucheng utilized the eye of the celestial serpent to scan the information of the individual in question. He discovered that this person was indeed the son of the king of gambling in Macau, bearing the surname He, and named Gucheng. He is the 12th child of the gambling tycoon, who is said to have married 4 wives and fathered over a dozen children. However, Gucheng is not particularly favored among his siblings, merely bearing the title of the king of gambling's son, which does not confer him any significant status. Those who are aware of his background do not regard him highly. Nevertheless, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. A mere 2.5 billion euros is not a challenge for Gucheng. Yet, sitting in the VIP section, Guanquan was clearly unimpressed, arrogantly retorting, "Umph. You only raised it by 500 million euros. Your father is the king of gambling, with assets amounting to 500 billion yuan. I never imagined you would be so impoverished. It seems you are not favored by your father at all." Upon hearing this, Gucheng's face flushed crimson, and he shot Guanquan a fierce glare. Gritting his teeth, "Very well, I shall increase the bid by another 500 million euros, totaling 3 billion euros. If you can surpass this offer, I shall concede." The moment this price was announced, silence enveloped the hall. After all, such a figure was already quite substantial. Noticing Gucheng's furious demeanor, Guanquan was reluctant to continue the dispute, recognizing the need to show deference to the king of gambling. As a man in his 40s or 50s, he could not possibly humiliate the son of the gambling lord in public. With no one else raising the bid, the auctioneer, a charming young woman, tentatively inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? If no one raises their paddle within a minute, this prized gambling stone will belong to Mr. He from Macau." Observing that the time was ripe, Gucheng decided it was time to act. If he hesitated any longer, that glass-grade imperial green jadeite would be snatched away by another. Thus, he raised his paddle and declared, "I bid 5 billion euros. What? 5 billion euros? Am I hearing things? Has this person lost his mind, or am I mistaken?" Gucheng's words were brief, yet they struck the audience like a thunderclap. Although this gambling stone weighed approximately 10 tons and was the highlight of this year's Myanmar auction, it could hardly warrant a valuation of 5 billion euros. Moreover, the auctioneer was well aware of its true worth, which at most would be around 2 to 3 billion euros. Yet, this young man from China had audaciously raised the bid to 5 billion euros, which was utterly unfathomable. In an instant, all eyes in the hall turned to Yi Gucheng, filled with incredulity. Even Xie Guangquan and He Qijing were left speechless, their jaws dropping in astonishment. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, time swiftly moved on, and soon the 1-minute countdown reached its conclusion. The auctioneer announced, "This prized gambling stone now belongs to Yi Gucheng." Feeling the weight of their gazes, Yi Gucheng awkwardly rose and hurriedly took Little Medical Fairy by the hand to exit the auction hall. Upon arriving at the transaction center on the first floor, Yi Gucheng presented his black gold card to the staff, swiping a total of 5 billion euros and receiving the invoice. However, there remained one pressing matter: how to extract the stone. Such a massive gambling stone could not be handled by ordinary jade extraction machines. Only a more advanced large-scale diamond saw would suffice. Just then, Xie Guangquan hurried over and introduced himself. "Sir, I am Xie Guangquan, from the Tai royal family. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and I believe we can become friends." Yi Gucheng glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Certainly, I have no objections. The more friends, the better. I am always keen to engage with the world's elites." Sensing that Yi Gucheng was not averse to him, Xie Guangquan let out a sigh of relief and continued with a smile. "To be honest, a few years ago, I purchased a villa on the outskirts of Naypyidaw, but I hardly ever stay there. During the days of the auction, I simply send someone to tidy up and stay for a few days. The villa is equipped with professional jade extraction equipment, and I could arrange for my people to transport your prized stone there for extraction. What do you think?" Yi Gucheng burst into delighted laughter upon hearing this. It was as if he had been offered a pillow while dozing off. He replied, "Very well, since you have offered, I shall graciously accept your assistance." Xie Guangquan, surprised by Yi Gucheng's prompt agreement, inquired, "Mr. Yi, do you trust me so readily? Aren't you afraid I might abscond with your gambling stone?" Yi Gucheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You, little Kuan, if you dare attempt such a thing, no matter where you flee, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth, leaving you no escape. Go ahead and test me." Xie Guangquan trembled slightly at this. Yet he realized the absurdity of his thoughts. A person who could casually produce 5 billion euros was certainly no ordinary individual. He might very well be the heir of some top-tier billionaire, seeking a taste of life outside their gilded cage. Xie Guangquan was not lacking in discernment. He knew how to navigate the situation with care. He promptly pulled out his phone and called his subordinates to arrange for a driver to come and collect the stone. Of course, the security for a 5 billion euro gambling stone could not be overlooked. So he specifically requested 2 companies of soldiers from the Myanmar government to escort the transport. Once these matters were settled, Yi Gucheng planned to return to the hotel for some rest, as the presidential suite costing 5,000 euros a day would be a waste if left unoccupied. However, Xie Guangquan quickly stopped him, saying, "Brother Yi, please hold on. I have one more thing to tell you." Yi Gucheng scratched his head in confusion. "What is it? Please, do go on." Xie Guangquan replied earnestly, "Brother Yi, you may not be aware, but in addition to auctioning jadeite raw stones, the Myanmar auction also features the sale of antiques and artwork. I can see that you are a cultured individual. I am certain you would be interested in these treasures. Why not accompany me to take a look?" Upon hearing about the antiques and artwork, Yi Gucheng's interest was piqued. He had a particular fondness for such items. He turned to Little Medical Fairy and said, "Little sister, please return to the hotel and rest well. If you find it difficult to sleep, you can watch television, but do not wander off. I shall return as soon as I am finished." Little Medical Fairy, with her innocent wide eyes, pouted silently. Seeing her longing expression made Yi Gucheng chuckle. He playfully patted her on the back of her head, saying, "Be good, listen to me. I will return as soon as I can. You won't have to wait long." Little Medical Fairy nodded obediently and took a taxi back to the hotel. Once she departed, Yi Gucheng and Xie Guangquan headed straight to Naypyidaw's antique trading market, which was located just behind the Myanmar auction venue. Typically, the area saw little foot traffic and remained quite desolate, with hardly any patrons. It was only during the days of the Myanmar auction that customers flocked to the streets. The reason is rather straightforward. The world of stone gambling is steeped in the stark aroma of money. As the saying goes, one cut can lead to poverty, another to wealth, and yet another to mere rags. Stone gambling can catapult a person to unimaginable riches overnight or plunge them back into destitution in an instant. In essence, it oscillates between the precipices of affluence and bankruptcy. In contrast, ancient artifacts and artworks inspire little interest unless one possesses sufficient financial backing. Indeed, if one has never laid eyes on a genuine masterpiece, it is only natural that such items fail to captivate them. For instance, individuals who claim to be indifferent to wealth often find themselves devoid of financial worries. Such assertions reek of pretentiousness, exuding an air of both arrogance and self-importance. In Chapter 65, the night pearl spoken of by the Empress Dowager Yi Gucheng and Xie Guanquan venture into an antique trading market, only to find a sparse clientele, far from the bustling crowds of the Myanmar public auction. This indicates that the majority are mere commoners, solely interested in the profits of stone gambling, apathetic to the appreciation of antiques and artworks. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Within ancient artifacts and paintings lies a treasure trove of culture. Genuine pieces by renowned artists are equally priceless. Take, for example, the national treasure of China. Along the river during the Qingming festival, which has been appraised by experts both domestic and international at over 10 billion yuan. The antique trading hall spans approximately 2,000 square meters, yet only a few hundred patrons wander within, many of whom are likely just there to observe. With no intention of making purchases, Xie Guanquan, being quite amiable, immediately treated Yi Gucheng as if they were long-lost brothers. Cheerfully pulling him to a seat at the front of the hall, Yi Gucheng felt somewhat embarrassed. Two grown men engaging in such displays of camaraderie in public was rather unbecoming, and it stirred his discomfort. At that moment, an artwork was unveiled at the auction stage. Yi Gucheng instantly recognized it as the genuine piece, The Lone Goose at Dusk, by the illustrious Ming Dynasty painter Tang Bohu. Most people are familiar with Tang Bohu, rumored to be a charismatic and talented individual, celebrated for his dual mastery of painting and calligraphy. His legacy undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 in the illustrious 5,000-year history of Chinese culture. Yi Gucheng had often watched the film Tang Bohu's Spots of Beauty, starring Stephen Chow, during his childhood. The host announced, "This painting, The Lone Goose at Dusk, is said to be the work of a famous artist from the Mid-Ming dynasty and is a rare treasure. The starting bid is set at 5 million euros, with increments no less than 100,000 euros. Yi Gucheng nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity. A group of unsophisticated locals were valuing Tang Bohu's genuine artwork at a mere 5 million euros. Their lack of cultural understanding was truly alarming. Without hesitation, Yi Gucheng was the first to raise his paddle, declaring, "I bid 10 million euros. The host, visibly excited by the bidding, exclaimed, "Excellent. This gentleman bids 10 million euros. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher amount?" In truth, 10 million euros was a substantial bid, at least in the eyes of these local amateurs, who merely viewed it as a somewhat attractive ancient painting, useless for sustenance or comfort, and too coarse even for practical use. Consequently, the crowd fell silent, as their disinterest in calligraphy and painting became apparent. However, just as the countdown approached its final seconds, a discordant voice pierced the air. "I bid 12 million euros. This painting will belong to me, He Qijing." Turning to face the voice, Yi Gucheng saw He Qijing, who arrogantly flashed him a middle finger. Yi Gucheng furrowed his brow slightly, but he maintained his composure, having always prided himself on a tranquil demeanor. He then turned to Xie Guanquan and inquired, "How well do you know that Macau gambling tycoon's son?" Xie Guanquan hesitated, glancing at He Qijing, and whispered, "We're on decent terms. We were both in Pattaya, Thailand, where we shared a common interest." Yi Gucheng, not grasping the nuance of his words, candidly stated, "To be frank, I have a strong desire for Tang Bohu's painting. Please speak to him and ask him not to provoke me." With a reassuring pat on his chest, Xie Guanquan responded, "Fear not, Brother Yi. I shall remind him to behave and not to cross you." He then approached He Qijing, leaning in to whisper discreetly in his ear, the content of which remained a mystery. In an instant, He Qijing's demeanor shifted, his gaze towards Yi Gucheng now tinged with respect, and he fell silent. Yi Gucheng then raised his bid by an additional 100,000 euros, successfully acquiring the authentic work of Tang Bohu. Overjoyed, he envisioned the pleasure of savoring it upon his return home. Xie Guanquan approached him, wearing a smug expression. "So, what do you think, Brother Yi? My influence seems quite effective, doesn't it? Not just this brat. Even the Macau gambling king would yield me some respect." Yi Gucheng smiled in gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance. Consider me a steadfast friend." Xie Guanquan waved dismissively. "Haha, with your words, I am at ease. We have plenty of time ahead of us." At that moment, another treasure was presented at the auction. Yi Gucheng's eyes widened in astonishment. This item was an extraordinary night pearl, roughly the size of a newborn's fist. Under the bright lights, it radiated a mesmerizing azure glow. Yi Gucheng suddenly recalled the night pearl that had supposedly been placed in the mouth of the Empress Dowager Cixi after her passing. The name of the Empress Dowager is well known throughout China. Her full name was Yi He Na La Xingxin. It is said that she required over 100 dishes for each meal, with no two being the same, consuming the equivalent of 40,000 taels of silver daily, amounting to 4 to 5 million yuan. Even the toilet paper used by the Empress Dowager was crafted from the finest shoe brocade and silk. Such extravagance was taken to the extreme. Unfortunately, the ordinary populace suffered immensely, lacking sufficient food and clothing, while enduring invasions and pillaging from foreign armies. This period marked one of the darkest chapters in China's history. Legend has it that the warlord's son Dianying, in a bid to finance his military, ordered the looting of the eastern tombs, stripping it of nearly all its treasures, and even desecrating the corpse of Tsishi, extracting the night pearl from her mouth. This night pearl was originally in two halves. United they formed a single entity, said to illuminate a person's hair from 100 meters away. However, that was not its most extraordinary property. The true marvel of this unparalleled night pearl is its ability to preserve a corpse for a century without decay and for a millennium without corruption. As long as it remains undisturbed, a body stored within a coffin for hundreds or thousands of years would emerge as lifelike as ever. Gucheng activated his heavenly serpent eye, confirming that this was indeed the night pearl spoken of by the Empress Dowager. Just how much could it possibly be worth? He clasped his mouth with his hand, momentarily rendered speechless by astonishment. The host continued, "This is an exceptionally rare night pearl, of such exquisite quality that it is scarcely found among the world's most precious gems. Even we, as the auctioneers, cannot accurately appraise its value. Therefore, after deliberation, we have decided to auction this night pearl with no reserve price, open-ended." A guest jested, "What if I conspired with everyone here in advance and bid only 100 euros? How would you respond, Your Excellency?" This quip elicited peals of laughter from the entire assembly. Truth be told, Gucheng harbored a keen interest in the night pearl, despite its current lack of utility for him. However, with such an extraordinary treasure shimmering before his very eyes, he found no compelling reason not to seize it for himself. Consequently, Gucheng was the first to raise his paddle, initiating with a straightforward bid of 1 million euros, eager to gauge the reaction of the crowd. At that moment, Gucheng approached, his brows furrowed and his demeanor timid. Blushing, he beseeched Gucheng, "Sir, I have a rather humble request. I hope you will refrain from contesting me for this night pearl." Gucheng, perplexed, inquired, "Why so?" "This is the night pearl spoken of by the Empress Dowager, worth an exorbitant sum. Unless you can provide me with a compelling reason, I shall not relent." Gucheng lowered his gaze, somewhat embarrassed, murmuring, "My father's private physician has informed us that he is nearing the end of his days. Perhaps 3 to 5 months at most. Our family has resolved that upon his passing, we shall preserve his body through specialized means, allowing future generations to pay their respects. However, typical methods can only stave off decay for a decade or so, after which, even with the best intentions, the body will inevitably deteriorate. Thus, I wish to acquire this night pearl." It turned out that the gambling king of Macau was now in his 90s. If he could survive a few more years, he would reach a full cycle of 60 years. Of course, this longevity was attributed to the exorbitantly priced nutrient injections from the United States, costing 100,000 each, which the gambling king received daily to sustain his life. Yet, the reality remains. Life, aging, sickness, and death are the inescapable truths of humanity. Regardless of one's power or wealth, one is ultimately just an ordinary mortal, incapable of achieving immortality. All things that exist must face the cycle of life and death, a conclusion that cannot be reversed, and even the Macau gambling king, worth 500 billion Hong Kong dollars, is not exempt from this fate. Gucheng hesitated, not immediately acquiescing to Gucheng's plea, for the night pearl, having once belonged to the Empress Dowager, was an exceedingly rare gem. While he might not need it presently, he yearned to possess it. At this juncture, Xie Guangquan intervened, advocating for Gucheng, "Brother Yi, considering the filial piety of young he, why not extend him a favor? Count it as a debt of gratitude owed to you." Gucheng waved his hand, conceding, "Very well, on your account, I shall not contest him. But remember, you now owe me a favor." Xie Guangquan laughed heartily, "Rest assured, I shall not default on this debt. When you visit us in Thailand, all expenses will be on me." Gucheng nodded, dismissing his bidding intentions. Shortly thereafter, Gucheng successfully acquired the night pearl for 1.5 billion euros. Ecstatic, he promptly instructed his subordinates to place the pearl into a rosewood box and arrange for it to be flown to Macau overnight. The auction continued, presenting approximately 4 to 5 more pieces, primarily of lesser value. The antique trade is typically categorized into several main types: ceramics, paintings, jade, and miscellaneous items. The latter includes coins, bronze artifacts, lacquerware, root carvings, and more. A detailed discussion could easily extend for days. One of the subsequent showcased treasures was an imposing trident, approximately 160 centimeters in length. It appeared forged from fine iron, with not a trace of rust on its surface. This trident was astonishingly heavy, weighing in at 298 pounds, requiring the collective strength of several strong men to lift it. It was 3 to 4 times heavier than Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade. Most individuals could not even raise it, let alone wield it in combat. Surely only a superhero could accomplish such a feat. The host struggled to articulate its merits or utility, ultimately resorting to nonsensical chatter, with an opening bid set at only 10,000 euros. Unsurprisingly, the attendees showed little interest in this cumbersome artifact, and no bids were placed. In the end, Gucheng acquired it for the starting price of 10,000 euros, as he had no shortage of funds and could indulge in purchasing it for amusement. Soon, the final item was presented for auction. Gucheng glanced up to find a tattered map, comprising roughly half of the original, the origin of which was uncertain. Such a worthless item left the host embarrassed to introduce it, swiftly transitioning into the bidding phase, inviting offers without stipulations, as long as it sold. A failed auction would entail cumbersome complications, including notifying the Myanmar military government and explaining the circumstances. Thus, the host refrained from even announcing a starting price. Even a bid of 100 euros would suffice. Gucheng, upon a cursory glance, lost interest and rose to depart. Just then, the voice of Kai Lin unexpectedly echoed in his mind, urging, "Master, do not leave yet. You must purchase that map immediately." Gucheng paused, bemused, and jested, "Oh, why should I acquire that wretched map? It hardly seems valuable. Could it possibly be a treasure map?" Kai Lin retorted, somewhat irked, "Money, money, money. That is all you think about. Do you even realize what that map truly is? What is it? Do enlighten me," he implored eagerly. Kai Lin pouted, stating, "If I am not mistaken, this may very well be a remnant map of, for it emanates an ancient, wild aura, which, of course, you cannot perceive." "A remnant map of? Is that fire particularly formidable? What rank does it hold?" At that moment, Gucheng was akin to a curious child, bombarding Kai Lin with inquiries. Kai Lin, exasperated by her capricious master, sighed. "I believe it ranks among the top 3, possessing the ability to devastate entire cities with merely a flicker of flame. With just 30% of its power, it could obliterate a small island nation in mere moments." Gucheng was left speechless in astonishment. Could the truly wield such power? If he were to acquire it, would he not become invincible worldwide? With this thought, a bold idea ignited within him. Without further ado, he raised his paddle and bid 1,000 euros for the remnant map of. This time, he refrained from inflating his bid excessively, for the map was regarded as worthless by all present, and no one would contest him. Should he bid too high, he risked provoking someone to challenge him, an intriguing psychological game. After the auction concluded, Gucheng invited Gucheng and Gucheng to his villa in the outskirts of Naypyidaw. Gucheng glanced at his watch. The time was only around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, and he readily accepted the invitation. As for Xian, as long as she remained obedient and stayed in the hotel's presidential suite without wandering about, there would be no cause for concern. Gucheng was equally eager for the invitation. Shortly thereafter, Gucheng made a phone call, and within 5 minutes, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan approached them. Driver Wang exited the vehicle and opened the door, inviting them inside. Once settled, the vehicle set off towards Gucheng's villa in the countryside. In the vehicle, Gucheng inquired of Kai Lin, "This map of thee is only half complete. Where might the other half be?" Kai Lin rolled her eyes, responding, "If you ask me, who should I ask? You must seek it out yourself. If fortune smiles upon you, and you manage to gather the other half of thee, only then will you have a chance to discover this top-ranked." Gucheng found himself momentarily speechless by Kai Lin's retort. Chapter 67. The glass-type Imperial Green. After approximately 2 hours, a small, rather desolate town came into view ahead. The town appeared quite barren, surrounded by towering trees, with scarcely any visible signs of habitation, yet it teemed with wild animals, resembling more a private hunting ground than a settlement. The vehicle continued for a while longer before finally halting at the entrance of a grand villa, where they were greeted by none other than the young auctioneer, a girl of delicate demeanor. She approached with an air of grace, welcoming Gucheng as if he were a cherished guest. Gucheng, in turn, casually tousled her hair, appearing quite at ease. Gucheng, intrigued, asked, "What exactly is the nature of your relationship? You seem rather familiar." Gucheng chuckled heartily. "I neglected to mention that this young lady is my concubine from Myanmar. In terms of order, she would be my 7th wife." Gucheng was taken aback. "How many wives have you married in total?" Gucheng shrugged nonchalantly. "I can hardly keep track. If I fancy someone, I marry her. Anything that can be resolved with money is trivial. Of course, I abide by principles and never force anyone. All my wives willingly chose to marry me." "You can ask her." The young lady nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my husband speaks the truth. I willingly married him." It became evident that Gucheng was quite the dandy, and notably, he did not discriminate in his choice of partners. Thus, he was unable to recall the exact number of his wives. Gucheng felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed that wealth truly afforded one the liberty to act as they pleased. The world of the affluent was incomprehensible to the impoverished, particularly to someone like Gucheng, who remained in a state of financial struggle. After exchanging pleasantries with the young lady, Guanquin swiftly redirected the conversation. All right, let's not linger here and become the subject of ridicule. Any further discussions can wait. You must arrange for assistance to help this brother Yi with the stone he purchased. Following Guanquin's instructions, the young lady summoned a dozen stone workers and a few forklifts, securing the stone beneath a large saw. Given that this was a 10-ton gamble stone, ordinary machinery would not suffice. One of the stone workers pressed a button, and the saw emitted a piercing noise. The trio, clearly disinterested in the cacophony of the stone cutting, decided to retreat to an adjacent lounge for tea. Guanquin, it seemed, had a taste for the finer things. Serving Fujin Wui Da Hong Pao, reputedly worth 100,000 yuan per tael. The tea was brewed with water airlifted from Changbai Mountain. Yi Gucheng took a sip and found it rather unremarkable, preferring the water from his spatial ring-s spiritual spring. Guanquin asked, Brother Yi, what do you think of this tea? If you find it to your liking, I'll send you home with a canister. Yi Gucheng waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. I am but a simple man, unable to discern the nuances of fine tea. Guanquin chuckled awkwardly. Ah, I see. What about you, He Qijing? He Qijing smiled. We Macanese typically prefer herbal teas, such as lychee or hawthorn, to soothe our throats. He had long been curious about Yi Gucheng's background. May I inquire what business you are engaged in? Where do you operate? Yi Gucheng scratched his head, somewhat bashful. I am merely an ordinary antique dealer, with my shop and enterprise in Jinling. As for why I ventured to Myanmar for stone gambling, you likely wouldn't believe the tale. Naturally, they were skeptical. If he were truly just a humble antique dealer, how could he afford to spend 5 billion euros on the top stone at the Myanmar public auction? Such audacity was not typical of an ordinary individual. At that moment, a worker entered, addressing Guanquin. Boss, one side of the gamble stone has been uncovered, revealing a full green hue, and it's of glass type. Come and see. Guanquin was taken aback, spraying his tea in surprise. Without a moment to wipe his mouth, he hurried outside, where he beheld that a layer of stone skin had been sawn away. Beneath it lay an abundance of glass-type imperial green jade. Wow, Brother Yi, you've struck gold. I've never seen such a large glass-type imperial green in my life. What could it be worth? Yi Gucheng couldn't help but chuckle at Guanquin's astonished demeanor. Despite being the richest man in Thailand, witnessing such a remarkable stone rendered him momentarily speechless, resembling more a nouveau riche than a dignified tycoon. In contrast, He Qijing maintained his composure, calmly stating, There's an adage in stone gambling. Rubbing does not count as a rise, only cutting counts. Although one side of the gamble stone has been revealed, it does not guarantee a significant increase in value. What if the remaining 3 sides are worthless? Yi Gucheng, unaffected by this, stepped forward to an older worker. You, with your experience, please ensure this stone is properly excavated. I will reward each of you with a generous red envelope. Upon hearing of the potential reward, the workers' spirits were instantly lifted, eager to commence the extraction of the stone. As they worked, Yi Gucheng discreetly activated his heavenly serpent eye, confirming once more that this was indeed a pure glass-type stone, devoid of any impurities or cracks, a rare gem of extraordinary quality. At last, he felt reassured and turned to Guanquin. Do you know any jewelers in Ibidu? If the stone reveals full green, I would like to find someone to facilitate a sale, lest the night grows long and dreams multiply. At that moment, the young lady stepped forward. There's no need for concern, young Master Yi. I am acquainted with many affluent merchants who gather in Ibidu for jade auctions. If you truly uncover a fine jade, a single phone call will summon them. Yi Gucheng nodded with a smile. Very well, I would appreciate it, Miss Young Lady. If you could contact them and have them come promptly, the sooner, the better. The young lady hesitated, casting a glance at Guanquin, who waved his hand impatiently. Why are you looking at me? Just follow young Master Yi's instructions. With a slight nod, she promptly made the calls to the jewelers. After 2 or 3 hours had passed, the remaining 3 sides of the stone skin were peeled away. As expected, beneath the skin lay a treasure trove of fully green jade, with the quality reaching glass type. Now, Guanquin and He Qijing could no longer maintain their composure. Their jaws dropped in disbelief, leaving them at a loss for words. Yi Gucheng felt a swell of satisfaction within. Thanks to Kai Lin, he had been endowed with the ability to perceive. Otherwise, how could he have known that this stone contained imperial green jade? Clearly, the 5 billion euros spent was indeed a worthy investment. He remained true to his word, distributing a substantial sum of money, handing each worker a 1,000 euro red envelope, while also offering 200 to 300 euros to those present, allowing them to share in the joyous occasion. Outside the villa, fireworks had begun to illuminate the night sky. As Myanmar had no restrictions on such displays, allowing for an exuberant celebration, the night had fully enveloped the land in darkness. The resplendent fireworks illuminated the sky for a fleeting moment, only to be swiftly enveloped by a tranquil darkness. Much like the lives of individuals, which may seem to span decades, when juxtaposed with the vastness of the universe, they are undoubtedly as insignificant as a fleeting firework, vanishing in an instant without stirring any significant waves. Just as one display fades, another bursts forth, brightening the entire night sky. Thus, Yi Gucheng admired the fireworks while awaiting the arrival of the jewel merchants. Chapter 68. A modest profit of several hundred billion euros. Before long, a substantial gathering of jewel merchants convened in the villa's grand hall. These merchants hailed from various corners of the globe, predominantly foreigners. In stark contrast, the impoverished nation of old Myanmar struggled, with many of its citizens barely able to afford a meal, let alone spare funds for jade. Even the most exquisite glass-type jadeite is beyond the reach of the average person. As for local jewel merchants, Yi Gucheng was disinclined to engage with them. The nature of the Chinese people often manifests in an inability to tolerate the prosperity of others, feeling as though it were akin to a personal wound. To encapsulate, the sentiment can be summarized as, if your fortune surpasses mine, I simply cannot bear it. Hence, Yi Gucheng preferred to conduct business with foreigners, aspiring to lead a low-key life while quietly amassing wealth. Once the tally was complete, it was determined that from the 10 tons of the prized stone, after removing a third of its skin, approximately 6 to 7 tons of jade remained. Based on current market prices for glass-type imperial green jadeite, which stands at no less than 10 million euros per kilogram, this calculation amounted to a staggering 6 to 700 billion euros. Such a vast sum left Yi Gucheng momentarily bewildered, for the figure was undeniably monumental. He observed Xie Guanquan negotiating with the foreign jewel merchants in the living room, arranging the distribution of shares in the imperial greenstone. Given that no single proprietor globally could afford to purchase such a valuable jadeite outright, it was vital to navigate this negotiation carefully. After all, net worth and liquid capital are two distinct matters. One may claim to possess hundreds of billions, yet the ability to produce such funds instantaneously is another challenge altogether. During the negotiation process, Yi Gucheng opted not to participate, instead choosing to patiently sip tea in the lounge. With Xie Guanquan handling discussions with the foreigners, he found himself relieved of considerable burdens. After a little over an hour, Xie Guanquan returned to report, "Young Master Yi, everything has been settled. Firstly, He Qijing and I each invested 10 billion euros to purchase 2 tons of jade, while a wealthy individual from a beautiful country contributed another 10 billion euros for 1 ton. The remaining jade was acquired by princes from Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Dubai." Yi Gucheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that those Arab princes would have an affinity for jade. However, given their immense wealth, such an expenditure was merely a drop in the ocean for them. Xie Guanquan continued, "Additionally, your imperial greenstone has sold for 700 billion euros. But international transfers incur a 5% fee, totaling 35 billion euros. Thus, the amount credited to your account will be 655 billion. I wanted to inform you in advance, to avoid any misunderstandings regarding potential embezzlement." Yi Gucheng quickly waved his hand. No. I harbor no doubts about your integrity. I have complete faith in your character. Otherwise, I would not have entrusted you to negotiate with those foreign jewel merchants alone." Xie Guanquan nodded. "By the way, that wealthy jewel merchant from the beautiful country is someone I know quite well. Would you be interested in meeting him?" Yi Gucheng nonchalantly replied, "Very well. As I happen to have some free time now, it would be nice to sit down and engage in conversation." Xie Guanquan stood up and stepped outside to greet the guests. Before long, 2 Caucasian gentlemen and a black gentleman entered. Yi Gucheng looked up and noticed that one of the Caucasian men appeared remarkably familiar, as if they had crossed paths before. Xie Guanquan briefly introduced them, pointing to the tall Caucasian and stating, "This is Mr. Spike. The slightly shorter gentleman beside him is his assistant, Tom, and the black gentleman is his personal driver, Odabi." The wealthy gentleman named Spike had a remarkable memory. Upon seeing Yi Gucheng, he immediately recalled their previous encounter. "Mr. Yi, do you remember that I purchased your violet jade at that mining site?" Yi Gucheng smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "What a coincidence." Xie Guanquan attempted to assist with translating Spike's words, but Yi Gucheng motioned for him to be quiet, asserting that having attended university, he could comprehend the foreign language sufficiently well. Simple communication posed no challenge, provided the speaker did not talk too rapidly. Otherwise, it could become quite difficult. Following a series of intermittent introductions from Spike, Yi Gucheng gleaned that this affluent individual operated a multitude of companies, including those in jewelry, arms, and pharmaceuticals, positioning his family as a leader in the beautiful country. Nevertheless, their family maintained a low profile, refraining from flaunting their wealth or vying for recognition on Forbes lists, as they understood that wealth attracts unwanted attention. Once one possesses riches, various organizations will solicit donations, and distant relatives may suddenly emerge seeking loans. Moreover, Spike held another title as the vice president of Boeing, frequently traversing the globe dealing in arms. It is well known that wherever conflict arises, one can find American arms dealers in tow. An idea suddenly struck Yi Gucheng, prompting him to pull Xie Guanquan aside and inquire. If I were to seek to procure some arms from Boeing, would that be feasible? Xie Guanquan looked troubled and replied, that might be quite challenging, as your nation is viewed unfavorably by the Americans. They are currently focused on suppressing your country, let alone selling arms to a Chinese citizen. Yi Gucheng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Xie Guanquan patted his shoulder, smiling, young Master Yi, do not be too anxious. While the Americans may not entertain your request, I am Tai. If I were to act as an intermediary for your arms procurement, as long as you keep it discreet, they likely would not discern who is purchasing their arms. By the way, what type of arms are you interested in? Xie Guanquan inquired. Yi Gucheng contemplated briefly and responded. I wish to purchase 10 Apache attack helicopters, 10 F-16 fighter jets, and 10 F-18 Hornet transport aircraft, in addition to 2 Boeing 787 passenger planes for my future travels around the world. Xie Guanquan hesitated for a moment, then resolutely stated, very well. I will speak with Spike and see if he can accommodate your request. With that, Xie Guanquan turned to discuss matters with Spike. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xie Guanquan approached Yi Gucheng with a grin, stating, haha, brother Yi, you are in luck. He did not hesitate at all and readily agreed. After reviewing your list, they estimate the total cost at $25 billion. Normally, an Apache military helicopter would sell for at least $15 billion, but due to my influence, it will only be $1 billion. The F-16 and F-18 fighter jets are priced at $30 million and $50 million respectively, totaling $18 billion. As for the Boeing 787 passenger aircraft, those are significantly more expensive, with each unit costing $4 billion. The total sums up to $2.6 billion. However, I managed to negotiate with Mr. Spike, successfully reducing the amount by $100 million. How about that? My influence still holds considerable weight in America, does it not? Upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. Then I would trouble you to deduct this amount from the funds acquired from the stone sale. After all, I am merely a pauper with little wealth to my name. Xie Guanquan stared blankly at Yi Gucheng. What on earth? Is this like a calf performing a handstand? You now possess several hundred billion euros, yet you still have the audacity to lament your poverty before me? I can't help but feel you're engaging in a bit of Versailles here, though I hesitate to call you out on it. I can only have Shoer bring my little calf over so we can slice off a couple of pounds of beef to accompany your drinks. Chapter 69, A Feast of Abundance. As the group began to feel their hunger, Yi Gucheng instructed Xie Guanquan, the host, to prepare dinner. However, Xie Guanquan smiled and suggested, everyone, there is a hunting ground behind my villa. Why don't we venture there to hunt? Those who succeed in capturing prey will have something to eat, while those who do not will have to settle for instant noodles, which I have in abundance. Yi Gucheng, feeling competitive, declared, all right, I shall accompany you to the end. Spike also consented. Xie Guanquan then turned to He Qijing. What say you, brother He? Will you join us? He Qijing immediately shook his head. No. Hunting is far too perilous, and besides, I am not skilled with weapons. I think I shall refrain from this excitement. Moreover, my father is not long for this world, and I have several hundred billion Hong Kong dollars in inheritance awaiting me. I certainly do not wish for anything untoward to occur at this juncture. Given his resolute demeanor, Xie Guanquan and the others felt it inappropriate to press further. Before heading out to hunt, Xie Guanquan invited Yi Gucheng to pay homage before the Buddha. He lit 3 sticks of incense and bowed 3 times before the golden statue, placing the incense into the burner. Though Yi Gucheng was indifferent, he followed suit and bowed 3 times. One may not believe, but one must show respect. Soon after, the 3 prepared their firearms and ammunition, each driving a jeep to the outskirts for the hunt. Spike's vehicle contained his assistant Tom and driver OD, while Xie Guanquan was accompanied by a young girl. Yi Gucheng, however, drove alone, though he was accustomed to solitude. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the hunting grounds. Yi Gucheng gazed around and found himself in a relatively open plain, lush with vegetation, the nearby trees thick as a human-esque girth, with weeds flourishing along the roadside. It was evident that this forest had yet to be developed. The sky had completely darkened, and the 3 vehicles turned on their headlights, parking to provide illumination. Hunting abroad is, of course, legal. It is said that in South Africa, there are private hunting grounds exclusively catering to the affluent. For instance, a lion costs 350,000 euros, a buffalo 2,000 euros, and a rhinoceros 5,000 euros. The cheapest, however, are wild boars, priced at merely 3 euros. As they breed rapidly and have become a nuisance abroad, often devastating crops. Governments have even deployed military forces to manage them. Conversely, domestic regulations are considerably more stringent. Not only is hunting prohibited, but even climbing a tree for a bird's nest can result in a sentence of 10 to 20 years. The very individuals who claim hunting is forbidden are often those who partake in it the most, and the same applies to the consumption of game. Gucheng hopped out of the car, retrieving a double-barreled shotgun from the trunk, and began loading it. Spike, evidently experienced, loaded his ammunition far quicker than Gucheng. As for Gucheng, he had already vanished from sight. The hunting ground spanned approximately 100,000 square kilometers, purchased by Gucheng, who had a caretaker regularly feeding the wildlife. Thus, when it came time to hunt, they merely needed to visit the feeding spots to ensure a successful catch. However, Gucheng was unaware of this arrangement, and due to his hasty departure, Gucheng had no chance to inform him. Consequently, Gucheng wandered through the jungles of Myanmar for 2 to 3 hours, encountering nothing, not even a single deer. This predicament caused him considerable distress. If he were to return empty-handed, he would surely become the subject of ridicule from Gucheng and the others. At this point, Gucheng's stomach growled, and he set aside his pride. It was better to endure their mockery than to remain hungry. Therefore, he hurriedly sought to reunite with the others. Upon arrival, he found Gucheng had successfully hunted a golden-haired monkey weighing 50 to 60 pounds. In addition to Vietnam, the Philippines, and Cambodia, the people of Myanmar also relish monkeys. Delicacies such as raw pickled monkey paws and fresh monkey brains are their favorites. Spike, on his end, had captured a flock of wild goats, indicating a feast of roasted lamb awaited them that evening. Both men returned triumphantly, while Gucheng stood empty-handed. Seeing this, Gucheng laughed. "Brother Yi, have you truly caught no game whatsoever? It appears your hunting skills are still lacking. You must practice more in the future." Gucheng, irritated, retorted, "Who says I returned empty-handed? Kindly open your eyes and look closely." With that, Gucheng discreetly retrieved 2 free-range chickens from his spatial ring, showcasing them before him. Gucheng was taken aback. When did this hunting ground come to possess free-range chickens? How was I not informed? Gucheng's face flushed with embarrassment as he sheepishly replied, "Surely your memory is failing you. What is so rare about a few free-range chickens in such a vast expanse of untouched forest?" Given his assertion, Gucheng felt it inappropriate to press the matter further. Since everyone had returned with their spoils, they decided it was best to return for a barbecue. At that moment, a bear, towering over a human, suddenly burst forth from the nearby underbrush. This dark-furred brown bear appeared to weigh at least 700 to 800 pounds. It charged toward the young girl with alarming speed, reaching her in the blink of an eye. The girl was so frightened she crouched down and began to cry. Gucheng and Spike, seeing this unfold, were taken aback and hastily raised their guns to shoot. However, the bullets in their shotguns were merely standard lead pellets, effective only against smaller game. Against a massive creature like this bear, the bullets merely grazed its skin, failing to inflict any harm and instead provoking its ferocity. The bear roared ferociously, opening its massive jaws to lunge at the girl's head. If not for swift intervention, this beautiful young lady would soon find herself beheaded. In that critical moment, Gucheng activated one of his unique abilities, the space shift, swiftly swapping places with the girl. He then raised his double-barreled shotgun, positioning the muzzle deftly into the bear's mouth. Gucheng clenched his fist, enveloping it with the fallen star flame, and delivered a powerful punch to the bear's abdomen. His fist penetrated straight through its chest. Simultaneously, the terrifying heat emanating from the otherworldly fire incinerated the bear's blood in an instant. The bear's massive body shrank by a third in the blink of an eye, collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. The sudden turn of events was so swift that the group barely had time to react before the crisis was averted. After confirming that the young girl was unharmed, Gucheng hurried over. Glancing at the lifeless body of the brown bear sprawled on the ground, he exclaimed to Gucheng, "What sorcery did you employ to slay this bear so effortlessly?" Naturally, Gucheng could not divulge the secret of his foreign fire. Thus, he responded with a hint of arrogance, "Should I also disclose that I have mastered the Buddha's palm?" Gucheng paused. "The Buddha's palm? Isn't that a technique that descends from the heavens? I certainly didn't see you flying up there." Gucheng rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further. Instead, he hoisted the dead brown bear onto his back and carried it to his vehicle. Upon returning to the villa, the group immediately prepared for a barbecue, predominantly featuring lamb, with monkey brain and bear paw as secondary delicacies. It is worth noting that Gucheng had never tasted monkey or bear in his life. Chapter 70. The young healer is kidnapped. They feasted and drank heartily, losing track of time as 2 to 3 hours slipped by unnoticed. Before long, it was midnight, and the group was inebriated. Gucheng, swallowing hard and letting out a belch, suggested to the others, "Gentlemen Yi and he, why not stay the night in my villa? There are plenty of rooms and beautiful women. You can entertain yourselves as you wish. Yi Gucheng shook his head vehemently. No, no, I am a man of integrity, never indulging in such debauchery. Besides, I must return to find my friends, so I'll pass. Yi Gucheng had always been averse to such matters. He preferred to remain a quiet, handsome gentleman. As for He Qijing, he was indifferent. The He family was sparsely populated. His gambling king father had sired 17 or 18 children, yet not one grandchild had been born. The gambling king was eager for his children to produce more heirs to bolster the He family's legacy. If he could please his father, perhaps he would receive a larger share of the inheritance. Fueled by alcohol, He Qijing, without hesitation, followed a group of charming young women into a room. Yi Gucheng bid farewell to everyone and drove away from the suburban villa. Approximately half an hour later, he returned to the Miaodhua Hotel. However, as he ascended the stairs, he suddenly sensed something amiss. It felt as though several pairs of eyes were watching him from the shadows. The hotel was eerily quiet, almost ominously so. Although it was late at night, a five-star hotel should not be this silent. What could have transpired? After deliberating, Yi Gucheng decided to slow his pace and stealthily approach the presidential suite. At that moment, he caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent of blood emanating from the adjacent presidential suite. Activating his heavenly serpent eye, he scanned the room, only to discover two guards lying in a pool of blood, long deceased. Both had their throats slit with daggers embedded in them. Yi Gucheng's heart raced. Who was the fool that dared to invade his domain? And where was the young healer? After searching for a while without success, he grew frantic in his quest for her. Just then, he heard faint footsteps behind him. In his mind, the vibrant scales warned him, Master, beware of what lurks behind you. Yi Gucheng reacted swiftly, rolling aside several meters just as a barrage of darts struck the wall behind him. Damn it! Who are you to ambush me? He shouted. Turning around, he clearly saw three figures clad in black, exuding an aura of formidable power, clearly not ordinary individuals. Yi Gucheng quickly scanned the trio. His mind displayed a series of subtitles. T.J. Ter, male, 48 years old, elite shinobi from the land of the rising sun. Proficient in various Japanese ninjutsu, his ancestors participated in invasion wars and were later sentenced to hang by the United Nations. Itaigaki Taro, male, 42 years old, also a shinobi from the land of the rising sun. His grandfather was likewise a perpetrator of war crimes and met the same fate. Fujita Hidenabu, male, 36 years old, the weakest among the three shinobi. Yi Gucheng was taken aback. All three were high-ranking shinobi, and the Japanese had deployed such a force against him. What could their intentions be? With a hint of anger, Yi Gucheng inquired, What do you want, you Japanese ninjas? Are you so bored that you seek me out? Where have you taken my friend? You'd best hand her over quickly, or I want to hold back. The leader, T.J. Ter, unaware of Yi Gucheng's true strength, arrogantly retorted, Humph, foolish Huaxiao man. How bold of you. Do you truly believe you can contend with the three of us? Yi Gucheng, unperturbed, slowly extended a hand. With a mental command, a radiant white flame coalesced in his palm. T.J. Ter gasped, Exotic fire. What are you, Huaxiao man? How do you possess such power? Yi Gucheng smiled wickedly. Remaining silent, he flicked his fingers, and the flames swiftly transformed into dozens of fiery serpents that lunged at the trio. Realizing the imminent danger, T.J. Ter shouted, You two get away. Do not let those exotic flames touch you, or you'll perish in an instant. The three ninjas darted about, pursued by Yi Gucheng's fiery serpents. However, these flames were relentless in their pursuit. No matter how they ran, the fire continued to chase them, nearly catching them several times. Yi Gucheng remained composed, watching their frantic movements with amusement, akin to a cat toying with its prey. As the ninjas realized they were outmatched and would soon be exhausted, they resorted to their combined technique. Simultaneously, the three ninjas formed hand seals and shouted, Water release. Water with a mop, ha! In an instant, a deluge surged forth, engulfing the entire hotel in a matter of moments. Yi Gucheng found himself submerged in a vast ocean, losing his balance as he thrashed about in the water, unable to discern direction. This enraged Yi Gucheng. These Japanese fools wanted a water fight, did they? No matter, he had a spatial ring. He silently commanded, Enter, and absorbed the hundreds of tons of water into the ring's space. The scene returned to tranquility, with not a drop of water left in the hotel. The three Japanese ninjas, having exhausted their energy, found themselves in a state of extreme weakness, unable to wield any power. Sensing their vulnerability, Yi Gucheng would show no mercy. He strode forward in a furious manner, delivering a series of powerful blows to their heads, rendering them unrecognizable even to their mothers. However, he spared one life to extract information. Grasping the hair of Fujita Hidenabu, Yi Gucheng demanded, Who sent you to deal with me? What have you done with the girl in the room? You had better tell me the truth, otherwise, I shall shatter your skull with a single punch. Fujita Hidenabu, The formidable shinobi from the land of the rising sun demonstrated remarkable resilience, remaining silent in the face of Yi Gucheng's interrogation. Yi Gucheng, lacking in patience, swiftly resorted to the great memory restoration technique. The sound of slaps echoed as he struck Fujita Hidenabu repeatedly, leaving his face swollen and several teeth shattered. He repeated his question. Dazed and desperate, Fujita Hidenabu pleaded, Wait, please stop hitting me. I will tell you everything. Only then did Yi Gucheng relent, declaring, You are wise to comply. Gasping for breath, Fujita Hidenabu, in a sinister tone, revealed the wretched Huaxia man. I shall tell you the truth. That girl has already been abducted to the land of the rising sun. If you dare to go there to rescue her, I assure you, you will not return alive. Without waiting for Yi Gucheng's reaction, Fujita Hidenabu bit down on a hidden pufferfish toxin capsule. The potent toxin dissolved instantly, and within moments, he was spewing blood, meeting his demise in mere seconds. Chapter 71, Journey to Kyoto. Yi Gucheng stood in a daze, gazing at the 3 corpses of the Japanese ninjas on the ground. After a while, he snapped back to reality and asked Kai Lin, What should I do now? Should I head straight to the land of the rising sun to rescue the little healer? Kai Lin, her expression grave, advised, Master, I strongly recommend against such a course of action. The land of the rising sun is teeming with formidable experts, far beyond your current capabilities. These shinobi are merely the backbone of their forces. There are far more powerful adversaries above them. Yi Gucheng, undeterred, retorted, With my skills and the divine spatial ring, am I not a match for those Japanese devils? Kai Lin shook her head, her voice laced with concern. My dear little master, your understanding of this world is still too limited. Regardless of how significant that girl may be to you, you are currently ill-equipped to rescue her. Should you choose to act recklessly, the outcome may very well be one of no return, not only failing to save her, but also losing your own life in the process. After a brief silence, Yi Gucheng reluctantly shelved this unrealistic notion. He then inquired with worry, Will the little healer endure torment at the hands of the Japanese? Is her life in danger? Kai Lin pondered before responding, It is unlikely. They dispatched 3 shinobi merely to capture a young girl, suggesting she possesses some secret or something the land of the rising sun requires. Yi Gucheng mused. Aside from that terrifying toxin, what else could the little healer possibly possess? He found himself at a loss, unable to fathom the motives of those Japanese. Frustration simmered within him, and he could not vent his anger on Kai Lin as he had previously. His mind was clear now, and he could not stoop to such actions. With a fierce punch, he struck the wall beside him, leaving a deep dent. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Yi Gucheng bid farewell to Xie Guangquan and the others, having completed his affairs and preparing to return home. In Myanmar, a place unfamiliar to him with no acquaintances, he felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Arriving at the villa in the outskirts, he saw Xie Guangquan and He Qijing emerging, their steps unsteady, clearly having exerted themselves the previous night. However, Yi Gucheng's brow furrowed as he coldly remarked to He Qijing, You've got quite the audacity. Playing with transgender individuals without fear of disease. He noticed the dark aura swirling around He Qijing's forehead, a clear sign of having encountered something unsavory. He Qijing, upon hearing this, turned pale, angrily shouting at Xie Guangquan, Damn you. The 7 or 8 girls you sent to my room last night were all transgenders. Xie Guangquan could no longer contain his laughter. Haha, you chose them, my idol. You asked for models or stars, and I simply fulfilled your request. I warned you they were all transgender, but you wouldn't listen and went ahead with them. He Qijing, his face flushed, pressed. Did you not say those girls were beauty pageant champions? Xie Guangquan grinned mischievously. Indeed, they are pageant champions, but they are champions of transgender beauty. Yi Gucheng scoffed. Neither male nor female. How disgusting. At this, He Qijing could no longer hold back, bowing his head and retching, expelling his dinner from the previous night. He stumbled into the bathroom to wash up. Xie Guangquan laughed until his stomach hurt, finally recovering after some time. Brother Yi, it's fortunate you are a paragon of virtue, keeping your lips sealed and untempted by female allure. Otherwise, you would have found yourself entangled with a transgender last night. Yi Gucheng, feeling vexed, retorted, Hey, do you find this amusing? It's not right to play tricks on others. However, he mused that perhaps this experience would deter He Qijing from seeking out such escapades in the future. They exchanged a knowing smile. As Xie Guangquan had more matters to attend to in Myanmar, he was in no rush to return to Thailand. This was fortuitous, as it allowed for the arms Yi Gucheng had ordered from Spike to be stored with him until Yi Gucheng could collect them. After breakfast, Yi Gucheng prepared to depart for home. Just then, He Qijing approached, looking rather unwell, and said, Young Master Yi, are you returning home? I have some matters to attend to in Huaxia as well. Let us travel together. Intrigued, Yi Gucheng asked, Oh, what business do you have? He Qijing wiped his mouth and explained, Next month marks my father's 96th birthday. Our He family has decided to host an international gambling competition in international waters to celebrate, inviting the world's best gamblers to participate in Macau. The ultimate victor will not only receive a prize of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, but also be bestowed the title of Gambling God. The holder of this title can enjoy free consumption at any establishment under the He family in Macau, provided they do not gamble in any casino there. He added, given the significance of this event, I must represent our He family in Macau and report to the leaders in Kyoto. Gucheng found something amiss in his words. What do you mean you're Huaxia? Is Macau not a part of Huaxia? He perceived that they had grown accustomed to British colonialism, even forgetting their own ancestry. Gucheng, embarrassed, quickly corrected himself. Apologies. My mistake. Macau is indeed a part of Huaxia. I retract what I just said. Gucheng smirked. That's more like it. With that, the two quickly tidied up and boarded a private plane bound for Kyoto. After a couple of hours, the aircraft touched down at the airport. Soon, they parted ways with a farewell. To be honest, this was Gucheng's first visit to Kyoto, and everything around him felt so foreign. Towering skyscrapers loomed overhead, while the streets bustled with an incessant flow of vehicles. The accents of passers-by sounded peculiar to him, leaving Gucheng momentarily disoriented. After all, as a child from a humble background, he instinctively felt a twinge of fear when confronted with the unfamiliar. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the young lady, Miss Wang from Kyoto, and slapped his forehead. Oh dear, how could I forget about her? It would only be proper to have her host me during my visit to Kyoto. Thus, Gucheng promptly took out his phone and dialed Wang Wenjing. To his surprise, the call was answered almost instantly. He heard her sweet voice on the other end. Hello, big brother. Is that you? You've been in Myanmar for so long. I called you numerous times, but you never answered. I thought you had forgotten about me. Gucheng felt a bit embarrassed and replied, it's a long story. Just come to the airport to pick me up. Wang Wenjing's excitement was palpable. Big brother, have you arrived in Kyoto? That's wonderful. Wait a moment. I'll arrange for a car to pick you up. Shortly after, a black Hongqi car arrived, adorned with two small flags at the front and a license plate ending in 1949. As Gucheng got into the car, he was amused to find that the driver was Yu Wei. Hey, old Yu, it's good to see you again, he chuckled. Yu Wei, hearing this, was nearly infuriated. She slammed on the brakes, turned around, and shot him a glare. Yi, if you dare call me that again, I swear I'll cut out your tongue and use it to clean the toilet. Gucheng, with a sheepish grin, decided to remain silent. After a while, the car stopped in front of a restaurant. As Gucheng and Yu Wei stepped out, two female waitstaff approached them, one on each side. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please follow us to our private room upstairs. Gucheng, without hesitation, followed closely behind Yu Wei into a private dining room on the third floor. To be honest, the restaurant was not particularly large, covering only about 500 to 600 square meters, and the private room was merely around 10 square meters. Given that Kyoto is a place where every inch of land is precious, the annual rent must be substantial. Upon entering the private room, Gucheng saw Miss Wang Wenjing hurriedly approaching him, linking her arm with his, and sweetly saying, Big brother, you finally decided to come back. I thought you would stay in Myanmar forever. Gucheng affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling. That hellish place in northern Myanmar is indeed a nightmare for ordinary folks. But for me, it turned out to be a treasure trove, and I inadvertently made a small fortune. Wang Wenjing, curious, inquired, so, big brother, how much did you actually earn? After a moment's thought, Gucheng decided to downplay his success and casually fibbed. Not much, just around 4 to 5 million euros. Enough to buy a new Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Little did she know, the black gold card he possessed held a staggering $100 billion. In truth, Gucheng himself was unsure of his exact wealth. To him, it all felt like mere numbers. Yu Wei, observing their affectionate interaction, felt a strange sensation, an indescribable discomfort. She interjected, slightly irritated. All right, can you two settle down for a moment? The food is about to be served. Are you not planning to eat? Reluctantly, Wang Wenjing released Gucheng's arm. They found their seats, and shortly after, the restaurant staff began serving the dishes. Wang Wenjing also ordered several bottles of premium red wine. However, the staff member appeared to be a novice, struggling to open the cork after much fumbling. Yu Wei was seething but refrained from expressing her frustration in front of others. Fortunately, Wang Wenjing, possessing a gentle temperament, never lost her temper easily. She waved her hand lightly and said to the young man, You can leave now. We'll handle this ourselves. No need to waste your effort. The young man, likely a university student in his early 20s working part-time, blushed and hurriedly apologized before exiting the room. Gucheng found Wang Wenjing's composed demeanor quite admirable. It seemed that the portrayal of spoiled and temperamental young ladies on television did not apply to her at all. Gucheng then picked up a bottle of red wine from the table, flicked its neck, and poured it into everyone's glasses. After taking a sip, he found the wine surprisingly delightful, even better than the law fight he had tasted at General Wu Dan's. It was sweet, rich, invigorating, with a hint of intoxication that ignited a fiery sensation within him. Yi Gucheng, with a raised neck, asked Wang Wenjing, "Little sister, what kind of wine is this? Why does it have such a strong kick?" Wang Wenjing chuckled behind her hand. "This is Roman Econti, big brother. Have you heard of it? A bottle costs around 200,000 yuan." Yi Gucheng quickly shook his head, admitting his ignorance. He realized he truly did not comprehend the world of the affluent. How could a seemingly ordinary bottle of wine command such a price? The only benefit was that it did not exploit the poor. After nearly 2 to 3 hours of dining, the three of them consumed 6 bottles of red wine, yet only Yu Yue, who drank the least, succumbed to the effects. After all, as a member of the dragon team with a significant role, she rarely drank, resulting in a poor tolerance for alcohol. Wang Wenjing appeared unaffected, looking as if she hadn't had a drop. As for Yi Gucheng, he indulged in copious amounts of food and drink, devouring several platters of roasted duck entirely by himself. Thankfully, they were all acquainted, so there was no sense of constraint. Had it been a gathering with certain department leaders, even Hawking would have had to stand and toast. Perhaps an unintentional gesture could catch the eye of a leader and lead to significant advancement, saving much effort along the way. With a burp, Yi Gucheng addressed Wang Wenjing, "Little sister, this restaurant's roasted duck is exquisite. Could you ask the waiter to bring a few more for me to take home?" In truth, he wanted to bring some roasted duck back for Kai Lin to taste. Wang Wenjing nodded. "Of course, no problem. Since it's your first time in Kyoto, you might not know that this is the most famous Quanjude roasted duck, costing 980 yuan per duck, and it requires advance reservation." Upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng's jaw dropped in disbelief. Wow, that expensive? Is the duck meat made of gold? Or is the skin made of gold? In his small hometown, a local duck would cost only around 70 to 80 yuan, with the chef preparing it and adding some condiments. Wang Wenjing chuckled. "To be honest, when people from outside hear this price, their reactions are usually similar to yours. For outsiders, Quanjude's roasted duck is simply expensive, but for Kyoto locals, it's ridiculously expensive." Yi Gucheng pondered for a moment and then asked, "By the way, where is your brother Wang Sini now? Why don't we go find him? Since it's still early, I'd like you to show me around Kyoto a bit more." Wang Wenjing chuckled and said, "Certainly. Since you are both engaged in the antique business, you might find common ground to converse." With that, Yi Gucheng discreetly packed a few ducks and, taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, quietly absorbed them into the ring space. He was not one to indulge in solitary feasting. Anything delectable must surely be shared with Kai Lin. Without this enchanting femme fatale, Yi Gucheng would still be an ordinary antique dealer on the streets of Jinling, lacking the immense fortune and skills he now possessed. The two of them supported the inebriated Yu Yue as they made their way to the roadside and hailed a taxi to return her to the Dragon Clan headquarters. Wang Wenjing, meanwhile, hopped on a motorcycle, taking Yi Gucheng straight to the Panjiuan antique market in Kyoto. "I'll sit in front, and Big Brother will sit behind. We'll do it another day," she said. Yi Gucheng found her words slightly off-putting, clearing his throat to prompt her to focus on the road. Those who have visited Kyoto know that riding a two-wheeled motorcycle is significantly faster than driving a four-wheeled car. If luck were to turn against you, one might find themselves stuck on an overpass for 3 days and nights, especially between the second and third ring roads. Thus, Wang Wenjing typically opted for the motorcycle in Kyoto for the sake of convenience. Chapter 73, The Gamble. During the day, the roads were quite congested, rendering swift travel impossible. After approximately 2 hours, they finally arrived at the Panjiuan antique market, which sprawled over 50,000 square meters, bustling with numerous customers. Upon entering Wang Sini's shop, Yi Gucheng surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the store was divided into various sections: an area for ancient books and paintings, one for jade and stone, a miscellaneous section, a ceramics area, and a space dedicated to bronze artifacts, covering roughly 300 square meters. Of course, any bronze artifacts predating the Han Dynasty were classified as national treasures, prohibited from private or public trade. Therefore, most of the bronze items in the display cases were from the late Qing and early Republican periods. At that moment, Wang Sini approached eagerly, grasping Yi Gucheng's hand and exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, it's a pleasure to see you again. I heard from Yu Yue that you stubbornly refused to return from Myanmar, and I was worried you might be in trouble. Now that I see you alive, I can finally breathe easy." Wang Wenjing burst into laughter, teasing, "Brother, I didn't expect you to blurt out such thoughtless words without a second thought. Aren't you afraid of offending someone?" Wang Sini pondered for a moment, realizing her previous statement might have been somewhat inappropriate. She quickly corrected herself, saying, No, that is not what I meant. I actually meant to say that I'm very happy to see you alive." The more she spoke, the more awkward it sounded. Yi Gucheng, visibly annoyed, interrupted, "All right, enough of this. Just be quiet." Wang Sini scratched her head sheepishly, I apologize, it was my mistake. How about this, to make amends? You can choose any item from my shop to take home, free of charge. What do you think? Yi Gucheng smirked. Now that's more like it. He began to meander through the store. After a cursory glance, Yi Gucheng remarked, to be honest, you conduct your business fairly well. I'm impressed that there isn't a single counterfeit item in your shop. Wang Xini beamed with pride, of course. My principle in business is to never sell fakes. Unlike some shopkeepers who only sell genuine people, but everything else is counterfeit. Yi Gucheng nodded with a hidden smirk. Pointing to a piece of calligraphy on the shelf to his left, I'm not particularly interested in other items. I've always had a fondness for paintings and ceramics. Would you be so kind as to gift me that piece by Zhao Mengfu, the Heart Sutra? Upon hearing this, Wang Xini's expression soured instantly, as though she had just swallowed a swarm of mosquitoes. The calligraphy, penned by Zhao Mengfu himself, had recently been acquired at a Kyoto poly auction for over 100 million. Originally, she had displayed it in her shop to flaunt, never anticipating that the keen-eyed Yi Gucheng would take notice. It is well known that Zhao Mengfu was a master calligrapher of the Yuan dynasty, with very few of his works still in existence. The Yuan dynasty, ruled by the Mongols, lasted less than a century before being overthrown, as they were more accustomed to warfare than governance. Akin to the fate of the Qin dynasty under its second emperor. Seeing Wang Xini's distressed expression, Yi Gucheng smiled casually. Hey, are you going to agree or not? Speak up. You were the one who just said I could choose anything from your shop. At this moment, Wang Wenjing chimed in. Yes. Big brother is right. Words once spoken cannot be taken back, and a gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold coins. Please don't let me down. Listening to their banter, Wang Xini felt a wave of despair, thinking, seriously, Wang Wenjing, are you still my sister? Why are you siding with him? The bonds of friendship seemed to unravel swiftly. After a moment's hesitation, she finally gritted her teeth and conceded, fine. I will give you this painting for free. No charge. One must uphold their promises. Yi Gucheng burst into laughter. Then I shall graciously accept. Wang Xini, a bit begrudgingly, added, you've taken advantage of me here. It's hardly fair. Come with me. I'll take you to another antique shop to find some hidden treasures. With that, she took Yi Gucheng's hand and irritably dragged him to another antique shop in Panjiayuan. This store was named Shikalai, boasting a space comparable to Wang Xini's shop. Upon noticing customers, the store owner, Sun Honglei, hastily set aside his phone and rushed over to greet them. He waved his hand, instructing his staff to brew several cups of fine tea, and then addressed Yi Gucheng and his companions. Honored guests, what antique treasures are you looking to purchase? Wang Xini and Wang Wenjing, siblings, leisurely settled down to sip their tea, eager to observe Yi Gucheng's discerning eye. Immediately, Yi Gucheng activated his heavenly serpent eye, swiftly scanning the antiques within the shop, only to furrow his brow in dismay. He discovered that not a single genuine antique was present. Everything was merely modern replicas. Sun Honglei, grinning, inquired, Sir, have you found something that piques your interest? Yi Gucheng scoffed, Treasure? What treasures can be found in this shabby shop? Clearly, there isn't a single valuable item here, and yet you dare to say otherwise. This statement not only stunned the Wang siblings, but also left the other customers in shock. Sun Honglei's face flushed with embarrassment, and he shouted, Who exactly are you? Are you a rival sent to stir up trouble? I warn you to watch your words, or I will sue you for defamation. Yi Gucheng, unfazed, replied, Whether I am or not, you know in your heart. Is it necessary for me to spell it out? Upon hearing this, Sun Honglei felt a twinge of guilt, but still retorted defiantly, Since you are so adamant that my shop is filled with fakes, what will you do if a customer discovers a genuine item? Yi Gucheng calmly extended a finger. If anyone can find a genuine article here, I will purchase it at 3 times the market price and apologize to you. Sun Honglei, feeling helpless, had no choice but to greet all the customers in the shop with a forced smile. You all heard it. This gentleman has stated that if any of you can find a genuine item in my store, he will purchase it for 3 times the original price. If anyone among you manages to do so, I will reward you with 10,000 yuan as a token of appreciation. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits were lifted, and they eagerly joined the treasure hunt. The thrill of unearthing antiques is, in itself, a delightful pursuit, spending a little to gain a lot. And should one stumble upon a significant find, it presents an opportunity to boast among friends. Many wealthy entrepreneurs and high-ranking officials take great pleasure in this quest. It is not only legal but also enriches the spirit, allowing one to immerse in cultural heritage. To return to the matter at hand, there was indeed a treasure within this antique shop. A copper teapot placed atop the 8 Immortals table, believed to be a product from the mid to late Ming dynasty. Chapter 74. The chamber pot used by Emperor Wanli. After a long day of searching, the patrons, to their disappointment, had not unearthed a single genuine artifact. Wang Xini, after a thorough inspection, shook her head and said, Boss Sun, It seems my friend was correct. Your shabby shop truly holds not a single genuine item. As a fellow dealer, I feel embarrassed for you. In my opinion, it might be best for you to close your doors and spare us antique dealers from disgrace. Antique shop owner Sun Honglei, with his neck stiffened, remained silent, and the two exchanged silent glances. At that moment, Yi Gucheng stepped in to mediate, saying, "Young Master Wang, your words are misguided. I believe there is indeed a treasure here, perhaps overlooked in your haste." Wang Xini, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, where is this treasure? Pray tell." Yi Gucheng raised a hand and pointed to the copper teapot on the table. "The treasure is this very teapot." Wang Xini leaned in for a closer look. Momentarily taken aback, the teapot's peculiar shape, larger than the average, with a spout that curved downward, was evidently unlike ordinary teapots. She turned to Sun Honglei and asked, "Boss Sun, where did you acquire this teapot? Do you use it for drinking tea?" Sun Honglei, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, "I did not buy it. It has been passed down through my family. My great-grandfather cherished it as a treasure, so I could not bear to part with it and use it for brewing tea." Yi Gucheng found amusement in Wang Xini's contemplative expression. Just then, Wang Wenjing approached, playfully saying, "Oh, big brother, stop keeping us in suspense. If you know something, just spill it." Yi Gucheng, stroking his chin with a satisfied demeanor, replied leisurely, "All right, since you insist, I shall not withhold the truth any longer. As I suspected, this is not a teapot for drinking tea, but rather a chamber pot." "What?" At this revelation, both Wang Xini and Wang Wenjing were left utterly astonished. Even Sun Honglei, upon hearing this, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Yi Gucheng explained, "Let me be frank. This seemingly innocuous teapot is actually a product from the mid to late Ming dynasty, specifically used by Emperor Wanli for his personal needs. During this period, there were 3 emperors, Jiajing, Longqing, and Wanli. Emperor Wanli, not only short in stature, standing at roughly 5 to 6 feet, but also physically impaired, had a right leg 7 centimeters shorter than his left, a condition akin to muscular dystrophy by modern medical standards. The ancient notion of a 7-foot man today translates to about 160 centimeters. Thus, Emperor Wanli's actual height was a mere 140 centimeters. Yi Gucheng paused before continuing. According to historical accounts, Emperor Wanli not only suffered from a leg ailment, but his male anatomy was also distinct, reportedly curving upwards, necessitating a specially crafted chamber pot for his use. A certain scholar named Gua, leading an archaeological team at Dingling, once excavated artifacts. But due to the primitive technology of the time, many relics were damaged as soon as they were unearthed, particularly paintings and porcelain. Upon hearing this, Sun Honglei could no longer contain himself and rushed to the restroom to vomit, the sounds of his retching audible even through the door. The patrons erupted in laughter, with the whimsical Wang Wenjing shaking with mirth, utterly devoid of any semblance of decorum. Observing this, Wang Xini shook her head and, with a hint of exasperation, said to Yi Gucheng, "Brother Yi, my sister is like this, rather silly. I hope you don't take offense." Wang Wenjing, with wide eyes, retorted, "You're the silly one. Your entire family is silly." The siblings began to bicker playfully, much to the amusement of the onlookers. About half an hour later, Sun Honglei emerged from the restroom, pallid and weak, and addressed them. "All right, esteemed guests, I concede defeat. I shall not charge you for this item. You may take it with you." The 3 exchanged knowing smiles. Yi Gucheng, not one to stand on ceremony, cradled the teapot and exited the antique shop. Upon returning to Wang Xini's establishment, the group dined while admiring the treasure Yi Gucheng had procured. Wang Wenjing asked, "Big brother, how much do you think this chamber pot is worth?" Yi Gucheng pondered before responding. "In our antiquities trade, the value of an item is generally determined by 2 factors, its condition and its provenance. Though this is merely an ordinary chamber pot, its association with Emperor Wanli of the Ming dynasty should fetch an 8-digit sum without issue." He then nudged the item toward Wang Xini. "Young Master Wang, you previously gifted me a piece of calligraphy. I cannot accept this without reciprocation. So I present this old artifact to you. While it may not reach 1,000,000,000 yuan, it should be quite close. I hope you will not take offense." Wang Xini nodded. "Very well, since you have put it that way, I shall not decline." Thus, the group continued to chat and laugh. As time passed, Yi Gucheng resolved to find accommodation, lest he be left without a place to sleep that evening. Wang Xini waved her hand, saying, "You have traveled all the way to Kyoto. How could I let you stay in a hotel? How about this? Why not move in with us? Our house is quite spacious, with ample food and drink, and you may stay as long as you wish." Wang Wenjing chimed in eagerly. Yes, big brother. You should come play at our home. My grandfather wishes to meet you. You cannot disappoint my grandfather's kind intentions." Seeing the siblings so insistent, Yi Gucheng felt it inappropriate to refuse and nodded in agreement. However, before that, he had another matter to attend to. He wished to purchase a vehicle for transportation in Kyoto and perhaps a modest place to stay. His lavish 3.5 billion yuan golden Rolls-Royce bore a license plate from Jinling City, which faced restrictions in Kyoto. If he drove it, it would be immediately impounded by the traffic police. Thus, he needed to acquire another car with a Kyoto license plate to navigate freely throughout the city. Additionally, property prices in Kyoto had been on the rise in recent years. Purchasing a home now would ensure future appreciation, a guaranteed profitable investment. Yi Gucheng shared his thoughts with them. Upon hearing this, Wang Xini found his words quite reasonable. In that case, I shall take you to the 4S dealership to purchase a vehicle. I am acquainted with the proprietor, and I can secure at least a 20% discount for you. Thus, the group set off towards the dealership. Before long, they arrived at an exclusive import car showroom situated in the Chaoyang district. Chapter 75. An impromptu purchase of a commuter vehicle. It must be said that the 4S dealership in Kyoto far surpassed its counterpart in Jinling in terms of grandeur. The expansive lobby showroom alone spanned 5,000 square meters, showcasing an array of top-tier luxury vehicles. Brands like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Land Rover barely registered on the radar here. The least expensive car in this establishment approached a staggering price of nearly 10 million, effectively categorizing the clientele. In Yi Gucheng's hometown, a small county with a population of around 10,000, merely driving a BMW 5 Series could evoke envy. Yet, within this import car showroom, the price of a BMW 5 Series might barely cover a single tire. Yi Gucheng's eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings, feeling acutely like a country bumpkin in the city. Compared to the affluent residents of Kyoto, he felt undeniably impoverished. Wang Xini, observing his awestruck expression, couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Su Chongqing, the sales manager, hurried over, respectfully greeting Wang Xini. "Greetings, young Master Wang. It is a pleasure to welcome you to our dealership." Wang Xini waved his hand dismissively. "I am not here to purchase a vehicle. Rather, my friend here is in search of one. My own garage is overflowing with cars." Su Chongqing nodded and turned to Yi Gucheng, inquiring, "May I ask, sir, what type of vehicle are you interested in?" Yi Gucheng, with a modest smile, replied somewhat sheepishly, "I am not particularly picky. I would prefer something more understated." Without hesitation, Su Chongqing led Yi Gucheng around the showroom, introducing him to the various models on display. "Here we have Ferraris, Aston Martins, and Lamborghinis, which I believe align perfectly with your character. Perhaps you might consider them?" Yi Gucheng hesitated. He had no desire for a supercar, as such vehicles were merely for show and courting attention. He wished to live modestly and accumulate wealth quietly. Su Chongqing, evidently an astute sales manager, could read the nuances of his client's demeanor and swiftly adjusted his approach. He guided Yi Gucheng to another section of the showroom. Upon closer inspection, Yi Gucheng realized that this area featured several globally limited edition luxury cars. Among them were a Bugatti Veyron, a Pagani Huayra, and a Lamborghini Veneno. It was evident that this dealership possessed formidable resources. Yi Gucheng approached the cars, running his hands over their sleek surfaces, appreciating their exquisite craftsmanship. "Manager Su, these vehicles appear quite appealing. What is the total cost for all three?" Su Chongqing's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. "Sir, surely you jest. These are limited edition luxury cars. The red Lamborghini Veneno alone has only 9 units worldwide, and with taxes included, the final price approaches 60 million. The other two vehicles are also quite costly, averaging around 40 million each." Yi Gucheng, feeling slightly overwhelmed, replied, "So, if I were to purchase all three, it would amount to approximately 140 million? Su Chongqing nodded in affirmation. Wang Xini, noticing Yi Gucheng's uncertainty, assumed he was concerned about his financial capacity and quickly interjected, "Do not worry, young Master Yi. As I mentioned earlier, I can arrange a 20% discount on any vehicle you choose. Furthermore, if your funds fall short, I can assist in covering the difference." However, Yi Gucheng's dilemma stemmed not from the cost, but from the difficulty of obtaining a license plate in Kyoto, which often required queuing and was not guaranteed. He pondered the prospect of acquiring these luxury cars only to find himself unable to register them, rendering them mere ornaments. After considerable thought, he resolved to purchase just one vehicle. "All right, I have made my decision. I will take the limited edition Lamborghini Veneno." With that, Yi Gucheng retrieved his bank card, and within a short span, the purchase was finalized. After applying the discount, the total came to just under 50 million, a remarkable bargain. Yet, he still harbored concerns regarding the license plate. "Manager Su, can your dealership assist in securing the necessary paperwork for this vehicle's license plate?" Su Chongqing promptly nodded. "Certainly. That is no problem at all. We can have the license plate ready within 3 days, if you desire. I can also arrange for a license number ending in 3/8, a lucky combination." Yi Gucheng was taken aback. "Is that truly possible? I thought securing a license plate in Kyoto was exceedingly difficult." Su Chongqing smiled and explained, "As a prestigious dealership, We maintain close relationships with the authorities at the Vehicle Management Office. A simple phone call suffices to resolve such matters without the need for queuing or lotteries. If you have a specific number in mind, just let us know, and it will be arranged in no time. Yi Gucheng couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it said that having connections in government makes things so much easier. Soon after, the necessary procedures were completed. Su Changqing instructed his staff to affix a temporary license plate to the Lamborghini, allowing Yi Gucheng to drive it away immediately. Wang Xini, unable to resist the temptation, also purchased an Aston Martin 1-77. As for Wang Wenjing, she was a fervent motorcycle enthusiast and had little interest in four-wheeled vehicles. Thus, Yi Gucheng and Wang Xini set off in their newly acquired cars, exiting the dealership. Wang Wenjing occupied the passenger seat, chattering away like a curious child, asking questions incessantly. However, Yi Gucheng preferred to concentrate on driving, responding to her queries with minimal engagement. Approximately half an hour later, the two cars came to a halt in front of a courtyard in the western district of Kyoto. After parking, Yi Gucheng entered the yard, discovering it to be steeped in antiquity, exuding a profound cultural atmosphere. The overall layout was quite ordinary, lacking any ostentation, especially when compared to the opulent villa he had purchased in Jinling. Yi Gucheng pondered, what could such an unremarkable courtyard possibly be worth? At that moment, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s and frail in stature, emerged to greet him. Though he walked with the aid of a cane, his spirit appeared undiminished, his complexion radiant. It was evident to Yi Gucheng that this gentleman was the grandfather of the Wang siblings. With a slight bow, the elderly man addressed Yi Gucheng. Thank you, dear sir, for rescuing my precious granddaughter from those mercenaries. I am profoundly grateful. Yi Gucheng returned the gesture, replying, there is no need for thanks. It is only fitting for a younger generation to assist the elders. The elder, Wang Weigua, nodded with a smile. As the saying goes, heroes emerge from youth. I see great potential in you, young man. Would you be interested in joining our Huaxia Dragon team? Without waiting for Yi Gucheng to respond, Wang Wenjing rushed over with great fervor, linking her arm with the old gentleman's and exclaiming, oh dear, you incorrigible old rascal. Meeting for the very first time? And you're already attempting to secure a job for someone? Isn't that a bit too eager? Moreover, this big brother is no ordinary man. He possesses no interest in power. Old Master Wang rolled his eyes and, maintaining his composure, retorted, humph, it's not mere boasting on my part. If he wishes to join the dragon team, I assure you, within 5 years, I shall have him donning the police uniform with badge number 00001. Standing shoulder to shoulder with that young rascal is Walengchen, the director of the Special Operations Department. Chapter 76. I also desire advancement. Yi Gucheng felt a jolt of surprise within. It appeared the old gentleman intended to assist him in his progress. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the substantial fortune I possess. Enough to sustain myself for a decade without worry. Even if you manage to secure me a top position in the dragon team, that meager salary would hardly suffice to fill the gaps in my life. Yi Gucheng merely smiled and remained silent. At that moment, Wang Xini waved her hand, summoning the family's maid to prepare an exquisite feast. For today, the Wang family was to host a distinguished guest. Seizing the opportunity before the dishes of leeks were served, Yi Gucheng addressed the elder. Old sir, I observe that you seem to have some difficulty with your legs. Might you have sustained an injury? It resembles a gunshot wound. Wang Weiguo was secretly astonished, pondering how this young man could discern the injury on his leg. And a gunshot wound at that. In truth, the old gentleman had participated in numerous military campaigns in his youth, enduring the trials of the anti-Japanese War, the Liberation War, and the Korean War, accumulating a wealth of combat achievements and countless enemy casualties. Naturally, he bore many wounds himself, including several shrapnel pieces that remained embedded in his leg to this day. Consequently, during inclement weather, he would experience excruciating pain. Noticing the old man's curiosity, Yi Gucheng nonchalantly remarked, ah, dear elder, my ancestors were renowned physicians, esteemed traditional Chinese doctors. However, the art is on the verge of extinction in my generation. The old gentleman inquired, puzzled, oh, and what might be the reason for that? Yi Gucheng scratched his head in resignation. Well, in my generation, I have become so impoverished that I cannot even afford to marry, hence the knowledge is fading away. Ha ha ha. Old Master Wang burst into hearty laughter at his words. Once his amusement subsided, he clapped Yi Gucheng on the shoulder and said, young man, do not be disheartened. In addition to arranging your career, I can also take care of your matrimonial pursuits. With unwavering confidence, the elder declared, I have conducted a discreet investigation into your background. You hail from Jinling, are 28 years old, and graduated from Huaxia University of Political Science and Law. By all accounts, your qualifications are commendable. There is no reason you should struggle to find a partner. Furthermore, you have even taken the civil service examination for the police force. Yet you did not attend the interview, leaving me curious about the reason behind this. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Gucheng replied, it's not that I lacked the desire. On my way to the interview, I unfortunately encountered a car accident, leaving me bedridden in the hospital for several months. Truly, it was a stroke of bad luck. The old gentleman nodded. Now, you claim that you can remedy my leg. Is that truly the case? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Yi Gucheng scoffed. Of course it is true. What would I gain by deceiving you? The elder hastily responded, if you truly can restore my health, allowing me to walk freely once more, I shall be exceedingly grateful. In Kyoto, no matter which young lady you fancy, I will surely assist in your union. Yi Gucheng found himself both amused and exasperated, perceiving the old gentleman's amusing nature. Meanwhile, Wang Wenjing seemed suddenly engulfed in jealousy, playfully scolding the elder. Oh, you old trickster. Can you not jest with Big Brother any further? If you do, I shall never speak to you again. Wang Xini quickly intervened. Sister, be gentle. Grandfather is of advanced age and cannot withstand such roughhousing. Yi Gucheng chose not to linger on the banter. Seizing the moment amidst their playful scuffle, he discreetly retrieved a bottle of spring water from his ring space, lacerated his palm, twisted open the cap, and infused the bottle with several drops of the blood of the celestial serpent. He then presented it to old Master Wang, saying, Elder, this is a precious spring water passed down through my family, possessing the miraculous ability to revive the deceased and mend broken bones. Moreover, for women, it offers rejuvenating and beautifying effects. Wang Weigua hesitated, incredulously asking, is it truly as wondrous as you claim? Yi Gucheng smiled. You shall know once you take a sip. With a surge of courage, Wang Weigua downed the entire bottle of spring water in one go. In mere moments, a miracle unfolded before their eyes. His once snow-white hair transformed into a rich, inky black. The deep-set wrinkles on his face diminished significantly. His posture straightened, and he no longer gasped for breath. The old gentleman appeared to have regained several decades of youth. In an instant, he cast aside his cane and began to stride energetically around the courtyard, leaving Wang Xini and Wang Wenjing utterly astonished. This was simply too outrageous, too surreal. Could it be that I am hallucinating? At that moment, the household maid brought forth a plethora of dishes. They reveled in laughter and merriment as they dined in the courtyard. After the meal, Wang Weigua invited Yi Gucheng to his study to admire his collection of antiques amassed over the years. Aware of Yi Gucheng's engagement in the antique trade, it was the perfect opportunity for them to engage in meaningful discourse. Led by the elder, Yi Gucheng entered a modest room, where he beheld an antique display case brimming with an array of exquisite porcelain, each piece of considerable value. There were artifacts from the Ming and Song dynasties, and even a few replicas that bore a striking resemblance. Yi Gucheng casually picked up a sky-blue roux porcelain, reciting, after the rain, the sky clears, revealing such colors for the future. This phrase was attributed to the inept Emperor Huizong of Song. It is said he dreamt at night, gazing upon the colors after a rainstorm, and subsequently ordered craftsmen to create such porcelain, symbolizing the flourishing of the nation akin to the clearing skies after rain. However, not only did his aspirations remain unfulfilled, but he ultimately became a captive of the Jurchens, his head severed and used as a drinking vessel, while the palace concubines fell victim to the Jurchens' whims. It could be said that he was utterly unfit for the role of emperor, causing harm to himself and others. And his historical evaluation paled in comparison to that of the Empress Dowager in later years. At least she had the audacity to wage war against the Eight-Nation Alliance, while this Emperor Huizong did not even dare to utter a peep. That evening, Yi Gucheng stayed overnight in the courtyard, and the night passed without incident. The following morning, after breakfast with the family, Yi Gucheng initially intended to explore Kyoto and seek out intriguing locales. However, Wang Xini received an urgent command from the Special Operations Department of the Dragon Team early that morning. All members were required to gather at the Dragon Team headquarters before 9 o'clock, with strict admonitions against tardiness or excuses, as violations would be dealt with under military law. Due to this order, Wang Weigua, having recently returned from overseas, could afford to rest for a spell. The elder addressed Yi Gucheng, young man. Why not seize this opportunity to visit our Dragon Team headquarters? It could greatly benefit your future endeavors. Perhaps it may even change your mind. Seeing the elder's earnest demeanor, Yi Gucheng did not decline, readily agreeing. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Chapter 77. The Dragon Team selection competition. Approximately an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt in front of the Dragon Team headquarters. At the entrance stood a dozen guards, each brandishing American carbines, their demeanor solemn and motionless, resembling statues, their gazes unwaveringly fixed ahead. Notably, their ranks were quite impressive. Yi Gucheng cast a cursory glance at the insignias adorning their chests and felt a jolt of surprise within. Among them was a colonel, 3 lieutenant colonels, and the rest held at least the rank of second lieutenant, equivalent to company and platoon-level officers. Moreover, the Dragon Team headquarters sprawled over several hundred acres. Situated within the second ring of Kyoto, the sheer value of such an expansive parcel of land was beyond comprehension. Gucheng mused silently, pondering the incomprehensible world of the affluent. As the group disembarked, Wang Xini stepped forward to present her credentials to the foremost guard. Upon reviewing the documents, the colonel returned them with a courteous nod. "Greetings, young Master Wang. As per regulations, you may enter. However, this unfamiliar individual cannot. I kindly request your cooperation." Wang Xini felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this and hastily explained, "This gentleman is my dear friend, and my father has expressly approved his presence. If you wish, you may contact my father for confirmation." The colonel refrained from further discussion and promptly connected a satellite call to Wang Weigua, the second-in-command of the Dragon Team. In no time, they were granted passage. The group ascended in the elevator, which took them all the way to the 99th floor. Inside, Wang Xini offered a brief explanation to Gucheng. The purpose of the assembly called by the first-in-command of the Dragon Team was, in fact, the triannual officer selection. All members of the Dragon Team were elite individuals meticulously chosen from the 5 major military districts of Huaxia. Each one was a seasoned warrior, possessing extraordinary skills, with none being undeserving of their reputation. This selection competition aimed to identify the top 10 among these masters for promotion. Traditionally, the top 3 would be awarded the rank of colonel, the middle 3 would receive the rank of lieutenant colonel, and the bottom 3 would be granted the rank of major. The last position would face elimination, though they would have the opportunity to challenge the top 9 for a chance to usurp their place. This was a classic case of the last in first out system. Given that the Wang siblings were both in civilian roles with limited prospects for advancement, they could only patiently accrue experience over time. Even if they persevered until retirement, the most they could hope for would be the rank of colonel. They were indifferent to their ranks, as their forebears, Wang Tianfeng and Wang Mufeng, both held the rank of major general, being pivotal figures within the Dragon Team. Additionally, they had a grandfather who was the second-in-command of the Dragon Team. In just 5 minutes, they arrived at the main hall of the Dragon Team headquarters. This hall served as the core of the Dragon Team, spanning over 60,000 square feet and bustling with a multitude of personnel, at least a couple of thousand. Gucheng gazed ahead to see a massive arena for martial arts competitions, roughly the size of a football field. Within the arena, numerous Dragon Team members were engaged in fervent sparring, their movements chaotic and lively. Nearby stood a burly man with dark skin, maintaining a vigilant watch. The rules of the competition mandated that strikes must be controlled. No one was permitted to inflict lethal harm. Should such an incident occur, regardless of rank or position, the individual would be immediately disqualified. In severe cases, they could even be expelled from the Dragon Team permanently. At the front of the hall, several grand chairs were positioned, occupied by Zuo, the director of the Special Operations Division, Wang Tianfeng, the secretary of the Special Operations Division, and Yu Yaowei, the deputy director of the same division. They were all familiar faces to Gucheng. He approached them with a greeting, "Hello, Director Zuo. Sister Yu. It's a pleasure to see you." Zuo, surprised to see him, waved his hand. "Ah, Mr. Yi, welcome to our Dragon Team headquarters for a visit." However, Yu Yaowei offered him no warm reception. Her face flushed with indignation as she retorted, "Humph, it's you again, that bothersome fellow. I wish I could give you a thorough beating to relieve my frustration." Gucheng playfully made a face at her and chuckled, "I must admit, your sentiment is quite amusing, but alas, you cannot best me. In the northern mountainous region of Myanmar, you couldn't land a single blow against me and were swiftly defeated." This remark left Yu Yaowei utterly blushing, and in a fit of rage, she sprang from her chair, unleashing a flurry of playful punches towards Gucheng's chest. "You despicable rogue, scoundrel, annoying pest. Why must I be acquainted with such a revolting individual?" Gucheng laughed heartily, unfazed by her antics. After all, he was protected by the shimmering scales of the rainbow serpent. Even a punch or a bullet would scarcely harm him. To onlookers, their playful banter appeared more like flirtation, especially for Zuo, who nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. "Goodness, am I seeing things? The so-called female tyrant of the Dragon Team, Yu Yaowei, possesses such a feminine side?" He vividly recalled a time when Yu Yaowei, as a fresh recruit, had dealt with several overzealous individuals who dared to lay hands on her, resulting in them being thoroughly beaten, with one even left incapacitated in the 3rd Military Hospital. Zuo was baffled as to what extraordinary influence this Gucheng wielded to bring the fierce Yu Yaowei to such submission. Their playful scuffle attracted the curiosity of many, some even daring to whistle. At that moment, Wang Tianfeng, oblivious to the underlying dynamics between them, remained silent. Zuo, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned to the pair and sternly said, "All right, enough of this, Yu Yaowei. Have you had your fun? You are, after all, the deputy director of the Special Operations Division. How can you act so childishly in public? Yu Yaowei pouted, it's not my fault. This brat is simply too infuriating. Wang Tianfang chuckled at her words, though he maintained his composure. Just then, Wang Wenjing approached him, inquiring, Uncle, where has my father gone? I haven't seen him around. Wang Tianfang's face brightened upon seeing his niece. Ah, you mean that rascal Wang Mufeng? I heard he left about half an hour ago to welcome a high-ranking official from the Kyoto military district. He should be returning shortly. Wang Wenjing, curious, asked, what does the official from the Kyoto military district want with our dragon team? We typically maintain a policy of non-interference. Wang Tianfang chuckled, well, who knows? It's simply a matter of responding to challenges as they arise. And as for your previous remarks, it would be best to keep such thoughts to yourself. We must maintain unity. Chapter 78, General Huang Yuan. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Yi Gucheng turned to observe a tall, middle-aged man striding purposefully toward them. This man not only possessed sharp, piercing eyes, but also exuded an aura of unwavering determination. He stood at least 6 feet tall. Wherever he went, the crowd gazed at him with faces filled with trepidation. Yi Gucheng was no fool. He quickly surmised that this individual held an extraordinary identity. He promptly activated the eye of the celestial serpent to scan the man's personal information. Soon, a stream of text materialized in Yi Gucheng's mind. Huang Yuan, male, 53 years old, current commander of the Kyoto military district, holding the rank of general and the foremost expert within the dragon team. He is also the only master-level martial artist in all of Huaxia, transcending the heavenly tier martial artists. His extraordinary ability is divine speed. When exerting his full strength, he can match the speed of light with absolute certainty. Below, additional familial details about Huang Yuan appeared. Yi Gucheng glanced through them, astonished to discover that he was still single, with no children to speak of. Wang Tianfang, Yu Yuwei, and Zuo Lengchen were the first to react, swiftly stepping forward to salute him. However, Huang Yuan merely nodded slightly, casting a glance at Yu Yuwei and Zuo Lengchen, while meeting Wang Tianfang's gaze with cold indifference, rendering Wang Tianfang exceedingly uncomfortable. At that moment, his brother Wang Mufeng hurried over, pulling Wang Tianfang and his siblings, Wang Xini and Wang Wenjing, aside. Yi Gucheng, observing this scene, couldn't he help but wonder if the Wang family had some unresolved grievances with this military official named Huang Yuan. He sank into a grand chair, silently watching the combat unfolding in the arena. Suddenly, the voice of Kai Lin in his mind grew tense. Master, this person's strength is unfathomable. His cultivation has reached the threshold of the nascent soul, equivalent to a master-level martial artist in Huaxia. It is likely that no one across the nation could be his match. Therefore, it would be wise to avoid any conflict with him, lest the consequences be dire. Yi Gucheng paused. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Is this Huang Yuan truly as formidable as you claim? Kai Lin retorted sharply. It is not that I doubt your abilities, but believe me, you would not last more than 2 or 3 exchanges before being swiftly dispatched, unless you retreat into the spatial confines of your ring and never emerge again. Feeling disheartened, Yi Gucheng replied, rest assured, I am no fool. I have no intention of provoking him without reason. After a brief conversation with Kai Lin, Yi Gucheng sought out the Wang family members. He approached the eldest, Wang Tianfang, and inquired, Brother Wang, may I ask if there exists any conflict between your family and General Huang Yuan? Why else would he seem to deliberately target you? Particularly your niece Wang Wenjing? Wang Tianfang furrowed his brow. What are you insinuating? I do not comprehend your meaning. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Gucheng recounted the events in Myanmar in detail. Especially, he highlighted the incident when he and Wang Wenjing, along with Yu Yuwei, had just arrived in Pingan City and had barely finished a meal before being ambushed by a group of unknown armed assailants. Initially, he had thought them to be a band of rogue warlords causing trouble. However, with his assistance, Wu Dan managed to defeat his old rival Cha-Chai. Following a thorough interrogation, Cha-Chai revealed that the soldiers who had attacked them were indeed government forces, allegedly acting on behalf of a high-ranking official in Huaxia. This mysterious figure had placed a bounty of $1 billion, specifically seeking the heads of Wang Wenjing and Yu Yuwei. Yi Gucheng speculated that perhaps Yu Yuwei's close association with the Wang family had incited the ire of that powerful individual, leading to this attempt to eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianfang's expression darkened, and he gravely addressed Yi Gucheng. Mr. Yi, is this truly the case? You assure me you are not deceiving me or jesting. Yi Gucheng scoffed. Do you truly think I would fabricate such a tale? If you choose not to believe me, then consider it as if I never spoke. Wang Tianfang's complexion paled instantly, revealing signs of fatigue and breathlessness. Wang Xini immediately patted his chest. Father, do not rush. Let us discuss this calmly. After a prolonged silence, Wang Tianfang let out a deep sigh and began to divulge a long-hidden secret. It turned out they had another sister, Wang Yuyan, who was the aunt of Wang Xini and Wang Wenjing. Huang Yuan's grandfather, Huang Jinhua, was of equal stature and influence as the patriarch of the Wang family. The two elders had once fought alongside the founding ruler of Huaxia, establishing their legendary reputations. They were brothers in arms. Having shared bloodshed in the trenches and meals from the same pot, their bond extraordinary. Eventually, they became two of the most prominent figures in the court, one in the military and the other in politics. Coincidentally, Wang Weigua had a daughter, Wang Yuyan, while Huang Jinhua had a solitary son, Huang Yuan. The two elders decided to unite their families through marriage to strengthen their ties. They even consulted a fortune teller regarding the union of their offspring. The fortune teller proclaimed that Wang Yuyan was of the water element and Huang Yuan of the gold element. Gold nurtures water, and should these two children unite, it would be a match made in heaven. Thus, the two elders joyously arranged the marriage. However, unexpected complications arose when Wang Yuyan, a fiercely independent woman, adamantly refused to marry a stranger she had never even met. On the day of the engagement banquet, she stealthily fled the Wang family home, leaving no trace of her whereabouts. Wang Yuan's departure brought great shame to the Huang family, leaving them humiliated in front of their relatives and friends. Huang Yuan felt as though his dignity had been trampled upon, and from that moment on, he harbored an intense hatred for the Wang family. Even Huang Jinhua severed ties with Wang Weigua, declaring their friendship irreparably broken. Logically, as former comrades in arms who had braved life and death together, they should not have allowed such petty grievances to fester. However, Huang Jinhua had only Huang Yuan as his heir, and such an insult to his family could not be tolerated. Thus, the two families became sworn enemies. Furthermore, during times of war, military power invariably outweighs political authority. A general wielding military might possess his absolute leverage in any realm. Yet, in times of peace, the dynamic shifts dramatically. Soldiers adept in combat can never triumph over scholars wielding the pen. Consequently, the Huang family's influence within the court far surpassed that of the Wang family. Should any political strife arise within the Wang family, the Huang family would seize the opportunity to exploit their weaknesses. This is precisely why the elder Wang Weigua maintained a low profile, rarely appearing in public unless absolutely necessary, and admonished his sons and grandchildren to conduct themselves discreetly, ensuring that the Huang family could find no incriminating evidence against them. For many years, this strategy had kept the peace. Chapter 79. Yi Gucheng requests to fight. Due to the fact that Wang Tianfeng and Wang Mufeng are both major generals, they form the backbone of the Dragon Group. Should Huang Jinhua rashly take action against them, it would undoubtedly incite the displeasure of the supreme leader of the Dragon Group. He might end up with nothing but disgrace, without even managing to touch the fox. Moreover, Wang Tianfeng's granddaughter, Wang Wenjing, has been engaged in scientific research in the beautiful country since her youth, leaving the Huang family with no opportunity to target her. As for the grandson, Wang Xini, he is discreet and passionately devoted to the antique trade, showing no interest in the political arena. Naturally, the Huang father and son would find it impossible to find an opportunity to act. Recently, amidst the turmoil in Huaxia, foreign hostile forces infiltrated the country in large numbers to steal state secrets, prompting the Dragon Group to enter a state of heightened alert. In fact, apart from the ninjas sent by the land of the rising sun, the beautiful country has spared no expense in deploying their most esteemed naval special forces to infiltrate the Huaxia Navy General Command, intending to steal detailed information regarding the Type 096 nuclear submarine. This operation was ominously dubbed the Decapitation Mission, as foreign media reported that Huaxia's newly developed Type 096 submarine could potentially surpass the beautiful country's Seawolf-class submarines. This was certainly something they did not wish to see. Hence the initiation of the Decapitation Mission. The one responsible for thwarting the beautiful country's special forces is none other than General Huang Yuan, who, single-handedly, has slain over 1,000 adversaries, nearly decimating the elite Navy SEALs. Wang Tianfeng sighed inwardly. Wang Xini, Wang Wenjing. It is not that I am unwilling to reveal the truth to you, but my father has repeatedly instructed me to refrain from discussing this matter with you. After all, your aunt, Wang Yuyan, has stirred up quite a mess, making it impossible for her to remain in the capital. It would be better for her to disappear far away. Do not go probing into her whereabouts, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind to you. Wang Xini and Wang Wenjing exchanged glances, a myriad of emotions swirling within them. Yi Gucheng felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation, realizing how small the world truly is, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, the selection competition for the Dragon Group was nearing its conclusion, and the top 10 candidates had emerged after rigorous evaluations. Zuolengchen handed the list to Wang Tianfeng, who examined it closely, astonished to find that the first name was Huang Chao, the cousin of Huang Yuan. His current strength has reached the threshold of a quasi-heavenly stage warrior, effectively placing him on the brink of entering the heavenly stage. If he continues to train for another 3 to 5 years, he may very well surpass Zuolingchen, the third-ranked martial genius within the dragon group. What a terrifying talent this child possesses. Wang Tianfeng could not help but gasp in awe. Beside him, Wang Mufeng jested, Director Zhua, you better step up your game, otherwise, your position as director may not be secure for long. Zuolingchen appeared nonchalant, seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. I have little desire for power. Who occupies this position is of no concern to me. As a martial artist, it is merely a matter of the capable being respected. If he truly surpasses me, I have no objections, for I do not wish to be seen as one who clings to a seat without merit. The others erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Curious. Yi Gucheng inquired, by the way, may I ask who the second-ranked expert in your dragon group is? Zuolingchen chuckled. That question is a bit tricky for me to answer. Oh, why is that? Zuolingchen pursed his lips, saying, because the second-ranked expert in our dragon group is not a single person, but rather 2 individuals. They were originally twin brothers who lost their parents at a young age and survived by performing on the streets, excelling in musical attacks. I happened to take notice of them and brought them under my wing. They can only unleash their maximum potential when their dual swords are combined. If one fights alone, they might not even be able to defeat an entry-level yellow stage warrior. It turns out that in the dragon group, the strength of martial artists is categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, with heavenly stage being the strongest and yellow stage the weakest. Above the heavenly stage exists the martial arts master. Among the 5 military districts of Huaxia, only General Huang Yuan has touched upon this threshold. As for yellow stage warriors, they are merely seen as gatekeepers within the dragon group. Strictly speaking, martial artists hold an exalted status, transcending ordinary individuals and even rising above the law, possessing terrifying powers beyond imagination. As the saying goes, rules are set by the strong. Hence, the existence of the dragon group is essentially to accommodate those with unique powers. Preventing them from wreaking havoc outside, it is better to have them join the dragon group to serve the nation. This can also be seen as a way to utilize talents effectively. After all, as long as a martial artist is registered in the dragon group, even if they do nothing, they receive a stipend every month. For instance, that pair of twin brothers earns a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, and with bonuses, they can make at least 500,000 yuan a year. What more could they ask for? Zuolingchen smiled, adopting a tone of consideration. Mr. Yi, I heard from Yue that you 2 once crossed paths, but she fell before you without managing to land a single blow. I suspect your strength may not be inferior to mine. If you are willing to join the dragon group, I could consider letting you take over my position. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must defeat Huang Chao. Yi Gucheng scoffed. Heh, aren't you just trying to test my capabilities? Speaking so flowery and seeking excuses? You almost had me convinced. Zuolingchen's face flushed, and he laughed awkwardly. I didn't expect you to see through me. So, what do you say? Will you grant me this favor? Yi Gucheng, resigned, spread his hands. All right, since you've put it that way, I suppose I cannot refuse. But I must make it clear, according to the rules of the martial world, I will hold back. I do not wish to take a life. Zuolingchen nodded. Of course, I will supervise your match closely, and should anything unusual arise, I will intervene immediately. Under his arrangement, Yi Gucheng confidently stepped onto the arena, instantly attracting countless gazes. In their minds, he was unfamiliar, seemingly not one of their dragon group members. Yi Gucheng regarded the young man across from him. Approximately in his 30s, with triangular eyes, a hawk-like nose, and a fierce demeanor that exuded an aura of malice. As the old saying goes, one's appearance reflects their heart. It was evident that he was a ruthless and calculating individual. Huang Chao, cousin of Huang Yuan, disdainfully regarded Yi Gucheng and arrogantly declared, Hey, where the hell did this fool come from? If you know what is good for you, scram before I get angry and spare you a life. Yi Gucheng narrowed his eyes, slowly extending a finger. Huang Chao frowned. You little brat, what do you mean by that? Yi Gucheng replied coolly. I will take you down in one move. His voice was not loud, yet it reverberated through the ears of all present like a clap of thunder. No way. Did I hear that correctly? This young man claims he can defeat the quasi-heavenly stage warrior Huang Chao in one move? Not only the others, but even Yue was taken aback. What on earth is this guy trying to pull? Chapter 80. I wish to purchase a house naturally. Yi Gucheng was not idle. He promptly employed the eye of the celestial serpent to delve into the details of Huang Chao. He discovered that Huang Chao's supernatural ability pertained to weak electricity. Having cultivated a low-level earth-tier martial art titled 3,000 Thunder Movements. This technique was divided into 3 tiers, Thunder Instant, Thunder Flash, and 3,000 Thunder Movements. Each tier further encompassed 3 minor realms, Subtlety, Ascendancy, and Great Achievement. Upon reaching the pinnacle of 3,000 Thunder Movements, One could summon a doppelganger mirroring their own strength, an extraordinary, almost celestial ability, effectively allowing one to engage in dual combat. Even if the doppelganger were vanquished, it would pose no detriment to the original, as it could be summoned anew after a period. Judging by Huang Chao's current prowess, he had barely attained the subtlety realm of Thunderflash. This posed no threat to Yi Gucheng. Otherwise, he would not have claimed he could defeat him in a single blow. Standing resolute, Yi Gucheng extended a finger, beckoning provocatively. Come, let us not waste time. I permit you to strike first. Incensed by this taunt, Huang Chao clenched his fists. A surge of silvery, minute currents coursed along his arms, culminating in his fist. Yi Gucheng nearly erupted with laughter. With such a feeble electrical current, he could scarcely be harmed. Even if he stood still and allowed the blow to land, he would not shed a single drop of blood. It was less potent than a standard self-defense taser, merely resembling a human-shaped electric baton. Huang Chao charged forward, aiming a fierce punch at Yi Gucheng's chest. The sound of a dull thud echoed as Yi Gucheng remained unmoved, taking the blow squarely. However, he sustained no damage, merely feeling as if he had been tickled. Now it's my turn, he sneered coldly, summoning his strength to deliver a punch to Huang Chao's abdomen. The latter soared several meters away, collapsing to the ground with a loud cry of agony. This spectacle left not only Zhuo Lingchen, Yu Wei, and the Wang family members astounded, but even General Huang Yuan could not suppress a raised brow, casting a gaze at Yi Gucheng that bore a hint of hostility. At this juncture, the referee, Yang Jian, promptly intervened. After confirming that Huang Chao had utterly lost the capacity to fight, he declared the duel concluded, with Yi Gucheng emerging victorious. To fell a quasi-heaven-tier warrior with a single strike indicated that Yi Gucheng's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary heaven-tier martial artist. It was even plausible that he had brushed against the threshold of martial arts mastery. Contemplating this, Zhuo Lingchen felt a surge of urgency. This young man was far from simple. He had concealed his true abilities from the outset. Such talent, if not recruited into the Dragon Group, would undoubtedly represent a significant loss. Thus, Zhuo Lingchen hastened forward, earnestly addressing Yi Gucheng. Mr. Yi, given your remarkable capabilities, why not lend your talents to our Huaxia Dragon Group? Are you aware that we possess the authority to act with impunity, with the power to determine life and death? Moreover, our positions provide a stable income, regardless of fiscal constraints. As long as the nation operates, the salaries of Dragon Group members are guaranteed, with no risk of delay. Many aspire to join but cannot. In response to Zhuo Lingchen's lengthy discourse, Yi Gucheng merely smiled nonchalantly. Director Zhuo, I appreciate your intentions, but I am accustomed to a life of freedom and ease, unable to abide by the regulations of your Dragon Group. Let us set this matter aside for now. I require time to contemplate. Upon hearing Yi Gucheng's response, Zhuo Lingchen refrained from further persuasion, retrieving a business card from his pocket. Mr. Yi, whenever you arrive at a decision, please contact the number on this card. The doors of the Dragon Group will always be open to you. Yi Gucheng smiled and accepted Zhuo Lingchen's card, affirming, certainly, Director Zhuo. Once I have pondered it thoroughly, I will reach out, especially since you have treated me well. However, today marks my first encounter with members of your Dragon Group. After departing from the Dragon Group headquarters, Yi Gucheng desired to meander through Kyoto alone. However, the clingy young lady, Wang Wenjing, insisted on accompanying him, claiming she feared he would get lost. Yi Gucheng smirked, thinking that in this age of advanced information, a glance at his phone's navigation would suffice to prevent any disorientation. He was hardly a child of 3. With Wang Wenjing adamant about tagging along, he conceded and drove over in his newly acquired Lamborghini Veneno, inviting her into the passenger seat. Wang Wenjing jubilantly leaped into the car, exclaiming, "Big brother, where are you planning to go?" Yi Gucheng replied, "To purchase a house, of course. Once I acquire a residence in Kyoto, I shall have a place to stay for future visits. By the way, do you have any good developments to recommend? The location must be prime, not too remote, and ideally should possess potential for value retention and appreciation. I certainly do not wish for the property price to plummet immediately after my purchase." Wang Wenjing tilted her head, pondering seriously before saying, "Well, considering what you've just mentioned, I do have a fantastic development to recommend. Not only is it well located within the second ring road, but the prices are remarkably low, about 20 to 30% cheaper than other developments. However, this particular project has an unusual reputation." Yi Gucheng inquired. "Unusual? In what sense? Please elaborate." Wang Wenjing pouted, "I cannot succinctly explain it. You'll understand once you see it for yourself." Yi Gucheng nodded. "Very well. Tell me the name of the development, and I shall navigate there on my phone." Wang Wenjing rolled her eyes at him. "No need for navigation. Just drive a few kilometers ahead and make a left turn." With that, Yi Gucheng wasted no time, revving the engine and accelerating as if shot from a bow. Within 5 minutes, they arrived at the development. Under the guidance of the sales staff, Yi Gucheng parked across the street. The two exited the vehicle and followed a female sales representative into the sales office lobby. Upon entering, Yi Gucheng discovered that the development was called Shofu Yipin. It was reportedly inspired by the luxurious villa district of Tangchen Yipin in the Magic City, hence its name. Strangely, the sales office was not bustling with customers. Only a handful of individuals occupied the space, and it was uncertain whether they were genuine buyers or mere pawns. Yi Gucheng's curiosity piqued. He mused that this was a property within Kyoto's second ring, and yet the number of prospective buyers seemed remarkably low. This was decidedly illogical. Just then, a strikingly beautiful young woman approached them. As Yi Gucheng and she locked eyes, they simultaneously gasped, "What are you doing here?" Wang Wenjing, bewildered, nudged Yi Gucheng's arm and asked, "Big brother, do you two know each other?" Yi Gucheng chuckled and nodded. Indeed, this lovely lady was once the belle of Jinling University, without question. Chapter 81. The Haunted House of Horrors. As it turned out, this enchanting young woman was named Muqing Wan, the daughter of parents engaged in the real estate business in Kyoto. Her family owned several villas and even a seiyuan, marking her as a genuine young heiress. Moreover, she was undeniably beautiful, standing at a height of 175 meters and weighing around 45 kilograms. With her cherry-like lips, slender waist, and long legs, she possessed every desirable feature. Yi Gucheng recalled his university days in Jinling, where countless wealthy suitors and young aristocrats pursued her, circling the playground twice over. However, Yi Gucheng remained indifferent to her, seldom engaging with her. It was not due to any issues with his orientation. After all, what man does not appreciate beauty? Yet, having lost both parents at a young age and burdened by poverty, he dared not entertain such thoughts. His financial struggles inevitably fostered a sense of inferiority within him. Lacking wealth, any aspirations would be futile, only serving to increase his troubles. After a moment of reflection, Yi Gucheng quickly composed himself and turned to Muqing Wan, inquiring, "This development is initiated by your family, is it not? Are there any available units? I wish to purchase a property in a prime location for investment. The price is of little concern, but I prefer something with potential for appreciation. I would rather not acquire a property only to see its value plummet shortly thereafter." Muqing Wan was taken aback, exclaiming, "Yi Gucheng, are you joking? This is property within the second ring road of Kyoto, far superior to your small county back home. The cheapest unit in our development is priced at 150,000 yuan per square meter." It was not that Muqing Wan looked down on him. Rather, after spending 4 years as university classmates, she had a certain understanding of him. In her memory, Yi Gucheng had always been an orphan, never spending more than 20 yuan on meals each day to make ends meet for tuition and living expenses. She often saw him working part-time in a cafeteria outside the school. Therefore, it was hard for her to believe that he would one day dare to claim he wanted to buy property in Kyoto. Wang Wenjing, overhearing the conversation, interjected defiantly, "Humph. Don't underestimate him. My big brother isn't as impoverished as you think." She pointed at the parking lot across from the sales office. "Take a good look at that black Lamborghini Veneno. It costs 60 million yuan, and he bought it outright." Muqing Wan followed her and gasped at the sleek Lamborghini. Her mouth agape. "Heavens, Yi Gucheng, is that luxury vehicle truly yours?" Yi Gucheng, with a hint of bravado, retrieved a set of car keys from his pocket and waved them in front of her. "What do you think? Now do you believe me?" Muqing Wan nodded repeatedly, as if pecking at grains. Yi Gucheng retracted the keys and remarked nonchalantly, "Now, could you recommend some properties from your development?" She eagerly replied, "Certainly. The best properties are located near Mutant Mountain, with 3 towers, each boasting 66 stories. Each floor averages about 400 square meters, and since they are fully furnished, the price is 200,000 yuan per square meter. Of course, if you purchase multiple units, I can offer you some discounts." After calculating on his phone, Yi Gucheng realized that a single unit would cost around 80 million yuan. If he were to buy an entire building, it would amount to over 5 billion yuan. It wasn't he exorbitant, really. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Muqing Wan, "For the sake of our old friendship, I shall buy you an entire building. Could you please calculate how much that would be?" "What?" Muqing Wan exclaimed, nearly dropping her jaw in disbelief. "Are you certain you haven't made a mistake? An entire building has 66 stories, totaling at least over 5 billion yuan. Even with a 5 discount, it would still be 5 billion. Yi Gucheng chuckled amiably. "Yes. You heard correctly. I do intend to purchase an entire building. After all, it is an investment. Why not acquire a bit more?" In truth, he had contemplated purchasing all 3 buildings, but feared such a move would be too ostentatious. He preferred to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Wang Wenjing, on the other hand, was unfazed, having witnessed her brother's capabilities. Even if Yi Gucheng claimed he intended to purchase a small asteroid, she would not have been surprised. Nevertheless, Mu Qingwan remained skeptical and tentatively asked again, "Are you serious?" Yi Gucheng, not wishing to waste time, produced a bank card and tossed it before her. "Take this and process the payment. 5 billion should suffice." Having sold a substantial piece of glass-like imperial green jade recently, after deducting international transfer fees, Yi Gucheng still had over 50 billion euros left. Such a sum was trivial for acquiring a building. Trembling, Mu Qingwan accepted the card and proceeded to process the transaction on the POS machine. Within 3 seconds, she heard a soft chime. The 5 billion had been credited. Glancing at the POS machine, she confirmed the swift transaction. Her astonishment mingled with a growing sense of unease. Yi Gucheng noticed her expression was somewhat askew. "What is the matter? I've just facilitated a major business deal for you. You should be elated. Yet, you appear to be troubled. What is going on? Can you share it with me?" After a moment's hesitation, Mu Qingwan summoned her courage and confessed, "I'm sorry, I don't wish to deceive you. I will be frank." As she hesitantly recounted the tale, Yi Gucheng began to grasp the gravity of the situation. It turned out that every property developed by her family in recent years had, without exception, turned into a cursed abode. Almost every buyer had encountered misfortune, some losing limbs, others their lives. For instance, a solitary woman had inexplicably died in her home, her body dismembered into over 1,000 pieces. With authorities unable to recover all remains after extensive searches, 2 young men, upon moving into their new home, experienced a series of bizarre occurrences, finding metal wires in their meals and an unexpected outpouring of hair from the toilet. Most disturbingly, while bathing together, they felt as if eyes were watching them from the bathroom mirror. Not long after, their decaying bodies were discovered in the rooftop water tank. The Chaoyang District Police even established a special task force, vowing to crack the case within a month. Yet, years later, the string of homicides remained unresolved. While the negative rumors spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge, many speculated that the properties were ill-fated, attributing it to the absence of a feng shui master during development. Others claimed they were haunted. Despite offering these properties at 20 to 30 below market value, not a single unit sold, driving Mu Qingwan's parents' real estate company to the brink of bankruptcy. Naturally kind-hearted, Mu Qingwan, though from a wealthy family, did not possess the temperament of a spoiled princess. Hence, she felt compelled to reveal the haunting circumstances to Yi Gucheng, lest she unwittingly lead him into a perilous situation. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, "Is that all? I thought it was something more significant." Mu Qingwan, somewhat taken aback, asked, "Aren't you afraid of ghosts?" Yi Gucheng curled his lip in disdain. "What is there to fear about ghosts? No matter how terrifying they may be, can they be more frightening than a human? Besides, I am a ghost myself." "Ah." Both Mu Qingwan and Wang Wenjing gasped in astonishment. Yi Gucheng then added with a hint of sarcasm, "A poor ghost." Chapter 82. Casually acquiring a courtyard house. By this time, it was around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Mu Qingwan suggested inviting Yi Gucheng and Wang Wenjing to her home for a visit, along with a dinner invitation. Naturally, Yi Gucheng could not refuse the request of the campus belle. Thus, the 3 of them climbed into Mu Qingwan's Maserati and drove away from the sales office. Not only was the girl's car fragrant, but it also bore the scent of an unknown perfume. Moreover, a few bobblehead SpongeBob figures adorned the dashboard. Before long, they arrived at a traditional courtyard house. As they exited the vehicle, a middle-aged woman resembling a maid came out to greet them. This woman was Zhang Mama, the housekeeper of Mu Qingwan's family, who had served them for nearly 30 years. Mu Qingwan spoke softly to her. "Zhang Mama, today we have 2 esteemed guests. Please prepare a meal and open a few bottles of fine wine for them." Zhang Mama nodded amiably. "Of course, I will take care of that right away." Once Zhang Mama departed, Mu Qingwan entered the main hall to check if her parents were home. After about a minute, she emerged with a beautiful young woman, her mother, Lin Pingji. Though she was now in her 40s, her impeccable maintenance made her appear no older than 30. Mu Qingwan sweetly introduced, "Mom, this young man is my university classmate Yi Gucheng. You may not know, but he used to be quite poor, with a daily allowance of less than 20 yuan. However, it seems he has engaged in some substantial business, as he has just spent 50 billion to purchase an entire building from our development." Lin Pingji furrowed her brow. "Dear, have you informed your classmate about the haunted house? We must not deceive anyone in business. Otherwise, we would be causing them harm." Mu Qingwan nodded. "Rest assured, I have already told him, but he seems utterly unconcerned. Perhaps he truly has no fear of ghosts." Lin Pingji, still uneasy, kindly advised Yi Gucheng, "Young man, are you certain you have thought this through? If anything were to happen to you, do not blame us for not warning you." Yi Gucheng waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, I may lack many virtues, but I am tough-skinned. Even if that building were truly haunted, I wouldn't be afraid of its antics." His words elicited laughter from Wang Wenjing, who stood nearby. Just then, The maid brought out a plate of appetizers, consisting of fried dough rings and bean juice. Lin Pingji introduced, "You two should try one of Beijing's 13 culinary wonders, fried dough rings with bean juice. It's quite delicious." Wang Wenjing, being a local, was no stranger to these delicacies. She confidently sat down, dipped a fried dough ring into the bean juice, and savored it. Yi Gucheng, enticed by the sight, imitated her, dipping a ring into the bean juice and taking large bites, enjoying the sweet and sour flavor. The three of them chatted while eating, discussing trivial matters. Throughout the conversation, Lin Pingji subtly probed into Yi Gucheng's life, his current business, annual income, and whether he was dating anyone. Yi Gucheng, not a fool, refrained from divulging too much information, merely stating that he owned an antique shop in Jinling, earning just enough to get by, and that he was still single. Wang Wenjing noticed Lin Pingji's contemplative expression, feeling something was amiss. Who says the big brother has no girlfriend? Am I not a girl? She thought. Auntie, he is already taken, so I advise you not to pursue him. Lin Pingji's face turned red with embarrassment upon hearing this. Mu Qingwan then inquired, "By the way, where's Dad? Why isn't he home?" Lin Pingji sighed. "Oh, it's a long story. Our family currently owes the bank 50 to 60 billion in loans, including interest. It's nearly 80 billion. The bank's collection agents come knocking daily. I dare not tell you, so please stay away and remain at the company." Mu Qingwan's heart sank. Will Dad be all right? Could those collectors harm him? Lin Pingji shrugged. That won't happen. They only want money, not lives. If they were to push your father too far, they wouldn't get a dime. Yi Gucheng found this amusing, pondering the absurdity. In this day and age, if you owe the bank 1,000 yuan, they treat you like a child, but if you owe 1,000 billion, they treat you like royalty, ensuring your comfort for fear you might take drastic measures. Lin Pingji continued, "We are not the type to default on our debts. We were doing well in real estate until this unfortunate turn of events left us unable to sell even a single property. Your father plans to sell this courtyard house to raise some funds to cover our interest payments. As for the principal, we will figure something out. Fortunately, he owns several villas outside the second ring road, which we intend to keep as your dowry. Those must never be sold." Yi Gucheng felt a sense of melancholy. Here he was, a young man with hundreds of billions in his account, yet feeling utterly destitute compared to the worth of those villas in Kyoto. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned to Lin Pingji and asked, "Auntie, how much would it cost if I wanted to purchase this courtyard house?" Lin Pingji paused. "Well, that's not out of the question. We do intend to sell it anyway. However, this courtyard has 7 entrances and is said to have once belonged to a prince, with over 300 rooms and an actual usable area exceeding 10,000 square meters." Yi Gucheng waved his hand impatiently. "Enough with the details. Just tell me how much you are willing to sell it for." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Pingji quietly replied, "At least 60 billion. How does that sound? With this amount, our debt would decrease by 2/3. The remainder could be gradually settled. This way, neither of us would have to worry about debts. Of course, if you find it too expensive, I could lower the price by 5 or 10 billion. Yi Gucheng pondered for a moment and sensed something was off. "That seems a bit steep. Let us do this. A flat rate of 50 billion, plus the 50 billion I spent on your building earlier. In total, you would have made 100 billion, which is more than enough to settle your bank debts." Lin Pingji gritted her teeth and agreed. "All right, I'll sell. When can we expect that money to be transferred to our company's account?" Yi Gucheng extended a finger and calmly stated, "Within a minute." Chapter 83, Encountering a Ghost. After finalizing the price, Yi Gucheng summoned a nearby real estate agent to draft a contract. Given that this was a property transfer agreement worth a staggering 5 billion yuan, meticulousness was paramount, hence the need for professional assistance. In the grand scheme of things, the additional brokerage fee, a mere few tens of thousands of yuan, was insignificant to Yi Gucheng. Once the contract was signed, he promptly transferred the exact amount of 5 billion yuan to Lin Pingji's designated bank account. Not a penny more, not a penny less. The entire transaction took merely a minute. Before he realized it, the clock struck 10 in the evening. Having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, Yi Gucheng glanced down at his watch to find that it was indeed getting late. He unsteadily rose to his feet, bidding farewell to Mu Qingwan and Lin Pingji. Turning to Wang Wenjing, he remarked, "Miss, you needn't follow me any longer. Go back to your own home and enjoy yourself. It's unbecoming for a young lady like you to be trailing behind a man like me. Are you not concerned about your reputation?" Wang Wenjing pouted, "Humph, big brother. You clearly disdain me. Am I such a burden in your eyes? Do you think I am unworthy of your company?" Yi Gucheng shook his head, saying, No, that's not my intention. I am simply accustomed to my own freedom and solitude, and I hope you can understand." Upon hearing his words, an inexplicable pang of sorrow welled up in Wang Wenjing's heart. With tears welling in her eyes, she timidly called out, "Big brother, I shall take my leave now. Do take care of yourself. Perhaps we can play together again when time permits." Yi Gucheng smiled, assuring her, certainly, certainly. Wang Wenjing gazed at him earnestly before reluctantly hailing a taxi to return home. Yi Gucheng too prepared to depart, not feeling any urgency to occupy the courtyard home just yet, allowing the family some time to vacate. At that moment, Mu Qingwan interjected, having consumed so much alcohol. Look at you. You're in no condition to drive. The traffic police in Chaoyang district are quite stringent about drunk driving. Let me give you a ride to avoid any trouble. Yi Gucheng, not one to refuse, reached into his pocket and handed her his car keys. Mu Qingwan took the wheel of his Lamborghini Veneno and drove him to the foot of a foreboding building. As Yi Gucheng looked up, he noticed the structure was shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie aura, resembling a ghostly edifice. A chilling breeze swept past, sending shivers down his spine. And despite his bravado about fearing no ghost, he could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Humanity has always harbored reverence for the unknown. He quickly grasped Mu Qingwan's hand, urging, please don't rush off just yet. Accompany me upstairs first. Mu Qingwan rolled her eyes. Oh please. I thought you weren't afraid of ghosts. Who knew your courage was so feeble that you needed a frail girl like me for support? Fine, I'll accompany you upstairs. If we do encounter a ghost, at least I can keep you company and prevent any vengeful spirits from haunting me. Thus, the two of them cautiously entered the haunted building. The surrounding silence was unnerving, so profound that they could distinctly hear each other's breaths. After taking just a few steps, Yi Gucheng felt as though he had stepped on something. Looking down, he discovered a tattered identification card lying on the ground. The upper right corner had been snipped off, yet the text remained legible. Bending down to pick up the ID, he focused his gaze on it. The card belonged to a girl named Lu Sueki, born in 1996. Of Miao ethnicity, hailing from the Miao region. Yi Gucheng calculated that this young woman was about 17 years old, at the prime of her youth. The unfiltered photo on the ID captured her pure, stunning beauty, reminiscent of the character Xiaolong from television dramas, evoking a protective instinct within him. It was worth noting that it was an unedited photo, making one wonder just how breathtaking she must have been in person. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yi Gucheng suddenly felt the ominous atmosphere lift slightly. Noticing his dazed expression, Mu Qingwan grew curious and leaned in for a closer look. This action prompted her to scream, startling Yi Gucheng to the brink of panic. What the hell? Why are you screaming like that? You nearly scared me to death, he exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Mu Qingwan trembled as she explained, this Lu Sueki girl was the one who died in this building. Only the identification of a deceased person would have a corner cut off, which means she has long since passed away. Yi Gucheng's heart skipped a beat, instinctively tossing the idea away. May I ask how she died? And is she perhaps now fixated on us? Mu Qingwan stuttered, if you ask me. Who am I to tell? This is a homicide case, and since it remains unsolved, the police have kept tight-lipped about the details. They may have even closed the case. Besides, Lu Sueki was just an ordinary girl, without wealth or influence, and her relatives have shown no interest in pursuing the matter. Following the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, the police likely decided to abandon the investigation. Yi Gucheng swallowed hard. Well then, tonight, I shall reluctantly find a hotel to stay in. I'm still young. I do not wish to meet my end just yet. Resolutely, he seized Mu Qingwan's hand, and they bolted. As they reached the entrance, they found the two glass doors slamming shut with a resounding bang. No matter how hard they pushed, they could not open them, as if an invisible force had sealed them. Yi Gucheng felt like crying. What kind of situation is this? I merely wanted to buy a house and ended up encountering a ghost. Talk about terrible luck. Mu Qingwan, in a fit of despair, began to sob uncontrollably. What do we do? What do we do? We can't possibly die in this building, can we? Woo woo woo. I'm a girl. And I've never even been in a relationship. It's so unfair to die like this. Yi Gucheng found himself at a loss for words, bewildered by her melodrama. They were still alive and well. Why invoke such doom upon themselves? He pulled out his phone, only to find it was devoid of any signal, rendering it useless for making a call. A wave of helplessness washed over him, compounded by the presence of a weeping girl beside him. He gently patted her on the back, offering soothing words. All right, please stop crying. You still have me, don't you? Even in death. I will ensure I go before you. Rest assured, I will never betray you. Hearing his words, Mu Qingwan felt somewhat reassured, gradually ceasing her tears. Chapter 84. Yi Gucheng versus the ghost Lu Sueki. The two of them bolstered each other's courage and headed towards the elevators. However, both the freight and passenger elevators in the building were out of service, leaving them with no means of ascent. Yi Gucheng stood outside the elevator, pressing the button repeatedly with no response whatsoever. Observing this, Mu Qingwan timidly suggested, why don't we find a random room on the first floor to hide in for the night? By morning, perhaps that female ghost won't be able to hold us captive any longer. In her recollection, ghosts were generally fearful of light, especially sunlight. Yi Gucheng retorted with irritation. Look at you, acting like a coward. It's merely a ghost. What is there to fear? I have lived for 2 or 3 decades without committing a single misdeed, consistently performing acts of kindness and donating generously. I refuse to believe a ghost can harm me. Mu Qingwan mumbled under her breath. You're just bragging. Who knows if what you say is true? Yi Gucheng waved his hand dismissively, believe it or not. With that, he grasped Mu Qingwan's small hand and turned to ascend the stairs. He intended to sprint straight to the rooftop, where he hoped to find a signal to call for help. After all, the two of them were living beings. How could they succumb to the need to urinate? Thus, Yi Gucheng and Mu Qingwan slowly climbed the staircase. Initially, it was manageable, but after ascending over 10 flights, they began to pant heavily. The building stood at over 60 stories, and reaching the top in one go was a feat few could accomplish. As they continued, Yi Gucheng sensed something amiss. Despite having climbed nearly 20 flights, the numbers at the stairwell corners remained unchanged, oscillating between a few digits. This indicated that they had been circling in place all along. Frustrated, Yi Gucheng muttered, You wicked ghost, utterly lacking in honor. I did not wrong you. Why target me? Do I have a grudge against you? He resolved to ascend a few more flights, and if the situation persisted, he would simply endure the night in the stairwell and depart in the morning. He would seek out a powerful sorcerer to exorcise this ghost. After all, he had invested 50 billion in his property, and losing such a sum would be more painful than a flesh wound. Suddenly, Yi Gucheng felt a twinge of unease and turned around, only to discover that Mu Qingwan had vanished without a trace. He hurriedly searched up and down the stairs, but after a thorough search, he found not a single feather. Damn it, where did that girl run off to? In the blink of an eye, she had completely disappeared. A sense of frustration welled within him. At that moment, a slight figure appeared in the corridor across from him, swiftly approaching. The individual moved with such speed that it seemed as though they were gliding. Within moments, the figure stood before Yi Gucheng. As the light illuminated the figure, he realized it was a captivating young woman, the very one whose identification card he had found earlier. Although surprised, Yi Gucheng felt no fear, bolstered by his innate powers and the possession of extraordinary flames, along with a divine spatial ring. Even the elite ninjas from the land of the rising sun could not contend with him, let alone a mere ghost. Calmly, he addressed her. Hey, little sister. Your name is Lu Sueki, right? Why are you roaming about at this hour instead of sleeping? Lu Sueki paused momentarily before responding in a haunting tone. Big brother, I am a ghost. Don't you know that ghosts do not require sleep? Yi Gucheng scratched his head. Oh, is that so? Tell me, has my friend been taken by you? You had better return her quickly, or I won't hesitate to be unkind. Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki became incensed. Humph. What can an ordinary person like you possibly do against me? Do you believe that with a mere flick of my finger, I could not bring about your demise? Yi Gucheng scoffed. Such arrogance. Come at me then. Let me see what you're truly capable of. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Sueki's eyes turned blood red, and her fingernails elongated dramatically as she lunged at Yi Gucheng, claws outstretched. Yi Gucheng, observing her ferocity, merely sneered and stood his ground, allowing her to come at him unimpeded. The sharp claws of the ghost repeatedly slashed at his body, creating a cacophony of tearing sounds. Soon, his newly purchased Armani suit was in tatters, yet he remained unscathed. However, this destruction of his attire caused him great distress. Damn it, could you be a little gentler? This suit cost me over 50,000. Even selling you wouldn't cover the loss. He looked at his shredded suit with a heartache akin to a bleeding wound. Seeing Yi Gucheng unharmed, Lu Sueki was equally astonished. You are a martial artist. Yi Gucheng proudly tossed his hair back. Of course. You should consider who you dare to target. Now you realize that you are no match for me, don't you? Lu Sueki bit her lip, defiantly replying. So what? Even if I cannot harm you, you can do nothing to me, for I am a ghost. No matter what physical means you employ, you cannot touch me. Yi Gucheng conceded her point. Ghosts possessed the greatest advantage in their ability to transcend physical boundaries, flying freely while human-made weapons could not affect them. Unless one were a specialized exorcist with consecrated artifacts, they were beyond reach. The issue was that Yi Gucheng possessed neither of these, nor had he practiced any spells. Nevertheless, this did not deter him. After all, he bore an extraordinary flame, reputed to be the primordial fire of the universe. Perhaps this unique fire, born of heaven and earth, could directly assault the ghost's essence. With this thought, he summoned the falling star flame within him, and an ominous aura emanated from his body. A milky white flame coalesced in his palm. What? You possess extraordinary fire. Who are you? Yi Gucheng remained silent, opening his palm as the flames split into hundreds of fiery little serpents that lunged at the ghost. Lu Sueki was taken aback, hastily turning to flee. However, these fiery serpents were endowed with tracking capabilities, rendering her efforts futile. Moments later, countless fire serpents cornered Lu Sueki, encircling her completely. Yi Gucheng, witnessing this, chuckled and strolled over confidently. "Hey there, young lady, do you concede now?" Lu Sueki pouted, initially intending to retort. But the fire serpents before her bared their fangs, ready to pounce at Yi Gucheng's command, threatening to consume her entirely, leaving not a single bone behind. It must be noted that the falling star flame ranked among the top 10 extraordinary flames, possessing immense power. In addition to inflicting harm on physical beings, it possesses the ability to incinerate entities of a spiritual nature entirely. Now, as for the ghostly figure of Lu Sueki, she had already met her demise once. Should she perish again, it would result in the scattering of her soul, leaving her bereft of the chance for reincarnation. Panic seized Lu Sueki as she feared the true obliteration of her essence, for she yearned to be reborn as a human once more. With tears streaming down her face, she implored, "Big brother, I beseech you to spare me. I do not wish to die. I understand you met an unjust end, and I never intended to harm you. However, your recent actions were rather unscrupulous, which vexed me, prompting my decision to show you a glimpse of my ire." Yi Gucheng, with an air of tranquility, inquired, "Pray tell, how did you meet your end? Who was responsible for your demise?" Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki's tears flowed freely. "I was merely an ordinary girl from Yaojiang. 3 years ago, I journeyed to the capital in search of employment, but alas, my lack of credentials rendered me undesirable to any company. One day, while scavenging for bottles in the park, I was approached by a rather handsome young man. He not only bestowed upon me several hundred yuan, but also treated me to a meal, assisted in securing a rental, and even covered 6 months of my rent. Thus, we became acquainted and embarked on a romantic relationship." Yi Gucheng, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Since you cohabited, did you not create any little ones?" Lu Sueki shot him a disapproving glance. "Big brother, your thoughts are rather base. I would not so easily surrender myself. After all, our Miaojiang tradition dictates that such intimacy is reserved for the wedding night." Yi Gucheng nodded thoughtfully, "And what transpired thereafter? I surmise your boyfriend must have grown discontented." "Indeed, you are correct," Lu Sueki replied, her head drooping in despair. "Ever since I rebuffed him, he transformed entirely, often vanishing for days on end, ignoring my calls and evading me." Yi Gucheng chuckled. "This is a common tactic employed by men, to keep you dangling, making you feel as if your very soul is lost. Once they have sufficiently whetted your appetite, they are emboldened to act without fear of your resistance." Lu Sueki, puzzled, questioned, "Big brother, how do you possess such insight? Do you treat other girls in this manner?" Yi Gucheng retorted sharply, "Spare me your wild imaginings. Do I appear to be that sort of person? Besides, I have lived my life without ever dating a girl. I am still a solitary soul." Lu Sueki regarded him with skepticism. "Then how do you understand it so well?" Yi Gucheng smirked, "Because I, too, am a man. It is among our kind that true understanding resides." "Ah, I see." Lu Sueki nodded in comprehension, which left Yi Gucheng feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. "Enough of this banter. Please get to the crux of your tale and do not squander my time." Through her fragmented narrative, Yi Gucheng gleaned the essence of her story. The young man, with his striking yellow hair, worked as a security guard for an entertainment company in the capital, earning a meager 5,000 to 6,000 yuan monthly. However, with no place to call his own, after deducting rent, utilities, and various living expenses, the sum barely sufficed for his own sustenance, let alone supporting Lu Sueki's daily needs, leading to inevitable financial strain. Ultimately, with nothing to gain, he would rather flee than face the consequences. Several months later, this young man approached Lu Sueki again, claiming he had secured her a promising job as a salesperson at a real estate firm. Initially, Lu Sueki felt a flicker of hope, believing he had had a change of heart, and without a second thought, she accompanied him to the company for an interview, which she passed with ease. However, not long after, one fateful night, her boyfriend lured her and another young woman to the building, where they were brutally assaulted by him and a group of over 10 individuals. To add to their plight, a mysterious geomancer appeared, performing a ritual that ensnared their souls within the confines of the building, thus resulting in the haunting. Yi Gucheng, upon hearing the tale, could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Indeed, humanity often proves to be the most terrifying of all, particularly those with malicious hearts, far more ruthless than any specter. Yet Lu Sueki seemed unfazed, for she had already exacted her revenge. The one who had wronged them had met his end at their hands, his body dismembered and discarded in the sewers, likely reduced to mere remnants by now. However, the geomancer had placed a curse upon them, binding their souls to the building and preventing their reincarnation. To vent her pent-up resentment, Lu Sueki resorted to unleashing her fury upon the living, inflicting grievous harm upon anyone who dared enter the edifice, with particularly handsome men becoming her primary targets. Yi Gucheng regarded Lu Sueki with a frown, expressing his discontent. "It is not my fault for being handsome. You cannot indiscriminately unleash your grievances upon the innocent due to your past suffering. That is most unjust. Lu Sueki, in a subdued tone, conceded, I understand my wrongs. Big brother, could you assist me in locating that detestable geomancer? I implore him to lift the curse upon us, so we may escape this wretched place. I cannot bear to remain here any longer. Yi Gucheng felt a stirring in his heart, suddenly recalling something. Wait, do you have an accomplice? Yes, her name is Bai Yao, and she is of a similar age to mine. What of it? Quickly tell me, where have you taken my friend? Yi Gucheng demanded, gripping her chest in urgency. Startled by his fervent gaze, Lu Sueki stammered, do not fret. I shall take you to the rooftop to find her. I hope it is not too late. Upon hearing this, Yi Gucheng's anger flared, and he bellowed, if you two dare to harm her, not only will I refuse to assist you, but I will ensure you both pay for her demise. With that, he sprinted towards the rooftop with all haste. Yi Gucheng kicked open the chained door, only to behold Mu Qingwan poised at the edge of the rooftop, alongside a girl clad in a verdant dress, compelling her to leap. No. Before Yi Gucheng could utter another word, Mu Qingwan had already plunged without hesitation from the rooftop. Chapter 86, The Howling Wolf Bar. Yi Gucheng had no time to ponder further and followed suit, leaping after her. With a surge of thought, he activated his spatial displacement ability, switching places with Mu Qingwan, and enveloped her in his arms. Simultaneously, his palms released the power of the heavenly serpent, firmly adhering to the building's exterior wall. He clung to the outside like a character from a film, effortlessly scaling the edifice. Yi Gucheng felt two warm forms pressed against his face, their elasticity palpable. After a moment of reflection, he leapt through a nearby window, returning to the corridor. Looking down, he discovered Mu Qingwan had succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, she appeared unharmed, merely ensnared by the enchantment of the ghost named Bai Yao, having briefly lost consciousness. She would soon awaken on her own. At that moment, Lu Sueki and Bai Yao drifted over, observing the intimate scene between the two with amusement. Yi Gucheng's eyes widened as he exclaimed, what are you laughing at? What is so amusing? If you dare to laugh again, do you believe I could extinguish you in an instant? Upon hearing this, the two female ghosts promptly stifled their laughter, fearing his wrath might lead to a violent outburst. Yi Gucheng, with a chilling smile, remarked, consider yourselves fortunate for recognizing the situation. To be honest, I am not the kind of villain who indiscriminately slaughters ghosts. I shall assist you in finding liberation. However, prior to that, I expect you to remain docile and refrain from harming the living. Both Lu Sueki and Bai Yao responded in unison, yes. We promise not to harm anyone again. Yi Gucheng nodded in satisfaction, and, carrying Mu Qingwan on his back, swaggered out of the building to book a hotel room. The night passed without incident. Yi Gucheng slept soundly, for he had exhausted himself the previous night. When dawn broke, he lazily rose and went to the adjacent room to rouse Mu Qingwan. The two of them freshened up and then ventured to a nearby breakfast shop. In truth, the snacks of old Beijing were rather limited, and while they seemed novel to outsiders, the local residents found them monotonous. No matter how delectable, they tasted like mere chaff to those who had grown weary of them. A simple packet of instant noodles would suffice. As they dined, they engaged in conversation. Yi Gucheng recounted their encounter with the ghosts the previous night, briefly summarizing the unfortunate fates of the two female spirits. Mu Qingwan pursed her lips and remarked, from what you say, those two ghosts are utterly contemptible. They fell victim to their own naivety, easily believing the lies of others, leading to their premature demise. Yet they seek to vent their frustrations on the innocent. Yi Gucheng shook his head in resignation. Although I was quite angry at the time, I can empathize with them. After all, who can endure such grave injustices without seeking some form of retribution? Mu Qingwan rolled her eyes at him. You always defend them. Have you no sympathy for me? Do you know how much my head aches? It's as if I've been pinned down by a ghost. I might not recover for 10 days or even weeks, and I could end up having nightmares for the foreseeable future. Yi Gucheng smirked mischievously. Consider yourself fortunate. They are female ghosts. Had they been male, particularly the brutish sort, you would be in a rather different predicament. Haha. Hearing this, Mu Qingwan's face flushed crimson as she playfully punched Yi Gucheng in the chest. Their playful banter transported them back to their school days, a cherished time now lost to them. After a brief frolic, Mu Qingwan inquired, by the way, what is the name of that feng shui master? Do you know where he is currently located? Yi Gucheng scratched his head. According to Lu Sueki, his surname is Li, and his name is Li Yutian, but I have no idea where he lives or hails from. Mu Qingwan felt a bit anxious upon hearing this. With over 1 billion people in the country, there must be countless individuals with that name. Who could possibly be the feng shui master? Yi Gucheng pondered for a moment, contemplating how to locate this individual. An idea struck him. He could seek assistance from the Dragon Clan. For instance, the head of the Special Operations Division, Zhuo Lungchen, donned the prestigious 00001 police uniform, wielding significant authority within the provincial public security system. Surely, he would be able to lend a hand. Resolute in his decision, Gucheng hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to the Dragon Clan headquarters. Upon meeting Zhuo, he succinctly explained his purpose. Without further ado, Zhuo directed one of his officers to conduct a nationwide search for the individual named Li Yutian. Such high-level operations were typically reserved for high-ranking military and government officials. Ordinary citizens would never even dream of such privileges. If the police department were more diligent, perhaps there would not be so many missing persons each year. Indeed, in Huaxiao, connections and relationships hold significant sway. As the saying goes, it is easier to accomplish tasks with influential connections. While waiting, Gucheng comfortably settled in the Dragon Clan's reception area, enjoying tea and conversation with Zhuo. To his surprise, in just about 10 minutes, the office relayed good news. The feng shui master had been located, and he was currently in Kyoto. Gucheng was taken aback, thinking to himself that the Dragon Clan lived up to its reputation as Huaxiao's most enigmatic organization, with remarkable efficiency. The office's technical staff confirmed the master's whereabouts through mobile satellite positioning, identifying him at a bar in the Chaoyang district, named Songlong Bar, located merely a few kilometers from the Dragon Clan headquarters. After learning the bar's address, Gucheng took his leave. Director Zhuo, I have pressing matters to attend to today, so I cannot linger. I promise to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude when I have the time. Zhuo nodded. All right. I'll hold you to that. You owe me a meal. After departing from the Dragon Clan headquarters, Gucheng hopped back into the same taxi and headed straight for Songlong Bar. Before long, the taxi pulled up at the entrance of the bar. Gucheng stepped out and entered the establishment. A hostess clad in a qipao approached him, inquiring what he would like to drink. Observing the bar's vibrant and intoxicating atmosphere, Gucheng slightly furrowed his brow. Please bring me a cup of coffee to help me stay alert. The hostess was taken aback, puzzled by his request. What was this young man thinking? Why come to a bar for coffee instead of a CAF? Surely he wasn't here to cause a scene? Ignoring her confusion, Gucheng took the steaming cup of coffee and set off in search of the feng shui master.